Before it got completely dark, the army returned to the territory. Bane, who had been waiting early, immediately came forward, accompanied by the young alchemist Donia. "Good evening, Lord. Is that the mosquito queen inside a huge bubble?" The 2M wingspan mosquito queen had its wings and legs broken at the base, leaving only the body. It was covered in black and white spots, looking like a fleshworm. Its fierce mouth parts showed how cruel this creature was. Lyre nodded. "Yes, the mosquito queen is level 13 and very fierce. Fortunately, Donia made an alchemical potion that helped us a lot. Without it, we would have lost more." The little girl blushed at the compliment, feeling proud and shy at the same time. "Lord, this is what I should do." Lyre chuckled. "Once the town hall is finished, I will build a special alchemy lab for you. You can research freely in the future." The girl's face lit up with happiness, showing her joy openly. After praising her, Lyre took out a mutated pitcher plant seedling. "This is a mutated pitcher plant. It needs a lot of water to grow. Once mature, it can reach nearly 4m tall and produce very delicious nectar. Go ahead and plant some to try." Bane looked at the small pitcher plant seedling in surprise. "This thing growing up can reach 4 meters and produce nectar." Lyre then asked the two-headed ogre chieftain behind him to take out some of the nectar they had just collected and handed it to Bane. Bane tasted a little, and immediately his eyes lit up. "Lord, this nectar is truly delicious." They usually wanted to eat candy, but they could only find beehives. But beehives aren't always available, maybe once every few years. If they could grow it themselves, they could enjoy it more often. Eagerly, Bane took all the seedlings, holding them like treasures, afraid of damaging them. Lyre couldn't help but smile. He then asked the ogre chieftain to take out some more and gave them to Donia, who was watching eagerly. The broad, thick leaves formed a funnel shape able to hold about a pound of nectar. It was perfect for giving to his subordinates. The girl took it happily, showing a shy but joyful smile. Lyre was in a good mood. After Bane left, he looked up at the sky. At this moment, the swarm was still flying overhead. He moved his mind, causing the swamp hornets to disperse and return to their hive to rest. He carried the full-loaded bubble beast, the queen mosquito, and the bees to the front of the swamp tree folk. At this time, the flesh butcher made from stitched-together bodies without a head lay in front of the tree folk, silently transforming. There were no signs of awakening yet. Seeing this, they felt a bit helpless. The two-headed ogre chieftain had broken through to become a hero unit during battle, but the transformation was not complete, so his specific stats were unknown. The swamp queen hornet was the same. The flesh butcher was also transforming, so there are hardly any stable beings. He waved his hand, letting the bubble beast pour out the gathered corpses beside the flesh butcher. No matter what, this terrifying being that could transform into a divine life form was the top priority. The others could wait for now. Nearly 100,000 flesh giant mosquitoes and swamp hornet corpses were dumped onto the grass, forming a small hill. In an instant, the flesh butchered sensed the arrival of food, emitting a faint crimson glow. It quietly covered the mountain of corpses. Those bodies seemed to have been washed over by thousands of years of time, rapidly weathered, turning into a pile of debris in the blink of an eye. After devouring the immense life force, the flesh butcher's aura clearly rose a bit, but there were still no signs of awakening. Lyre raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit skeptical. He continued feeding, refusing to believe that the other could keep eating forever. Calming his mind, he waved his hand, instructing the bubble beast to bring out the queen mosquito. His gaze turned to the quiet, towering swamp tree folk behind him. "You must use your roots to imprison the queen mosquito, only maintaining her life signs. You must not let her regain her strength." The thick trunk of the frontmost swamp tree folk twisted, revealing a hideous, fierce face. It responded in a deep, dull voice. "Yes, Master Sizzle." The roots hidden in the ground directly pulled out, wrapping around the queen mosquito in circles. Lyre watched closely as the roots wrapped around her and then pierced into her body. It was like absorbing nutrients from the land, drawing out her inner. This is much more intense than Bubble Beast's bubble confinement. He was very satisfied. Now he didn't have to worry about the queen mosquito causing trouble again. A level 13 hero is not to be underestimated. Also, the marsh tree man can't move and can watch constantly. Using these lives to guard the dungeon and prisoners is perfect. Not being able to move has its advantages, but how can the queen mosquito produce blood essence? That's the real goal of this hunt. He turned to look at the two-headed ogre chieftain beside him. Its tall body created a visual sense of pressure. "Do you know how the queen mosquito produces blood essence?" The ogre hero hesitated for a moment and replied uncertainly. "Mosquitoes feed on blood. After enough feeding, they should secrete it." He added quickly, "Just like the three-tailed pigs. Feed them well and they will reproduce." Lyre chuckled. This explanation was hard to argue with. Thinking for a moment, he softly said, "Then go catch 2 male three-tailed pigs. Currently, there are 23 ailed pigs in captivity, 16 females and 4 males. 2 males are enough for breeding. All the females are pregnant now and will give birth next month, so there's no need to worry about this anymore." At once, it responded immediately and personally went to catch 2 pigs. When the 3 dull pigs approached, they sensed the queen mosquito's aura and became visibly agitated and fearful. It didn't bother with that, and with a fist the size of a sandbag, knocked out 2 or 3 pigs in one hit. Then he dragged the 600 kg fat pig and threw it in front of the tightly bound queen mosquito. Smelling the strong life aura, although the queen mosquito was unconscious, its tube-like mouthparts moved slightly. Seeing this, Lyre tentatively had the marsh tree man insert the queen mosquito's mouthparts into the 3 dull pig. The unconscious queen mosquito immediately started madly the blood of the pig. What surprised him even more was that the pig's flesh, bones, and blood were being crazily drained. In just 5 minutes, the 600 kg giant pig was drained to a skinless corpse. Meanwhile, the queen mosquito remained calm and steady. Lyre watched in amazement. The mosquito queen's small body surprisingly managed to swallow a large fat pig. At that moment, the mosquito queen's abdomen suddenly started to move. Then an oval crimson object about the size of a fist filled with vibrant energy was produced and laid by her. It fell to the ground with a plop. This immediately caught his attention. He focused carefully and saw detailed attributes. Blood essence level 2 stars special trait contains strong life energy. Evaluation, a unique treasure produced by the mosquito queen with many useful applications. So this is blood essence, a 2-star treasure. Meanwhile, the mosquito queen's abdomen kept moving continuously, producing a total of 20 blood essences before stopping. Leo's expression became quite complicated. Feeding the mosquito queen enough will allow her to produce blood essence, so we might not need to wake her up in the future. Treating her as a living blood mineral isn't a bad idea. The mosquito queen is very ireful in battle, but she's also good for production. Just then, he couldn't enslave her, so he thought about feeding her another pig. That pig was quickly drained, leaving only its hide, and she produced another 20 blood essences. After consuming 2 600 kg pigs, her life energy was greatly restored, but just as she recovered, the marsh tree people started to extract her strength, forcibly suppressing her. The mosquito queen remained unconscious. Leo's mood became a bit complicated. No one expected that the mosquito queen would end up becoming a humanoid mind producing 2-star treasures, but this feeling wasn't too bad. While thinking, he picked up a blood essence and looked at the still unconscious marsh bee queen. He tried to bring it close to her mouth, but she didn't respond. He shook his head, looked up at the sky, and with a thought, several marsh yellow wasps flying in the air immediately flew over. They began licking the blood essence. After just a few bites, they quickly felt her life energy filling up. Blood essence contains the energy they need most. 5 marsh yellow wasps only ate a tiny part and already felt full. Seeing this, Leal summoned over 100 marsh yellow wasps to nibble at her, but they only ate about 1/3 of the blood essence in his hand. In other words, this blood essence can feed thousands of mud swamp wasps. His eyes became brighter. Next, by expanding the breeding farm on a large scale and increasing the number of 3-dull-pigs, he believed there would be no need to worry about the lifespan of the mud swamp wasps in the future. He considered the situation to be completely stabilized for the of the mud swamp wasps. Indeed, farming and raising pigs is the right path for development. He felt relieved. The matter here was settled. Lear told everyone around to rest. After thinking for a moment, he summoned the marsh witch. Looking at these witches who appeared delicate and gentle like human girls with excellent figure and temperament, his gaze was deep. Although the marsh witch was only level 3, she had shown impressive abilities in several battles. To improve her level, she needed to devour emotions. This was quite interesting. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, desire, all her food. Therefore, marsh witches often sing to lure intelligent beings, causing their emotions to fluctuate wildly before killing their enemies. People's fear is the easiest to provoke. The emotions at the brink of death are the most intense and the most delicious to eat. After becoming a member of the city of Microlo, they obviously couldn't do this anymore. No one could tolerate their residents being killed every now and then. Master, the 3 newly born marsh witches looked at Lear with curiosity, unsure why they were summoned alone. Lear spoke softly. Which emotions do you grow the fastest by devouring, Master? Any emotions as long as they are intense are good. The city of Microglow already has hundreds of people. If their emotions fluctuate wildly, it might be enough for your food. Of course, it should be enough. The marsh witch hesitated a bit, but generally fear is the easiest to create. Based on their observations over the past few days, the city of Microlo was clearly not a normal city of noble slaves where everyone lived in fear. Instead, people here seemed quite comfortable and worked very actively. But if they didn't create fear, how could they cause big emotional swings? Joy, there aren't many happy things. Other emotions are also hard to provoke. Only fear, as long as people are startled, can be easily obtained. Lear nodded. That's enough. Do you know Romeo and Juliet? The swamp siren looked confused and shook her head. Liar spoke thoughtfully. Then it becomes a play to create emotions. You don't necessarily need to create fear. Joy, anger, sadness, and happiness can be stirred in people through drama, making their feelings rise and fall over a few hours. Even after the play ends, intense emotional swings can still happen. At that time, the emotions you can absorb will come continuously, and it's sustainable. Romeo and Juliet is a classic play by Shakespeare passed down for hundreds of years without losing its charm. Its story setting is somewhat similar to the culture of the normal, and with slight changes it can be used. What could be better than a play that makes people cry and laugh? Stirring their feelings start with this, and there will be more stories to adapt and bring to the stage for everyone to enjoy. In this world with little cultural activity, the cultural stories in Liar's mind can be easily used to dominate a real version. Cultural invasion into another world. More importantly, first cultivate the swamp siren. Once she becomes skilled, it will be easy to promote certain messages when needed. Gods need to spread their teachings. Here's how the story goes. Liar slowly recounted this long-loved love story. He had watched this play because of the actress's stunning looks, so he remembered it well. He told it smoothly with each word clear. The swamp sirens were all captivated. When they heard the part where the messenger delivered Juliet's fake death message to Romeo, they unintentionally delayed and didn't pass the message. This caused Romeo to mistakenly believe Juliet was dead. In his grief, he went to Juliet's fake death site, despairingly kissed his love, and then drank poison. When Juliet woke up and found her lover had sacrificed himself, her heart broke. Overcome with sorrow, she used a long sword to end her life and followed her love. This tragic love story was caused by misunderstandings, family pressure, and destruction, ending in a tragic double suicide. The swamp sirens watched with red eyes, tears welling up in their eyes. The master, this story is so heartbreaking. Are there really such devoted people? Can we really perform this story? I'm so touched. Lear smiled softly at this. Indeed, even a girl from another world can't resist such deep love. He spoke slowly. This is natural. We have the story outlined, but that's just the beginning. You need to rehearse it. Casting actors, costumes, props, lines, lighting, stage effects. It's a systematic project. You can ask Bane to cooperate so you can perfect the rehearsal. This is just the start. The most important thing is to figure out what is needed. More plays are waiting for you in the future. The swamp siren has a singing voice that can directly lure souls, which is a Urfel trick. Even without preparation, just singing can stir up the crowd's emotions. Of course, the best way is to do both. Use the siren song and other methods together. The swamp siren is naturally good at this. In this world, there are no live broadcasts, or the top supporters' donations might even start smoking from excitement. After the swamp siren happily leaves, Lur goes back to his tent and sleeps comfortably. The next day, August 16th, he wakes up and checks the information system. The food for the dragon-blooded red fish, fishtail grass, has arrived, and the colorful algae for feeding the three-tailed pigs is also being cultivated. The blood essence needed to extend the life of the mosquito queen and swamp hornets is no longer a problem. The remaining tasks are controlling the divine of the dark naga and exploring the ancient ruins found by the half-mermaid, which are both incomplete. Besides that, the previously mentioned stinky giant monster has already appeared yesterday. The ancient ruins discovered by the half-mermaid were also not explored in time. The Dark Naga's information is the most valuable, but also the most difficult to deal with. The passing of the swamp lizard men has to wait until tomorrow. As he thinks, his gaze quickly locks onto the stinky giant monster and the ruins of the half-mermaid. Today, he plans to take over the stinky giant monster's gathering point first. Once the Swampy Queen and the two-headed ogre chieftain have finished their transformation, he will deal with the Dark Naga. It's best to be confident before tackling this Heil monster map. After a simple wash-up, I just stepped out of the tent and saw the swamp siren practicing nearby. The residents who had just woken up were curiously watching. Not to mention, just having such a beautiful siren standing in front of us was enough to make anyone feel pleased. Leal looked at her stiff movements and smiled. He stepped forward to give her some personal guidance, teaching them the acting skills he learned from variety shows. The swamp siren truly has a natural talent for acting. She picked it up quickly, almost effortlessly. She performed so vividly and naturally that there was no sign of acting at all. He gave a big thumbs up. The siren is amazing, very impressive. After a brief moment of relaxation, he told them to stop for now and began gathering the troops for hunting. There were 10 squads of wetland lizard men warriors, 8 bubble beasts, 3 swamp sirens, plus Haggis, and the two-headed ogre chieftain who were heroes. Besides, they left 1,000 swamp wasps to continue building their nests and took all the remaining 50,000 troops. They set out immediately heading north straight toward the stinky giant beast. The journey was silent, and the nearly 2-hour trip passed quietly. They arrived once again at the location of the stinky giant beast. As they approached the area, a strong foul smell hit their noses. It was like dead fish fermenting in the dark for half a month, very strong and pungent. Le frowned. He ordered the swamp wasps to fly down and wait on the ground vegetation. He then led the bubble beast and two heroes quietly forward. Pushing aside the grass, their view suddenly opened up. In the void, a faintly floating structure could be seen. It looked like a ruined building, but its exact shape was unclear. The surrounding space shimmered like a water curtain, rippling gently. The ruins had indeed appeared. Beneath the structure, over 100 tall, strong monsters moved back and forth through the space, entering the hazy ruins. They were over 3.5 meters tall with single horns on their heads, and their mouths resembled blooming petals filled with sharp teeth. Their bodies were covered in beast skins with large patches of exposed skin and thick fur. They held no weapons, but their massive size clearly showed their strength. However, what made Leo furrow his brow wasn't just the ferocity of these beasts, but the foul stench in the air, which had suddenly increased several times. My eyes felt uncomfortable, as if I had been smoked out. A few bubble beasts nearby immediately spat out the smell. It was so disgusting. How could there be such a foul creature in this world? Liar's magic surged, blocking out the outside air, and his face started to look better. He focused his mind and saw the attributes of those terrifying monsters in his mind. Stinky giant monster level, 9 potential, 2 stars race talent. Foul odor emits a very bad smell that makes nearby creatures feel sick, gag, and weak, greatly reducing their fighting ability. Skills, fist attack, 2 stars. Bad breath spray, 2 stars. Black, 2 stars. Evaluation, a very unique smelling monster. Perhaps no one would want to fight it. With 2-star potential and level 9 health, and it's just so disgusting, Liar frowned. Looking back, luckily, the marsh didn't react to the smell. His gaze grew colder and more serious. He turned to look at the cute little companion beside him. All bubble beasts attack with bubble bombs to disrupt the foul giant monster's formation. Swamp Siren. Once the bubble bombs are ready, use your singing to confuse the foul giant, so they lower their guard. Then he mentally commanded all the marsh wasps. After the explosion, attack immediately. Leave no one alive. The marsh wasps at the back immediately prepared, waiting for the signal. The bubble beasts started blowing bubbles. The bubbles quickly grew larger, reaching 3 m in diameter. With thorough preparation, each bubble beast controlled 5 bubbles. Meanwhile, the swamp siren's mouth slightly opened and a melodious song spread out. In the next moment, 40 giant bubbles, each 3 meters across, shot out like cannonballs. They flew straight at the stinky giant monster. A fierce explosion created a strong shock wave, knocking the foul giant monster into a dazed state. At this moment, the insect swarm attack. Buzzing sounds filled the air. The marsh wasps, having taken to the sky again, darted through the grass like arrows, rushing straight down. The foul-smelling giant demon first appeared dazed, then explosions erupted around it. Still confused, it hadn't figured out what was happening before the sky darkened. Then a swarm of bees attacked. The giant demon immediately felt sharp pain from the bee venom. The swamp yellow hornets have low defenses, and even ordinary people can step on them easily. But with their deadly venom and 10 cm long stingers, they are dangerous weapons no one dares to underestimate. Sizzle, sizzle as they flew rapidly. The curved stingers pierced through the foul giant demon's skin and entered its body. Some stingers tore long cuts on its skin. The venom crazily eroded the nerves. At this moment, the giant demon on the ground was swallowed by the bee swarm. Seemingly sensing something, the giant demon inside the ruins also surged out wildly. But in front of the disaster-like bee swarm, all of this seemed insignificant. Meanwhile, wetland lizard men warriors led by Heges and the two-headed ogre chieftain launched an attack. Holding steel swords and wearing heavy armor, the heroes led the charge. The formation was already chaotic, and with their companions being crazily killed by the swamp yellow hornets, the giant demon couldn't organize a proper counterattack. The wetland lizard men are not tall and are lower level, so they don't have an advantage. But with the song of the marsh witch and the attack of the swamp yellow hornets, these fearless warriors quickly made their mark. One wetland lizard man warrior rushed to the giant demon, suddenly crouched down and swung his steel sword directly at the demon's knee. Sizzle, blood splattered, and the huge body staggered and fell to the ground with a loud just as it struggled to get up. 2 other lizard men warriors leapt forward sharply. Their steel swords edged down fiercely. Sizzle, a large scar appeared on its neck and it was cut in half. The blood vessels were torn apart and blood burst out wildly, shooting over 10 meters high. The fresh blood instantly triggered the dense swamp yellow hornets. Their flight speed increased again. The 3 forces worked together to attack and kill. The foul-smelling giant demon on the field quickly fell. Under this overwhelming force, the surprise attack and encirclement battle almost had a crushing advantage. The level 9 foul giant demon, just entering the swamp, made Liar too afraid to look directly at it. This is an advanced wild monster that cannot be provoked. In just about 10 days, he no longer needed to think much before launching an attack. He could simply watch the battlefield fight calmly from behind without any worries. The only thing he needed to do was ensure that if any wetland lizard man warriors were injured, the swamp blessing would quickly flow into their bodies. The swamp yellow bees didn't mind. These blood-thin assassins, once attacked, almost never survived. The beast swarm tactic was to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. Once deployed, there was no retreat or surrender. There was no need to consider casualties. Only the outcome mattered. Under the furious, the foul-smelling giants fell one after another. Soon half of them were dead. Seeing this, Lyre felt a strong sense of achievement. It was like when he played games before, struggling to beat a high boss. Then grinding in lower-level areas to strengthen himself before challenging again. Finally, he would easily defeat that tough boss. Feeling happy, the in his hands was built up little by little. Now was the time to see the results. The swamp siren's song still rang loudly, constantly distracting the foul giants. One careless moment could cause confusion. On the battlefield, a single moment of hesitation could decide life or death. The slaughter was frantic. Under the attack of overwhelming strength, the foul giants were quickly cut down. They had no weapons to kill the swamp yellow bees. They could only rely on their hands and feet. Fighting creatures like wetland lizard man warriors with great strength was effective enough, but against a swarm of insects, using only hands and feet was errorless. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The number of foul giants was decreasing more and more until finally only the sound of swamp yellow bees flapping their wings remained. The battle from start to finish lasted less than 10 minutes. 2 squads of foul giants had all fallen. Looking up, the partly hidden, indistinct ruins still concealed in the void. The ground was covered with huge bones and remains, blood staining the soil, moss, grass, and trees red. The fierce yellow bees still circled in the sky. Various scenes intertwined, creating a earthful visual impact. Gather all the corpses, Lyre ordered. Then looked toward the hidden structure in the void. With a thought, part of the mud wasp above his head buzzed and flew directly into the mud. It seemed to pass through a water curtain and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, it flew out again, safe. Lyre felt more confident and waved his hand, allowing 2 teams of wetland lizard men warriors nearby to go first. The 2 teams explored inside and still found it safe. After a second confirmation, Lyre waved his hand again, letting the 2-headed ogre chieftain and he enter. Only after confirming safety did he step in himself. A wise person does not stand under dangerous walls. To live longer, being cautious is never wrong. Passing through the water curtain-like void, Lyre felt some resistance but simply pushed through. Suddenly, his vision changed. An unusual ruin appeared before him. The sky was gray and dim. Under his feet was a semicircular open space over 300 meters in diameter, paved with blue stones edged in many places. Behind him was darkness and emptiness. The moment he looked ahead, an indescribable sense of danger flooded his mind. It seemed that stepping into it would away his life. A word suddenly appeared in his mind. Endless void. Beyond the main plane lies the endless void where nothing exists. No magic, no air, only endless emptiness. Ordinary people entering it would have their souls eroded by the void with each breath. Only gods can cross the endless void. This ancient ruin is hidden in such a dangerous place. Lyre took a deep breath and looked ahead. In front of the wide square was a mostly collapsed tall stone building. Many gray pillars supported the structure over 20 m high, but now the roof had fallen in and the pillars leaned at odd angles. A few intact pillars were carved with scenes of rebirth and vitality. Carefully examining, he could vaguely see that this building was likely used for worship. After observing for a moment, his information system suddenly flashed and provided a prompt. You have entered the Earth Mother Goddess Sacrifice Hall hidden within the void. You have received a piece of intelligence. At the center of the hall, inside the Earth Mother Goddess statue, there is a special treasure, the Horn of Abundance. It can be obtained only by breaking the statue. Be aware, breaking the statue will trigger divine earth shocks. Seeing the sudden prompt, Lyre's eyes immediately lit up. Mother Earth Goddess, a special treasure, the Horn of Abundance. Wow, this place is actually a shrine to the Earth Mother Goddess. She is the main deity worshipped by countless followers in the Noah plane. Aligned with neutrality and order, almost all beings in the main plane hold great respect for the Earth Mother Goddess. She is the mother of the land, the source of countless lives. She also has the most temples and followers in the Noah main plane. I didn't expect this to be the opponent's worship hall, and it even hides a special treasure. But the problem is, I need to break her statue to get it. Any intelligent life would find it hard to do such a thing. Daring to break the Mother Goddess's statue is extremely bold. This is a mighty presence still high in the sky, seated in the endless void, often displaying divine who dares to insult the gods, but after taking a deep breath, Lyre's eyes filled with excitement. Those who often befriend gods know that since everyone is a god, there's no such thing as blasphemy. He waved his hand, leading two heroes into the mostly collapsed worship hall. Once inside, they immediately saw the mother goddess statue at the center. She looks kind and gentle, wearing a wreath woven from wheat and fruit on her head, draped in a cloak made of various foods with a soft gaze. Just seeing her statue makes you feel like a gentle spring breeze. The surroundings are very clean. Those foul monsters clearly dare not show any disrespect to the mother goddess's statue. Calming his mind, he turned to Haggis. Break the statue. Haggis hesitated for a moment but showed no doubt. He strode forward confidently. He raised his steel sword, ready to strike. But in the next second, a fierce pressure hit him. It was like a mountain collapsing from the sky. Endless stars ing into the earth. Such majesty is beyond what mortals can resist. It directly shook his soul. Haggis spat out blood, his breath weakening, eyes full of fear and disbelief. In that instant, it seemed he was noticed by that towering supreme being. Liar's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward quickly, placing his right hand on the statue. A faint blue light emitted from the swamp divine mark within him, radiating an overwhelming aura. The statue was suddenly covered in a gentle glow. At that moment, Lear suddenly felt a blurry kind face appear in his mind. It resembled a caring old grandmother in her 60s or 70s, giving a warm feeling. God of the swamp, you have awakened. No, that's not right. Are you the successor of the god of the swamp? The horn of abundance has been lost for many years. I didn't expect you to find it. This treasure is something I used long ago. Though it isn't very earthful, it means a lot to me. The divine tool I use now is called the Crown of Abundance. Because of this treasure, I will help you unlock its seal. Young successor, I hope you can carry the of the god of the swamp and help the swamp rise again. May the earth bless you. As her words ended, the kind face quietly disappeared, and the she left on the statue was completely worn away. At the same time, the statue of the Mother Earth goddess shattered into pieces. Then countless rays of light flowed out from the statue. They gathered in midair to form a curved snow-white horn about the length of a human arm, the Horn of Abundance. Lear held the treasure in his hand, his expression becoming quite complex. He never expected the Mother Earth goddess to suddenly appear before him. He also didn't expect her to give him the Horn of Abundance. This goddess is respected by everyone for good reason. Her personality is as vast as the earth, able to contain everything in the world. All life and resources on the earth come from the Mother Earth goddess. She seems to need nothing to decorate herself. As long as the main plane isn't destroyed and life continues, whether good or bad, the Mother Earth goddess will exist forever. This is the confidence of a goddess who has stood tall through many divine wars. He took a deep breath and looked at the Horn of Abundance which the Mother Earth goddess had unlocked, a treasure used by such a great divine being. How earthful could it be? His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the attribute panel in his mind. Horde of Abundance level. Special features. 1. Abundance. Blessing the land with good weather, shortening crop growth cycles by 30 and increasing yields by 30. 2. Prosperous livestock combined 5 types of farm animals and poultry, reducing their growth cycle by 50 and increasing their maximum weight by 30. 3. No disasters or illnesses, a protected land where life thrives, diseases no longer attack, and raising young becomes easy. Comment: the treasure once used by Mother Earth goddess incredibly useful. Liar, after seeing the attributes of the Horn of Plenty, suddenly felt very dry-mouthed and his breathing sped up. This treasure is amazing. Is this divine artifact just so? No, it's even more earthful than a divine artifact. Increasing food production, shortening planting cycles, reducing livestock growth time, raising weight limits, and immune to diseases, raising young safely. Any one of the 3 attributes of the Horn of Plenty is top tier, all 3 combined. What is a divine artifact? This is one. A huge profit, an enormous gain. Liar's breathing even trembled a little. This treasure is perfect for developing the territory. Mother Earth goddess, you are truly the eternal goddess. He couldn't wait to return to his territory. Right now, he just wanted to quickly clear the farmland, plant wheat, and bind the 3-tailed pig and the blood-red fish, letting them grow happily. The appearance of this treasure greatly boosted the foundation of Micro City. And the stronger the territory, the greater the effect of this treasure. Its potential is limitless. After calming down, he had the better-conditioned 2-headed ogre chieftain lead the swamp lizard men warriors to continue searching. Unfortunately, they found nothing else. The stinky giant monster seemed to simply regard this place as its own base. But with the Horn of Plenty in hand, they had already gained a full harvest. What more could they want? After confirming there were no more gains, Liar approached the shattered statue, bowed with his right hand over his chest, and then left the ruins. Passing through a space like a water curtain, he arrived outside where the bubble beast had just gathered all the corpses. The scattered limbs and fragments around were completely devoured by the swamp hornets, and the blood on the ground was licked clean by them, making the scene much tidier. These fierce insects' daily food consists of various life forms in the swamp. Swamp life is abundant. Not only fierce monsters, but also countless insects. They hunt to sustain their large ulations. However, because of this, their numbers are always somewhat limited. Food is always a difficult problem to avoid. Once the number of members becomes too large, feeding everyone each day becomes a heavy burden. This may be the biggest difference between hunting and farming. He gathered the troops and returned directly to the territory. There was no conversation along the way. Lyre, excited and happy, returned to Wayu City. The moment he stepped onto his land, he felt something special. He immediately clenched the Horn of Plenty in his hand and focused his mind on it. In the next moment, a special sense of awareness arose in his mind. From now on, as long as the Horn of Plenty is placed within the territory, centered on Wayu City within a radius of 50 km, residents can develop, occupy, farm, and breed, all protected by the Horn of Plenty. If they leave the territory, the bonus will be lost. A radius of 50 km almost covers the entire muddy swamp. Lyre laughed loudly. He waved his hand, instructing the bubble beast to transport the corpses to the swamp Tran area. He couldn't wait to go to the pig farm 3 km southeast. Looking at the three-tailed pigs happily munching on wild grass inside the pen, he felt full of anticipation. He thought, then activated the Horn of Plenty with his mind. In the next moment, the scent of the three-tailed pigs was imprinted into the Horn of Plenty. A new attribute appeared on the panel. Farming Prosperity combined 5 types of livestock and poultry, reducing their growth cycle by 50 and increasing their maximum weight by 30. It is already bound to the three-tailed pigs. Done. The three-tailed pigs only need 3 months to grow to 600 kg. With a 50 reduction in growth time, they only need about 1 and 12 months to reach 600 kg, 45 days to reach 600 kg. That's about 13.3 kg per day. Lyre licked his lips, feeling it was a bit unbelievable. Can they really eat over 10 kg of me today? And with the Horn of Plenty, the three-tailed pigs are immune to disease and won't have problems giving birth. They can eat freely and reproduce without worry. This is just too awesome. The pig raising business is about to take off, haha. The swamp people in Dela, who were taking care of the three-tailed pigs, looked at their master, laughing happily at the pig pen gate. They all looked curious. What did the Lord see? How could he be so happy just looking at the pigs after he left? A few people curiously stood where he had been and started to laugh. Lyre, who hadn't gone far, heard the noise behind him and turned to look. His face immediately darkened. These troublemakers, do they think I enjoy watching pigs do silly things? A few swamp people felt something was wrong. They turned around and were so frightened that their legs trembled, their backs chilled, and they quickly ran away to work. Lyre, feeling happy, twitched his mouth, but didn't bother with these guys. When he returned to his territory, he immediately went to the northern fish farm. Standing on the shore, he saw brightly colored, long-bearded two-star magical creatures happily eating fish. This was a stark contrast to how they refused to speak just a few days ago. The strategic value of the blood-red dragon fish might not surpass that of the three-tailed boar, but it is definitely a treasure. If it can develop well, no one will ignore it in the future. But the question is, are fish considered livestock or poultry? He thought for a moment, and tried to imprint the aura of the blood-red dragon fish into the Horn of Plenty. After a short while, the blood-red dragon fish quietly appeared on the list of creatures bound to the Horn of Plenty. Lyre was overjoyed. It worked again. This is a treasure used by the Mother Earth Goddess. Such a good treasure. Looking at the blood-red dragonfish swimming in the water, he felt very happy. The problem of them eating was solved. Now he needed to figure out how to breed the blood-red dragonfish. Fish don't reproduce like livestock, such as the three-tailed boar. They lay thousands or even tens of thousands of eggs at a time. In the wild, fish fry face many predators, so only a few survive to grow up. That's why large numbers are needed to increase the chance of survival. But in his own farm, he could do proper research to ensure a high survival rate. As long as the blood-red dragonfish can lay eggs and reproduce, their numbers will increase rapidly. And the feature that shortens the growth cycle by 50 will help them grow faster. After calming his mind, Lyre felt as if the sun was shining brightly and the world had become more beautiful. He had already bound 2 types of creatures and could look for 3 more livestock species. Haha, just thinking about it made him happy. After this busy work, it was already afternoon and Lyre didn't go hunting anymore. He walked over to the swamp tray. At this moment, over 200 rotten giant monster corpses were piled on the lush grass by the bubble beast. The pile formed a small hill. Organs, bones, flesh, and a strong foul smell created a scene, but Lyre's eyes remained calm and steady. The intense battles he had fought recently had made him grow stronger. The bloody corpses no longer affected him. He had become a capable leader, able to survive and develop in the wilderness. Steel blades and blood are the eternal themes of this land. He took a deep breath and turned to look at the mosquito queen, tightly bound by tree roots. "Feed them 10 corpses," the swamp tray, and immediately responded. The roots, like octopus tentacles, slowly moved, wrapping the corpses, then inserting the mosquito queen's mouth parts into them. Gurgle, gurgle, the mosquito queen instinctively began to feed, regardless of whether there was blood. Under the digestion enzymes in her mouth parts, the broken bodies gradually turned into a pulp of blood and flesh, which was then swallowed completely. This time, not even skin was left. The 10 corpses were quickly devoured, and the mosquito queen's life energy was restored significantly. But in the next moment, the swamp tray ant with its tendrils piercing through her body drained her remaining vitality. It firmly controlled her state. The corpses were swallowed and her abdomen began to move. Chunks of blood essence fell to the ground. The 10 decayed, foul-smelling giant corpses produced 60 pieces of blood essence. Clearly, the energy contained in the level 9 foul-smelling giant was much more substantial. Lure did not bother to pick up the blood essence. Instead, he looked up at the sky. With a thought, dozens of swamp hornets swooped down, their fuzzy legs grabbing the blood essence and lifting off steadily. These 60 pieces of blood essence were enough for all the swamp hornets to fully replenish their core energy and restore their lifespan. Once that was done, he turned his gaze toward the distant flesh butcher. This divine being still in transformation was guarded day and night by the swamp tramp, but there was no sign of awakening. Divine energy is born from the energy within God's far-surpassing ordinary magic Once awakened, it would possess terrifying strength. Interestingly, the intelligence system indicated that the Dark Naga also held divine energy, which could be fused with the flesh butcher to enhance its But a 4-star intelligence rating meant those Dark Nagas would be very difficult to deal with. In the early stages, they could be explored first. But the true challenge would only come after the flesh butcher awakens. He is reluctant to use a lot of his life force to take risks. This world is not a game, and there are no second chances. He prefers to gather strength and wait until he is confident enough before attacking earthful enemies. That is the right way to develop. While thinking, he does not hesitate. He orders the swamp trance to move the remaining bodies to the flesh butcher. No matter the situation, divine beings always come first. In the next moment, the flesh butcher emits a faint red glow, quickly enveloping the bodies. The bodies rapidly decay and shatter. As the surrounding remains turn to debris, all the flesh and blood energy is absorbed. The flesh butcher's body suddenly trembles. A vague, blurry emotion is transmitted. Hungry, starving, Liar is initially stunned, then very happy. After feeding intensely for a while, he finally sees some sign of progress. He immediately sends calming feelings, but the other's blurry thoughts keep coming through. Hungry, food, starving, repeating simple thoughts over and over. After a moment, the thoughts disconnect and the flesh butcher returns to its previous state. Liar's gaze tightens slightly. The previous feeding was not wasted, but it is still not enough. More flesh and blood feeding is needed. Once this divine being awakens, he will have an absolute trump card in his hands. After waiting a moment to confirm that the flesh butcher is still inactive, Liar calms down again. While thinking, he looks at the swamp trance. He raises the curved treasure in his hand. This is the Horn of Abundance, a precious gift from the Mother Earth Goddess. You bury it underground and protect it with your roots. No one may touch it without my permission. The Horn of Abundance must be placed within the territory to be effective. In the future, he will explore the swamp and even venture into the wilderness. This treasure cannot be carried everywhere forever. Yes, Master. The swamp trance responds solemnly since they cannot move. They are the best guardians. After arranging this, Liar remembers the mutated pitcher plant he obtained yesterday. Can the Horn of Abundance shorten the growth cycle of the mutated pitcher plant? This thing is also a crop, right, with great interest. He arrived at the city of Wayu. To the south, he found an open space where mutated pitcher plants had been planted. The plants were spaced 10 m apart, and 20 of them covered quite a large area. Currently, the pitcher plants were still young, about the size of a palm with small, thin leaves that didn't look special. Their roots were buried in damp soil with water flowing past on both sides. The roots extended into the mud, swaying in the water like straws, drinking water with bubbles rising from them. He could clearly feel that with enough water, the roots of the pitcher plants were growing very quickly. Although not as fast as colorful moss, they still grew several times faster than ordinary plants. Pitcher plants grow quickly when they have enough water, and combined with the special properties of the Horn of Plenty, they became quite remarkable. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the mutated pitcher plants matured. Thinking of their sweet nectar, Liar felt happier. Collecting various plants and animals to farm and develop the territory bit by bit made him a little addicted. The next day at dawn, when he could barely see his fingers, Liar got up and gathered his troops. On August 17th, at noon, a group of wandering marsh lizard men would pass through 20 km west of their location. These lizard men controlled a secret recipe for creating a special troop, cold-blooded cavalry. The intelligence value was 2 stars. This information was time-sensitive. Missing it might mean losing track of the enemy. The 20 km journey through the swamp was not short, so leaving early gave plenty of time to prepare. Once the army was assembled, they set out immediately with swarms of swamp hornets flying overhead. They moved quickly, covering about 10 km in just 2 hours. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting faint shadows, and the clouds gradually brightened. Suddenly, a group of swamp hornets returned from ahead, their wings buzzing loudly. An emotion flooded his mind. Enemies ahead. These flying creatures had gradually replaced the marsh lizard men as the main scouts. Liar's gaze sharpened. He immediately ordered the troops to regroup and investigate. After walking a few hundred meters forward, he slowed down, carefully parted the leaves ahead, and saw a very strange group of creatures. The large, strong mud hippo people have rough gray skin with folds of fat hanging around their bodies forming ring-like bulges. They have small eyes, wide square-shaped mouths, and short, sturdy limbs. They are level 6 with a 2-star potential. At this moment, about 40 of these mud hippo people are gathered together in the muddy water, raising their short, thick arms and shouting loudly. Each person holds a bone in their hand, looking wild and crazy. They shout woo, 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 woo. After a series of shouts, suddenly the bones in their hands emit a faint, dark glow. It's like a demon peeking out from the abyss, filling the air with a chilling evil aura that envelopes everyone. In the next moment, this evil force rushes into the bodies of the mud hippo people, making their aura even more intense and wild. Their eyes turn fierce and their aura darkens. Liar suddenly remembers a word in his mind: evil god sacrifice. Living in the bottomless abyss and unknown dimensions, the evil gods who control dark Urs are constantly watching the abundant main plane. Even large cities under strict church control are not immune to infiltration. In the wilderness where the church's influence is weak, evil god followers gather densely. To survive in this lawless jungle, one must have enough strength. Unfortunately, most people are just prey for hunters. The evil gods who constantly watch over the main plane can directly grant their followers and respond to their prayers, almost fulfilling all their desires. The price is corruption and fall, but if survival itself is hopeless, then falling might be a kind of rebirth. Liar faintly senses the evil aura coming from the void, distant and remote. It's the gaze from an unknown place far from the main plane. In an instant, the sacrifice of the mud hippo people is complete, and a new status bar appears on their display. Fallen Progress 20. The evil gaze disappears at this moment. As long as they continue the sacrifice, these hippo people will soon be fully corrupted. He is curious what would they become if they fully fell. However, daring to establish a connection with the evil gods means they probably won't survive. He raises his right hand slightly and gestures. Take 2 survivors alive. The rest, death is no concern. The 2-headed ogre chieftain nearby suddenly clenched his thick wolf tooth club, sneering as he charged forward. The muddy river hippos were still excited from being watched by the evil god. When they saw the 2-headed ogre chieftain rush out of the woods, they were first surprised, then furious. Fools, how dare they interrupt our sacred ritual to the true god? The first 7 or 8 enraged warriors rushed forward, raising their hands to catch the incoming club. The 2-headed ogre chieftain felt humiliated. His arm muscles bulged high, and his strength surged again. The wolf-toothed club ed into the attacking hand, breaking it with a ing sound. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Still full of strength, he swung the club toward the enemy's head, causing bones and flesh to burst apart, scattering everywhere. A follower of the evil god, even if they are children of the evil god, they must die. The 2-headed ogre chieftain, nearly 3 m tall and level 11, looked like a war god. The 4 teams of muddy river hippos seemed like children facing a charging rhinoceros that couldn't stop him. The wolf-toothed club, making a whistling sound, was deadly to touch, destructive upon contact. In the end, he alone shattered all 4 teams of muddy river hippos. His body was covered in blood and mud, looking like a demon crawling out of the swamp. Lur silently watched this scene. Since enslaving the others, he hadn't properly assessed this ogre's fighting strength. Seeing the situation under control, he felt more confident. Unlike the wetland lizard men who relied on both skill and strength, the 2-headed ogre chieftain mainly relied on overwhelming brute force to crush enemies, but his nearly 3 m height gave him the confidence to do so. He was a fierce hero, perfect for leading the charge and tearing apart enemy formations. After making a precise judgment, Limer waved his hand, signaling the wetland lizard men to clean up the battlefield and gather the remains. Soon, a few still breathing muddy river hippos were brought over. They were tossed directly into the muddy water, looking miserable. Limer looked at these creatures, over 2 m tall and as fat as pigs, about to speak, when suddenly the muddy river hippo's eyes clouded with black mist. Our god is eternal. Blasphemers will be burned by our god, their souls consumed, enslaved, and trampled for eternity. At the moment the roar fell, the body trembled, and the life force seemed to be extinguished like a blown-out candle, vanishing suddenly. No one survived. The words in Liar's mouth caught in his throat again, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this what a follower of the evil god looks like? He silently warned himself that next time he encounters such a being, he must either destroy them with overwhelming force or use the swamp siren's charm to negotiate. He must never rely on normal logic. The army continued searching, but unfortunately they found nothing valuable, only the ordinary bones held by the mud hippo priest during the ritual. The final harvest was these strong hippo bodies along with a cautious attitude towards the evil god followers. In total, it was a small gain. After gathering the bodies, Bubble Beast immediately blew bubbles and stored them inside. These were all food for the flesh slaughterer. Liar watched the bubbles float away from the ground and smiled with satisfaction. These little creatures are really useful. In battle, they provide ranged support. During ambushes, they set traps. After fights, they can carry lots of loot. Almost perfect. He was now looking forward to seeing the scene when all the bubble beasts hatch in a couple of months. Perhaps if development continues, they could form a heavy artillery support unit. Imagine hundreds of bubbles exploding every minute with bombs. That scene sounds exciting just to think about. Later, they could have Donia produce more black spotted blood insect dare, burning poison fog while collecting and loading it into bubble bombs, making the bubbles deal magic damage along with poison damage. That would be incredibly irful. After a small battle, the army moved on. Next, they encountered 2 more monster gathering spots, each with about 10 to 20 creatures, all around level 4 or 5. There was no challenge at all, simply swept through, and they gained dozens of corpses. Rushing quickly by 11:00, Liar looked at the flickering points on the magic map and waved for the army to stop. They had arrived, his gaze sharpened. Hagris dispersed the wetland lizard men. Keep the highest alert within this area. A group of wandering wetland lizard men will pass through here today. Microvale City needs to recruit new warriors. Additionally, in their hands, they hold the secret magic of the cold-blooded cavalry. The wetland lizard hero's breathing suddenly quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The secret magic of the cold-blooded cavalry. He knew that the words of the ruler were never false. Praise the ruler, as you wish, great ruler. La smiled and let the other person go to make arrangements, his gaze fixed on the sparse jungle, reflecting everything in the swamp. He was used to the wetland lizard men, these brave warriors who don't feel pain and are fearless. Only their small numbers were a problem. The 6 small squads of half-fishermen lost in the last hunt still made him feel sad. He just hoped there would be enough wetland lizard men this time. Swamp wasps cannot replace frontline fighters. These high-attack, low-health assassins are prone to larger-scale losses, so using them as backup strategic forces is better. After the wetland lizard men spread out, the swamp wasps also spread out to stay alert. Flying creatures are clearly more efficient at scouting than land creatures, but surprisingly, after half an hour, the first news came from the wetland lizard men. They heard the warning sounds from other wetland lizard men. The enemies are approaching this way. Lael took a deep breath, feeling excited. He didn't hesitate and immediately gathered the troops to move out. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at a muddy area with low grass only knee-high. The ground was soft mud, and ordinary people stepping on it could easily sink in. But the wetland lizard men's web feet stood firmly on the ground. Looking around, there were about 300 or 400 wetland lizard men. They had large, thick scales the size of palms, sturdy tails, sharp claws, and stood about 1.7 m tall. Their necks had fierce, savage lizard heads with amber eyes that emitted cold, killing intent. This was a group of fierce beasts, wild warriors. In front of them were 2 squads of heavily armored soldiers from the City of Light with a little bit of skin showing. Compared to them, the level 7 soldiers looked much taller and more imposing with their gear. They seemed like a contrast between civilization and barbarism. Both sides faced each other from a short distance, quickly communicating in lizard man language. When Liar arrived, the outsider wetland lizard men immediately became alert. The tone of the conversation grew more aggressive, but before they could act, suddenly the scene darkened. He instinctively looked up. Countless fierce black and yellow wasps gathered in the sky, covering the entire area. The buzzing wings pierced the air sharply. He was startled, but before he could react further, behind the human, one by one, armored wetland lizard men warriors with steel swords appeared. Seeing this, the wandering wetland lizard men stirred again, their eyes filled with caution, vigilance, worry, and envy, shining full sets of metal armor, something they could only dream of. Now these unfamiliar kin had them all, and they even carried steel swords. The lizard god above, are those swords forged by dwarves? They look so sharp. He felt his mouth watering. Why are his own kin so luxurious just because they allied with that human? He looked again at Liar, and his feelings became complicated. Did the other side really want to use their kin? Could they also use these lizard men in their recent conversation? He had sensed a strong sense of superiority. No, wait, they are lizard men. How could they possibly serve humans, but if his own kin could, why not them? Many thoughts fluttered through his mind. As the atmosphere grew tense, a sturdy figure approached from the side. Master Liar looked at Haggis and spoke softly. Go negotiate with them. See if they will join the city of Drops. First, show politeness, then consider fighting. If the other side resists strongly, they might have to weaken them first. This lizard man hero, nearly 2 m tall, immediately stepped forward confidently. Reaching the confrontation area, he swept his gaze around and loudly scolded in lizard man language without mercy. To Liar's surprise, the wandering wetland lizard men actually didn't respond. Haggis' saliva even splashed on their faces, yet they stubbornly endured. They simply ignored the scolding. Just now, he wasn't acting like that. Later, Haggis, still not feeling satisfied, directly rushed into the enemy formation and started loudly scolding them. It was like a grandfather scolding his grandson. The scene looked quite strange. Not long after, Haggis returned with a lizard leader who was a bit shorter than him. Master, I have taken control of them. They are willing to join the city of Dha. Is it over so quickly? Leo looked at the embarrassed-looking wetland lizard leader behind him and was still a bit stunned. Are you a god or am I a god? Why do they bow to you just because they see you? He had prepared so much, gathered all his strength to defeat them and enslave them. But in the end, you just scolded them a few words and they became obedient. Seeing Li's confusion, Haggis softly explained, Master, in our tribe, those in higher positions have direct authority over those below. Among them there are no heroes. He also looked a little proud as his was granted by the master. So because the other side has no heroes, you just took control of them. Is it that careless? Li's mouth twitched. He was used to viewing these lies from a human perspective and couldn't quite understand at first. Then after Haggis explained, he finally understood. The wetland lizards have a unique and strict hierarchy. The strong automatically become the upper class and the weaker become the lower class. Once they identify their social status, they immediately enter this system. The upper class has absolute control over the lower class. This is a trait engraved in the souls of the wetland lizards. As a result, during battles, they can instantly gather their strongest forces, preventing situations where there is no leader. This rule evolved for survival. Leo was amazed listening to this. In human society, this is unimaginable. If status and strength could solve all problems, then the noble families murdered by their subordinates or kings killed by nobles would never happen. Looking at the dense crowd ahead, he felt very happy. Where are you from and how many people do you have now? The wetland lizard leader beside Haggis whispered. We have been wandering in the wilderness, looking for a place to settle. Now there are over 400 of us. There is no fixed home. Wandering is the daily life of many wild tribes. Haggis listened and his eyes softened. He used to live like this before he followed a ruler, but now he has found his own faith and purpose. Do you have any secret techniques for training cold-blooded cavalry? The leader of the marsh lizard people hesitated, then replied uncertainly. Secret techniques for cold-blooded cavalry? No, I don't know any secret methods. Cold-blooded cavalry are the top fighters among the lizard people. They wouldn't have such secrets. No, Liar frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the leader suddenly patted his head in realization. He took out an old, tattered, yellow sheepskin scroll from his. This is something I got from the tribe elder before, but I can't read it. Are you talking about this? Liar focused his gaze. An attribute panel appeared in his mind. Lizard people forbidden secret technique level special feature. When a lizard person uses their blood to soak the secret technique completely, they can automatically control it. Other races cannot access it. This secret technique can train a lizard soldier of level 11 with 3-star potential called cold-blooded cavalry. Evaluation, an unshared secret of the lizard people. Liar's mood instantly became very excited. Cold-blooded cavalry 3-star potential level 11. Adding these over 400 wandering marsh lizard people, he now has a total of about 500 or 600. If all of them are transformed into cold-blooded cavalry, it would be a fierce force that no one could ignore. This is really taking off. After calming his excitement, Liar looked at the marsh lizard leader. Gather everyone and follow us back to the territory. He in charge of leading. Yes, my lord. Obey your command, ruler. The marsh lizard leader and he immediately responded, then led their fully armored lizard warriors to blend in with the wandering group. At the same time, they informed everyone of their next goal. Although these wandering marsh lizard people hadn't fully accepted the idea of serving humans yet, they were still hesitant. But when he saw the armored tribespeople coming over, he immediately started salivating. The quality, shine, and strength of the armor. His eyes were full of envy. If he could join the human territory and get such equipment, it wouldn't be impossible. The wetlands lizard man warrior looked at his fellow tribespeople with admiration and held his head high. A proud smile appeared on his face. These little brats probably don't know. They not only have matching gear, but also the most abundant food within their territory. Even after sacrifices, they can be buried in the hero's tomb, and their names can be engraved in the hero's hall for future generations to honor. If they knew about their treatment, their eyes might out in shock. They haven't seen much of the world. After the army was assembled, Lyre took stock and counted a total of 470 wandering wetlands lizard men, including the 140 currently present. The total reached 610, multiple times more than before. It feels great. These are all organized fighting forces. Lyre was in a very good mood and didn't hesitate to order the return to the territory. Today was a perfect ending. Got everything he wanted. Next, he just needed to process these spoils. On the way back, they encountered no further surprises and arrived at the territory around 400 p.m. Some barbarians working nearby looked up curiously when they heard the commotion outside. Seeing the dense crowd, their breath caught and their eyes showed complex emotions. Wetlands lizard men. My lord, you actually brought back so many wetlands lizard men. This will greatly boost the strength of the city of Dewdrop. Then he looked up at the swamp wasps covering the sky, his expression becoming even more subtle. How long has it been? The first building in this territory isn't even finished, and their military strength has already increased so dramatically. Barbarian leader Isakin took a deep breath. Earlier, Lyre told him that in 2 months, the city of Dewdrop would become different and could start trade with their territory. At the time, he was doubtful, mostly not believing it. But after witnessing the rapid growth of the city of Dewdrop himself, his doubts vanished. Now he worried. If they keep growing this fast, will the barbarians still be qualified to trade with them in a few months? 10 days ago, such an idea was impossible. But witnessing the rapid growth of micro-city strength, I can't help but worry. I also feel a bit lucky that my territory is not close to the swamp, and I genuinely wanted to trade with the other side without creating enemies. When Bane saw the crowd, he hurried forward to greet them. Master. His tone was full of excitement. It was clear that the wetland lizard men mingling with our soldiers would become the new guardians of Micro City. They had been mourned for their fallen comrades earlier, but now their numbers had increased several times. Bane immediately arranged for people to cook food and assign temporary homes for the wetland lizard men. The armor of the fallen soldiers should be repaired and taken out soon so it can be used immediately. Yes, I will go right now. With hundreds more people, there are hundreds more mouths to feed. Everything must be arranged properly. Bane immediately felt more pressure and knew he had to speed up the farmland development. After the new wetland lizard men entered the territory, they looked around curiously. However, seeing only a single vine-woven building, they felt a bit disappointed. Although the building was grand and impressive, covering a large area, the surroundings were still flat. It was obvious this was just a newly established territory. The wetland lizard men and a few companions walked to the side, their disappointment evident in their chat, which was overheard by some working barbarians. They immediately became displeased. Azakin stepped forward quickly, blocking their path. He looked unfriendly at the wetland lizard men leader. Do you know how long Micro City has been built? The wetland lizard men paused, confused about the barbarian's purpose. Is there a problem with that? Ain said in a deep voice. If I remember correctly, 11 days. 11 days ago, the Lord established Micro City here. He only brought 2 squads of wetland lizard men, warriors, and over 100 swamp people into the swamp. He pointed to the unfinished municipal hall ahead. This building, which is already 15 m tall, was built within these 10 days. He then pointed to the sky. The swamp yellow jackets that can easily kill you 10 times were also enslaved just a few days ago. There are 12 level 9 trants there. Lord 8, the two-headed ogre chieftain at level 11, the sleeping swamp bee queen. In just a short time, the Lord has also bred a 2-star magic life dragon blood red fish, a 1-star magic life 3-tailed pig, and cultivated over 1,000 acres of farmland. His tone grew more dissatisfied as he spoke. The city of Micro is not something you can look down on. Just wait, within a month you'll be trembling with admiration for the Lord's greatness and the extraordinary nature of this territory. Without waiting for the wetland lizardman's reactions, he snorted coldly and strode away. The others looked at each other in confusion. They had been scolded without understanding what went wrong. After the wetland lizard men leader regained his composure, his gaze was a bit strange. Is this territory really so extraordinary to be so admired by subordinates? It must be undeniable. As he pondered, he looked at the armored wetland lizard man guiding the way and asked his inner doubts. Compared to those rude barbarians, he preferred to believe his companions. Barbarians are not members of the city of Micro. They from another tribe here to open up trade. The armored wetland lizard man replied softly. Then why does he defend this territory so fiercely? The wetland lizard men leader was a bit confused. Because they are speaking the truth and even being a bit conservative. The armored wetland lizard man soldier held his head high. Our ability to join the city of Micro and gain the favor of the ruler is definitely a blessing from the gods. Just wait. Soon you'll willingly dedicate everything to the ruler, even sacrificed yourselves for him. Sacrifice ourselves, yes, because that is an honor. The wetland lizard man soldier looked with longing. Which soldier wouldn't want the ruler to personally carry their coffin, the swamp which singing and throwing flowers, and to be buried in the land of heroes under the watch of many people? The wetland lizard men leader fell silent completely. He realized he seemed to completely misunderstand this territory. Bane let his people down and Lyre also took Hogs back to the tent, showing the newly obtained sheepskin scroll. This scroll contains the secret method to breed cold-blooded cavalry. Once you soak it in blood and let it drip through, you'll be able to obtain it. The wetland lizard hero's face suddenly showed excitement. The cold-blooded cavalry holds a status among lizard men similar to that of griffin knights among humans. This is their legendary unit with irreplaceable importance. Taking a deep breath, he carefully received the ancient parchment scroll. Without hesitation, he used his claws to cut his palm. Blood dripped onto the scroll, staining it red with spots like plum blossoms. The blood was quickly absorbed and spread across the scroll until it was soaked completely. At that moment, magic energy surged around, pouring into the scroll violently. The scroll acted like a black hole, greedily devouring all the magic. A small tide of magic formed around it. After absorbing a large amount of magic, the scroll emitted a series of unique auras. The blood stains on it seemed to come alive, suddenly floating in the air and gradually transforming into twisted, strange inscriptions with lizard-like features, seemingly guided by some force. These inscriptions entered Heg's forehead and disappeared. Once all the inscriptions dissolved, the surrounding magic gradually faded away, and the blood-red color of the scroll quietly receded, leaving only its original yellowish appearance. Lyre stared intently at the hollowed wetland lizard hero and said in a deep voice, "How is it he suddenly woke up?" A huge smile spreading across his face. "Master, it's truly the secret training method of the cold-blooded cavalry. I've mastered it. Now we can start training. This is a 3-star potential Heil unit at level 11. It's within reach now." Lyre's smile instantly brightened as he asked carefully, "What are the conditions for training? We need to catch small lizard men living in the swamp, then use secret techniques and flesh to raise them into fierce 2 tall rushing lizards." Heg's voice grew more excited. "Then the wetland lizard men must use their blood as a guide to fuse their souls with the fierce rushing lizards, merging into one. Finally, they will transform into cold-blooded cavalry. Master, the life of the cold-blooded cavalry is shared. The lizard mounts and wetland lizard warriors are born as one. Life and death are united." He kept expressing his feelings. "No wonder they're so ireful. I can't wait any longer." Lyre's smile couldn't be contained. An 11th level 3-star unit. Could it be weak? How do those little lizards catch their prey? Master, using flesh and blood as bait. Just a little manipulation can lure them out. It's very simple. The only difficulty is that raising swift wild lizards requires feeding a lot of flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. Lyre thought of the 3-dill pig and also of the horn of plenty in his hand. He chuckled to himself. Maybe after waiting a while, he wouldn't lack flesh and blood at all. Indeed, farming is the true way to succeed. After calming his excited mood, Lyre immediately said, "Let's go catch some small lizards and try to see how to raise them." "Yes, Lord," he responded eagerly and followed Lyre out of the tent with high spirits. First, he took out a carcass from the day's hunting catch, then went to the muddy land on the east side of the territory. This wetland lizard hero placed the carcass on the ground, his expression turning serious. He extended his right hand, and his sharp claws on the left hand cut a blood stain in his palm. Bright red blood dripped down, but halfway, as if losing gravity, it floated in midair. Magic around him began to flow into the blood, twisting it into mysterious symbols. These symbols slowly merged into the corpse below, causing the flesh and blood on it to rot instantly. A strange foul smell spread out, carried by the wind. This scent drifted over 20 km before gradually fading. Seeing this, Pagus withdrew his hand, and the scar on his palm healed quickly, visibly. He looked at Lyre with intense focus. "Master, just wait a moment. The small lizards living in the swamp will be attracted here." Lyre nodded patiently and waited with him. About 10 minutes later, a small lizard about the size of a palm, black and yellow mixed with a row of spines on its back, crawled out from another patch of grass. When it saw the decayed carcass on the ground, it seemed to be bewitched, rushing madly towards it and starting to eat voraciously. Lyre watched this with interest. Is this the small lizard that can transform into a swift wild lizard, but its size was a bit too small? He focused carefully, and his mind visualized the attribute panel of the creature. Swamp little lizard level 1 potential half-star race talent, sharp sense of smell rating. Common reptile found in swamps. This attribute is so ordinary that you wouldn't even glance at it when seen on the road. Training such a small creature to become a riding mount. Sounds interesting. What's the next step? Feeding. Lots of feeding. Hags watched the little lizard burrow into the corpse to eat with a look of excitement. I inscribed runes with blood that have special As long as they eat it, they can awaken their ancient bloodlines. They will crave blood and food very much. As long as there's enough food, they can grow quickly and eventually reach a shoulder height of 3 m. These are the most proud units of the lizard people. 3 m. Lyre was also surprised. But now the problem is the three-tailed piglet isn't fully raised yet. So the blood and meat they need can only be hunted for now. The development time is too short. Many things haven't been established yet. That's just how it is. At dusk, hags used this corpse to lure over 100 swamp little lizards. After the corpse was mostly eaten, Lyre immediately ordered someone to take these small lizards back to the territory and lock them up. Once there's enough food, they can start training. Watching the little lizards crawling in the bamboo cage, Lyre looked at the hero beside him. Hags, can you change your class to cold-blooded cavalry? Hags replied in a deep voice, Master, of course I can. Lyre nodded. Then let's first provide some meat to raise a swift and fierce lizard for your class change. First, confirm how much meat and blood are needed to raise a single cold-blooded cavalry so planning can be made. Hags looked excited. Thank you for the gift. Lyre waved his hand, not bothering with unnecessary words, and directly ordered someone to bring 20 corpses. Let these be devoured by the little lizards. Hags, record the specific consumption needed for training. I need accurate data. Yes. After Hags responded, he looked at the hundreds of small lizards. He scanned around and finally chose the fiercest, most robust one. Then he picked it up alone. Again, cut his palm and let his blood drip. The small lizard sensed the smell of blood and eagerly opened its mouth to drink all the fresh blood. After a moment, Haggis picked up the small lizard and placed it on a pile of corpses arranged like a small hill. While raising the swift and fierce lizard, you need to feed it your blood once a day. Not too much, but it must eat enough to satisfy it. By doing so, when it matures, its soul will blend with yours without any barrier. This process, we call it a blood sacrifice. While he explained, the small lizard was already happily devouring the flesh. It tore at the blood and meat wildly, then tilted its head to adjust its position before swallowing everything. Gulp gulp under Lyre's watch. In just half an hour, this tiny creature had eaten a fifth of a marsh crocodile human corpse. The corpse was only palm-sized, and after swallowing all that blood and meat, its body size doubled, reaching the size of 2 palms. Its growth was astonishing. However, it would take some time to grow to the 3 m height Haggis mentioned. Lyre observed for a while, confirmed its condition was stable, and then left without staying longer. He left Haggis to observe there. He turned and went to the swamp tree people area. On the grass, there were many corpses piled up, all from today's hunts. Lyre didn't hesitate and fed all of them to the blood butcher. The sleeping divine life emitted a familiar crimson glow, quickly devouring these corpses. Then it conveyed feelings of hunger and a desire for food. This small amount of blood and flesh was far from enough to satisfy it. After calming it for a moment, Lyre left. He needed to increase the hunting efforts to wake it up sooner. As the sky gradually darkened and night fell, the newly arrived wetland lizard people enjoyed a hearty dinner. There was freshly caught fish, wild boar from earlier hunts, and enough staple food. After eating their fill, the wetland lizard people looked at their lively territory and felt strangely touched. How long had it been since they felt so relaxed on their journey of exile? They were always worried about danger around them. But arriving at the city of D, it felt suddenly safe. Although this territory was still quite simple, its strength was not to be underestimated. The flying mud wasp overhead alone could easily destroy them. A simple dinner made these wandering wetland lizard men feel a bit more at home. And their faces no longer looked so stiff when they looked around at the crowd. Lyre watched the lively territory and felt quite happy. He called over Bane, who had been busy all day. Good evening, Lord. Do you have any instructions? Lyre signaled for him to sit down among the somewhat crowded group. Bane, from tomorrow, the wetland lizard men warriors will eat separately from others. Our army needs to be managed separately. The wetland lizard men, Dela people, and swamp folk together now number over 1,000. If we keep them all under one management like before, it will become too chaotic. The city of Microlo has grown to a certain size and must be managed more carefully over time. Plus, the warriors need better food to support them. Bane immediately agreed, but then he hesitated and asked, Lord, I've been feeling a bit drained lately. Can I have more people to help with government affairs? As the number of people increases, managing them becomes exponentially harder. Bane now starts his day at dawn and only rests after everyone has gone to sleep. He handles everything: food, clothing, supplies. He's really overwhelmed. After thinking for a moment, Lyre's tone became serious. Bane, I appoint you as the Chief Administrative Officer of Microlo City. Your task is to set up the Internal Affairs Department. You will select 30 government workers to handle daily administrative work. Once you choose them, I will personally appoint them. If we need more staff later, report to me. After a brief pause, Liar continued, at the same time, you will also establish the Agriculture Management Department responsible for managing farmland, fish ponds, pig farms, and all related agricultural matters. You will choose the Chief Agricultural Officer and report to me for approval. As Microlo City develops, these departments must be formed. Future key areas like agriculture, trade, and internal affairs will be managed by these departments. He only needs to oversee the big picture. Currently, the management system is still just a rough sketch, barely a draft. It will have to be built gradually. He is confident because he controls everything. If any problems arise, he can adjust quickly, so he's not afraid of making mistakes. But if these departments are all established, the current relation is still not enough. From a management perspective, the pool of candidates is too small, making it hard to find top talent. We still need to work harder. Bain, who received the order, left feeling excited and thrilled. He could feel that once the system is in place, the city of micro-exposure will develop rapidly. A territory with a complete administrative system will emerge here. Everything will become different. As night falls, the territory gradually quiets down. Who doesn't usually go to bed early plans to check on the red dragon blood fish. On the way, he suddenly notices the marsh, which practicing near the Vine Fairy. Using the faint glow from the Vine Fair's light, he watches with interest for a while. The more he watches, the more amazed he is at how talented these witches are. The half-hearted acting skills he learned from variety shows have been fully mastered by them, and they even apply what they've learned creatively. They've only been practicing for a short time, but already grasped the essence of performance. Expressing emotions quickly, whether happy, angry, or changing faces, is effortless for them. He watches nearby, captivated. How can ordinary people, untrained by information, withstand such performances? However, there is a problem. Their emotional fluctuations are still not intense enough. Their portrayals of sadness and happiness are somewhat exaggerated. After watching for a while, he decides to step in and give direct guidance. The marsh witch, eager to learn, absorbs everything Le says, feeding intensely. By dawn, their acting skills improve again, reaching nearly the best effect he envisioned. Lou is amazed. These witches are natural-born actors. Besides what he taught them, their lines and scripts were all designed by the three of them. The design is nearly perfect. Although different from the original version, the effect is outstanding, and this was achieved without them using their singing voices. Finally, Lael tries to have them incorporate their singing into the performance, and he instantly becomes enchanted. After it ends, he feels a bit lost and still immersed in the story of Romeo and Juliet's tragic love. Once he recovers, he looks at the three marsh witches with great excitement. Good, very good. Tomorrow night I will arrange your first performance. It's time for the people of this world to experience the of Earth's culture. More importantly, once the swamp, which learns how to perform plays and practices enough, her influence will grow even greater. In the future, her performances could include not only love stories, but also heroic songs, city policies, or even spreading our divine faith. The next day, August 18th, early morning, after waking up, Liar quickly washed up and gathered his army. He also ordered someone to bring the captured half-fishermen who had been held for a few days to the front. Currently, there are still several important areas near the city of Microlo that haven't been explored. 30 km north, where over 500 level 9 Rotten Center gather, a semiplane where the two-headed ogre chief is located, a valley occupied by Dark Naga and ancient ruins discovered by the half-fishermen. Today, he plans to explore the ancient ruins first. If there is time, he will also check out the Dark Naga's area to understand their strength. The Rotten Center gathering place in the semiplane occupied by the two-headed ogre are far apart. One is distant, and the other is in a different plane, so he can leave them for later. Step by step, he took 3 squads of wetland lizard men and also summoned 50,000 swamp hornets. The two-headed ogre chief also accompanied the team. The bubbling beast and swamp witch who had been fighting with him these days stayed behind to rest at the territory. He remained to manage the newly added wetland lizard men, as his home needed a strong hero to keep things in order. Today's main goal was exploration, so he didn't need to bring the entire army. Once the troops gathered, they headed directly south. Their goal was clear and their actions swift. Among the 300 wetland lizard men warriors, 200 were new recruits. It was their first time fighting with the army, and after leaving the territory, they felt a bit unfamiliar and didn't quite know how to cooperate with him. Seeing this, Liar split the 10 squads of veteran soldiers to lead the new ones, speeding up their training. Wetland lizard men have a keen sense of battle with the help of experienced soldiers that quickly adapted and developed teamwork. They began to understand Liar's command style. After traveling about 10 km south and still over an hour away from the ancient ruins, Liar sensed something strange. This area had not been explored before. but along the way, he hadn't encountered any wild monsters. There are significantly fewer mosquitoes and insects now. In the mud, I often see some messy footprints, but the rotten mud doesn't reveal useful information, so I can't tell what kind of creature made them. I became more alert and ordered the army to increase their guard. After walking about 10 more minutes, the scout lizard man approached with a serious look, carrying a pale, swollen corpse. It was the body of a halfish person, and I could still see the fear on its face, as if it had seen something very terrifying. Its skin was completely pale and frighteningly white. Master, this is a recently discovered corpse, no more than a day old. The creatures nearby have been cleaned up. Liar frowned tightly. The halfish body's wounds weren't serious, only 2 noticeable marks on the neck like they had been pierced by wild beast fangs. While thinking, I activated my senses fully. I carefully sensed from head to toe, and after a moment my expression changed slightly. Near the heart, a faint evil aura lingered. Suddenly, I remembered the swamp hippopotamus people I saw earlier worshipping the evil god. That evil aura was very similar to theirs. Are there other creatures in the swamp that also worship the evil god? As my thoughts turned, I moved my mind. I ordered the swamp yellow wasps in the sky to disperse and search around for any abnormalities. Quantity is key. Scattering tens of thousands of swamp yellow wasps quickly scanned several kilom around. Eventually, we found something. When I arrived at the area after receiving the report, I saw a horrifying scene. On a semi-dry grassland ahead, over 200 halfish people knelt on the ground, their heads tilted back and facing upward. They formed a circle from outside to inside, faces also turned toward the center. The marks on their necks pierced by beast fangs were very obvious, and they had long lost their life force. All the halfish people had died in a similar manner. My face grew serious. It was clear these halfish people had been drained of their blood for some kind of ritual. The 2-headed ogre chieftain stepped forward heavily and said in a deep voice, Master, these halfish people are just shells now. All the blood and energy inside them are gone. I responded softly, have you found anything nearby? No, there are only corpses here. The 2-headed ogre chieftain spoke very seriously. He felt a faint sense of unease. Dealing with evil gods is rarely a good thing. Liar took a deep breath. It seems the swamp is more complicated than he thought. Let's go and find the ruins first. Since he didn't receive any relevant news, he didn't stay long. No matter what happens outside, the most important thing is himself. As long as he's strong enough, he can suppress any threat. After this experience, everyone's eyes looked a bit serious. The marching atmosphere also became a little more tense. On the way, they didn't encounter many wild monsters. It seemed that the life in this area had been cleared out by those unknown evil god followers. Until more than an hour later, a message from ahead slightly eased the heavy atmosphere. Ancient ruins, we have arrived. Liar immediately perked up and led the army forward. They crossed the foul-smelling mud and reached beneath a towering tree covered with countless vines. With a canopy over 100 meters wide, guided by a captured half-merman, they pushed through the dense vines to the tree trunk. Liar only noticed after approaching that a stone door was growing on the trunk of this giant tree. The stone door was over 15 m tall and about 10 m wide, an impressive size. It was covered in thick moss, and the runes carved into it had become blurry over time. The captured half-merman trembled and said, Honored Lord. The chieftain said, This alchemical door has lost its magic. It can only be forced open with brute strength now. Liar looked at the exaggerated stone door and twitched his mouth. How much strength would it take to push it open still? He felt a bit reluctant and waved his hand, letting the wetland lizard men try first. The 2-headed ogre chieftain immediately became excited, rushing to the front line. Standing nearly 3 m tall like a small giant, his strength was far greater than that of ordinary wetland lizard men. The lizard men behind him took turns pushing forward, but there was little space for many people to stand near the stone door. The surrounding vines made it impossible to accommodate more. Under the roar of the 2-headed ogre chieftain, over 40 wetland lizard men exerted themselves simultaneously, but despite their best efforts, the stone door remained completely unmoved. It feels like pushing against a mighty mountain. The 2-headed ogre chieftain, usually proud of his strength, finally started to tremble. He said unwillingly, Master, clear away the vines around here and build a catapult to open the stone door. This stone door can't be opened with normal human strength. The half-fisherman prisoner nearby looked terrified. We can't do that, he hurriedly explained. Sir, the chieftain said that this big tree is part of the ruins. If the vines or trunk are damaged, the ruins might collapse. According to the chieftain, the ruins are at least 5 km in diameter. Le raised his eyebrows slightly. 5 km. No wonder the other side was so honest in seeking out the one-eyed giant. Hearing this, the 2-headed ogre chieftain could only grunt in frustration and stop. Le stared at the runes on the stone door. Thinking deeply, he waved his hand to let the marsh lizard men step aside and stepped forward. As he got closer, he could feel how thick and heavy the door was. Even if they used a catapult to it, it might not work well. He took a deep breath, placed his right hand on the stone door, feeling the moss and rocks. His mind spread out. After a moment, his expression became a bit strange. He sensed that the thickness of these two stone doors was 3 m, a 3 m thick, 15 m high, 10 m wide stone door. Are you sure this isn't a city wall? Leo was starting to doubt whether the one-eyed giant could even push it open. He shook his head and let go of his hand. But at that moment, new information quietly appeared in his mind system. You have discovered an unexplored ancient ruin, gaining additional intelligence. 1. The gate of the ancient ruin contains a special metal, which is 10 times heavier than ordinary rock. Only the one-eyed giant can use his bloodline to move this metal and open the gate. Once entered, the energy of the ruin will restart, and the gate will close again. Only by reaching the energy core deep inside the ruin can the gate be reopened. 2. This ancient ruin is a remnant of goblin civilization containing valuable treasures, including 5-star level artifacts. However, the ruin is guarded by extremely fierce mechanical magic dolls, level 10, with over 1,000 units, and the strongest being the level 14 mechanical magic doll king. Looking at the additional intelligence update, Liar felt a bit surprised, but after reading it, he frowned again. Wow, this place is more exaggerated than he thought. Mixed with metal, 10 times heavier than normal stone, and once inside, the main gate automatically closes, only opening again when the core is reached. The guarding inside is even more fierce, but producing a 5-star treasure, it feels like bait directly tempting him. So tempting a 5-star treasure, isn't it almost as good as a divine artifact? He looked deeply at the gate at go back first. This relic isn't something we can explore now. Although a 5-star treasure is tempting, it must be obtainable, not to mention the thousands of level 10 mechanical golems blocking the way. Mechanical golems are mechanical creations. Poisons or pain that are deadly to normal creatures have no effect on them. The effect of the swamp was almost zero. As for the wetland lizard men he holds, how much effort would it take to break through? And there's also a level 14 mechanical golem king guarding. With his current strength, exploration is impossible. The order was given and the army immediately turned back without hesitation. On the way, Liar was still a bit uneasy, so he ordered the troops to spread out more widely to look for traces of the evil god worshippers. Eventually, they found 2 more sites of evil god sacrifices. Each had over 100 bodies, all with pierced necks arranged in circles facing the sinner. The sacrifices happened within the past 2 days. Although they found the sacrifice sites, they couldn't find any clues about the mastermind. Finally, as the sky darkened, Liar had to temporarily stop the search and lead the team back. Today's goal was to explore the ancient relic, and with the extra intelligence, he learned detailed information about it. The goal was achieved, but the strange sacrifices they found along the way added some pressure. He always felt something hidden in the shadows, a vague danger that heightened his sense of crisis. Back at the territory, the sky was already dotted with stars. Bane, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came out to greet him. "Master, good evening. Did you have any gains today?" Liar briefly informed the other person about the abnormality discovered today and concluded. Strength and vigilance to the south in the coming days. Bane's heart tightened. Followers of the evil god are all crazy. Some have completely lost their reason, and since they have already performed so many sacrifices, their appetite will only grow larger. The city of slight exposure will eventually be discovered by them. We need to prepare early. Liar took a deep breath. Of course, I will continue investigating tomorrow. As long as we find the enemy, it won't be hard to deal with them. The unknown is the most frightening. After a brief discussion, Bane left with a serious expression and began instructing his subordinates to increase security. Liar didn't stay long and returned to his tent. But as soon as he sat down, the marsh which came to deliver good news. After a full day of rehearsals, they decided to perform Romeo and Juliet tonight. Liar was also interested. He told them to ask Bane to cooperate. The marsh, which immediately hurried off happily. Night fell. After dinner, the crowd was preparing to rest as before. But soon, sharp-eyed people noticed Bane leading about 20 others to build a wooden platform in front of the unfinished town hall. They set up a 2 m-high wooden stage. The vine fairy controlled some vines to extend outward, laid a foundation, placed wooden planks on top, and bound everything securely with vines. A rough but sturdy wooden platform was built. The fleshy fairies fluttering their wings perched at the top of the stage. Sitting on a vine crossing above the stage, their glowing bodies looked like little suns. People who had finished dinner and had nothing to do gathered curiously, whispering among themselves. They wondered what was happening. Soon after the stage was built, a Delap person cautiously stepped onto it, took a deep breath, and gathered courage to loudly address the dark crowd below. Dear residents, today is the opening performance of the micro-exposure city theater troupe led by the respected marsh witches Mar Manny Mana. Three ladies will star. The play is Romeo and Juliet. After announcing the performance, the Delsa person trembled, bowed, and exited the stage. Next, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed. The vine fairy extinguished her own glow. In an instant, a soft humming sound reached everyone's ears. The story's narration began to play along with the singing. Many hundreds of years ago, in the capital of the Griffin Empire, there were two great families, Montague and Capulet. These two families had a deep hatred. Romeo is the heir of the Montague family. As the gentle narration continued, the stage suddenly lit up brightly. The vine fairy reignited her own light. The crowd below the stage was still stunned when they saw a noble-dressed, graceful, proud figure slowly walk to the center of the stage. This moment immediately drew everyone's attention. Romeo was played by a swamp witch who captured the character's aura perfectly. Everyone instantly knew this was the main character. Soon after, 7 or 8 more people dressed similarly, holding steel knives, appeared on stage, but after changing their costumes, they looked completely different. Tall and proud with calm and confident expressions. At the start, the dialogue revealed that the two families immediately fought each other. Although it was just a performance, the audience watched intently. This new style was very fresh and fun. The people below were enjoying the show, but Lear saw something more. He realized that the swamp witches controlling the actors on stage were manipulating them completely. It looked lively with about 10 people acting out a scene, but behind the scenes, 3 swamp witches were in control. They directed the lines, expressions, and actions. It was a play by just 3 witches. To outsiders, it seemed like many characters and a lively scene. The props were simple, but those unfamiliar with theater wouldn't notice. Isn't this how it's supposed to be designed? Plus, the witches' singing was so earful and seductive. The crowd was captivated the moment the main character appeared. As the story rose and fell, laughter, anger, sweetness, and pain, the witches performed more passionately. After each scene, their aura grew stronger. As the story progressed, the audience's reactions became more intense. When Juliet is granted marriage and Romeo is expelled from Juliet's family territory, the story reaches a turning point and immediately triggers a huge. Everyone is furious and eagerly hopes for a change in the story. The intense emotional food makes the swamp, which almost go crazy. When the priest suggests Juliet fake her death to escape her family's forced marriage and leave with Romeo, the excitement and anticipation reach a new high, wave after wave without pause. The swamp, which experiences what it feels like to be full for the first time. As the story progresses toward the end, the crowd nearly falls into madness. They completely follow the performers on stage. Juliet drinks the potion to fake her death, but the messenger who was supposed to deliver the message to Romeo is delayed, so Romeo never receives it. When Romeo sees Juliet seemingly dead, he mistakenly believes his love has truly died. In deep sorrow, after a final resolute kiss, he drinks poison and falls into his lover's arms. At that moment, the crowd's tears uncontrollably flow. Lyre can clearly sense that the 3 swamp witches' aura surges dramatically at this moment. Their level jumps from level 3 to level 5. The overwhelming emotions almost turn into the most earthful magical potion, giving them a huge boost. But it's not over yet. When Juliet wakes up and sees her lover dead in her arms because of a misunderstanding, she is overwhelmed with grief and draws her sword to end her life. A tragic scene of mutual love and ultimate despair, where they die in each other's arms, causes the audience below to explode with emotion again. The newly upgraded swamp witches level rises from level 5 to level 6. And wave after wave of emotion continues to increase their aura. Originally, the story's ending was that the two families after their heirs' deaths finally recognized the true nature of hatred and resolved their feud, giving some comfort to the audience for their loss. But Lyre directly removed this ending. The final scene is simply the two dying. The most intense pain and resentment, heartbreak and grief hit one after another. After the vine fairy on stage slowly extinguishes her light. And after the swamp witch's singing ceases, the audience remains silent, unwilling to leave this tragic story. It's too painful. From the moment they met and fell in love, the sweetness they shared was intense. And now dying in each other's arms, the pain is just as deep. The audience experiencing their first taste of drama felt an unprecedented shock. Even after Delia and her team returned to the stage and announced the end of the show, the crowd was reluctant to leave, passionately discussing the performance. There was a lot of resentment over the fact that the two characters couldn't be together. People were furious about the messenger delaying the news and hated the families who blocked the lovers. Every discussion and burst of anger kept fueling their emotions. Some people with different opinions argued passionately, their feelings even more intense. Backstage, 3 swamp witches watched Lyre with sparkling eyes as if water might drip from them. "Master, you are truly amazing." Their tone was full of genuine admiration. They had been worried before, but the results showed that this was hundreds of times better than their usual tricks of scaring and killing. Killing one person caused a brief but intense fear which quickly faded and only one emotion was involved, so the other person would soon become numb. But now all kinds of emotions, joy, anger, sadness, and happiness were included. It was like eating a simple meal. Before only one kind of food, but now it was a feast with hundreds of dishes. The feeling was completely different, and most importantly, this wasn't a one-time thing. Even after the performance, emotions continued to flow just as strong as during the show. Based on the crowd's lively discussion, this excitement would last for days. It was simply perfect, praised the master. Liar smiled knowingly. The first performance reaching this level is already very good, but we should aim for even better. You too must notice the issues in the show. Improve those parts. What attracts attention, what distracts the audience, you should be able to feel it directly. Fix the flaws and refine the script to make it perfect. Eventually, the Microlo City drama troupe will become our top card. Will the culture from another world cause a new craze? These witches, now level 6, might soon reach their potential limit. Level 12, a level 3 swamp which can easily shake the enemy's resolve on the battlefield. What effect could a level 12 have? He was very excited, eager to see how tempting the swamp siren song would be. Once they were trained, there would be many ways to use them. Next day when Liar woke up, the residents in the territory were still talking about last night's performance. Almost everyone was upset about the ending, feeling a fire burning inside them that made it hard to accept. Even the ordinary people were discussing it. An immersive show enhanced by the swamp siren singing truly opened their eyes. They realized there are so many interesting, new, and unforgettable things in this world. The performance on stage was so close, yet it felt like another world. It was truly amazing. Moreover, Lord Bean said that this was a play personally taught by the Lord himself to the swamp sirens, something even human nobles couldn't enjoy. Thinking of this, a sense of pride and disdain for human nobles grew in their hearts. Their sense of belonging to the City of Mists also quietly increased. When Liar saw the swamp sirens already beginning their rehearsals outside, he was surprised to find that the swamp siren, whose level had already risen to 6 yesterday, had gained another level now, level 7. In just one night, she had gone from level 3 to level 7. That was incredible. Although lower levels are easier to improve, doubling the level was still shocking. Previously, her level had increased using the soul of the halfish god as nourishment, but judging by their appearance, it seemed they could still improve further soon. When the swamp siren saw Liar, she immediately became excited. "Good morning, master. Can we perform on stage again tonight?" The success of their first performance yesterday made them addicted. Liar waved his hand. "Not yet. A good show doesn't have to be every day. First, refine your skills and fix the shortcomings of this performance. Additionally, you can start rehearsing new acts," he said meaningfully. "The City of Mist drama troupe can't possibly have only one play," he added. The swamp siren immediately became excited. "Master, please bestow a reward to them." The play was a gift from Liar. After last night, almost all the residents looked at them with kindness and excitement. Before, because of the temptation involving the swamp people, many within the territory kept their distance from them. Now they are much closer. The kindness from the crowd also brings clear benefits. It's easier for them to absorb the emotions they emit. If someone resists them, even after absorbing their emotions, it takes a lot of time to digest. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gained such great strength in such a short time. Liar softly said, "This play is called Hamlet. As one of Shakespeare's 4 great tragedies, this story has remained Euler for a long time, but the story and background of Hamlet are more complex and grand than Romeo and Juliet. Liar can't remember all the details now. He can only give a brief overview summarized in 5 words. Prince's revenge story. The old king was murdered by his brother Claudius, who then took the throne. He also married the old king's wife to become queen. Prince Hamlet learns the truth and seeks revenge on his uncle. The story involves betrayal, murder, ethics, kingship, and almost all eye-catching themes. The deeper meaning is also very profound. To modernize, this is explosive drama. In this world, it's definitely the newest and most exciting thing. After finishing the story outline, the plot, dialogue, stage design, and other details, Liar can only leave it to the swamp witch to design. This witch, who relies on illusions to lure enemies, has enough knowledge passed down to her and is a professional storyteller. This is also a way to train them. In the future, they will create more stories fitting this world. Creating stories on their own requires a solid foundation. The swamp, which has a strong understanding, and having already tasted the thrill of theater, is eager to learn. Once she masters the key plot points, she happily begins to flesh out this huge story. The prince's revenge and reclaiming the throne are timeless legends. Performing it will be just as good as Romeo and Juliet. After dealing with this, Liar still feels uneasy about the evil god-priest ritual. He immediately gathers a squad of wetland lizard men and sends them to the ritual site found yesterday to continue searching. The most suitable creatures for exploration are flying beings. But although the swamp wasps are not low in rank, they are not very intelligent and can only follow simple commands. If they go too far away, their exploration effectiveness drops significantly. It is hard to tell the difference between evil god worshippers and ordinary swamp creatures. So the wetland lizard men are tasked with exploring. Once the army received the orders, they immediately headed south. Now that they have enough people, things are much more relaxed. In the past, he could only lead troops himself for exploration. Feeling a bit better today, Liar thought of the swift wild lizard he trained yesterday. He immediately turned to go there. When he approached the breeding area, he was surprised. Yesterday, the small lizard was only the size of a palm, but now it has grown to half a meter tall. Its hind legs are becoming stronger, supporting its whole body, while its front limbs are developing in the opposite way, claws becoming sharp and sturdy, but gradually smaller. It now mainly walks on its hind legs. The teeth in its mouth have become razor sharp, making biting into flesh and bones very easy. The 20 carcasses have been mostly eaten, with only 2 or 3 remaining in pieces on the ground. The lizard ignores everything else and suddenly opens its mouth, tearing at the carcasses with loud bites. It easily pulls off a large piece of meat, tilts its head to adjust its position, then swallows it. Blood stains its mouth and head, which looks a bit unsettling. Hoga's guarding nearby sees Liar arrive and immediately steps forward excitedly to salute. "Good day, Lord." Liar nods. "How's the training going? Are there any problems? All is well. Just need enough flesh and blood, and at most 3 days it can transform into a swift wild lizard." Huggins' eyes are full of excitement. Being able to personally raise such legendary troops among lizard men feels wonderful. Liar looks at the broken carcasses on the ground, his gaze flickering. How many more carcasses do we need? At least 50 or so, but I can't estimate the exact number now. Talking about this, Hogiz looks a bit troubled. As the top-tier lizard man unit, they are strong and tough, but raising them is very difficult. Flesh and blood are top-quality food, and in the wilderness, food is a precious strategic resource. Not only do they need flesh and blood to nurture, but they will also require food to sustain themselves in the future. Even a Urfel lizard man tribe finds it hard to support too many cold-blooded cavalry. Liar felt a happy worry. He looked toward the direction of the three-tailed pig. If that's the case, then he can only raise some of them first. The growth of the three-tailed pig still needs time, but as long as the pig farm runs smoothly, and with the rapid growth of colorful moss, these problems won't be difficult. These days, the hunted resources will be prioritized for your side, he said, immediately summoning the two-headed ogre chieftain. He looked intently at the level 11 heroes still in the process of transformation, at lead 200 marsh lizard men to hunt eastward within a 20 km range. Do not stray too far from the territory. If danger appears, retreat immediately. The territory needs a lot of flesh and blood. The other party responded quickly and left on command. He was still transforming and expected to finish in about 10 days. Blood and killing could give him more insights and make him stronger. Ogres are never cowards. The battlefield is where they belong. After it left, Liar felt better. Having enough manpower felt very comfortable. No more careful calculations and worries. Just then, Bane hurried over to report good news. "Master, the farmland to the south is basically cleared and ready for planting." Liar's eyes lit up. 5 km south was the farmland area, which had been rapidly developed these days, covering 1,000 acres. That's no small amount. Fully cultivated, it can support the needs of 5,000 to 6,000 people. After obtaining the Horn of Abundance, this number can be greatly increased. Immediately assign people to plant swamp wheat. We need enough food to guarantee supplies. After accepting the Delur people and marsh lizard men, the elation had already exceeded 1,000. The demand for food had increased significantly. The original rise that could support half a year was no longer enough. This pressure was intense. Food is the foundation of everything. Without enough to eat, how can the territory be maintained if it weren't for the Horn of Abundance? Liar might have gone bald by now. At this moment, I finally understand why it is so difficult to develop a large city like Lurland in the wilderness. Wandering and unstable environments and limited food resources make growth very hard. Yes, the hero of the marsh people left excitedly again just a minute after arriving. Liar couldn't help but smile at this. Suddenly, he remembered the refreshed information when entering the swamp. The territory occupied by the Rotten Centaur is underground where a one-star magic plant called Blue Heart Mud Fruit grows. This piece of information is worth 3 stars. The Blue Heart Mud Fruit is a special magical food similar to Nea rice. After eating rice, one can go 5 days without eating again. Eating one Blue Heart Mud Fruit can last a whole day. Although its effect is somewhat reduced, it is still much better than ordinary swamp wheat. Perhaps it's time to consider dealing with those rotten center. With a relation of over 500, they can provide enough meat and resources. Whether raising cold-blooded cavalry or feeding meat harvesters, this meat income is very needed right now. Calming his mind, he decided not to stay longer and continued patrolling the territory. He checked all the three-tailed boars, dragon-blooded red fish, and pitcher plants. All of them are growing well. With the horn of abundance, he can clearly feel daily changes, especially the three-tailed boar, whose already large body is now growing again. Its weight limit has increased by 30, which is no joke. It has truly become a fat pig. After a round of inspection, he arrived at the farmland area. Watching the crowd busy planting swamp wheat seeds, he felt very happy. Swamp wheat doesn't need seedling or transplanting steps. Just bury the seeds in the mud and they will hatch and grow into seedlings soon. Originally, swamp wheat takes 3 months to mature, allowing 4 harvests a year. Now with the horn of abundance, the growth cycle has shortened to 2 months, 6 harvests a year. It's incredible whose food can be harvested 6 times a year. Plus, the swamp has spacious land. As the elation increases in the future, more land can be cultivated. The development potential is limitless. Seeing the territory improve day by day makes Liar a bit addicted. Everything is going very well internally, but the wetland lizard men sent to investigate the evil god worshippers have not brought back good news. By evening, the army returned empty-handed. Over 100 wetland lizard men searched the area thoroughly, but found no trace of any evil god followers. Instead, they discovered an even older sacrificial site. This dampened Liar's mood and heightened his sense of danger. Fortunately, the two-headed ogre chieftain brought back over 100 swamp monster corpses, which eased his worries somewhat. No matter what, strengthening oneself is always the true and unchanging truth. As long as the flesh cutter awakens in time, there is nothing to fear. As night fell, the crowd occasionally looked toward the stage in front of the city hall. Even knowing there would be no play tonight, some still held on to hope. Liar didn't rush to sleep, quietly waiting for time to pass. Today is August 19th. At dawn, the intelligence system will refresh, and this time will be different from before. It is the 10th time the system refreshes. Every 10 refreshes, a 4-star or higher intelligence will appear. He was already looking forward to today. Finally, feeling that time was passing very slowly, Liar waited until dawn. As the date changed from the 19th to the 20th, a familiar prompt appeared in his mind from the intelligence system. The intelligence system has cooled down and is ready to refresh. Would you like to refresh? Note, this is the 10th refresh, and it will definitely produce an intelligence of 4 stars or higher. Liar's mood instantly soared. He took a deep breath and decisively thought, refresh. The next moment, the system began to display new intelligence, and the first one made him excited. 1, 25 km northwest, there is a buried high-quality iron mine, inhabited by cave dwellers skilled in mining. 2 stars starting with a 2-star intelligence. 2, 35 km southeast among the reeds, there is a group of swamp creatures, the green grass grandmother, who are very good at managing plants and have a connection with the vine fairy. 3 stars 3. Hidden in a dimensional plane, the evil demigod Stefano, lord of stench and flies, has extended his reach into the muddy swamp to fight against the demon duke of the same plane, the Blood Duke. His followers hide in an area 30 km south, overgrown with black grass, where sacrifices are made day and night amidst the carcasses surrounded by flies. 3 stars 4. About 30 km west, in an area full of bright red flowers, an ancient monster is buried. After refining its essence, it can help the wetlands lizard hero Heg complete his evolution, raising his potential to 3 stars. If during this process he can change his class to cold-blooded cavalry, he will strengthen his innate talents and gain a second talent. 3 stars 5. The Swamp Authority will appear on the morning of October 14th, 20 km east of the city of D. At that time, it will attract the attention of a level 16 flying dragon and many swamp creatures. 5 stars. Orange Liar finished reading all the information and a shiver ran through him. His eyes grew very intense. This intelligence was surprisingly terrifying. The lowest level was 2-star intelligence. There were 3 pieces of 3-star intelligence, and the last one was a 5-star orange intelligence. Haha, this is a huge breakthrough. He felt very excited and began carefully analyzing the first piece. All of these are very valuable gains. The 2-star iron or news even included a nearby cave dweller who can mine veins. Iron ore is a strategic resource. Now that they have more people, they clearly feel a shortage of iron tools. Clearing land, planting crops, chopping wood, raising animals, and hunting all require iron tools. In military terms, although they previously had 200 sets of standard armor, now the wetlands lizard men number over 600. On average, 3 people share 1 set of armor. This is far from enough for their expansion needs. This iron ore came just in time. Its 2-star value is well deserved. The second piece related to the Vine Fairy and the Green Grass Granny. The Vine Fairy was created by the Swamp God, and these green grass grannies are too. His interest was piqued. He knew very well the role of the Vine Fairy. She's a key strategic force in the main army building the City of Dew. Now having another expert in caring for plants is very good. The third piece made his heart tight. Those heretic worshippers are not so simple. It turns out they are involved in a struggle among demigods. Above the divine realm, beings who gain some divine are called demigods. They are only one step away from becoming gods. They possess extremely terrifying Fortunately, like gods, demigods are also rejected by the rules of the main plane and cannot enter it. However, the opponent's tendrils have already reached the swamp. With the greed of the evil god, they will surely act recklessly. All of the opponent's followers must be eliminated. Only one voice should remain in the swamp. Looking at the fourth piece of information, his mood immediately improves. He is truly favored by luck. This is the second time he has received direct intelligence related to him. This hero, a swamp lizard man, has fought alongside him and earned many merits, but his level and strength are stuck. Now, finally, he can help the opponent gain a boost. Interestingly, transforming into a cold-blooded knight also activates the second talent. A hero with dual talents. What kind of will this bring? His eyes are full of anticipation. The last piece of information is very important. An exclusive 5-star orange level report. Finally, he has reached the main goal in the swamp, the authority, which is about to appear. This time the exact time and place are given, but the following information makes him a bit nervous. A level 15 flying dragon will be attracted by the authority. Suddenly, he remembers the huge ancient beast he saw when he first entered the swamp. Is that the flying dragon? The dragon's presence can make half the swamp's creatures hide in fear. This terrifying creature is about to appear. His expression becomes serious. This is definitely a very fearful opponent. Controlling the authority is not so easy, but luckily, the authority will only appear on October 14th, giving him about 2 months to prepare. During this time, he must develop enough strength to face a level 15 flying dragon head-on. The pressure is high, but his heart is also full of excitement, hunting the dragon. Is he about to face that fearful being from half a month ago, which nearly suffocated him? This challenge makes his blood boil. He takes a deep breath and forces down his rising emotions. Another harvest is coming. Once he turns this intelligence into profit, the City of Shadows will enter a new wave of development. He falls asleep excitedly. The next morning, Liar gathers the army and heads straight northwest. Iron ore is very important for the territory. Mining takes time, so they must get it quickly. Let's go ahead and dig up the remains of that ancient monster to promote Heges. The 25 km journey isn't short, and this area hasn't been explored much. About 10 kilometers out, there's little activity. Liar made thorough preparations, bringing along the bubble beast and the swamp witch. The territory was left with 2 squads of wetland lizard men warriors, and the 2-headed ogre chieftain was in charge of guarding today. He didn't want to come back from a trip to find his home stolen. Liar ordered the marsh bumblebees to follow from about 300 m behind, flying low to avoid disturbing enemies ahead with their buzzing wings. Some were sent ahead to explore the surroundings with the lizard man scouts. After 2 hours, they had traveled over 10 km from their territory. Suddenly, the marsh bumblebees sent a warning. They had spotted enemies. Liar immediately became alert and led the team forward. After about a kilometer, they reached a low-lying muddy area. They quietly approached, hiding in the woods. From their position, about 300 m away, they saw a muddy field filled with over 100 fierce and frantic creatures. Their faces were twisted and strange, with mouths like the petals of a carnivorous plant split open in a cross shape. They were over 2 m tall with gray skin and a thick shell of bone armor. The armor looked tough and difficult to damage with swords or blades. They had 3 claws on each hand, sharp as daggers. These creatures radiated madness and restlessness, making anyone who saw them feel uneasy. They moved strangely, rolling in the mud and splattering dirt, acting like people exhausted after work or school. These are muddy rotten beasts, level 8, with 2-star potential and the talent of scavenging, which allows them to eat rotten flesh to gain strength and heal wounds. Their skills include rotten mouth, 2 stars, and corrupt body, 2 stars. They are considered dangerous because their long-term consumption of rotten flesh has driven them mad. They could lose control at any moment and even attack and kill their own companions. Despite their level, they are wild monsters with potential. Liar raised an eyebrow. A few days ago, these scavengers were serious enemies he had to consider carefully, but now defeating them was no longer difficult. He spoke quietly, challenging to fight. Liar waved his hand and looked at the swamp witch. These creatures with dual racial talents had leveled up to level 7 yesterday. He also wanted to see how the swamp witch had changed after her upgrade. Tempt them, let me see the you have gained through growth. The swamp siren spirit was invigorated and she responded immediately. She could not afford to embarrass herself in front of her master. She made a quick adjustment, slightly parted her red lips, and a melodious song began to echo throughout the area. It enveloped the entire zone. In the next moment, the bodies of the Adelville carrying sludge beasts, which had been going wild, suddenly stiffened. Their eyes became a little confused. Then their faces showed a mix of crying and smiling. They kept making strange sounds like ha-ha, as if something was stuck in their throats. These wild monsters moved like marionettes, walking stiffly toward the swamp siren. Their expressions were dull and blank, completely lacking any fierce aura. Seeing this, Lyre cast a deep glance at the siren. No need for many words. The hundreds of controlled Adelville swamp-carrying beasts already told everything. Earlier, the swamp siren's lure could only briefly distract Hyle monsters, but now these monsters were almost at her, yet showed no signs of breaking free. After leveling up, the swamp siren had become incredibly ireful. She took a deep breath and looked at the chubby little creature beside her. Bubble Beast used bubbles to trap each carrying beast, then kill them one by one. The Bubble Beast immediately got excited, puffing out its cheeks to large bubbles. A 3 wide bubble floated down silently, trapping the nearest rotten sludge beast inside. Then the long-awaited wetland lizard men warrior sneered and slowly stepped into the bubbles. He raised his sword and struck. His huge head was sliced clean off. Blood splattered onto the bubbles, leaving streaks that dripped down. All of them were contained within the bubbles, and the wetland lizard men warrior inside was dyed red with blood, but his eyes grew even more excited. This was real killing. After that, the bubbles stopped moving. The rotten sludge beast lined up and one by one entered the bubbles. Because there was no blood smell and the sounds were muffled by the bubbles, nothing affected the outside. An astonishing scene unfolded. 8-level rotten sludge beasts looking extremely fierce lined up and entered the bubbles, allowing the wetland lizard men to decapitate them. The wetland lizard men warrior acted like an executioner, chopping off heads one after another. It looked strangely beautiful, smooth, and silky. Soon over 100 mud-eaters were eliminated one by one, and none of them woke up from the singing. The swamp siren now felt a bit trembling and bored afterward. Master, their emotions are far worse than those of the Territo's residents. The illusion created by the singing makes others indulge, allowing the siren to gain their emotions. But compared to the genuine joy, excitement, or sadness of the residents, it's not even close. The residents' emotions are like clear mountain spring water. While these feelings are muddy water scooped from the swamp, they are completely different levels. I didn't notice it before, but now the gap is obvious. Lyre smiled slightly, turning to look at the corpses piled with 7 or 8 bubbles, very satisfied. If battles were always this easy, it would be very comfortable. This isn't a fight, it's like harvesting wheat. The swamp siren has endless potential. The army began clearing the battlefield, but after finding no loot, they moved on. Next, they encountered 2 more monster dens, both around level 5. Under the gentle song of the swamp siren, these creatures happily became loot inside bubbles. About 20 large bubbles filled with corpses floated in the sky, controlled by adorable chubby bubble beasts, which created a strong contrast. At noon, they finally found their target, iron ore. When Lyre reached this area, he immediately felt something different. The vegetation was sparse and the ground was covered with a thin layer of grass. Walking on it felt hard and dry, not soft like mud. He asked a nearby wetland lizard man to dig down. After lifting the grass, less than half a meter below was dark iron or clearly metallic in color. Steel is an essential raw material for territory development. Without it, growing stronger is almost impossible. But now it's different. Starting today, their home finally has a mine. He felt very happy. Hags, take your people and search around the iron mine center. There are cave dwellers hiding nearby, and those creatures are perfect for mining. Yes, master. Hags cheered up immediately and set off with his team for a thorough search. Unexpectedly, after spending over half an hour searching the entire area, no sign of the cave dwellers was found. This made Lyre frown. While thinking, he noticed the swamp witch and his eyes lit up. He realized he had fallen into a habit of thinking who said finding someone must be done physically. Mar, use your singing to find the cave dwellers for me. Mar, the oldest sister among the 3 swamp witches, was always the leader of the group. The witches immediately responded eagerly, humming a beautiful song. After a moment, they all looked in one direction, indicating the ground. Master, the cave dwellers are underground. They are hiding in caves dozens of meters deep. No wonder they couldn't find them. Can we make them come out on their own? The swamp witches' singing grew louder, and the magic around them surged with their song. Soon, Lyre felt small tremors on the ground. The vibration spread outward, avoiding the iron mine about 100 meters ahead. Dirt and soil splattered as an ugly head with sparse hair slowly emerged from the ground. It quickly dug through the surrounding earth and climbed out of the hole. It was about 1.6 m tall, hunched over, walking on its strong front limbs. Its 5 sharp claws were gray-black and sturdy, perfect for digging. Its face was ugly with only one nose pointing upward. Its skin was pale gray with a hint of like a plant that never sees the sun. This was a cave dweller level 2 with a 1-star potential. Race talent digging naturally suited for excavation, increasing the strength of underground caves by 30. Skill strong front limbs 1-star increases limb strength by 40. Evaluation cave creature good at digging. One after another, the cave dwellers crawled out of the mud pit and stood dazed on the ground, their eyes cloudy as if their souls had been drained. Seeing this, Liar cast a deep look at the swamp, which again, these creatures are becoming more useful the more they develop. Using sound to detect is much better than sending people to search physically. They can hide from normal searches and even from sound detection. Watching more and more cave dwellers emerge, Liar felt very pleased. The iron mine was discovered and the miners had their own equipment. Amazing. The caveman kept climbing out of the muddy pit, continuing for about 20 minutes before stopping. Looking around, there were over 300 people gathered. Liar felt very happy. 300 people meant 300 workers, and they were naturally good at mining. Born mining experts, they were all treasures. He decided to take them all. He scanned the area and immediately noticed one caveman taller and stronger than the others. As he looked at the person, his mind appeared with that character's attribute panel. Surprisingly, this was a hero unit. Its level had reached level 3. The hero talent was also very interesting, specialized in caveman. When leading caveman, all caveman's health recovery speed increased by 30 and mining speed increased by 20. This was simply amazing. They didn't even need to mine themselves. It was a waste not to use them. While thinking, Liar looked at the caveman hero. He sent his mental energy to imprint a mark into the hero's soul, his face turning pale. A level 3 caveman hero's soul strength was still weaker than that of a marsh lizard soldier, but even so, imprinting into the hero's soul made him feel overwhelmed. His eyes felt dizzy. It took him a while to recover. He took a deep breath and waved his hand to stop the swamp witch. The song disappeared and the cavemen with dazed eyes gradually woke up. But in the next second, they felt a chilling coldness all over their bodies, trembling uncontrollably. From the corner of his eye, Liar saw hundreds of fierce lizard men coldly watching them. Their brutal, emotionless, icy eyes looked like a hunting wolf pack. Many cavemen couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Some, trembling, knelt down and bowed, their heads touching the ground, showing extreme humility. "Please spare us. Respected sir, I am willing to serve you. Don't kill me. Great and merciful being, my life is worthless. I beg for your forgiveness for our sins." The pleading voices kept coming one after another. Their fear was obvious in their words. So timid, Liar's mouth twitched, but he also felt relieved inside. He doesn't need these cave dwellers to be warriors. Their cowardice makes them easier to control. Like lizard folk, they are stubborn and fearless, which is more troublesome. While thinking, he looked at the hero cave dweller in the middle, whose forehead was covered in sweat and face showing fear and unease. Noticing his gaze, the hero sensed it and immediately knelt down, speaking firmly. "Great ruler, I obey your command. All cave dwellers are willing to serve you." La nodded with satisfaction. "Good, I like dealing with smart people." Then he fixed his gaze on the hero. "Tell me your name." The hero slightly lifted his head and spoke loudly. "Torn, I salute you. Torn, stand up. Come here, I have questions for you." The hero carefully stood up and approached quickly. "Great ruler, please give your orders." La gestured to the ground. "I need to mine the iron beneath us. Can you do that?" The hero nodded. "Master, mining is our talent. Even the hardest ore can't stop our sharp claws." He spoke with a bit of pride. Lael looked at his particularly strong arms and the claws specially made for digging. He smiled happily. "That's how it should be." Thinking for a moment, he continued. "What do you usually eat?" This place was not very close to the city of Micro, and relying on the Territo's resources was a bit difficult. It would be better if, like the Delta people, they relied on plant roots for food and carried their own dry provisions so he wouldn't have to worry. Tor immediately replied. "There are many insects underground as well as some unique subterranean plants, and no one competes with us for them." He sounded very excited. "Leing, since there was little competition underground, you just dug down. This is like opening a new path, right? Evolutionary theory. Can this area support all the cave dwellers? Yes. Just 1 or 2 hours of hunting each day is enough." La felt much better. If they could support themselves, he wouldn't need to provide logistics. This would save a lot of energy and resources. "How many ores can you mine each day?" We have previously tried digging holes inside to build nests. Although the iron ore is very hard, each person can mine at least 300 kgs every day. Liar has never mined before and has no comparison, so he doesn't know if this amount is good or bad. If the other group has more than 300 people, we can still calculate based on 300 kg per person. That means one day they could produce 90,000 kg or 90 tons of ore. This seems like a good amount. He plans to ask Bane later. This swamp hero should know more. Torn, can you control your people, great ruler? Half of them are my descendants, and they will absolutely follow orders. Half are your descendants. Liar glanced at the dark mass of cave dwellers. He twitched his mouth. You really know how to reproduce. All right. I appoint you as the chief executive of the iron mine in the city of the Little. Lead the cave dwellers to mine iron. The mined ore will be piled on the ground, and I will come to transport it once a week. Thinking, he waved his hand, and about 10 swamp yellow wasps fell from the sky. These are swamp yellow wasps. Later, we have a cage for them and raise them with bugs. If they encounter danger, release them. They will fly back to report. I will lead the army to rescue. Hidden underground, the creatures don't need to worry much about their safety. If it weren't for the marsh witch, he might not be able to enslave the other side easily. When they sense a threat, they burrow underground. Unless they can follow them and dig underground too, they can only watch helplessly. The earth is the best shield. Tor looked excitedly at the swamp yellow wasps, shouting happily, yes, great ruler. Your will is supreme. This is a real lifesaver. He instinctively puffed out his chest. From now on, even these humble underground creatures have someone to accept and support them. Praise the goddess. Liar smiled and looked at the ground. The only thing bothering him was that the city of the Little currently has no ability to smelt steel. It will take at least 10 or 15 days to use the mine, or after returning he needs to start building a blacksmith shop. Just then, Tor whispered, great ruler, can I tell our tribe the good news that you are willing to accept our allegiance? Liar chuckled softly. So you're happy to help me. Mine, are you born with a divine body? Go ahead. After receiving approval, Tor immediately turned to the trembling cave dwellers who were being coldly watched by the wetland lizard men. He loudly declared, great ruler, we have just pledged our loyalty. From now on, we will be protected and safe under the ruler's care, guarded by the warriors around us. Fellow tribesmen, we are no longer alone. The cave dwellers below suddenly became excited, looking at the hero with disbelief. These humble beings living in the dark caves, afraid even of the sunlight, are willing to be accepted. And by a force with so many earthful wetland lizard men warriors, their eyes all fixed on the cave hero while secretly glancing at Liar as if seeking confirmation. Noticing their gaze, Liar stepped forward confidently, standing behind Torn, and looked around with a commanding presence. An endless divine surged within him. The cave dwellers felt a cold chill. Their blood froze. They all collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, trembling. That was the pressure from the depths of their bloodline. A terror that reached the soul so great that even dragons would bow their heads. These humble lives could not resist. Under the majestic aura, a calm yet mountain-heavy voice slowly sounded. In the name of the muddy swamp lord in the city of the slightly visible, accept your loyalty. From today, all cave dwellers will become my people and serve me. I will provide food and clean water and protect your safety. This swamp belongs to the city of the slightly visible, and you must work hard for me. No one will bully you anymore. Additionally, every 2 weeks, I will reward some diligent workers and allow them to rest in the city of the slightly visible to watch great place. The cave dwellers immediately erupted in excitement. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, they were both frightened and thrilled. Truly, this earthful human lord was willing to accept their loyalty and protect them. For these weak cave dwellers, even living underground, safety was a major concern. Gaining the protection of a strong leader felt like a boost to their confidence. Their sense of security greatly increased. Seeing this, Liar gradually retracted his divine This was mainly to support the hero of the cave dwellers, and in the future the others would manage their subordinates. Ignoring the still excited underground creatures, I looked at the similarly excited cave hero beside me. Thorn, is there any earthful presence nearby? He shook his head, feeling a bit ashamed. Master, we have always lived underground, so we don't know much about the surroundings. When faced with enemies, their first instinct is to hide deep underground. How could they come out to see who is there? The earth is their best shelter. La wasn't surprised. That's typical of cave dwellers. Getting back to the main point, do you need tools to mine your veins? Our claws are the best tools. The cave hero was a little proud. Perhaps that's all they could show off. La smiled and said nothing more. He directly asked Thorn to arrange for the cave dwellers to start mining. With this, he claimed the first mine in the city of a little exposure and gained enough miners. The cost he paid was almost zero. These cave dwellers didn't even need him to provide food. Workers with their own supplies. How comfortable. Once that was settled, the second goal for today was clear. The buried monster corpse 30 km west of the territory, which could boost Haggis' potential to 3 stars. La thought for a moment, waved his hand, and summoned 100 cave dwellers to follow the army. When it comes to digging holes, no one is better than them. The cave dwellers were both excited and a little scared as they followed. After Thorn was assigned to handle the arrangements, Lael didn't stay any longer and led the army away. They continued marching. With the magic map guiding them, it was easy to find the right direction. After about half an hour, the wetlands lizard men ahead sent back news enemies encountered. After many hunts, the army had developed a skilled response pattern. When enemies are spotted, they try to investigate their numbers and strength. If the enemies are strong, they immediately retreat and report back to avoid alerting the enemy. Then they quickly gather all the information and send it to Leo, who makes decisions based on the intel. The whole process was efficient, direct, and smooth as silk. When Lyre arrived ahead, he immediately saw a giant insect about 4 meters long and over a meter tall with a tough gray-black shell and covered in moss. These creatures, resembling vegetable worms, were chewing on water plants in the muddy water. Seeing these disturbing creatures, he immediately thought of Fiona, the flower of the north, who was still nibbling on mud in the City of Dawn, an ancient swamp creature she had given him, the mudworm. That little fellow, once the size of a thumb, had now grown as thick as an arm, spinning all day either eating mud or sleeping. Recently, it had become almost invisible. At its current rate of recovery, it would take a long time to regain strength, as it still needed to chew a lot of mud. Focusing carefully, he visualized the attributes of these worms. Swamp worms, level 6, potential 2 stars. Their level wasn't high and there were about 50 or 60 of them, but seeing such large worms wriggling in the rotten mud was a bit disgusting. Without thinking, Lyre looked at the marsh witch attack. Yes, 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 yes. A gentle song began to play, watched curiously by the cave dwellers behind him. Terrible swamp worms seemed to be robbed of their souls, their bodies stiff as they wriggled toward him. He was filled with shock. No wonder they had crawled out of the ground for no reason. Turns out it was the of these witches. Fortunately, the ruler accepted them, or else they all shivered at the thought. The swamp worms quickly approached, but the bubbles of the bubble beast couldn't contain them. They were too big. They couldn't quietly be eliminated like other creatures. Lyre instinctively prepared. He ordered the wetland lizards to stand 4 or 5 around each worm, ready for action, then waved his hand to give the command. Steel blades and sharp claws swung at once. A terrible pain struck, and the worms suddenly woke up from the song trying to resist. But in the next moment, their heads were cut off and their brains torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. 2 or 3 worms that weren't directly killed also perished in the second attack. There was no time to resist. Lyre looked at the marsh witch again. These witches were incredibly useful. With their help, battle efficiency increased dramatically. The true harvesting of flesh and blood was faster than harvesting wheat. They needed to be cultivated intensively and fiercely. The battle ended and Bubble Beast skillfully blew bubbles, trapping all the swamp insects inside. 2 or 3 swamp insects could fill a bubble completely, leaving no space in the bulky body. These level 8 magical creatures each controlled more than 5 bubbles. They turned into a transport fleet, collecting all the spoils. Continuing forward, they soon encountered a gathering of wild monsters, a group of dirty wild boar men. Their number exceeded 2 squats. Surprisingly, these wild boar men seemed immune to the song of the swamp siren. When the song played, the wild boar men stood still as if being played a tune they couldn't hear. These swamp monsters also found it quite interesting. Lyre saw this and didn't hesitate. He ordered the 3 squads of wetland lizard men warriors to attack. He led the charge. With their numerical and level advantage, they quickly slaughtered the enemies. However, the wild boar men were very fierce. No matter how many were injured or killed, they didn't retreat even a step. After all were slain, Bubble Beast's bubbles increased to 80, with each person controlling about 10. Their faces no longer looked relaxed. The bubbles no longer floated high into the sky, but fell to the ground, rolling forward. Bubble Beast can control up to 30 bubbles, but air bubbles filled with items are a different matter altogether. Seeing the full spoils, Lyre felt quite pleased. The saying, killing and looting bring wealth, still holds some truth. Raiding others can quickly gather a lot of wealth, but this isn't sustainable. These monsters, once killed, won't reappear the next day out of nowhere. They need time to reproduce. As the territory gradually expands, relying solely on hunting to meet needs isn't realistic. Eventually, farming will be necessary for territory development, but that doesn't stop him from making an early profit. Finally, at 2 p.m., they reached the location indicated by the intel, an area covered with red flowers, the beast's burial ground. After confirming there was no mistake, they didn't hesitate and ordered the caveman to start digging. This area spans about 200 or 300 m in diameter. Finding that unknown-sized corpse deep underground is quite difficult. Sending wetland lizard men warriors to dig, it will probably take 3 or 5 days to find it, but now he has the cave dwellers. All he needs to do is wait for these humanoid excavators to do the work. Watching the busy crowd, Lyre's mood becomes very cheerful. As a lord, this is very satisfying. Such hard labor can be done by subordinates with just a word. The way the cave dwellers dig is very eye-catching. They have strong arms with great and when they dig, their bodies bend slightly to exert more force. Their front claws are uniquely shaped, and with great strength, they can easily break through the soil. When they swing their claws back, the dirt flies everywhere. They dig diagonally downward into the ground, and in just a few minutes the cave dwellers disappear from sight. Only dirt keeps flying out of the holes. Their efficiency is very high. These strange underground creatures have special breathing methods, so they are not afraid of suffocation, even in narrow tunnels. Over 100 humanoid excavators are working. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. After an hour, the surface is badly damaged. The land covered with bright red flowers has become a mess. Starting from noon, 2 hours pass, and as the sun begins to set in the west, there's still no sign of the monster's corpse. In this area within about 20 meters deep, almost everything has been searched. Nothing has been found. Lear's senses are fully active, but he still can't find any trace. If it's not in the shallow ground, then they can only dig deeper. He's prepared for it to take more time, but just then he notices Hargus, who is on guard nearby with his peripheral vision. Feeling a slight impulse, he considers trying something and calls him over directly. Hargus, beneath the ground, there's a monster corpse that could help you advance. Try sensing if you can detect its location. The wetlands lizard hero nods seriously. Yes, master. He closes his eyes slowly, and his body begins to glow with energy like flames burning on his surface. He uses his mental strength to sense the surroundings as much as possible. After a moment, his eyes suddenly open wide and he points in a certain direction, speaking excitedly. Master, I've sensed it. It's buried about 50 m underground in that area. Is it really useful? Lear feels very happy and immediately prepares to have the cave dwellers focus on digging. But before giving the order, the nearby caveman suddenly became restless. He shouted excitedly, "We found it! We found it!" Looking at the lizard man hero, was it sensing something? Why did they still find it? His face showed some embarrassment. Was it a false alarm? He quickly turned his head to look. He saw a large group of cavemen gathering together, frantically digging in one direction. Dirt flew everywhere, moving so fast it was like they were sifting rice in a bowl. After about 10 minutes, with the effort of over 100 cavemen, they dug out a huge, deep hole. Then many people rushed down, and cheers came from below as they carefully lifted something out. Leal stood nearby, very interested. What exactly did the monster corpse look like? After a moment, his expression changed slightly. The caveman below had started to appear, climbing out of the deep hole, and the object they uncovered was gradually revealed. But it was not the monster corpse they expected. Instead, it was an old rusty bronze coffin engraved with strange patterns, giving off a chilling feeling. Leal looked confused. I asked you to find a corpse, and you came here to rob a tomb. With the combined effort of the cavemen, they quickly lifted out this giant coffin about 5 m long and 3 m wide. Under the sunlight, the rusty bronze color looked even more ancient, and the mysterious patterns on it showed signs of age, giving a sense of mystery, grandeur, and reverence. Frowning slightly, Leal focused his gaze. Surprisingly, his intelligence system only displayed very brief information. Mysterious bronze coffin. Only one name with mysterious as a prefix, and all other details were question marks. His eyes sharpened. He immediately stepped closer, stopping about 30 m away. He activated the of the swamp god within the magic vortex, and vast divine energy like a starry sky surged out and covered the bronze coffin. Suddenly, the coffin trembled violently like it was afraid. Was this coffin scared? Was there something alive inside? Le felt a slight shock. But after trembling for a few breaths, the coffin quickly calmed down, and no matter how fierce his divine energy was, it showed no reaction. It was as if everything was just an illusion and nothing had happened. This coffin definitely hides something mysterious. While thinking, I waved my hand to let the caveman open it. But after exploring the coffin for a long time, they found no S. Finally, the lead caveman had to step forward reluctantly and whispered, "Great master, this coffin is cast as a single piece. There are no openings." Liar waved his hand to stop them. He released his mental energy, trying to sense inside, but the coffin was like a mountain blocking all perception. No matter how hard he pressed, he couldn't break through the thick barrier. In the end, he had to give up what is hidden inside this thing. The more he couldn't find out, the more curious he became. The only thing that reassured him was that he didn't sense any threat from the coffin. Actually, he could faintly feel a bit of fear from the bronze coffin. Thinking for a moment, he waved his hand to have forcefully try to break it open directly. He immediately responded, holding a steel sword and stepping forward. His arm muscles bulged instantly, gripping the sword tightly, putting all his strength into it. The blade violently struck down, hitting the coffin hard. Sparks flew and the steel sword was shattered and flew away, leaving a noticeable dent on the blade. That seemingly fragile bronze looked like an indestructible shield. No marks left. So tough. Liar's eyes changed again. If force alone doesn't work, still not satisfied, he waved his hand to let the swamp witch try. The witch didn't hold back either, but after singing for a while, she found nothing. The coffin remained silent with no movement at all. It was like their singing lost its charm, just like facing wild Boris. Seeing this, Liar could only give up for now. take it back to the territory for a more detailed study. He then asked the caveman and Haggis to go dig out the monster's corpse while he continued observing, hoping to find some clues. Half an hour later, the caveman made a fuss again and finally dug out a large dried lizard corpse from underground. It was amazing that it was dried by the swamps underground rather than rotting. With no other gains, Liar had to temporarily give up and approach the corpse. As soon as he got close, he could feel its earthful energy. He wondered how many years it had been dead, yet it still radiated such richness. No wonder Haggis sensed that the other was a large lizard. Even after drying, its terrifying form was still faintly visible, with a body length reaching 6 m. This was still a shrunken version. Haggis was now very excited. Master, this was his chance for another promotion. The last time was over a month ago. Both times the was granted by the master. His eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He was determined to dedicate everything to serve the master. Le smiled happily. Carry this corpse in the bronze coffin back. He looked at the sky, which was already darkening. He didn't let the cave dwellers go to the iron mine again. Instead, they would follow the army back to the territory. About 30 cave dwellers carried the bronze coffin, and 7 or 8 lifted the dried lizard corpse. They immediately set off. As night fell, everyone sped up. This area hadn't been explored before. On the way back, they encountered 2 groups of wild monsters. Le didn't bother with complicated matters. With a wave of his hand, the swamp wasp swarm behind him surged forward like a tide, instantly flooding the enemies. The battle lasted no more than 3 minutes. Then the wetland lizard men picked up the corpses and left. Over 2 waves, they gained more than 100 bodies as spoils. In the rush to return, they arrived at the territory when it was completely dark. The residents had already finished dinner. Bane saw the commotion outside and immediately led people out to greet them. "Good evening, sir." He looked at the cave dwellers carrying the bronze coffin with some surprise. "New laborers, what is this bronze coffin?" Leo waved his hand. "Let someone take the cave dwellers to eat dinner first. Today I found an iron mine nearby with over 300 cave dwellers living around it. I have conquered them. From now on, the cave dwellers will become our miners. Tomorrow they will go to the iron mine to mine. For tonight they rest." He gestured towards the bronze coffin behind him. "Do you know what era the patterns on it belong to, sir?" "I don't know much about ancient civilizations," Bane said with a bitter smile. "He's just a swamp man. Becoming a hero has already taken his whole life effort. Even if he wanted to learn this knowledge, there was nowhere to learn it. This coffin was dug out by cavemen from underground and handed over to the swamp tree people for protection. It is very likely that there is still life inside." Bane's heart tightened. What kind of being could survive inside a coffin buried underground for so long? His tone grew serious. "Yes, sir." Liar didn't say much and turned to look at the cute little creature beside him. "Bobo, first place the bodies you brought to the swamp tree area. I will arrange everything later." After these little creatures went down, Liar signaled the wetland lizard warriors. "Take all the bodies to the east to the area where the small lizards are kept." The monster corpses had already been found. Next, he would be promoted to become a cold-blooded knight when he changed his class, and his dual talents would be activated. This way he would gain another Urful fighter. Before was fully in his hands, the stronger he was, the more confident he felt. A series of commands were given, and everyone started working quickly. Liar, along with the wetland lizard people, carried the flesh and blood bodies to the area where the small lizards were fed. The small lizard, which was half a meter long before, had now grown over a meter long and was about 60 to 70 cm tall. Its front legs had completely mutated, no longer responsible for walking, and now had long, sharp claws as fierce weapons. Back legs, which supported its body, had become very thick and sturdy, firmly stepping on the ground. The bodies of the corpses had been eaten, and the amber eyes were now full of longing as it looked around. When he arrived, it immediately became excited and moved closer. It stuck out its spiny tongue to lick him. Haggis happily patted its head, then extended his right hand, and a sharp claw cut his palm, causing blood to drip wildly. The small lizard opened its mouth and eagerly drank in the blood. As its aura began to become more violent, Haggis stopped. Seeing this, Liar waved his hand, signaling the nearby wetland lizard to throw the monster corpses over. Hundreds of bodies piled up instantly into his small mountain. The lizard happily let out a cry and rushed forward to feast. It looked as if it hadn't eaten for over 10 days, and its frantic eating posture was astonishing. What surprised everyone even more was that as it ate, its body started growing visibly larger and stronger at an incredible speed. It looked like a balloon being blown up, swelling rapidly. Hugh saw this and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, it has already triggered the deep within its bloodline. As long as it has enough food, tonight it will transform into a swift lizard." Li's eyes also filled with anticipation. "Is the first cold-blooded cavalry about to be born?" He gestured to the dried lizard corpse beside him. "Devour it and complete the transformation together with the swift, fierce lizard." "Yes, master." Hughes did not hesitate at all. He strode forward and sat cross-legged in front of the shriveled lizard. His body surged with energy and blood directly covering the corpse, radiating earthful strength. In the next moment, his body trembled, feeling a surge of force like a mountain collapsing, pouring into him. He was instantly filled with energy. Every vein and muscle swelled. Ah! Hughes suddenly let out a deep beast-like roar from his throat. His face twisted in pain and fury. This transformation was not smooth. The swift, fierce lizard sensed its master's pain and let out a low growl. It suddenly bowed its head and crazily devoured the blood and flesh on the ground. Between them, a faint connection began to form. Leo ordered the troops to stand guard around, preventing anyone from disturbing them. After seeing no immediate change, he turned and approached the swamp tramp. At this moment, the corpse carried back by the bubble beast was stacked beside the blood butcher, but he hadn't given the order yet, so it hadn't begun devouring. Leo also told Bobo, who hadn't left yet, to move the swamp insects' corpses aside just in case. As a hero unit, Hughes needed a lot of energy for the transformation, which wouldn't be so simple, especially with the dual enhancement of becoming a cold-blooded cavalry. Keeping a backup plan would allow him to calmly handle any unexpected situations. While the little guy was busy, he looked at the swamp tramp. "Bring out the mosquito queen and feed her the corpse. I need 200 units of blood essence." The swamp trance slowly withdrew from the roots beneath the tree trunk, spreading out like 5 fingers. It revealed the broken wings and legs of the mosquito queen with her roots embedded in flesh tightly controlled. This fierce creature had become a simple production tool, an organism that continuously produced blood essence, a biological mineral. The swamp tree man used its roots to push the opponent forward, while on the other side, it curled up the corpse on the ground with its roots. It then pierced the flesh with the mouth part of the mosquito queen. The mouth part secreted a special corrosive solution, quickly turning the corpse into blood water. Through subconscious feeding, in just a few breaths, all the blood, flesh, and bones were completely devoured. After feeding on about 20 or 30 corpses, it gained over 200 pieces of blood essence. Feeling the surge of life energy, Lyre felt more at ease. Once the task was done, he waved his hand, signaling the swamp tree man to put away the mosquito queen. The roots immediately retracted layer by layer, completely wrapping the mosquito queen inside the roots. Then it was placed back at the bottom of the tree trunk. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that a fierce level 13 life was imprisoned inside. As long as this swamp tree man does not die, the mosquito queen will never escape control in her lifetime. After regaining focus, Lyre looked at the striking bronze coffin nearby. He pointed forward at the swamp tree man. "All 5 of you are to use your roots to bind this coffin and guard it day and night. No one can use it without my command." The 5 swamp tree men, being close by, immediately pulled out their roots from the ground. Together, they lifted the bronze coffin and slowly moved it to the center area. The 5 of them wove their roots around it, wrapping the coffin completely. Then they slowly sank it into the ground. The surface was covered again with soil turned over by other roots. Thus, the bronze coffin was no longer visible. Seeing this, Lyre felt a bit more at ease. These swamp tree men had been unnoticed before, but now their immobility proved to be very advantageous. They have become a real prison and treasure vault for the City of Faint Light. Any other place to store these treasures would be less safe without roots to secure them. Interestingly, the swamp tree that imprisoned the mosquito queen had recently shown a noticeable increase in aura. It had absorbed a lot of from within the mosquito queen. If this continues, it might not be long before the other gains a significant boost and extra benefit. These 3-star potential lives could reach level 12 at most. If they all maxed out, they would be quite earthful, making them excellent guardians for the treasure vault. After calming down, Lyre looked again at the mud swamp bee queen, who had been sleeping for several days. The opponent was injured deeply and was saved by multiple healing spells. Now they are still recovering with no signs of waking up soon. I shake my head and stop thinking about it. I wave my hand, ordering the carcasses left for the flesh-eating creatures to be fed to this divine being. After quickly devouring the remains, the creature shows signs of hunger again. I can feel that the flesh-eater's emotions are even more intense now. The feeding has been very effective. The hunting results have not been wasted. Feeling happy, I tell Bobo to bring the remaining carcasses back to the fierce, rushing lizard that is still devouring flesh. In just 20 minutes, it has eaten 7 or 8 bodies out of over 100, and it has grown noticeably larger, about twice as big. Its rapid transformation is astonishing. When Bobo brings over 50 or 64 long swamp insect carcasses, I feel more confident. I think to myself, I want to see how much it can eat. 2 hours later, the fierce, rushing lizard's shoulder height has reached an incredible 2 Its skin is wrinkled like old bark, and its eyes burn with madness and ferocity. Its front claws are curved like razors, and its sturdy hind legs firmly grip the ground. At this moment, this fierce beast slowly lifts its head to start devouring the swamp insect carcasses in large bites. Seeing this, I take a deep breath. It seems that the situation has changed a bit. This rushing lizard's appetite is even more exaggerated than I thought. Those hundreds of carcasses are gone in an instant, and it's not enough. Watching it continue to devour wildly, I feel a sense of anticipation. How ireful can a species become after consuming so much flesh for transformation? As night deepens, I don't rest. I watch from the side as the fierce rushing lizard consumes 40 swamp insects. Around dawn, its shoulder height surpasses 3 m finally. At this moment, it reaches its limit. The rushing lizard roars loudly to the sky, then walks over to who is still sleeping and slowly lies down beside him, shielding him in its arms and falling into deep sleep. The energy and vitality from Haggis quietly extend, enveloping the rushing lizard. Both begin a deep transformative process together. As the surging energy was continuously devoured by Haggis, the withered lizard corpse gradually shattered into fragments until it was reduced to a pile of debris. The pain on the lizard hero's face twisted even more. The ireful energy almost overwhelmed him. The agony of tearing flesh and soul, even with the innate fearlessness, was impossible to avoid. Haggis roared loudly, his body convulsing as he slowly collapsed onto the swift, ferocious lizard, his head unintentionally pressing on its heart. His blood and energy burned like flames, covering both of them. Then his eyes slowly closed, and his breath, turbulent yet steady, sank into sleep. If someone else had undergone this transformation, say a two-headed ogre chieftain, the outcome might have been much worse. Lyre saw this and took out the blood essence just born from the Queen of Mosquitoes. He placed it nearby within reach of the energy and blood so it could be touched. He was pleased to see the blood energy, enveloping the blood essence gradually evaporating and shrinking. It transformed into energy that flowed into his body. The process was slow, indicating that the previous energy absorption was nearly saturated, but even a little was better than nothing. Perhaps this small amount of energy could help him take a step further. After watching for a long time to confirm that Haggis couldn't complete his transformation in the short term, he didn't linger. He ordered the surrounding wetland lizard men to guard strictly, not allowing anyone to disturb, then turned back to his tent. He had occupied the mineral vein, enslaved the cave dwellers, and discovered an unexpected bronze coffin underground, finally letting Haggis undergo the transformation. After a day of travel, he was somewhat tired, but completing these 2 pieces of intelligence was truly a great gain. Owning his own iron mine meant that future weapons, armor, and daily needs could be met. Moreover, with cave dwellers who come with their own food, he didn't need to spend much effort, just wait for the harvest. As for Haggis, he could gain a ireful 3-star hero, and during the transformation, the second innate talent would activate. He might even be promoted to a legendary lizard man unit, the Cold-Blooded Cavalry. With this series of enhancements, he eagerly anticipated how strong Haggis would be when he woke up. Lyre needed to strengthen himself as much as possible before August 14th, when the authority would appear. At that time, he would face the level 16 flying dragon head-on. After washing up and lying down to rest, I faintly heard the sounds of the marsh which were rehearsing nearby. These magical creatures are built differently. They don't need to rest like humans. They only need to absorb a little emotion each day to stay active. This allows them enough time at night to practice. Drama is not only a performance, but also a way to become stronger. Lyre paid little attention and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning of the 21st, he quickly checked on Harks. Both this hero and his swift, fierce lizard were still sleeping. Their positions hadn't changed, but he could clearly feel that their aura had increased significantly. The nearby lizard men kept looking over, their eyes full of unease, as if guarding a sleeping giant dragon. At this pace, perhaps by evening they could complete their transformation. His expression relaxed. He didn't linger and immediately gather the troops. Today's target was the second piece of intelligence. 35 km southeast among the reeds, there is a group of marsh creatures called green grass grandmothers. They are very good at managing plants and have a close connection with the vine fairy. Their 3-star value says everything. Lyre brought 2 vine fairies on this trip. Since the green grass grandmothers are related to these chubby little creatures, communicating with them might be more effective. 3 squads of wetland lizard men, 50,000 swamp hornets, bubble beasts, marsh witches, and 2 vine fairies fully armed. There are regular fighters, high-damage fragile assassins, long-range mages, charming sorcerers, and Lyre himself as the healer. This is the typical team setup for dungeon runs. The 2-headed ogre chief ID stayed behind to protect the territory and guard the still sleeping Harks. The troops gathered and set out immediately. As he explored further, the intelligence reports expanded toward the swamp's outer areas. Traveling 35 km round trip is 70 km, so he had to hurry. If they encountered several battles along the way, it would delay their progress. At night, the swamp's creatures become more active, greatly increasing the danger. Until he fully controlled the swamp, he didn't want to take too many risks. When he first entered the swamp, everything was new and interesting. But after more than half a month, Liar had gotten used to the scenery here and focused on his journey. 2 hours later, when leaving the territory 10 km away, the swamp hornet sent a message ahead. An unknown enemy has been spotted. Liar's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately led his troops forward. After about a kilometer of travel, they came across a wide, muddy swamp area with sparse weeds growing on it. Beyond the muddy ground, a group of very familiar creatures appeared. They had large, curved, forked horns on their heads, covered with green moss. Their bodies were marked with spots like plum blossoms, colorful and delicate. Their eyes were large, black, sharp, and alert. These creatures all lifted their heads and stared at them without moving. Their eyes moved around, showing both caution and curiosity. Swampthorn Deer Liar immediately recognized these creatures. When he first arrived at the swamp, he encountered them on the day he met the Vine Fairy. He didn't expect to see them again. His gaze quickly searched among the herd. Where was the mighty Horned Deer King with 4-star potential and level 12? The impressive figure left a deep impression on him. He scanned the area and soon found the target. Behind the herd, a large, strong male deer, much taller than the others, was watching them. Its shoulder height had already exceeded 3.5 meters. It looked like a giant statue. Last time he encountered it, its shoulder height was only about 3 m. Focusing carefully, he saw that the deer's attribute panel showed it had leveled up to 13. Last time it was level 12, and that was only half a month ago. The Deer King was still growing stronger. At this moment, the Swampthorn Deer King also noticed Liar's gaze. After staring at him for a moment, it looked cautiously at the dark, swirling mass of swamp hornets in the sky. More than 50,000 of them formed a terrifying black tide. No one would want to face such a swarm of insects. Liar looked at the deer for a long moment, then decisively waved his hand and led his troops away. He didn't have the confidence. A level 13 hero with such dazzling attributes and a swarm of 50,000 swamp hornets rushing at it wouldn't be enough to even scratch the Deer King, especially because of its talent. Being able to turn into illusion, completely immune to physical damage, and reducing magic damage by 70. Isn't that almost invincible compared to before? Even the same level queen mosquitoes are far inferior. Only future strength can improve and I will come again, but I am confident inside. Half a month ago when he found the swamp, giant horned deer, only wetland lizard warriors, vine fairies, and 2 or 3 cats were around him. Now his has increased more than 10 times. In another month or two, the balance of attack and defense will surely turn around. He left the area quickly to speed up his journey. After about 20 minutes of walking, suddenly he heard a loud roar from lizard men, an enemy attack. Liar's heart skipped a beat and he immediately sped up. When he arrived, he saw the wetland lizard man scout ahead, looking pale and standing far away, staring fixedly at one spot. Liar focused his gaze. He saw a group of semi-transparent monsters floating in the air, holding curved sickles and glowing with a dark blue light. They emitted a chilling death energy that made his heart race. This was a special kind of undead creature, ghosts. These spirits hovered over a round grave covered with wild grass about 10 m across. Their faces looked toward him. Ancient Grave Guardian level 9 potential, 3 stars race talent, undead ghost born from an ancient grave. Can resurrect in the grave after death. Skills, invisible body, 2 stars immune to 90 of physical damage, can pass through solid objects, soul scythe. 2 stars can directly attack enemy souls with a sickle. Evaluation, they are born to guard the graves of earthful beings, a level 9 undead spirit. Liar took a deep breath and looked closely at its talent, undead ghost. Even after death, it can resurrect in its grave. This is the most extraordinary racial talent he has seen so far. And there's no limit on the number of times it can resurrect, which means the enemy can keep coming back endlessly. Sensing their approach, countless ghosts drifted out from the overgrown round grave. Looking around, there are over 300 of them. Liar stared at the dense, crowded undead spirits. Feeling a bit nervous, he waved his hand, signaling his army to retreat immediately. With over 300 enemies in such high level, plus the ability to resurrect and immunity to 90 of physical damage, what's the point of fighting even if he clears these spirits? There's still that unremarkable-looking grave below. I have no idea what might be buried inside. Those ghostly grave guardians holding sickles and glowing blue silently watch as they retreat, remaining still. Finally, as they nearly disappear from sight, they drift into the tomb one by one. In the blink of an eye, no ghosts are left in that grave. Only the overgrown, covered old grave remains waiting for the next unwary outsider to approach. Leaving this area, the army continues forward. Half an hour later, they encounter a second group of monsters, a herd of wild bulls with horns growing on their heads. They are strong, about 2.5 meters tall, and make loud mooing sounds. Their skin is very thick and rough. However, although Urful, these wild bulls are not immune to physical damage. Seeing this, Lyre immediately orders the entire army to attack. The troops surge forward like a tide. Bubble beasts create bubble bombs to disrupt the formation. Swamp sirens sing to confuse the bulls. Wetland lizard men charge head-on, and swamp wasps swoop down like arrows from the sky. Together, the army overwhelms the wild bulls. As they react, they are quickly submerged and fall one by one, crying out in pain. Their tough hides cannot withstand the wasp stingers or the claws and steel blades of the lizard men, watching the bodies scattered all around. Lyre feels a bit more relaxed. He waves his hand, signaling the bubble beasts to gather the corpses. Looking at the blood and flesh on the ground, he remembers the grave guardians. The appearance of these spirits makes him more cautious. In the future, he needs to find a way to control a Urful mage army. When physical attacks are ineffective, there must be other methods. Though the bubble beasts are impressive, their role is mostly functional. Bubble bombs are their only magical attack. Compared to traditional mages, they still fall short. After clearing the battlefield, they move on. This area has an unusually high number of monsters, and soon they encounter 3 more monster dents, but all are wiped out by Lyre's blade, turning into spoils in the bubbles. By noon, Lyre opens a magic map and looks around. He sees lush reeds growing in patches around him and gestures for the army to stop. He feels quite excited. He has arrived. Divine Fairy on his shoulder flutters her wings and takes flight. She circles around him, flying in small circles. A hint of curiosity and doubt showed on the face. Father God, there is a familiar smell nearby. Have we been here before? The small fairy, about the size of a fist, had eyes filled with confusion and a chubby face, making her incredibly adorable at this moment. Lyre was also touched by her cuteness. He chuckled softly. Do you know Granny Greengrass? Granny Greengrass? The 2 vine fairies looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. No, we haven't heard of her. Never heard of her. Since the fall of the swamp god, many creatures he created have disappeared. Over time, their relationships have become distant and no longer close. Some of them have lived their whole lives without knowing that there are other beings similar to themselves, created by the swamp god. Granny Greengrass is similar to you. The vine fairies still looked a bit confused. Lyre looked at the reeds ahead, his gaze flickering. Since he had a connection with the vine fairies, could he also tame them directly like with the vine fairy? After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward confidently. Divine surged outward, covering everything around him. Splash! A flock of birds was startled from the reeds. Their frightened cries echoed far away. After the birds flew off, the scene suddenly became quiet. In a moment, the reeds swayed and gradually moved outward. Lyre silently watched everything, his inner anticipation reaching its peak. Splash! The reeds at the front were pushed aside and a strange figure slowly emerged from the reeds, looking at Lyre with curiosity, excitement, and disbelief. It wanted to approach, but was afraid of making a mistake. It was no taller than 1.5 m with hair not like normal hair, but made of tall reeds, fuzzy and white, as if a gust of wind could off a large dandelion seed. Its face was full of wrinkles with kind eyes that shimmered in a pale silver color. Its body was hunched and looked very old. It wore a yellowish long dress made of reed leaves styled in a way typical of an old grandmother. Overall, it looked just like a neighbor's grandma. Father God, is that you? The other person spoke with a trembling voice, wanting to recognize him but also afraid. Seeing this scene, Lyre's tense heart finally relaxed. It's me, I'm back. Grandma Greengrass level 8 potential 3 stars, magic 2200 race talent spirit touch, can grant plants spiritual awareness, and communicate with plants that have spirit skills root and sprout 2 stars, helps plants grow roots and sprout quickly. Reviving wind 2 stars can revive decayed plants. Magical hand 2 stars, has a chance to upgrade low-level magical plants to higher levels. Comment, a unique life created by the god of swamps using the of the creator god. Grandma Greengrass's attributes are very special, all related to nurturing plants. None of her abilities are useless. Unlike the vine fairy, whose effects only work on starry vines, Grandma Greengrass's skills work on all types of plants, especially spirit touch and magical hand. One grants plants spiritual awareness, the other boosts low-quality magical plants. These 2 skills are considered unbeatable. Grandma Greengrass felt a warm connection from her soul, and suddenly tears welled up as she walked toward him, choking with emotion. Father God, we've been waiting for you for hundreds of thousands of years. Generation after generation, this process has been too long. When the vine fairy saw Grandma Greengrass, she also felt a warm familiarity and stepped forward. Instinctively, she called out, Grandma. Grandma Greengrass looked over instinctively and immediately cried even more fiercely upon seeing the vine fairy. Have you found the little fairy? There was no doubt in her heart anymore. She knelt down humbly to pay her respects. Father God, at this moment, the information system in her mind quietly displayed new data. You have found the swamp's unique life, Grandma Greengrass, and collected 2 swamp-specific lives, gaining an extra piece of information. When the Swamp Authority appears, bringing the Vine Fairy and Grandma Greengrass is very beneficial for controlling the authority. Lyre felt very happy. How many companions do you still have? Let them all come out. We are returning to Wayu City, our new home. Wu City. The name made Grandma Greengrass tremble and her tears flow even more fiercely. Great Father God, always thinking about reviving the swamp. Father God, including me, we are 9 in total. 3-star intelligence only provided information on 9 people, which shows how valuable Granny Greengrass is. Lur is in a very good mood. Let's go home. These production units are just as important as Urfel combat units for farming and territory development. They are the foundation and strength of the Territo's growth. Soon, Granny Greengrass from the reeds all appeared. The 9 of them looked very similar in appearance. Their reed-grown hair was quite eye-catching. After bowing to Lear with tears in their eyes, they looked kindly at the Vine Fairy, showing affection for the small flying creatures around her. Lear's joy was almost bursting from his chest. They have finally found their purpose. The great Father God has awakened, and the Swamp Tribe will surely regain its former glory. Praise the Swamp. After confirming that Granny Greengrass had nothing important to carry, Lear didn't stay long and immediately set off back to the territory. The return trip was much more relaxed than the journey there. Their goal was achieved, and now it was time to figure out how to use the harvest to help these unique beings contribute to the city of Microil. Lear didn't go back the same way, but took a slightly different route, leading the army to explore areas they had never visited before. The results were clear. By evening, they returned to the territory with over 200 wild monster corpses. As Micro City grew stronger, its activity range was expanding rapidly. Wild monsters near the territory had greatly decreased. It was foreseeable that soon the entire swamp would be dominated by one voice. At that time, hunting as easily as today would no longer be possible. Traveling outside the swamp to the wilderness could take 3 to 5 days round trip. This is a necessary challenge of territory expansion. The most comfortable approach is steady farming and development. Once the number of 3-dull piglets increases, the effort won't need to be so hard. As soon as they returned to the territory, Bane, the chief administrative officer, hurried over. "Good evening, Lord." Lur nodded and said in a deep voice, "Has he awakened?" "Not yet, sir. He's still sleeping and is expected to complete his transformation by dawn." His tone was full of emotion and joy. "Once he awakens, Micro City will gain a Urfel new combat force." Under the guidance of the adults, the territory changes every day, which is truly amazing. Lyre nodded slightly and skipped this topic. He gestured to the green grass lady beside him, gave a brief introduction, and then said, "Arrange them properly. Tomorrow, let the green grass lady go see the pitcher plant, colorful moss, and fishtail grass. From now on, these plants in the territory can be managed by them. The pitcher plant and colorful moss are both 1-star plants, and the fishtail grass is just an ordinary plant. If their quality can be improved, it would be a big benefit for the territory." He was full of hope for the unique life in the swamp. Bane only reacted after hearing the introduction that these were actually the legendary green grass ladies who managed the magical garden for the swamp god. He was visibly excited and happy. "Please follow me." The green grass ladies appeared in many legends of the swamp and are known by almost all the swamp creatures with a heritage. They eagerly led the group down. Seeing this, Lyre let the army rest and recover, then took the bubble beast that had absorbed the corpse to Hargis, who was still transforming. 5 squads of wetland lizard men warriors were guarding the surroundings carefully to prevent outsiders from disturbing. The blood essence placed beside Hargis in the morning was now only some remains. Hargis and the swift wild lizard's breath was gradually stabilizing, no longer fluctuating so strongly. It seemed the corpses in their hands were not useful for now. Their transformation was in the second half, and simply adding more flesh and blood was not enough. But just in case, they kept over 100 corpses, and the rest were given to the bubble beasts to feed the flesh-eaters. As they devoured more flesh and blood, the awakening of the divine life was gradually approaching. The night grew darker, and the air became quiet, no longer as noisy as during the day. The sky was covered with heavy clouds, and the moon's light did not shine down, leaving everything in darkness. Lyre did not rest, but silently stayed by Hargis' side. He could feel that Hargis' breath was beginning to recover like a dragon egg about to hatch. Time passed quickly, and it was late at night. A sliver of moonlight pierced through the S in the clouds and shone on the swamp, draping everything in silver. Suddenly, a piercing scream woke up the city of the dawn. People in the dream suddenly open their eyes sharply, instinctively sit up and look around. What sound is that? Then a second roar sounds. Enemy attack. Everyone immediately tenses up. Their sleepiness vanishes instantly, and they quickly stand up to look outside the territory. The wetland lizard warriors react first, showing fierce killing intent, rushing toward the direction of the sound. Li's heart skips a beat at this moment, and he stands up quickly and strides forward. The two-headed ogre chieftain 8 happens to be on the way. Master Le speaks seriously. Organize the troops immediately for defense. Do not panic. He then looks at Bane, who is rushing over. Let all residents into the town hall. Let the Vine Fairy join inside the town hall, seal the space, and prevent enemies from entering. After a series of battles through blood and fire, Le has become more decisive and common, giving orders. Seeing their leaders so composed, the two heroes' restless hearts are instantly calmed. Bane immediately goes to organize people and evacuate residents. The two-headed ogre chieftain quickly turns around to gather the incoming wetland lizard warriors. In this short moment, the sounds of fighting and roaring in front grow more intense. Lee leads the already gathered wetland lizard warriors to the south of the territory. At this moment, on the edge of the grassland area, countless monsters are swarming in. These monsters are about 1.5 m long with 4 pairs of wings on their backs flapping wildly, creating waves of air. Due to their weight, they can only fly at low altitudes of just over a meter. Their bodies resemble flies with heads like flies, but their mouths are filled with sharp fangs. They have 4 pale human arms on their bodies. A hook-shaped tail beneath their abdomen bends toward the ground, and their sinister tail stinger reflects a dark glow. Their aura is evil and strange, as if they are dark monsters born from a pile of corpses. They are surrounded by countless tiny flies about the size of a thumb. Their appearance is strange and terrifying, making one scalp tingle. There are so many that looking around the number exceeds 1,000. And behind the grass, who knows how many more are hidden. Several vigilant wetland lizard warriors in front are directly overwhelmed by the enemy. The attack is fierce and unstoppable. Plague Flies level 6 potential 2 stars race talent. Disease transmission carries deadly germs that can cause enemies to be infected with plague after attack. Skills, Death Bite, 1 star, sharp teeth that can tear flesh and bones when biting enemies. Armor-piercing poison sting, 2 stars, a very sharp tail sting that easily pierces enemy armor and defenses. Evaluation, an evil demigod-created soldier breed, ruthless and violent, bred by the Lord of Rottenness and Flies. Liar's face turned unusually serious. Plague Flies. Is that demigod the latest intelligence shows the location of the demigod's followers, and he has already listed them for elimination. But he didn't expect the enemy to come so quickly. Form ranks, set up formations. 6 squads of marsh lizard men gathered. These fearless warriors formed an unshakable line at the edge of their territory. Amber eyes coldly stared at the monsters. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying scream came from the bushes behind the plague flies. The marsh lizard men warriors felt their minds conjure an image of a dark creature crawling out of the abyss, covered in rotting flesh, surrounded by countless disgusting flies, coldly staring. In the next moment, it seemed the creature was about to tear through space and emerge. They could even smell the foul, rotten odor from the creature. Suddenly, their morale dropped sharply, and their formation wavered. Liar sensed something was wrong and narrowed his eyes. A demigod also wants to overpower my army. His divine essence emitted a faint blue glow, and endless divine surged out, forcibly dispelling the pressure. The army quickly regained composure, their eyes growing colder and more ruthless. Anger built up roar. Seeing that the demigod's pressure was ineffective, the plague flies behind him let out a chilling scream again. It was like sounding a charge horn. Countless plague flies buzzed loudly, their wings flapping fiercely as their fierce bodies charged forward. The scene was a dark, overwhelming wave like a giant ing against rocks. If the front line cannot hold, the entire territory could be flattened in an instant. No hope, only death. Kill. The two-headed ogre chieftain I stood at the front, clutching his massive wolf tooth club and howling wildly. The veins on the neck bulged at this moment. As the disease flies approached, the muscles on the body seemed compressed like a spring, suddenly exploding with A huge wolf tooth club swung, making a loud noise in the air. It fiercely struck the enemy in front. Click. The bones shattered directly. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. 3 disease flies in front looked like watermelons hit by a baseball, with green blood and slime scattering all around. They were ed to pieces. Busy. Both sides quickly merged. A fight of blood and flesh. A wetland lizard man warrior wielding a steel blade charged at the front. Level 7 and fully armored, it had enough advantage. The wetland lizard man swung its steel blade, ing down hard. The diseased flies flapped their wings fiercely, dodging the attack, but the lizard man grinned fiercely and charged forward, ing into one of the flies. The fly trembled in flight and was hit. In that moment, sharp claws swung out, splat piercing flesh and deep into the chest. Then it twisted forcefully inside. Green slime splattered wildly. The diseased fly cried out painfully, a sharp screech like glass scraping an iron door. It bit down the lizardman's arm, gnashing with a terrifying force that left tiny tooth marks on the armor. It pierced straight through. The lizard man roared angrily, swinging its blade horizontally. Splat! It decapitated the fly instantly. Green slime splashed all over, but without hesitation, it lunged at the second one. One disease fly suddenly pounced on a wetland lizard man amid the chaos, its tail stinger stabbing fiercely. The unarmored lizard man was immediately torn open in the abdomen, but after being hurt, it became even more savage. Filled with rage, it held the fly's head in one hand and swung its other fist violently. Claws pierced through the brain. The creature struggled a few times before stiffening suddenly. It fought fiercely, but blood kept pouring out from its abdominal wound. Feeling its strength rapidly waning, the lizardman's heart grew cold. This injury meant certain death on the battlefield, but it suddenly became even more ferocious. In death, it wanted to drag a few others into. It roared angrily and charged forward. But just as it fought another disease fly, it suddenly felt a warm, soothing energy flood into its body. His abdominal injury is healing at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the deadly poison carried by the plague flies has been forcibly suppressed. What is this in confusion? He suddenly unleashed a stronger risking his life to kill the enemy in front of him. He then sharply turned his head and looked back. Through a gap in the crowd, a tall, heroic figure with deep, starry eyes was watching the battlefield. The other's gaze was full of encouragement and praise. The Lord of Chaos. Does he have healing magic? This new wetland lizard man was shaken, thinking back to his days wandering and fighting in the wilderness. He had never received such treatment before. Feeling his strength rapidly returning, he suddenly turned and roared forward. This time he was even more crazy than before, because behind him he was no longer alone. He had someone backing him up. Although Lyre did not fight on the front lines, his role was irreplaceable. Whenever the front line was damaged, he would immediately cast Marsh Gift. After leveling up his magic sword to 1,200 points, allowing him to cast 40 times in a row without pause. Moreover, after reaching level 7, his magic recovery speed increased, restoring over 300 points per minute. This was enough for him to cast Marsh Gift 10 times. With this, he single-handedly saved many severely injured or even doomed wetland lizard men, holding up the entire line. Meanwhile, the bubble beasts and marshland banshees gathered and rushed over from behind. The bubble beasts acted first, blowing bubbles that wildly compressed air to form bubble bombs. They then drew long arcs in the air, falling down. They exploded suddenly at the enemy center. The Urfel shockwave kicked up a lot of dirt. The plague flies with their strong vitality couldn't be killed directly by the bubbles. But the explosions disrupted their formation and attack rhythm, giving the wetland lizard men soldiers a better chance to respond calmly. Next, the marshland banshees began to hum softly. Their strong allure momentarily confused the plague flies on the battlefield, but they quickly broke free with each breath and resumed their fierce fighting. Protected by semi-divine will, they had high resistance to the banshee's song. The level 7 marshland banshees couldn't break through the semi-divine barrier. Seeing this, Lyre immediately spoke. Mal, focus on the intense battle area. Gather your magic and at the critical moment make them fall into illusions. The swamp siren immediately changed her fighting style. Upon hearing this, when she saw certain areas with aggressive disease flies, she hummed a tune. After shrinking the range, the enemy's sluggishness extended to 2 breaths. Although still very short, this was enough for the wetland lizard men to turn the tide. On the battlefield, a blink of an eye could be deadly. At this moment, the anger, frustration, cruelty, madness, and other emotions from the fight surged like a tide toward the swamp siren. Although not as clear and easy to understand as a theatrical performance, their large numbers still made her very full. Her aura was rapidly rising. As the battle heated up, countless disease flies kept pouring out from the bushes behind. Too many, too many. The human wave tactic was being pushed to its limit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, a more terrifying sound of wings flapping came from the sky. The fierce attacking disease flies looked up and saw an endless black tide rushing from above. Mud wasps, about the size of fists with fierce stingers, finally arrived at the battlefield. Over 60,000 of them formed a terrifying insect swarm. They darted through the air like arrows, stabbing wildly downward, splurred at high speed. Their 10 cm long stingers, sharp as steel needles, pierced into the disease flies' bodies. These monsters, with their own stingers that secreted poison and carried bacteria, had no immunity to the pain. The poison pierced deep into their bodies, exploding with pain that felt like someone was twisting their flesh with a mixer. The pain drove the disease flies into madness, making them scream and wave their tails, biting with their mouths. They wanted to fight back. The mud wasps were high-level, small in size and fragile. Once attacked, they would die instantly. The number of casualties skyrocketed instantly, but with so many, even death couldn't affect the scale of the insect swarm. Without proper countermeasures, the disease flies could only rage in helpless fury at these fast-flying creatures. Most deadly of all, the wetland lizard men warriors wouldn't let them attack the mud wasps without resistance. They launched even fiercer attacks. The plague flies were rapidly retreating. Under the combined attack of the swamp wasps, marsh lizard men, bubble beasts, and the swamp witches, these dark soldiers bred by the half-gods suddenly launched in and were quickly wiped out. The battlefield looked like a fast-spinning meat grinder, cutting all enemies cleanly. These bugs were truly cruel and crazy. Even when they were completely defeated, they still charged forward without fear. The plague flies' numbers dropped sharply to fewer than 100. Just as Lyre was about to finish off the enemy, a third piercing scream came from behind him. "Creatures, the immortal wool of my god cannot be defied. You all deserve to die." A deep, frantic voice echoed in his mind. Though he couldn't understand the language, he knew its meaning clearly. Suddenly, 4 or 5 marsh lizard men near the grass were struck with great force. They were hit like stones by a wooden stick, their bodies flying 20 or 30 m before ing heavily to the ground. A loud splattered mud and flesh everywhere. Lyre looked closer and saw they were bleeding from 7 orifices, their breathing suddenly stopping. He turned sharply. Before him appeared a terrifying monster over 3.5 meters tall with wings of flies flapping wildly, lifting it about 20 centimeters off the ground. It stood upright but was twisted and strange, covered in large patches of rotten flesh crawling with flies. It held a giant double-edged axe with 4 pale arms burning with faint green energy. Its head was that of a fly with crimson compound eyes filled with madness and brutality. Plaguefly General Level 12. Potential 3 stars, Race Talent, Health 3500, Hero Talent, Rotting Flesh, Frenzy, heals quickly by devouring rotten flesh after being injured. Skills, Heavy Strike Kill, 3 stars, unleashes all to execute enemies, dealing triple damage to smaller foes. Will of my god. 3 stars, summons the will of a half-god, greatly boosting combat strength. Star Shatter, 3 stars, is a 20-meter-long energy blade that destroys all enemies in its path. Evaluation, a Urful hero raised by the stench and the Master of Flies. This is a fully aired level 12 hero with 3 3-star skills, and that's not all on its head. It wears a shining black magic ring radiating immense energy. The Deadly Ring of Law level 2 stars features 1. A special ring that seals 10,000 souls. When attacking, it produces a piercing scream that targets the enemy's soul. 2. of Annihilation. Attacks carry destructive energy that can cause the enemy's flesh to rot directly. Not only is the user Urful, but they also possess magical equipment. Lyre's gaze becomes very serious. This enemy is too strong. The 2-headed ogre chief stares fiercely at the fierce plague fly general. His eyes are filled with intense fighting spirit. His transformation has reached a critical point. If he can defeat this fierce enemy, he will take a crucial step forward. For the city of a little reveal for his master for revenge, kill the 2-headed ogre chief, 3 m tall, looks like a small giant. When facing the plaguefly general, he is still slightly shorter, but he charges forward without fear. The plaguefly general, his wings and his blood-red compound eyes emit a cold, killing intent. He wields a double-edged battle axe and rushes forward swiftly. The two meet instantly. The ogre chief leaps fiercely, swinging his giant wolf fang club from above. The air explodes with a sharp sound. The plaguefly general swings his double-edged axe horizontally. Sparks fly and a ringing sound echoes around. Their energy collides, splashing out a large amount of faint green and blood-red flames scattering everywhere. It looks like sparks bursting from a forge. In that instant, the ogre chief feels countless frantic screams ringing in his mind. It's like thousands of people crying out in pain during brutal torture. At the same time, the force from his counterattack nearly causes his wolf fang club to slip from his grasp. His superior position gives him an advantage, but at this moment, his opponent easily blocks his attack. His face darkens considerably, but he quickly suppresses his agitation, roars loudly, and launches an even fiercer attack. The plaguefly general, seeing this, narrows his eyes and swings his weapon to meet the attack head-on. The ogre chief's strength is overbearing, but the plaguefly general is even stronger. Moreover, every attack from him is accompanied by a piercing scream that resonates through the soul. His expression suddenly became dazed and his face grew paler. The level 11 hero, still in the process of transforming, faced a fully armed top-tier hero. At this moment, the gap between them was greatly widened. The 2-star magic equipment, the Death Ring, which carries the of Annihilation, made the 2-headed ogre chieftain unbearable. Once injured, the wound would quickly rot, and even the strongest healing abilities were useless. As more wounds appeared, flies crawling on the rotting flesh sensed the smell and flew over with their wings. They landed on the wounds and began to gnaw. The bacteria invaded like poison, corroding the body. In the fierce battle, the 2-headed ogre chieftain's breath rapidly weakened. In just 7 or 8 minutes, he felt exhausted, and the clashes became heavier. His weapon felt as heavy as a mountain, almost impossible to lift. At some point, his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth all bled. Those small flies had a calming effect on the wounds. Liar's healing dropped to 0 and could no longer help. He was about to die. This thought suddenly appeared. The two-headed ogre chieftain's eyes, blurred by blood, were full of unwillingness. How could he die here? How could he hadn't yet seen the rise of the City of Dawn, hadn't returned to the Fragment Star Realm to kill the traitor who betrayed his father, nor reclaimed his throne? How could he fall here? He let out a desperate roar. The smaller second head, which had been closed and shut, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. A dark and fierce gaze fixed on the plague fly's general. The two-headed ogre chieftain felt as if energy was being poured back into his body. His breath surged rapidly, burning like a blazing fire, like a volcano erupting. Waves of flames surged high. Kill. With a roar, he charged forward. At this moment, the plague fly's general's scarlet compound eyes also showed seriousness. Crawler, you are now worthy of having your head collected by me. A cold voice entered his mind. The opponent's aura suddenly changed. His muscles bulged fiercely, and his 4 pale arms gripped the double-edged battle axe raised above his head, letting out a sharp scream as he swung it down violently. Even the air rippled with the force. Critical Strike 3 stars unleashes all its to instantly execute the enemy, dealing triple damage to foes smaller than itself. The two-headed ogre chieftain also raises his wolf-toothed club behind him, roaring as he swings. At this moment, he unleashes an unprecedented burst of strength. Their weapons collide instantly. Click, the wolf-toothed club is shattered. Under the incredulous gaze of the two-headed ogre chieftain, the long-handled, double-edged axe still swings fiercely, striking him hard. Splat. A terrible runs from his chest down to his abdomen. Ribs break and internal organs spill out. At this moment, outsiders can clearly see. Even heroes have their limits. The heavily equipped top-tier plague fly's general crushes the still untransformed two-headed ogre chieftain. In his last moments, he only sees the plague fly's general flap his wings and approach slowly, towering like a mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His fingers suddenly clench. Filled with extreme unwillingness, he collapses into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the plague fly's general's wings and steps forward, intending to execute the two-headed ogre chieftain directly. But at this moment, several bubbles suddenly fall and explode beside him, creating a fierce shock wave. Dust and debris fly everywhere, blocking his view. When he regains his senses, he sees that the two-headed ogre has already been taken away by the bubbles. Focusing his gaze, he notices that the remaining plague flies have been slaughtered during his battle. The battlefield is filled with corpses and blood with green slime mixed with crimson blood, looking especially striking. The stench of blood and the strange smell of the slime constantly the nose, making people nauseous. The bubbles did not cause any harm to the plague flies. General, an 8-level bubble beast, and a 12-level hero are worlds apart. The swamp siren singing nearby continued, but it didn't distract the opponent even for a moment. The mud wasp. These high-attack assassins during the fight were instantly ignited by the green energy burning from the opponent. Their life force extinguished like moss flying into flames. All their tactics failed. Lear directly realized how brutal Heil combat can be. Previously, he could hunt the same level Mosquito Queen because he had intelligent support and had crafted a 3-star alchemical potion to counter her. Now, facing such a ruthless enemy head-on, overwhelming pressure hits him. The opponent alone can make the entire army feel difficult to handle. To kill him, they can only use their numbers. Liar's gaze turns cold. All troops, listen up. Training soldiers for 1,000 days just for this moment. I order you to attack. His deep voice carries unwavering determination. The army doesn't hesitate and immediately advances. They stare fixedly at the deceased-breeding fly general. Death, that's nothing. A soldier's glory is to fall in the charge. But at this moment, a huge towering presence suddenly erupts from behind. It's like a giant dragon breaking out of its shell. The deceased-breeding fly general looks up sharply in that direction with fear and seriousness in his eyes for the first time. Danger. Deadly danger. It's as if someone has a knife pressed against his neck. Fierce and brutal, roar. A deep suppressed roar echoes through the sky and earth. The ground begins to shake. Liar turns his head and sees a figure riding a fierce beast. Haggis has awakened. This mighty lizard man hero, now 2 m tall, has shed his armor which no longer fits him. His body is covered with small shiny metallic scales, muscles bulging with raw like a punch could crush a city wall. His gaze is fierce and his aura is overwhelming. Beneath him is a swift, fierce giant lizard 3 m tall. Its front limbs are small but have razor-sharp claws sharper than blades. Its hind legs are strong and able to crush stones easily when running. Its scales are small but reflect a metallic shine, offering armor-like defense. Its tail swings like a steel whip, making a whistling sound capable of ing through anything it hits. Its mouth is slightly open, revealing jagged teeth that can tear steel apart easily. Most importantly, their energies are perfectly aligned, completely in sync. They are cold-blooded cavalry. Haggis has successfully transformed. Liar checks his status panel and sees the other's bright level 12, making him breathe heavily. Since his promotion, his level has skyrocketed to 12. The evil hero bred by that half-god is now at the same level as him. Haggis' gaze fixed on the disease fly's general is toned and serious. Haggis, execute him. Even if it costs lives, defeating the disease fly's general would be too great a loss for the City of Shadows. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Haggis' amber eyes suddenly turned cold. While he was transforming and sleeping, this hybrid dared to attack his territory and kill his comrades. Unforgivable, they all deserve death. The newly transformed wetland lizard hero charges forward fiercely. The swift and fierce lizard stomps the ground, causing loud rumbling sounds. His speed is like lightning, leaving a trail of after-images. He grips a steel sword tightly, one hand steadying himself with the swift lizard, his eyes filled with brutality and ferocity. The crowd instinctively makes way, letting Haggis pass through. The disease flies. General tightens his grip on his double-edged battle axe, endless pale green energy flowing into it. He swings it fiercely. A terrifying crescent-shaped energy blade cuts through the air with force. Destroy everything. Unexpectedly, Haggis quickly turns aside, and with a piece of his shoulder is torn away. Blood splashes out wildly. Half of his shoulder is gone, looking extremely gruesome. The army behind them holds their breath. But then, to everyone's surprise, the injured enemy begins to recover visibly, healing in just a few blinks of an eye. His innate hero talent regeneration. In that brief moment, Haggis has already reached the disease fly's general. He swings his steel sword down. His sword clashes with the long-handled, double-edged battle axe. A burst of sparks flies. The two immediately clash fiercely. The terrifying surge of energy and blood is 10 times more intense than before. However, this time the disease fly's general no longer has the overwhelming advantage. Instead, Haggis keeps pressing him back again and again. No matter how much the disease fly's general erupts, Haggis forces him to hold back. The swift lizard beneath him moves flexibly and fights fiercely. Its mouth tears and bites. Its tail swings like a steel whip, and its sharp front claws can cause huge damage to the disease fly's general. It makes him afraid to ignore even a small part of the fight. Plus, its nearly insane regenerative ability, which allows it to recover in just a few breaths after being injured, unleashes an extremely terrifying combat. Surrounding spectators, the wetland lizard men trembled with awe, their eyes filled with shock. Liar also watched the battle on the field without blinking. Is this the combat after upgrading to 3-star potential and switching to the cold-blooded cavalry with dual enhancements? It's fierce. Too fierce. The plague fly's general sensed Hog's terrifying strength and began to go crazy. But no matter how fierce his attack was, it was forcibly suppressed. The steel sword in his hand under the cover of vitality became incredibly tough and sharp. Facing the opponent's over 3 m long double-edged axe, he fought back repeatedly. Thinking of the fierce two-headed ogre chieftain being easily subdued by the plague fly's general, the gap in strength was clear. How much has this wetland lizard hero improved? Puff of the plague fly's general was struck by Hogs with a causing flesh to explode again. At this moment, his body was covered with countless scars. Meanwhile, Hogs remained completely unharmed. The plague fly's general retreated a few steps, suddenly grabbing the blood and flesh of the plague flies on the ground, which then dissolved instantly, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Hark sneered, rushing forward without giving him a second chance to recover. His hero talent was Urful, but it required time. Hark's talent could directly consume internal energy to heal wounds. These two are not the same thing. Soon, the plague fly's general was pushed to the brink of despair. Covered in wounds, unable to stop healing, surrounded by the army of the micro-exposure city, if he weakened, he would be overwhelmed and killed. He sensed the breath of death. Roaring loudly, a terrifying, indescribable suddenly surged from his body. At this moment, it seemed as if the sky darkened. Liar's gaze sharpened. The stench and the Lord of Flies. That Damagod cast his gaze onto the battlefield. My lord, grant me strength. After the roar, the Supreme will suddenly shattered, then flooded into his body. The aura on his body skyrocketed visibly to the eye. He suddenly erupted, charging fiercely at Harks. But at this moment, Harks clenched his battle knife tightly, and his strength surged wildly into it. Even the fierce, head-on swift lizard's was fully unleashed now. A wild roar escaped his throat. The fierce wild lizard charged forward quickly, swinging his battle sword at the plague fly's general. The opponent raised a long-handled battle axe to fight back, but in the next moment, the axe shattered instantly, and the steel sword edged down from the chest with unstoppable force. An immense burst of erupted from the chest downward. Half of the body was cut apart. The momentum reaching its peak was crushed into the mud at this moment. The terrible pain caused the plague fly's general's body to stiffen for a moment, and Haggis' steel sword was smoothly drawn back. In the instant they narrowly missed each other, he suddenly turned around and swung his sword from behind. A reverse strike. Half of the head was knocked off. Brain matter mixed with green slime splattered everywhere. The huge corpse fell to the ground with a shocking expression, ing heavily and no longer moving. The plague fly's general was dead. The lingering wool around him suddenly gathered again. A blurry, twisted figure filled with flies appeared in the void, looking deeply at Lyre before vanishing completely. The scene suddenly fell silent. Lyre looked around. The ground was full of corpses and wreckage. Haggis' figure stood out clearly among them. At this point, the sudden attack and bloody battle had come to an end. You commanded the army to defeat and eliminate the half-god, the Stench and Fly's Lord's follower, protecting your territory. Additionally, you gained a piece of intelligence. The Stench and Fly's Lord bestowed his former transformed Eye of the Plague Fly's general. Removing his right, I will grant you access. Through its aura, you can open a portal to the plane where the Lord resides. This sudden information sparked some alertness in Lyre's mind. He looked at the corpse of the plague fly's general. Clear the battlefield and gather the bodies of our fallen soldiers. Collect the other corpses together. After the surrounding troops began to work, he stepped over to the corpse of the plague fly's general. Dig out his right eye. The nearby wetland lizard man warrior immediately started digging and removed his right eye. It was held in his hand, smooth and cold like a red gemstone. Lyre focused his gaze, and his mind conjured the attributes of the eye. Evil Eye level 3 stars feature evil nature installed inside the body, making the user extremely wicked, but also greatly increasing their rating a leftover eye from a demagod's transformation. Surprisingly, this is a 3-star treasure. Its features are quite special. By sensing carefully with the mind, one can discover a hidden unique within. As long as energy is input, it can open a portal to a realm of stench and flies where the Lord of Decay resides. After calming down, I looked at the death ring worn by the Plaguefly General on his head. This 2-star magic item is now also his trophy. Let the nearby warrior take it as well. As soon as Leo received it, he felt a cold, chilling aura, death's breath, and the sorrow of countless souls inside. After weighing it briefly, he handed it to Haggis. This treasure is yours. The death ring suits melee heroes. As a healer, he doesn't need to fight on the front lines. Haggis dismounted from the fierce lizard, kneeled on the battlefield, and respectfully took it. Thank you for your gift, Lord. His tone was excited and uplifted. It's not just about the gift of this weapon, but also the second time he's been granted hero's In the wilderness, strength is more important than life. This kindness is something he can never repay with his life. Lee nodded without saying much. He signaled for others to keep searching, but no other treasures were found on the enemy. Finally, the weapon cut from the Plague Fly General was also collected. A 3M-long double-edged battle axe, perhaps due to rough craftsmanship, was just an ordinary piece of equipment. The surface was uneven, like a poorly made workshop product. The metal was clearly high quality, but the craftsmanship was lacking. They planned to take it to the blacksmith for reworking, the crowd hiding in the city hall. After hearing that the battle was over and their territory was safe, all left the hall. As seen, there were only corpses everywhere. Seeing such a brutal scene made their hearts tremble. They couldn't imagine how fierce the fight had been. If the army was broken, they would face an unprecedented disaster. Fortunately, the Lord led the army to block the enemy and achieved a great victory. Winning an external war and eliminating the enemy's threat is always the best way to unite people's hearts. After the residents' fears eased, their sense of belonging to the territory quietly grew. They began to take the initiative to help. Half an hour later, the losses and the spoils of the battle were tallied. First, the losses. The wetland lizard men warriors on the front lines suffered the heaviest casualties. Even with the advantage of the home ground, support from bubble beasts, muddy hornets, marsh witches, and the frantic healing by Lyre, 6 small squads still perished. The total troop count dropped to 550 soldiers. Additionally, about 5,000 muddy hornets were killed in the chaos, reducing their total to just over 50,000. It's worth noting that 3 barbarians who stayed in the territory also died in battle. Furthermore, the 2-headed ogre chieftain was severely wounded and fell into a deep sleep after being struck in the abdomen by the disease fly general. The spoils included over 2,400 corpses of level 6 disease flies piled together into small hills. Considering the enemy's numbers, losing only 6 small squads is quite a feat. The disease fly general's 2-star magic artifacts, the Ring of the Dead, and the broken double-edged battle axe were also captured. Finally, a 3-star evil eye was obtained. Lyre fell silent for a long time after hearing the report, silently gazing into the eyes of the diseased fly general. A demigod, right good. Very good. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This blood feud can only be paid with blood. He took the eye and looked toward Bane standing nearby. Are the bodies of the fallen soldiers all prepared? They've all been found. Tomorrow morning, bury these heroes. From now on, the night watch will be increased to 2 squats. The patrol range will extend to 5 km. Yes, my lord. After a flurry of activity, the territory returned to silence. But tonight, most people found it hard to sleep. After ordering the troops to rest, Lyre looked at Hags, standing beside him with the swift, raging lizard. He opened Hags' attribute panel again. The deceased fly general under the influence of the demigods will saw a significant boost in his stats and was slain in his peak state. How Urful is this guy really? With a hint of anticipation, I carefully examined it. Hugh Hero Unit Level, Advanced Knight Level 12 Potential, 3 stars, additional 30 Strength Health, 12,000. Hugh's Hero Unit Level, Advanced Knight Level 12 Potential 3 stars, Max Level 12 30 increase in Strength Race Talent Amphibious Life, has a special lung, can hold breath for a long time, and breathe briefly underwater. Hero Talent 1 Regeneration with a body of unique that can heal itself quickly, recovering health after injury and limbs can grow back. If broken, 2 Body Control has absolute control over his body. Able to manipulate all muscles with fine precision. Health 12,000 points. Profession, Cold-Blooded Cavalry. Rare, all attributes increased by 50. Skills, Scale Armor 3 stars. Passive has Steel-like Defense, reduces damage taken by 45. Ruthless 3 stars when taking damage or attacking. Becomes extremely ruthless, increasing all attributes by 45, fearless of pain and relentless against enemies. Bloodthirsty 3 stars after tasting blood. His size increases by 30 and strength by 60. Profession skills, Life Fusion special merges life force and strength with his mount. A fierce swift lizard, sharing health and can transfer injuries to the mount or actively take damage meant for the mount. Mountain Severance special concentrates all his and his mount's strength to unleash a deadly attack that can cut through everything in front. Cold-Blooded special maintains absolute rationality, able to control his mind in any state, making the most accurate judgments. Hunter special gains one of all attributes for each enemy, killed up to a maximum of 80. Weakness detection special clearly perceives enemy weaknesses. Equipment Death Ring of the Dead 2 stars evaluation, a fierce and Urful swamp life form. His gaze filled with brutality and slaughter. After reading Hughes's attributes, Lyre's heart trembled and his gaze became extremely intense. There are 3 3-star skills, 5 special class skills, and a health pool of up to 12,000 points. The second talent, Body Control, gives absolute mastery over one's body, allowing precise muscle movements. Combined with the Regeneration talent, this creates a Urful mix of skills. His combat skyrockets compared to him. The level 12 Plague Fly General has only 3,500 health points. Although the opponent is strong compared to Haggis, he's not worth mentioning. No wonder he was favored by the demigod's will and had his head cut off. So fierce, so incredible. This is the Cold-Blooded Cavalry class with increased potential, activating the second talent and multiple upgrades leading to top-tier combat strength. In this transformation, he has reached the peak of his 3-star potential and is now the strongest fighter in the city of Micro. He holds a Urful card in his hand. Relieved, but when he calmed down, he also felt a strange happiness mixed with worry. The Cold-Blooded Cavalry is strong, but it requires too many resources to train. Higa's transformation was based on devouring hundreds of corpses. Thinking about it, he asked, does an ordinary Cold-Blooded Cavalry need the same amount of resources as you? The level 12 hero shook his head. Master, an ordinary Cold-Blooded Cavalry can be trained with about 100 corpses. My control over is stronger than others, so I need more resources. As a hero unit, his transformation naturally surpasses that of ordinary wetland lizard men. Leo's mood easted slightly. That's not so bad. Otherwise, he'd have a lot to do. But compared to the Cold-Blooded Cavalry's fighting this cost doesn't seem too high. While they talked, Bane, the swamp hero, hurried over. Master, the corpses have all been moved to the swamp tray. Should we let the flesh-eaters start devouring them immediately? Lael replied calmly. I'll go there right away. After witnessing the combat strength of the Plague Fly General, he gained new understanding of high-level fighting They need to wake the divine beings as soon as possible. In 2 months, they will face even more ferocious and Urful enemies, the flying dragons. Those are terrifying level 16 creatures, 10 or even 100 times stronger than the Plague Fly General. Previously, he considered using the army to surround and attack, but after this battle, he abandoned that idea. A flying dragon could never be fought with ground troops. Even transforming all the wetland lizard men into Cold-Blooded Cavalry would be difficult. When they arrived at the Swamp Tron area, over 2,000 corpses were piled into small hills. These bodies of level 6 soldiers contained abundant blood and flesh energy. This harvest was greater than what they had gathered from several days of hunting before. The flesh and blood butcher, without a head, lay quietly on the ground like a deep abyss beast that had not yet awakened. Getting closer, he immediately felt the oppressive that seeped into his soul. Leo waved his hand, instructing the swamp trays to carry the bodies and place them beside the flesh and blood butcher. The moment the bodies hit the ground, a faint crimson energy emanated from them, covering the butcher. The flesh and blood quickly dried, shattered, and turned into debris on the ground. The bodies thrown into the pile were soon swallowed up completely. It was like adding firewood to a stove. The aura of the flesh and blood butcher grew stronger with each addition of nutrients, and the crimson energy deepened. Soon, all these over 2,000 corpses were devoured entirely. The butcher's aura surged to a critical point. Leo could clearly sense that it was just one step away from awakening. He felt excited, too. He turned his head to look at the last corpse, the plaguefly general. He waved his hand, instructing the nearby wetland lizard men to carry this corpse and throw it into the area covered by crimson energy. Then, seeming to think of something, he took out the newly acquired 3-star treasure, the evil god's eye. With a curious mind, he stepped forward, but as he approached, a earthful suction suddenly pulled the eye away. He saw the evil eye like a red-hot steel ball falling into ice and snow, merging directly into the flesh and blood butcher's body. At that moment, a crisp shattering sound of glass breaking echoed in his ears. The opponent's aura suddenly surged, and an indescribably evil presence covered the sky. The silver moonlight instantly dimmed. It was as if a terrible creature was crawling out of the abyss. Lying on the ground headless, a terrifying stitched-together life form trembled violently, then slowly it stood up. At this moment, everyone around felt a chilling sensation, a cold shiver down their spines. He widened his eyes and stared intensely at the butcher of flesh. Under the gaze of the crowd, the evil creature slowly turned to face Liar. Liar could clearly sense that the flesh butcher was watching him, even though it had no head. That invisible, unseen gaze was like a blood-red sun hanging in the sky, hot and wild. Master, a hoarse voice, deep like distant thunder, yet with a strange ethereal quality, sounded from all around. Then this creature, fused by the divine of the halfish god, devoured a trace of divine life and knelt humbly on one knee to salute him. No head, yet it could still speak. The wetland lizard men around them were sweating coldly today. They saw something truly extraordinary. Liars stared directly at this terrifying life form. Its neck looked like a peeled fruit stem balled with large blood scabs on it. It created a chilling visual impact. Such a creature, even without considering its combat ability, would cause great fear just by appearing before ordinary people. Do you have a name, Raidena? The true name I received at birth. Liar nodded. He took a deep breath and opened its attribute panel, but he was surprised. There was no detailed information, only that it was still transforming. No specific attributes displayed. Have you not finished transforming? Master, the eyeball you bestowed contains a different kind of I need about a day to devour it. The flesh butcher spoke smoothly, normally as if communicating with a regular person. Liar sensed this and asked directly, did you gain knowledge inheritance ruler? I possess many memories of the halfish people. Liar finally understood. This creature was formed from the flesh and blood of the halfish people, and combined with divine life, it was not easy to judge by normal standards. Do you still need flesh and blood? Raidena shook its bald neck. Digesting this eyeball is more important to me. Its voice grew a bit excited. The residual divine aura in the eyeball is very unique. Perhaps I can use it to absorb its Liar's eyes lit up. Is this even possible after all? A half-god is still a half-god since it was born from divine It's not entirely incomprehensible. There is no need to speak much now. I wave my hand to let the others digest what has happened. I also remind them not to be greedy for credit. If they can absorb the of the stench and the fly lord, they should do so. If not, they shouldn't force it. Provoking the enemy might make them desperate and dangerous, which is not good. The flesh butcher immediately responded and then lay back down beneath the swamp treant, falling into sleep again. But this time it is hopeful that the enemy will wake up. Liar feels quite happy. He has completed his transformation and the divine life has awakened. Today has been a good day with many positive events. Looking back, the Fly Lord and the Stench have even helped him by sending a few enemies his way. If they had woken up earlier, the fierce Plague Fly General would have been defeated already. The of the Flesh Butcher is even stronger and more aggressive than he. After all, it is a divine life born from a starting point that ordinary life can hardly reach in a lifetime. Once the spoils are digested, this sudden attack is finally over. The losses were significant, but the gains were also substantial. It was a small profit. Liar didn't stay long and returned to his tent to rest. The next morning, as the sun rises, a ray of light shines, making the clouds in the sky appear colorful. The crowd gathers early in front of the town hall. On the open ground, dozens of coffins woven from vines are quietly laid on the earth. The crowd is silent. This is the second hero's funeral. Compared to the last time, the residents are more touched. They saw the corpses scattered everywhere, and the tragic fallen wetland lizard men warriors. Many of these bodies were helped by them to be laid to rest. The heroes who sacrificed themselves fought and died for them. Only by personally participating can they truly understand the weight of these words. These victims stood at the front line blocking the enemy's charge. Without these warriors, last night would have been a chaotic escape. Now those who have died are them. Lyre quietly approaches the crowd, surveys the scene, and speaks in a calm and solemn tone. Citizens of the city of the slight breeze, you all know that last night the enemy attacked our territory. Those dirty, disgusting monsters want to destroy our land, seize our food, and gnaw on our flesh. His voice gradually rises in intensity, but our warriors fought together and defeated them, guarded the territory, and won the final victory. But at the same time, we also paid a heavy price. Do you see the coffins in front of you? Each one is a hero who sacrificed themselves last night to protect the land and each of us. Remember these heroes, they fought and died for us. They will never be forgotten nor ignored. The graves of the brave will be their home, and their names and stories will be sung in the Hall of Heroes. They are our role models. There is no peace or calm. Danger is everywhere. Our warriors bore all of this for us. All the glory belongs to them. Great in death, shining in death, rise spirits. With a earful call, everyone felt the fire burning in their hearts. The unity of the land grew stronger. The swamp lizard warriors immediately lifted their comrade's coffin and headed to the Hall of Heroes. Lyre carried the coffin while the swamp witch in front scattered white flowers and sang a sad yet hopeful song. The atmosphere was solemn and respectful. People who had never experienced this before finally understood why some say that sacrificing for the land is a true honor. The Lord gently held the coffin. All the villagers sent off their loved one. What an honor that was. At the burial, Lyre carefully buried the first shovel full of earth himself. Then everyone observed a 3-minute moment of silence. After all this, when the crowd dispersed, their hearts still felt emotional for a long time. The barbarians were even more excited now. Last time they were just spectators, but this time was different. They had fought in the bloody battle last night, and 2 of their comrades had fallen on the front lines. Today, what kept them from feeling at peace was that even the 2 fallen barbarians received the same treatment and honor, even though this wasn't their territory and they weren't even residents here. But in the face of such honor, their hearts burned with pride. Sacrificing for this land was not a shame, but a great honor. As they walked, their postures became even straighter. As the crowd dispersed, the barbarian leader Isakin suddenly saw the wetland lizard man chief who had arrived at the territory a few days ago and expressed doubts about the city of Micro. He strode forward and stopped the other, speaking in a deep voice. Do you understand now? His brief words left the wetland lizard man chief silent. After a long moment, he bowed and placed his hand on his chest. I apologize to you. I underestimated our territory and the generosity of the Lord. Last night, he fought near the barbarians and saw firsthand how 2 barbarians died bravely. The brave warriors deserve all respect. Today, the treatment given to fallen warriors far exceeded his expectations. He thought it was a great fortune just to find a grave to bury them. He never imagined they would receive such a grand and solemn funeral, and that their names would be engraved in the Hall of Heroes. That is the Hall of Heroes. The gods built the Hall of Heroes to honor and encourage their followers. When devout believers die, they enter the hall and can be reborn. The human empire also built the Hall of Heroes to praise and record the deeds of great heroes. Everyone knows their names. Entering the Hall of Heroes is the highest praise and honor for a warrior. No one can refuse it. Ain's expression softened. His tone became a bit complicated. You being able to serve the Lord is an incredible honor. He patted the other's shoulder and then turned to leave. He is not a citizen of Micro. He has his own territory, but after more than half a month together, he had developed a strong sense of belonging to this land. If it weren't for the drive to strengthen the barbarians and build their first territory, perhaps he would have already pledged his loyalty to the land's master. Some people are naturally born leaders, inspiring willing followers. The hero's funeral ended, and the crowd began to busy themselves. Death in the wilderness is common and does not affect daily life. Soon, Lyre received good news again. There was new progress with Granny Green Grass. He eagerly went to the area where the mutated pitcher plants were being cultivated. At this moment, 9 old figures with reed-like hair are busy working in the field. To his surprise, the pitcher plants they planted just a few days ago have already grown to waist height. Even more astonishing, they seem to be moving their heads. Several waist-high pitcher plants are swaying and shaking in the field, which looks quite amusing. When he approached, Granny Green Grass immediately bowed. Father God, what are you all doing? The leading Granny Green Grass spoke softly. Father God, these pitcher plants are very suitable for gaining spirituality. We have already given them a bit of spirit. Giving them spirit is Granny Green Grass's special talent. She can grant plants spirituality and communicate with plants that have it. Liar became interested. He checked the attributes of the pitcher plants. He found that their level had risen from 1 star to 2 stars, and they gained a new trait. They have been granted a unique spirituality, possess some intelligence, can actively absorb nutrients to grow faster, and can accelerate nectar secretion. In just a short time, they turned into 2-star magical plants. Liar found this hard to believe. Interestingly, after gaining spirituality, the plants can actively absorb nutrients to grow and speed up nectar secretion. Previously, they only absorbed passively. Now they can actively do so. No wonder they grow so quickly. He focused carefully and saw that in just a short while these pitcher plants had grown a bit taller. This talent for granting spirit is quite irful. At this rate, it won't be long before the pitcher plants start producing nectar. Liar's thoughts became excited. Once these pitcher plants grow, they will surely produce many seedlings. Then expanding the planting scale could provide a steady source of sugar. Sugar is a strategic resource in modern times, and in this world without a sugar industry, it's almost a luxury. Building a large-scale sugar industry would bring endless wealth more valuable than gold or silver mines. For the Territo's future development, trade is essential, and currently the city of Wu has little to offer in external trade. If they can develop this, it will become a special product, a treasure that can be exchanged for many resources. He looked at Granny Green Grass with admiration. Well done. Strive to make the pitcher plants grow quickly and reproduce. Our sugar industry can start building from now on. Liar looked at the pitcher plants swaying in the muddy ground, feeling quite pleased. These creatures truly are created by the swamp god. They suit his taste perfectly. Carefully cultivate these pitcher plants and quickly increase their size. In the future, they can bring us enormous value. Grandma Greengrass sensed his seriousness, and her gaze also became serious. As you wish, Father God. They are not good at fighting, but when it comes to growing plants, they believe they are the best. Liar spoke, then took Grandma Greengrass to the fish farm to show her the feeding of the red dragon bloodfish with the fishtail grass. After observing for a moment, the lead elder stood up and said, Father God, these fishtail grasses can only be cultivated into 1-star magic plants at most. If used as food for the fish, their spiritual energy significance is not great. Liar was a bit surprised. Whether or not they can be spiritualized, being able to grow into 1-star magic plants is enough. Grow them as soon as possible. The red dragon bloodfish are more precious than pitcher plants. These fishtail grasses are their food. He then sighed a little. Unfortunately, we haven't found a way to breed red dragon bloodfish yet. Grandma Greengrass said in a deep voice, Father God, I sense that these fish lack energy. The fishtail grass currently being fed cannot meet their needs. Liar's eyes narrowed slightly. Lacking energy, if we upgrade the level of the fishtail grass, can it make up for it? Of course it can. Grandma Greengrass was very sure. Liar's smile immediately grew broader. Unexpectedly, the problem was discovered by Grandma Greengrass. The lead elder of Grandma Greengrass stepped forward, gently lifting a small, pointed fishtail grass growing in the mud. He closed his eyes slightly. A faint green energy emanated from his body, covering the fishtail grass. In an instant, the magic around seemed to be attracted like a magnet, rushing into the fishtail grass in his hand. After about 5 minutes, he carefully reinserted the fishtail grass into the mud. A surprising scene then appeared. Fishtail grass seemed to press the speed-up button and began to grow rapidly. The roots under the stem, like tentacles, densely extended and covered the mud. In just 10 minutes, the small fishtail grass, about the size of a palm, had tripled in size. At this moment, the magic energy flowing around slowly stopped. Liar, seeing this, curiously opened the attribute panel of the fishtail grass. Fishtail grass magical plant level. 1-star feature contains rich magical energy. Eating it quickly replenishes the nutrients needed for fish life. Evaluation. These water plants have been specially improved, greatly increasing their vitality and growth speed, allowing them to root and grow on the mud's surface. Just a simple upgrade to a 1-star magical plant. Liar felt like he had opened his eyes. He thought that the cultivation of magical plants on Granny Greengrass's skill panel would require long time, careful care, and selection before becoming a magical plant. But unexpectedly, it was directly transformed using magic. Indeed, the magical world cannot always be reasoned with normal logic. This world itself defies common sense. Compared to the previous fishtail grass, it now has an additional feature, quickly replenishing the nutrients needed for fish life. It's a perfect match for their needs. Father God, in the future for feeding, just cut the leaves above the roots of the fishtail grass. As long as the roots are not damaged, it can regrow in half a month. If you need to expand, you can divide and plant the fishtail grass. Liar nodded happily. I will give instructions later. You all convert more and increase the scale. The 9 Granny Greengrass immediately responded and moved one after another. each taking a fishtail grass to convert into a magical plant. At this rate, it won't be long before all are transformed. Then, by dividing and planting, the area can be doubled. He looked at the red dragon bloodfish swimming in the water, feeling very satisfied. These delicious creatures are a way to reproduce. In the future, raising 300 or 500 acres could make every dragon bloodfish a tasty treat. Like the pitcher plant that produces nectar, these dragon bloodfish are also an endless treasure trove. Moreover, compared to other resources, they are more valuable individually. If transportation issues can be solved, they would be great for trade. I called the workers from the fish pond to explain the situation and asked them to communicate further with Granny Greengrass to increase the scale as soon as possible. After dealing with this, Liar visited the two-headed ogre chieftain for a while. Last night during the battle with the Plague Fly General, this unfinished level 11 hero fell into sleep. The enemy's brave fight without retreat was flawless. The only problem was that their strength was a bit weaker. The swamp gift no longer worked, so now he could only see his fate like the swampy queen. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it and turned to leave, reassembling his army. The knight attacked by the stench and the Fly Lord's followers put him under great pressure. The enemy had already discovered and attacked the city of the Slight Glow, and this was only the first wave. Who knows if there will be a second or third attack in the future. He needed to quickly gain more Urful strength. Fortunately, he and the Flesh Butcher had woken up, giving him some confidence, but if he could train 1 or 2 squads of cold-blooded cavalry, he wouldn't be so passive in this fight. Strength is everything. The army gathered for squads of wetland lizard men warriors, 8 bubble beasts, and 3 marsh witches. All the swamp yellow bees were also brought along. The target this time was a region 30 km south covered with black tall grass where the evil Demagod worshipper, the Stench and Fly Lord, was located. Since they dared to attack the city of the Slight Glow, they must be prepared to face the consequences. He never waits overnight for revenge. Liar's gaze was cold. After gathering the troops, he thought for a moment and sent someone to summon Bane's granddaughter, the only alchemist in the city of the Slight Glow, who produced 3-star alchemical potions. When Donna saw a Liar, the shy 13 or 14-year-old girl was very timid. "Good day, Lord," she said shyly, saluting. After the greeting, she nervously twisted her hands around her cloth bag, not daring to look at him. Liar stared at the girl and spoke softly. "Dongya, you should know that last night a group of fierce enemies attacked our territory. We lost dozens of warriors. This grudge must be settled. Blood debt can only be paid with blood." Danu's face also became serious. She put aside her shyness and handed over her cloth bag. "Lord, this is the black spot bloodworm dare I have made these past few days. Due to the limited number of black spot bloodworms, I can't produce too much right now," he hurriedly added, "but I have started trying to breed black spot bloodworms. These worms grow quickly, and by mid-next month I will have a large batch." The reproduction speed of these worms is not something ordinary creatures can compare to. They lay thousands or even tens of thousands of eggs at once, and their survival rate is much higher than that of fish. Lee nodded in approval after receiving the report. "Donia, you did very well. If you need any resources, just ask Bane. Let's try to keep the production of black spot bloodworm dare steady. The of a 3-star alchemy potion has already been tested on the level 13 queen mosquito. With the help of the bubble beast, the effect can be greatly increased. It's wise to prepare more strategies against those evil god worshippers." The girl's face turned red with excitement, and she nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Getting Lear's approval felt like a child winning first place in a test and receiving a medal, an honor for her. Everything was ready and the army set out immediately. 30 km is not close, but most of this area has already been explored, so their progress was quick. At noon, the front wetlands lizard men sent a message. They found an area covered with tall black grass. Lear's eyes sharpened and his mood immediately lifted. He ordered the main forest to stop temporarily. He took Higis and 2 small squads of wetlands lizard men to sneak closer. After about 10 minutes of walking through sparse woods, their vision suddenly opened up. Ahead was a large open space stretching as far as the eye could see. The ground was covered with thin black wild grass blanketing the entire area. Using his senses, Leo could feel a strange evil aura emanating from the grass. It looked like a battlefield of corpses and flesh, with the black grass growing by feeding on blood and evil plant. The air was filled with a disgusting mix of rotten smell and sulfur, making people feel nauseous. Looking carefully, the air was silent, with only the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. The sounds of insects and frogs seemed to be cut off. He seemed to sense something and stared fixedly at the center of the black grass. "Master, those pests are right here. I can sense it." The disgusting smell of those flies. Liar raised an eyebrow. He looked around but saw nothing. He lowered his gaze to the grass and appeared thoughtful. His mind dispersed, activating his divine to cloak himself with the strength of his swamp deity. He then hid behind a tree trunk and quietly stepped forward. Suddenly, everything changed before his eyes. The black grass disappeared, replaced by a land covered in blood and severed limbs. Strange twisted hair-like fibers floated in the air, resembling the fluff on fly legs. In the center, thousands of bodies knelt in a circle, silent and facing a corpse in the middle. What was terrifying was that above the central corpse, a 3 m long in space stood open like a demon's eye. From the countless plague flies crawled out. They gathered below in thousands and kept increasing. Most importantly, he saw 3 plaguefly generals. Liar took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold. Fortunately, he acted today. If he had arrived even a little later, the enemy's army would have gathered, and tonight's battle would have been 10 times more brutal than last night. Even if the flesh butcher completed his transformation, the cost would be unbearable. He took a step back. The scene before him instantly vanished. It was still the lush black grassland. Master Hogs looked confused. Liar didn't say much, waving his hand to order his soldiers to return immediately. Once back with the main force, he felt more composed. While thinking, he shared all the information with the army, then looked at Har seriously and said, "Anyone who enters that area will be detected immediately, so we don't have many chances." He used his divine to block their perception. But the army had hundreds of people, and he couldn't protect everyone. When the fight begins, you must be the first to deal with those 3 plague fly generals. Can you do it? HS responded in a low, firm voice with unwavering determination. "My lord, I will complete the task." The master had given him everything. If he couldn't do this, how could he be the blade of the City of Dawn? Why should the ruler cut through all obstacles ahead? Lizard men will never disappoint expectations. Liar nodded, his gaze becoming colder. Bubble beasts ignite the black spotted blood insect dare and gather smoke with bubbles. Wetland lizard men, listen up. Once you hear the explosion, be ready. When the marsh bumblebees attack, charge together. Swamp sirens coordinate with the wetland lizard men for the attack. The low-flying marsh bumblebees didn't need extra commands. With a thought, they launched relentless attacks. Using the bumblebee's actions as a signal, he could better control his forces. As Liar finished speaking, the army immediately moved into action. The bubble beast ignited the black spotted blood insect dare, forming bubbles and starting to gather smoke. Once all the dare was used up, each bubble beast controlled 20 bubbles filled with thick fog. 8 of these beasts created a total of 160 fog-filled bubbles floating around them, creating a spectacular scene. The preparations were complete, and Liar didn't hesitate. He quietly led his army closer. It was remarkable that these cultists of the dark gods hadn't set up sentinels around that dark area. Perhaps if it weren't for him, the enemies would have had the right to be so arrogant. The army reached their position, and Liar silently led the bubble beast into the black grassland. Suddenly, the scene changed again. The ground was covered with flesh and blood, and twisted strange flies with fuzzy bodies appeared once more. Those disease-carrying flies were now focused on the space rift that looked like a demon's eye. They didn't expect anyone to be bold enough to sneak in. The divine aura wrapped around the bubble beasts, but the bubbles behind them stayed at the edge of the area. The bubble beasts could control bubbles with a diameter of up to 200 m, giving them plenty of room to operate. When they reached within 150 m, the bubble beast signaled to Liar that it was time to attack the clustered disease flies. Liar took a deep breath and gave the decisive order to attack. The soldiers waiting at the edge suddenly saw the fog-filled bubbles rushing into the black grassland with a loud roar. In just one step, the bubbles disappeared. They looked puzzled. The diseased flies gathered together, suddenly turned their heads sharply when the bubbles flew into this bloody land. Their compound eyes showed a cold, murderous intent. Who is it? But upon seeing the bubbles, they felt confused. Could these attacks, which contained a little bit of magic, really hurt them? Some of the diseased flies flew out trying to stop the bubbles. But suddenly one of the bubbles rose high and flew past the monsters that couldn't fly that high. It rushed into a dense crowd of people, and the remaining disease flies couldn't stop it in time. They could only watch as the bubbles burst near them. Loud explosions shook the air, creating waves of energy. The thick, suppressed fog inside the bubbles suddenly burst, spreading with the energy waves across the entire space. Unexpectedly, the disease flies were blown away by the waves, coughing violently as they inhaled the toxic fog. Then everything in front of them seemed to twist, and a strong desire to destroy rose within. Blackspot bloodworm dare. When inhaled, it causes confusion and madness, making the victim attack nearby creatures. After the poison, the heart will stop beating and blood vessels will burst. The unprepared disease flies all got caught in this. They suddenly flew toward their comrades, opening their mouths to bite, while their curved tail stingers stabbed wildly. The scene instantly turned bloody. One by one, the monsters began attacking each other. The most frantic was a disease fly general that was hit. It was hit head-on by a bubble and exploded, inhaling an unknown amount of toxic fog. At this moment it held a long-handled, double-edged axe, slaughtering wildly around. No diseased fly could block its blade. The scene became extremely bloody. Liar watched from behind, feeling very excited. He had only planned to use alchemical potions to disrupt the enemy's formation, but the effect was much better than expected. The wings of the diseased flies fluttered like large fans, quickly dispersing the fog as they fought. When the fog thinned enough to be harmless, the wetland lizard men warriors suddenly saw the swamp wasp rush out like an arrow. They, on high alert, immediately followed and stepped into the black grass. But when the wetland lizard men saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but be stunned. The enemies they faced now were almost dead or injured, with fewer than 200 left on the field. They were still fighting and killing each other. Last night, the fierce and arrogant disease-carrying fly general fell, and 2 others are still wobbling dangerously. What is happening? While confused, the faster-flying swamp wasp has already reached the center of the battlefield. Its sharp stinger eats out exaggerated blood marks, injecting poison into the enemies. It hunts down all the remaining soldiers. When the wetland lizard man warriors rush forward, only 2 disease-carrying fly generals remain on the field. Hagris, riding a swift and fierce lizard, charges forward fiercely, showing no mercy, unleashing all his strength. 2 weakened level 12 heroes are quickly beheaded by Hagris, one after another. This surprise attack ends suddenly in a way no one expected. The wetland lizard men didn't even get a chance to fight the enemy before it was over. When Liar arrives, Hagris is holding the head of a disease-carrying fly general in one hand. Master, the enemy has been completely defeated. Liar nods without paying attention to anything else. His eyes immediately fixed on the void that looks like a demon's eye. He can sense that contains a very evil aura similar to the feeling when the diseased fly general summoned the demigods last night. At this moment, the trembles slightly, then slowly opens, revealing a blood-red pupil. A faint blood-colored energy surges out, covering the entire land of flesh. The surrounding soldiers feel a shiver run down their spines as if they are being watched by a fierce dragon, making it hard to breathe. Hagris suddenly clenches his steel sword tightly, staring fixedly at the blood-red eye. Danger, extremely dangerous. Every cell in his body warns him. Despicable blasphemer. Great God, how dare you provoke us? You can't escape. I will capture you, drain every drop of blood from your body, and ignite your soul to fuel the fire. This land can only belong to me. A deep, thunderous voice of anger echoes from the blood-red pupil, carrying darkness and emptiness as if coming from across the ages. Everyone's sense of danger skyrockets in an instant. The stench and the Lord of Flies are furious now. Their fight with another demigod has drained their strength. After finally discovering the main plane, I gained a lot of resources and barely started to make some progress. Now I am inexplicably disturbed by a human. How dare he? Today I was careless for a moment, and the I transferred was completely cleaned out by him. Without the resources of the main plane, that cursed vampire will tear him apart. But after my roar, I saw that human lord approaching step by step under the watchful gaze of blood-red eyes, reaching his position. He slowly looked up, showing no fear on his handsome face. His tone was cold, stinky, and the fly lord, a fly hiding in the sewer. Who gave you the courage to bark at me, a half-god, claiming to be a deity in front of me? The stinky and fly lord was instantly furious. A human, a lowly creature, not even level 10, dared to look down on him like that. It, in his rage, a ireful force surged into his eye. This eye was his main body eye connected to space, and it was with this that he entered the main plane. The overwhelming made his eye emit a dazzling crimson glow. Just as he was about to use his supreme to crush that cursed human across the plane, he suddenly noticed a faint blue energy emanating from the human. Then the human slowly extended his right hand, curling his palm as if picking fruit. The blue light also wrapped around his eye at that moment. The next second, his vision suddenly turned black. An unbearable pain surged through him. His will forcefully withdrew from the main plane, instinctively covering his eyes. Green blood was crazily dripping down. The stinky and fly lord lowered his hand, looking at the blood stains above, then sensing the emptiness and pain in his right eye. His heart was filled with disbelief and shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? That cursed human actually took out my eye. He was a half-god. How could that hurt? A half-god liar held the pulsating crimson eye in his hand, his eyes full of passion. He could clearly sense that the eyeball contained immense energy, like a suppressed volcano that could erupt with scorching lava at any moment. The swamp deity radiated endless divine firmly suppressing the opponent. He didn't expect the Lord of Odor and Flies to be so crazy, daring to present his own eyeball directly to the main plane in front of him. If the true form of the Lord of Odor and Flies were to descend with his current strength, he would find it hard to hurt him. But the danger was that his opponent across a different plane sent his eye over. Isn't that like delivering a package right to his door? A being above a demigod, rejected by the rules of the main plane, cannot normally descend. This eyeball, when facing ordinary beings, definitely possesses crushing How irful are demigods across planes. Destroying mortals is easy, but he is not just a mortal. He controls the supreme divinity. How can a demag god compare to true god? The eyeball held in his hand had shrunk to the size of a human head, scarlet, evil, and foul-smelling. It gave off a strong feeling of discomfort. Liar's excitement was beyond words. Just this eyeball, today's action, already made him a bloody hero. He could take it back to the flesh slaughterer to devour, perhaps awakening even greater He took a few deep breaths, forcing down his inner excitement, then turned to look around. Hagers, you lead the army to clear the battlefield and bring back all valuable items. The eyeball, still restless in his hand, faintly sensed that the Lord of Odor and Flies was frantically summoning. Relaxing slightly, he knew that in the next moment it might break through the void and rush out. Better to go back early and digest it to avoid unnecessary trouble at night. The wetland lizard man warriors around were still in shock. Watching Liar, who held the scarlet eyeball and radiated a grand authoritative aura, their gazes became extremely passionate. They had watched with their own eyes as Liar plucked that demonic eye, which connected different planes out of the demon's head. That fierce, irful being, so terrifying that it almost took their breath away, was completely helpless with its eyeball forcibly removed. How strong and fierce was that this is their ruler. If they could see their faith points, they would find that the earliest followers of Liar had already reached the maximum. The newly arrived wetland lizard man, who had not seen Leo's various skills before, was now deeply shocked. His admiration for Leo grew rapidly and exaggeratedly. Following the strong leader was the instinct of all living beings. After Haggis scolded, the wetland lizard man finally regained his senses and quickly tidied up the battlefield with excitement. The bodies were collected and placed into bubbles. While everyone was busy, Lear suddenly noticed that the eyeball in his hand had stopped beating. The intense call had also disappeared. Had the stench and the Lord of Flies given up just as he was puzzled? New information quietly appeared in his mind's information system. You forcibly extracted the eyeball of the evil half-god, the Lord of Stench and Flies, and used overwhelming to suppress it, causing it to completely lose this half-god level eyeball. Additionally, you gained a new piece of information. The land beneath your feet is a special treasure controlled by the Lord of Stench and Flies, the Crimson Rot Flesh Land. By reaching its center and using Divine to go 20 underground, you can directly erase the soul imprint of the Lord of Stench and Flies and take control of this Crimson Rot Flesh Land. Lear looked at the refreshed information and was very surprised. The Lord of Stench and Flies had indeed given up, so he could safely claim this treasure. Moreover, the land beneath his feet was also a treasure. This was unbelievable. Without this information, he would never have guessed it. He eagerly turned his head to look around and quickly estimated the center location. It was just a short distance from the space rift. He took a big step forward and stood firm. He activated the divine of the swamp god within him, and the sacred inviolable force surged out. He directly penetrated into the blood and flesh-muddy ground. In an instant, he found a blood and flesh sphere containing a unique energy. Without hesitation, he violently channeled his divine through it. The blood and flesh sphere suddenly twisted and then emitted a hysterical roar. I will make you. Before the scream could fully stop, Lear didn't give the Lord of Stench and Flies a chance to shout. He roughly dispersed the left by the other in the blood and flesh sphere and left his own mark. As soon as the mark was formed, his perception suddenly extended. It was like having a god's eye view, allowing him to sense the entire Crimson Rot Flesh Land. This land was an irregular circle about 20 deep with a radius of 300 completely made of decayed flesh and corpses. He can sense that the ground is filled with bones and skulls. He cannot imagine how many lives must have been slaughtered to create such a terrifying place of death. As he marvels, a unique attribute panel appears in his mind. Crimson Decay Land Level. Special range radius of 300 features. 1. Controlling the Crimson Decay Land boosts all personal attributes by 50 when standing on it. 2. Devouring flesh and blood can expand the area of the Crimson Decay Land. 3. Evil gathers here. Abundant dark energy attracts irful evil beings who may become guardians and pledge loyalty to the land's master. 4. Flesh Cage can summon a crimson cage made of decay to imprison enemies. The energy of the Crimson Decay Land is never fully exhausted, making the cage immortal. Evaluation. An evil entity born from the abyss, forged from hundreds of thousands of corpses into this terrifying land. After reading its attributes, Lear's heart trembled for features, and none are useless. Most importantly, this flesh and bloodline can continue to grow, and it seems there's no limit. The Stench and the Lord of Flies are like gift-giving children. Lear now feels very fond of that demigod. He's too polite. Maybe in the future he can give some divine artifacts or dragon eggs. He wouldn't mind, taking a few deep breaths to calm his excited mind. He moves his thoughts. The surrounding wetlands and lizard men suddenly feel as if the space around them ripples like water. The crimson land in front of him gradually fades and then disappears entirely. Looking around again, the ground beneath his feet has turned into ordinary terrain with short grass. It's as if the previous terrifying scene was just a figment of imagination. That's right. The Crimson Decay land isn't fixed to the ground. Like other treasures, it can be moved and taken away. Lur perceives the Crimson Decay land in his mind, and a smile slowly spreads across his face. This is outrageous. Haha. In future battles, he can deploy this terrifying land to quickly gain the upper hand. And he feels there are many more aspects to explore within it. Its potential is limitless. In a great mood, seeing that his army has already gathered the corpses, he doesn't linger and prepares to move on. He waved goodbye and headed back home. Casually, he put the scarlet eyeball into the empty cloth bag. A smile lingered on his face that he couldn't wipe away. This raid was a real win, earning him a brain injury. First, he cleared away the stench in the second wave of danger caused by the Lord of Flies and his flies. If he had left them alone, their army would have gathered by nightfall, and he couldn't imagine what might happen then. Perhaps more than 10 plaguefly generals and thousands of plague flies would attack the city of Wayu. It would be a terrible tragedy. Fortunately, his quick attack stopped this threat before it could grow. Second, he gained over 1,000 plague fly corpses. These bodies were very valuable to him and had become essential supplies, useful in many ways. Third, he took the eyeball of the Lord of Flies, which was taken from the half-god himself. It contained the of a half-god. The energy inside was like a raging ocean. Feeding it to the flesh butcher might help him grow stronger. It felt great. Fourth, he had the scarlet rotten flesh land in his hands. It was a piece of land with strong growth potential and special qualities, meaning endless possibilities for the future. Overall, this battle was a full success, and the cost he paid was just some black-spotted bloodworm dare. Compared to the gains, it was not worth mentioning. This is how battles should be satisfying and rewarding, but after this hunt, there were problems too. The attack only temporarily suppressed the potential threat. Because of this, the stench and the Lord of Flies wouldn't act for a short time, but if they attacked again, it would be devastating. That half-god had already been defeated twice by him and had lost his eyeball in the scarlet rotten flesh land. Treasures he valued greatly. He hated him intensely. If he got a chance, he would do everything to take revenge. No one should underestimate the hatred of a half-god. He had to prepare for this. With these thoughts, Liar's excitement faded a bit, but his gaze turned cold. As long as he had time to grow, not only could he take revenge, but he could also overthrow the Lord of Flies' lair. His enemies only had time. The rapid growth of the city of Micro has made it more confident. Without much conversation and under a sky filled with stars, the army finally returned to their territory. Bane, who was a little worried, immediately relaxed when he saw the main force coming back and quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Good evening, Lord." Liar nodded and briefly recounted the day's battle before speaking in a serious tone. "In the future, our territory must be more cautious. The Lord of Blood and Flies will surely seek revenge. We must be prepared and never let our guard down." Bane's face immediately turned serious. Revenge from a demigod. He felt a strong pressure, but quickly became determined again. His gaze at Liar was full of passionate confidence. Under the leader's guidance, he believed that no enemy could harm Micro City. This confidence came from repeated victories and the admiration they inspired. "Lord, with you here, no one can destroy our territory." Liar looked deeply at this hero from the swamp. "With your efforts, I also believe in our strength." After giving a few instructions, they didn't dwell on the topic further. He gestured toward the bubble filled with corpses. "All these bodies will be used to train cold-blooded cavalry. We need higher-level troops." Bane looked at the overflowing harvest and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "As you wish." Then Liar ordered the troops to disperse and rest. He took you to the place where small lizards were kept. He asked the bubble beast to unload the bodies. There were over 1,000 piled into small hills. He looked at 10 specially chosen, heavily armored wetland lizard soldiers nearby. "Each of you pick a small lizard as your future partner. I will promote you to become cold-blooded cavalry. The achievements you've made, I see them all. I won't neglect any brave warrior." These soldiers had followed Liar from Land City and had made great contributions. They deserved the first rewards. The wetland lizard soldiers immediately became excited, their eyes burning with enthusiasm. For lizards, cold-blooded cavalry was very important, just like griffins to humans, a spiritual totem. Transforming into a cold-blooded knight is the ultimate goal that all lizard men dream of. After expressing thanks, he immediately entered the circle and began carefully selecting. The small lizard, about the size of a palm, didn't show many differences, but he quickly made his choice. He saw this and stepped forward, explaining the method of transformation. Then he used his own blood to create a special lizard rune, embedding it into a corpse. The chosen small lizards immediately rushed forward and devoured it eagerly. Soon they finished eating. After the lizards stopped feeding, the wetland lizard man warrior cut his palm and started feeding them with his blood. Once they swallowed the blood, the lizards' eyes turned crimson, and they began another round of devouring. With enough flesh and blood, it only took 2 or 3 days for them to evolve into true killing machines, swift, savage lizards. These wetland lizard men would share their lives with them and gain stronger fighting. With Haggis as an example, Lyre was full of hope for becoming a cold-blooded knight. After finishing his task, he walked briskly to the swamp trant. The bloodthirsty butcher sleeping beneath the tree trunk was now silent like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. No heartbeat, no breathing, not even no head. He opened his bag and took out a scarlet eyeball. Compared to the eyeball he pulled from the Plaguefly General yesterday, this one contained a that was completely different. The moment the eyeball appeared, the bloodthirsty butcher seemed to sense something. Its body trembled, then supported itself with its hands and slowly stood up. Its headless body turned toward Lyre. That invisible sunlight gazed fixed tightly on him. "Master, I sense a stronger demigod aura." Lyre smiled happily and offered the scarlet eyeball. "This is the eye taken from that demigod." The bloodthirsty butcher paused slightly. Then that invisible gaze became extremely intense. "Master, I can feel that the within this eye is very special. If I can devour it, I have a 50 chance to steal the demigod's steal the opponent's and with a 50 chance, Lyre was quite surprised. This creature was a bit fierce. After all, it was a demigod, not just any ordinary creature. After regaining his senses, he inexplicably felt a smell of blood and flies, as if the master of flies was a livestock he kept, ready to be sheared at any moment. He extended his eyeball outward. "Very well, in that case, I shall reward you. Thank you for your kindness." The butcher of flesh spoke with a tone full of joy. He could feel that this eye would lead to further transformation. In the next moment, the crimson eyeball floated up as if it had lost gravity, flying directly to the butcher of flesh. Deep red energy surged out, enveloping the eye, then forming tendrils that pulled the eye toward his body. The eye seemed to sense something, suddenly erupting with fierce energy and desperately retreating. But under absolute it had no effect at all. The tendrils of blood dragged it closer to his chest. The moment it touched the skin, the sewn flesh split open, swallowing the eye. A large bulge appeared on his chest, which gradually receded after a few breaths, returning to calm. At this moment, the originally peaceful aura of the butcher of flesh collapsed like a mountain into the sea, stirring huge waves. His ferocity surged wildly. An invisible pressure radiated outward from him in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the city of the faintly visible was suddenly looking in this direction, their eyes full of fear. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. The oppressive force that penetrated their souls and blood vessels made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. The dragon blood-red fish in the fish farm thrashed wildly, splashing water everywhere with their tails. Farther away, the pig farm's three-tailed boars let out loud squeals, trying to break out of their pins. Fortunately, that terrifying aura only lasted for a few breaths before gradually receding. Otherwise, just this pressure could cause chaos across the territory. When everything returned to calm, the butcher of flesh completed his final transformation. This terrifying figure, 3 meters tall, without a head, with flesh and blood perfectly sewn together, knelt on one knee. He bowed humbly to him. "Master, thank you for your kindness. From now on, I am your humble servant at your command." Lyre saw this and smiled happily. He had invested so much. Finally, it was time to reap the rewards. With endless anticipation, I opened the attribute panel of this divine being's life form: blood and flesh butcher, divine life talent, immortality, divine that never fades, keeps itself from dying. Blood and flesh butcher, level 13, potential, divine life, immune to all pressure, mind control, poison, curses, divine 3 points, all attributes increased by 300, divine talent, immortality, divine that never fades. Can revive by consuming 1 point of divine and after revival all attributes increase by 50 for 3 hours. Divine recovers 1 point daily. Skills suit your body special. The body is sewn from flesh and blood with no fatal weak points, so it cannot be instantly killed by any injury. Devouring growth special can swallow flesh to strengthen the body, and each upgrade grants a passive skill. Current level beginner. Passive skill, steel skeleton. Bones are stronger than steel. Butchering special can slaughter a life form and embed its soul into flesh, causing attacks to carry soul damage. Can unleash a soul wave to cause massive damage to nearby enemies. Madness aura special emits a madness aura within a 100-meter radius, causing those under it to go mad and lose 70 of their reason. Blood and flesh war axe special can forge a weapon from flesh and blood. A war axe has execution traits. If the enemy's level is below by 1, 10 chance to instantly kill. Below by 2 levels, 20. below by 3 or more levels, 35. Void Passage for Stars absorbs a semi-divine eye to gain a special that opens a void portal, allowing instant teleportation to the target's location. Evaluation: a divine life born from flesh, blood, and madness. After reading the attributes of the blood and flesh butcher, Liar's heart trembled. A level 13 divine life, truly terrifying. The most incredible talent is immortality. It can revive by consuming all divine and with 3 points of divine the butcher can revive 3 times. After each revival, all attributes increase by an additional 50. What does this mean? The enemy barely managed to kill it, but it quickly came back to life and became even stronger. He can already imagine the terrified expressions of future enemies when they face the flesh slaughterer. Indeed, it is a divine creature. Apart from its innate abilities, its 6 skills are each more brutal than the last. 5 of these are special skills that come with it, including the only 4-star skill, Void Passage. This skill was gained by devouring the eyes of the Stench and Fly Lord. It can only be described as explosive. Although he hasn't tested the opponent's combat yet, just based on these skills, he can already imagine how terrifying this divine creature is. He has gained another trump card. He feels very happy. Raidena, from now on, you will stay by my side, following your command, my lord. A deep, hollow voice sounds as this terrifying 3-meter-tall creature slowly stands up, moves to Liar's side, and stands silently like a statue, guarding him. The flesh slaughterer, together with Haegis, will become his 2 unstoppable weapons. It feels great. Liar is in a very good mood and walks cheerfully back to the tent. As night falls, the air becomes quiet. After a simple wash-up, he falls into a deep sleep. The flesh slaughterer stands outside the tent, its headless form making the wetland lizard men patrolling nearby feel a bit scared. The faint pressure it emits makes them feel like they are being watched by a giant dragon, so they dare not approach. The next morning, Liar is awakened by a lively discussion outside. After a quick wash, he steps out and sees Bane walking in excitedly. But as he approaches the tent, Bane suddenly stops, swallows nervously, and instinctively glances at the flesh slaughterer at the entrance. This terrifying headless stitched creature looks too frightening. It has a nearly savage madness, as if it might attack anyone at any moment. Bane awkwardly stomps his foot. Good morning, my lord. Liar looks at the sculpture like flesh slaughterer and finds it amusing. There's no need to be afraid of Raidena. He is also a protector of the City of Light. He then curiously looks around. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Bane immediately becomes alert when he mentions this. Master, the city hall has been built. Liar's eyes light up. After all this hard work, it's finally finished. Let's go take a look. Step forward boldly. The flesh and blood slaughterer followed a few steps behind, and Bane quickly caught up. They arrived at the central area, where the full view of the city's first building was completely revealed. A large, irregular, circular city hall, over 200 m in diameter, stood on the ground. It was entirely woven from starry vines with tiny stars flowing across the vines, creating a stunning, beautiful scene. At night, the starry glow made the building look even more impressive. It reached a height of 20 m with vines crisscrossing and weaving tightly, easily blocking wind and rain. Many green, narrow leaves grew on the vines, making the building full of lively energy. Overall, it looked more like a living building built by elves from legends. City Hall Level 1-star features. When inside the building, energy recovery speed increases by 20 and stamina recovery speed increases by 30. If the Vine Fairy merges with it, it can activate the City Hall, turning it into a defensive building that can use vines to attack enemies. Evaluation. Built with the unique life force of swamp vines and fairy spirits, this building has quite special These attributes are very good. It even comes with 2 recovery-related bonuses. Liar's eyes lit up. The Vine Fairy flying outside saw him arrive and immediately flapped her wings, rushing over in a swarm. She surrounded him, flying back and forth or staying on his shoulder, affectionately rubbing her face against him. Bane looked at her with envy. Only Liar in the entire territory could enjoy such closeness from the fairies. Father God, we finished building the city hall. Liar smiled happily. Good job, it looks great. He praised these little creatures generously. Their happy faces made them smile even more, feeling more joyful. For over half a month, the Vine Fairies worked tirelessly day and night. Without their busy efforts, it wouldn't have been finished so quickly. While thinking, he suddenly felt a pleasant surprise. These little creatures' aura was stronger than before. Curious, he opened the attribute panel and was surprised to see that the Vine Fair's level had risen from 5 to 8. He also looked at their talent, Vine's Gift. You can draw strength from the vines to level up. Building such a large structure requires countless vines. As the number of vines increases, these living beings naturally become stronger. It's a win-win situation. Liar feels happier. With eager anticipation, he walks into the city hall with the Vine Fairy. The city hall faces south and backs north. Standing directly in front, looking up, the main door is over 10 m high with an arched entrance. Two vine-woven doors are open on either side attached to the walls. They can be closed at any time if needed. He steps confidently through the archway. The walls are about 3 m in diameter, all woven from vines. He enters the building. Inside the main hall is about 100 meters across, spacious, open, and feels very solemn. The ceiling resembles the sky, woven from large vines with flowing lights and sparkling stars, making it seem like he is in the void. Under his feet are thick vine roots that have a slight bounce when stepped on, feeling very different from the ground. Passing through the open hall, behind is a towering vine wall with 10 small doors, each about 5 m high, leading to the back area. Each door connects to a corridor, and nearby are small houses. Inside there is little furniture and the space is empty. Between the corridors are spiral staircases leading upward. There are about 5 floors in total. Father God, each floor has 30 rooms. The top floor is your private area. Divine Fairy responsible for explaining looks a little proud. Try the staircase. Liar follows her suggestion and looks over surprised to find that besides the stairs for walking, there is extra space like compartments without elevators. While he is wondering, the Vine Fairy urges him to go up. After he steps onto it, this little creature chatters again. Father God, which floor do you want to go to? Liar chuckles. Let's go to the 5th floor. Okay, to the 5th floor, the Vine Fairy cheerfully shouts. Liar feels a sudden tremor under his feet. The open doorway ahead is covered by a large vine sealing the room. Then a strong sense of rising and falling like on an elevator is felt. He is ascending rapidly. Lur curiously looked up, noticing the vines at the top being pulled by a giant hand, gradually shortening as they roast. Is this a magical elevator? His expression became a bit strange, wondering if such a thing was even possible. In a moment, his feet trembled slightly, and he felt himself rising to the top. But it wasn't over. After a brief pause, the room started moving sideways. It turned a few times inside the vine wall and then slowly stopped. The vines in front retracted up and down, revealing an exit. Father God, your room has arrived. Lear stepped out with surprise. Immediately, he saw a wide open space ahead with a huge dome nearby. This entire 5th floor is your room, someone announced, and only you can give the order for others to enter. The Vine Fairy was very proud. Lear turned to look at the small open room again. This magical elevator was a very unique experience. Clearly, the whole city hall had a Vine Fairy living inside, controlling everything about the building. Although this world has no electricity or machines, it has magic. A smile spread across his face. Bane, who was nearby, also looked excited and full of wonder. Master, this is so wonderful. Such buildings are only spoken of in legends, but now they had one and it was alive. Haha, who could compare to it? His pride swelled inside. Lear nodded with satisfaction, thinking he wouldn't need to camp in a tent anymore. Bane, help me design my room. Divide it into a workspace and a living area. If you need furniture, have the Vine Fairy weave it. Also, place all departments inside the city hall so they can work here in the future. The completion of the city hall meant that the city of Microglobe finally established its roots, and the territory was entering a new stage of development. This was a new beginning, a milestone. Bane was also very excited and eager. Yes, my lord. There looked at the Vine Fairy and softly said, next, we need to build other buildings. Thank you for your hard work. The Vine Fairy was eager to start. This is what we should do, Father God. Serving the Father God was their ultimate dream and a mark passed down through their bloodline, and building this structure also gave them a significant boost. Liar seemed to have an idea. He looked around but didn't see the expected windows, and the surroundings were somewhat dark, because it was too tightly sealed. There was no airflow, making the interior quite stuffy. August is the hottest time of the year. The swamp isn't very hot, but staying there for a long time still feels uncomfortable. While thinking, he spoke softly. Let's open some vents around to let the outside air in to make it cooler inside. The Vine Fairy immediately responded. Suddenly, the vines on the walls moved slightly. Nothing seemed to change, but a cool breeze appeared in the air. Liar smiled happily. The speed of this feedback was amazing. No wonder the legends say elves love to build with plants. The leading Vine Fairy seemed to have an idea and hesitated before speaking. Father, if we want it to be cooler, maybe doing this would help. Liar became interested. Go on. Vines need a lot of energy to grow. Not just starlight, but also sunlight and heat can be absorbed. Absorbing the heat makes the area cooler. Liar's eyes lit up. Can living things cool the environment? Try it. As he finished speaking, the surrounding vines emitted tiny starlight, and magic surged into the vines. At the same time, the magic in the area became weaker, and the intense heat in the air was completely eliminated, leaving everything cool. Liar felt quite pleased. This is like a fantasy version of an air conditioner. Great. Does maintaining the cooling take a lot of energy? Not much. It even makes the vines stronger. The leading Vine Fairy was full of joy. I'm glad you're not angry. Angry? There's nothing to be angry about. Seeing his confusion, the little fairy quickly explained. many plants need sunlight. If we monopolize it, the plants around us will gradually die. We didn't absorb much sunlight before for this reason. If the surrounding plants die, we could be in danger. It's too obvious and easy for enemies to find us. Liar finally understood. Don't worry, there are no plants around. Just leave some space near the swamp tray ants. Yes, Father God. Next, Liar, who always has a smile on his face, discusses with Bane about setting up the room. There are different needs for the office area, living space, and sleeping rooms. Since there are vine fairies, these small creatures, now level 8, can instantly control vines to grow whatever is needed. By noon, the office area has been furnished with desks, chairs, cabinets, and other furniture, all woven from vines. It already looks somewhat complete. After some busy work, Liar sits in a vine chair and stretches comfortably. Then, as if remembering something, he calls for Granny Greengrass, who is busy over by the reed grass. Soon, the old lady with reed-like hair arrives, Father God. After bowing, she looks kindly at the flying vine fairies around her. These little cuties also like to stick close to Granny Greengrass. Liar smiles lightly and gestures toward the grand building, then asks directly, the city hall is finished. Can you give it some spirit? This building made of vines is very large, so it's hard to say if it can be given life. Granny Greengrass looks around for a moment and quickly replies, Father God, these vines come from the same roots. After merging, they have become a single plant with a faint spirit. With a little guidance, it can gain wisdom comparable to that of a baby. Liar's eyes brighten. That would be perfect. If the city hall gains wisdom, then in the future, there's no need for vine fairies to guard it every day. Building with wisdom, thinking about it is exciting. Granny Greengrass immediately begins to act, emitting a faint green glow that flows into the surrounding vines. In the next moment, the vines seem to come alive, starting to wiggle constantly. Meanwhile, the magic around the territory begins to swirl, as if being swallowed by a black hole, pouring into the city hall. Liar can clearly sense that the vines under his feet are undergoing subtle changes. They seem to come alive like octopus tentacles gently swaying. Then a wave of joyful emotion spreads out. Everyone's mind was filled with the clear sound of a child's cheerful laughter, warm and joyful. The glow on the green grandma gradually faded and she also smiled, her wrinkles deepening. Her tone was happy. Father God, it worked. With a bit of spiritual energy, awakening this kind of consciousness was quite easy. Liar felt very happy. He opened the status panel again, and after awakening, the city hall showed new changes. Its level increased to 2 stars and 2 new traits appeared. Wisdom, which gave it some intelligence, allowing it to understand commands and freely control the vines, and temperature control, a special ability to adjust the cold and warm to keep the city hall at the best temperature. It felt very comfortable. He looked at the vine fairy beside him. Teach it the basic functions. Soon you won't need to stay here anymore. I have more important tasks for you. The vine fairy happily responded. They had nurtured the city hall little by little, like their own child. Now that it had gained wisdom, they were the happiest. They immediately turned into tiny stars and started communicating with the city hall. Liar felt a strange touch in his heart. You might not believe it, but my city hall is alive and has gained wisdom. If I keep nurturing it, someday it might rise from the ground to watch the swamp witches play, and I could go out and have fun without worries. Did you see the city hall? I want to go do something. Yes, I saw it. It's fishing at the pond over there. The completion of the city hall made Liar very happy. This milestone was a great opportunity to unite people's hearts and couldn't be taken lightly. He asked Bane to go prepare the opening ceremony and officially start using this future core building. Thinking about it, that still wasn't grand enough. He decided to announce that today both residents and soldiers would have a day off to enjoy the celebration together. Maine happily went down to announce the news. The crowd, already excited about the city hall's completion, was even more pleased to hear about the day off, recognizing how much Liar valued this event, and they eagerly joined in the preparations. They have been farming and fighting all this time. A rare day of rest for everyone was truly welcome. The air is filled with a joyful atmosphere. With many people working together, everything was ready by the afternoon. Under everyone's watch, Liar lifted the red cloth, revealing the 4 large characters of the city hall woven from vines. In the future, magic that engraves words will allow even those who cannot read to understand their meaning. After the ribbon cutting, a short speech helped boost the festive mood. They brought out stored food and prepared a hearty dinner for everyone. Excited feelings spread throughout the territory. As night fell, the swamp, which started her second play, a more refined version of Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, was still rehearsing. This play was more complex and needed more time to perfect. Even for the second viewing, the residents were moved to tears and fully immersed in the story. The successful performance instantly raised the swamp witch's level to 9. Her strength surged once again. Everyone enjoyed the night until late, and only then did the territory settle down. The next day, August 24th, the residents started their work happily. The Vine Fairy also left the city hall to begin building other structures in the Misty City. The blacksmith shop, alchemy potion shop, tailor shop, and 100 residential buildings were the first to be constructed. After leveling up, Divine Fair's building skills greatly improved, and she was expected to complete all construction in 5 days. For more detailed building plans, Lyre entrusted Bane to manage, as these swamp folk are skilled craftsmen now returning to their original work. Lyre, busy and bustling in his territory, finally woke up from his spacious room. He went to the washroom with plenty of clean water and took a warm bath. The water was stored in a vine-woven tank above, which could automatically supply water with just a thought. The intelligent city hall could also heat the water, making it very comfortable. If the water ran low, bubble beasts would refill it. Everything was the best treatment. After a simple wash, just as he stepped out of the city hall, he brought good news. The cold-blooded cavalry was just one step away from completing their class change. He asked Lyre to witness this moment. Lyre immediately became interested and strode over. When he arrived at the place where the little lizards were kept, he saw the main character had already changed. 10 of them stand 3 m tall at the shoulders. Their hind legs are thick like tree trunks, while their front limbs are small but have sharp claws like knives. The fierce lizard creatures are arranged neatly. In front of them, wetland lizard warriors stand straight, their eyes full of excitement. Seeing the approaching figure, the wetland lizard warriors do not hesitate. They cut their palms with sharp claws and blood drips down. The fierce lizard immediately opens its mouth to drink the blood eagerly. After swallowing a few bites, its breathing suddenly changes like a volcano, erupting fierce and hot. The strong, intimidating aura makes nearby villagers feel their legs weaken. The fierce lizard slowly crawls forward, and the wetland lizard warriors jump onto it. In the next moment, its body bursts into flames of energy and blood, wrapping the entire fierce lizard inside. Riding on a 3-meter-tall, fierce, and terrifying lizard, the cold-blooded rider with amber eyes looks fierce and ruthless, giving a sense of brutality and cruelty. The wetland lizard warriors are also about 2 m tall, strong like iron towers. Their steel knives have become smaller in comparison. Their large size means they can no longer wear their previous armor. Their grayscale bodies are fully exposed, reflecting a metallic shine about the size of a palm, looking majestic. They stand in pairs full of intimidation. Just by looking at these warriors, one can sense their strength and extraordinary nature. Could they have become hero units? Lyre feels a bit surprised. He quickly opens their status panel. Cold-blooded rider, level 11, potential 3 stars. As he continues to look, he notices an additional status bar, blood energy, 1,000 points. Unfortunately, they have not transformed into hero units. This blood energy is gained after changing jobs. Consuming blood energy can greatly enhance their skills, making a clear difference between heroes and ordinary units. At this moment, the cold-blooded rider has it, which is undoubtedly a huge boost. Although their other skills are not as strong as Hog's, they are still fierce, like a youthful version of wetland lizard heroes. Lyre nods with satisfaction. If all 500 wetland lizard warriors in his hands could be turned into cold-blooded riders, it would be a terrifying force. He feels excited inside. It won't be long before this becomes a reality. Calming his mind, he looks at the wetland lizard hero beside him. He gathered 4 squads of marsh lizard warriors to hunt with me. The others stay behind to guard the territory. The meat cleaver has awakened and now possesses 2 Hyle fighters. With a strong army, we can finally confront the forces we've been unable to handle before. 30 km north, there is a group of over 500 Rotten Center. News of this monster gathering spread on the first day he entered the swamp. Beneath where the Rotten Center live, there is a special magic plant called Blue Heart Mud Fruit. Just half a kilogram can feed an orc veteran for a whole day. Normal wheat, how can it feed an orc veteran without 3 or 5 kg? Its value lies in feeding more people with less. If the army goes on a long expedition, it can save a lot of supplies. This intelligence is worth 3 stars, an extremely strategic treasure. But before, he lacked a strong enough army to face such a terrible enemy. Now things are different. Half a month of effort has given him the strength to clear out the enemy. He needs to raise cold-blooded cavalry from flesh and blood, and also needs more Blue Heart Mud Fruit to feed the army. Both are essential. After gathering the army, Lyre didn't hesitate and immediately set out. He left 2 squads of marsh lizard warriors at home, and he also told Bane to immediately hide the residents in the city hall if enemies appear, relying on the swamp trance to fight. The city hall's construction is not just a symbol for the territory. It greatly improves the city's defenses. It means the residents don't have to worry about safety when facing enemies. In the future, if the city is covered with vine buildings, the entire territory can instantly turn into a defensive fortress when attacked. This is both terrifying and exciting. The north has been explored many times, but not within 30 km. The army moved quickly and after about 15 or 16 km found the first monster gathering. A group of monsters covered in thick black fur, about 2.5 m tall, standing upright with wild dog heads. They're muddy all over with deep, savage voices. When the army approached, they immediately opened their mouths wide, showing sharp canine teeth to threaten. A black-haired, two-headed humanoid level 8 with a potential of 2 stars. There are enough of them to form a squad. These common monster gathering sites no longer interest Liar. They pose no real challenge. However, they are perfect for testing the combat strength of the cold-blooded cavalry. Without hesitation, Liar looks at the tin fierce figures beside him. Cold-blooded cavalry, obey orders. Crush them. The cold-blooded cavalry immediately lift their heads in response. They charge forward like lightning with fierce and wild movements. Their webbed feet stomp on the muddy ground, providing strong support, splashing mud everywhere. The wetland lizard men grip their steel blades tightly and quickly as they approach. The frontmost black-haired, two-headed humanoid tries to block but puff. His claws extend but are cut off along with his hand. Blood sprays out and the severed limbs fly high into the air. Before he can draw his weapon, the fierce lizard charges into the crowd. The second black-haired, two-headed humanoid is knocked flying. His bones shatter and he eases into the mud 7 or 8 m away, leaving a long trail of blood and flesh. He only stops after hitting the second dog-headed humanoid. His life has already gone out. The fierce lizard's enormous strength is like that of a charging rhinoceros. Only 10 cold-blooded cavalry soldiers manage to pierce through 10 times their number of two-headed humanoids. No one can stop their blades as they pass. After charging, they turn around and continue fighting back. These level 8 two-headed humanoids are like lambs, unable to resist and are slaughtered one by one. They seem to be in a realm where no one can stand in their way. An 11th level cold-blooded cavalry soldier, 3 levels higher with greater potential, but their combat is worlds apart. When the cold-blooded cavalry withdraws with their blades, the entire fight lasts less than 5 minutes. Is this the legendary army of the lizard men? Although I've seen hogs kill a level 12 plaguefly general, such a violent scene still makes Liar take a deep breath. Heroes and soldiers are 2 different concepts. But now it seems these cold-blooded cavalry are not much different from ordinary heroes. These hundreds of enemies haven't even had a chance to warm up. Maybe tripling or quintupling their numbers could pose some challenge. The legendary army of the lizard men is indeed fierce. I am satisfied. Gather the corpses, continue moving forward. With the command given, the bubble beasts behind immediately release bubbles, wrapping up all the bodies ahead. Liar smiled happily. He had captured another cold-blooded cavalry unit. He kept moving forward. This area was full of wild monsters. After walking less than 10 km, they encountered 4 gathering spots. Each had about 100 monsters. Liar decided to train his troops and ordered the cold-blooded cavalry to attack directly. No one could stop them. These monster gatherings were trampled underfoot. This also helped him understand the strength of the cold-blooded cavalry better. They were fierce and ireful. That was the best way to describe them. After filling 30 bubbles with bodies, Liar finally found his target around 100 p.m. The Rotten Center. He didn't reach their gathering place, but first encountered a group of Rotten Center out hunting. There were about 5 small squads carrying bloody, dismembered bodies. They were preparing to return. The wetland lizard men saw them first and sent signals. When Liar arrived with his army, these fierce creatures had already attacked the wetland lizard men warriors who discovered them. The Rotten Centers are nearly 3 m tall, wielding sharp spears that shimmer with a chilling light. Their lower bodies are horse-like and upper bodies are human, muscles bulging and scarred all over. They have long black hair flowing wildly with a cold, intimidating presence. Their horse bodies are heavily decayed, emitting a disgusting stench. They are fierce and strange. 2 squads of wetland lizard men warriors retreated quickly, unable to withstand the attack. They were covered in blood. Seeing many enemies gathering, the Rotten Centers did not retreat. Instead, their eyes turned red and their hooves kept digging into the ground. You could feel their anger brewing. Rotten Centers are Middleville Knights, level 9 with a 2-star potential, and have the racial trait ruthless and fearless. They are always highly motivated, fight to the death, and gain extra combat when killing enemies. Skills include Hoof Strike 2 stars, Fearless Charge 2 stars, Brave Roar. Equipment, Pure Black Spear 1 star. Evaluation, a centaur corrupted by evil forces, extremely violent and often unable to control themselves, attacking their companions around them. Polluted by evil forces and equipped with a 1-star weapon, Liar's gaze sharpens, they look so fierce. I wonder how they compare to his cold-blooded cavalry. He gestures, cold-blooded cavalry crush them. The fierce cavalry immediately roars forward. Seeing only a small squad of enemies, the corrupted centators become angry. They grip their spears tightly, hooves pounding the ground. 50 war horses gallop, making the ground shake. The cold-blooded cavalry smile grimly and ride their swift, fierce lizards forward quickly. They collide instantly. The frontmost corrupted centaur ease into a swift, fierce lizard. Based on past battles, usually the opponent gets knocked flying, but this time he feels like he's hitting a wall. A strong force rebounds, causing him to lose balance and be flung into the air. Into the ground with a loud, the fierce lizard opens its large mouth angrily and bites the corrupted centaur's neck fiercely, then swings him forcefully. Half of the neck is torn off. Both sides are cavalry, but after the fight, a huge gap becomes clear. The brutality of the cold-blooded cavalry completely suppresses the aggressive corrupted centaur. Their strength, speed, and combat skills are almost entirely superior. Even their vitality is several times more resilient. With all these advantages, the corrupted centaurs, who could easily fight wetland lizard men, are all slaughtered after a few charges. Still no challenge at all. Lyre takes a deep breath. He truly lucked out this time. The combat of the cold-blooded cavalry can be described as explosive. They haven't yet encountered an opponent that slows their pace. Keep moving forward. They pass through this area, and along the way they find several more sentinels of the corrupted centaurs, all silently eliminated by Hargus. Compared to the wild monsters they faced before, these corrupted centaurs are clearly more organized and disciplined. At least there are more sentinels now. Finally, at 1:30 p.m., they arrive at the gathering place of the corrupted centaurs. Lear stands on a small hill looking down. About 300 or 400 m away on a dry, hard grassland, there is a house built from wood and wild grass. The style is rough and primitive. A large number of decayed centaurs are moving back and forth in the gathering area. Occasionally, there are figures returning from hunting, carrying bloody corpses. These decayed cents are loose and unguarded. Less than half of them hold spears. Many of them put their weapons into a building on the east side after returning, only taking them out when leaving. Hag sees this and shows a strong desire to fight in his eyes. Master, now is the time to go out hunting. We can launch a surprise attack to catch them off guard and also attract the outside center back. Lear observes for a long time and confirms there are no strong creatures in this territory, then slowly nods. His gaze turns to the divine creature that has not yet fought the flesh butcher. Raidna Haggis, you two lead the vanguard. Disrupt the centaur's formation. Also destroy the weapon storage house on the east side, preventing the decayed centaurs from taking out their weapons. Wetland lizard men warriors follow my orders and attack. Form a steady advance. He doesn't want to delay. Quick and decisive action is best. With two high-level heroes as spearheads and the enemy unprepared, the outcome is predictable. The command is given. The army immediately begins the attack. Once the wetland lizard men gather into a formation, the flesh butcher charges ahead. He radiates endless pressure, acting wildly and violently. His madness aura centered on himself. It emits a madness halo within a radius of 100 m. Those under it fall into madness, with their reason dropping by 70. The madness halo directly affects nearby centaurs. These rotten monsters immediately feel a buzzing in their heads and their violent emotions surge. They roar and attack their companions nearby. The charge of the flesh butcher causes chaos. Lear also observes this divine creature's fighting style. When facing the first enemy blocking his way, he swings a punch, releasing a terrifying force that tears space apart with a scream. The decayed centaur is caught off guard and is instantly blown apart, his head exploding. In the next moment, the blood and flesh butcher's crimson energy surged out, directly covering its body. The opponent's flesh twisted for a moment, before quickly forming into a sharp, dark red battle axe intertwined with bones. The flesh and blood butcher held the axe in his right hand and charged forward. He swung the axe at anyone in his path. The decayed centaur tried to resist, but how terrifying is a level 13 divine being with the defender was cut down along with his weapon. Even more terrifying, the blood and flesh axe had a fierce special If the enemy was 3 levels below, there was a 35% chance to instantly defeat them. This 3-meter-tall, headless, stitched-together monster looked like a blood and flesh tank, charging recklessly through the decayed centaurs. It disrupted the enemy's formation badly. At this moment, the decayed centaurs, realizing the danger, tried to surround and attack, but when they entered the madness aura, they were affected, their reason quickly diminishing. Before the blood and flesh butcher even moved, they lost their composure. Suddenly, a beautiful song echoed through the battlefield. Those decayed centaurs caught in the madness aura still had a faint bit of reason, and even in chaos, they didn't completely lose control. But once the song started, their last shred of reason was destroyed. They began attacking their own allies without restraint. From the sky, looking down, the headless, stitched-together blood and flesh butcher turned the decayed centaurs into puppet-like figures. They didn't attack fiercely. Instead, chaos erupted and they started fighting each other. Every time they killed an enemy, their blood and flesh axe became sharper. Meanwhile, faint soul energy seeped out from the fallen bodies and merged into the blood and flesh butcher's body. Seeing this, Lyre instinctively looked at the Swamp Witch, who had just reached level 9. He didn't expect the battle to turn out so strangely, nor did he imagine that the blood and flesh butcher could be used together with the Swamp Witch. On the surface, these two seemed completely unrelated. Taking advantage of the chaos, squads of marshland lizard men began to advance steadily. They killed the isolated and confused Decayed Center. He led the cold-blooded cavalry with overwhelming strength, capturing the enemy's armory. The Centators roared and tried to seize it back, but Hega's steel blade was even more effective than a level 12 Plague Fly General's weapon, let alone these level 9 centers. Adding to that, the leader of the cold-blooded cavalry is even more unstoppable. Those Decayed Centers cannot cross the Thunderpool. Once the swift, fierce lizard mount's life and strength emerged, the cold-blooded cavalry's attacks are not just their own, but also amplified by the fierce wild lizard. Their ferocity is so direct and reckless. Under a surprise attack, the Decayed Centers quickly reach the brink of collapse. They are like being torn apart by a meat grinder, their numbers dropping rapidly. At this moment, the Bubble Beast and the Swamp Wasp Lyre haven't yet issued commands to attack, but the Decayed Centers can't hold on anymore. The blood and flesh butcher is too fierce, and its own madness aura perfectly counters these lives corrupted by evil forces. The number of Decayed Century falls below 100. Suddenly, the sound of hooves comes from the edge area, and the ground trembles with the bushes are pushed aside, revealing a taller and stronger figure than the other Decayed Centers. Behind it, a whole squad of Decayed Centers carries bloody trophies. Seeing their territory in such chaos, it becomes furious. Traitors, you're asking for death. Asking for death, it roars wildly and charges in a frenzy. The leader of the Decayed Centators level 11 hero unit. Lyre just finished checking its level when he saw the blood and flesh butcher turn sharply, as if discovering prey, and rush forward fiercely. Like a heavily armored tank speeding at full throttle, it directly eased into the blocking Decayed Centers, knocking them flying. This warrior weighs over 2 tons and stands more than 3 m tall. Seeing this, the Decayed Centaur leader's pupils shrink, momentarily stunned by its aura. But in an instant, it roars to the sky, forcibly suppressing its inner fear. No one can stop them. The iron hooves stomp on the ground, increasing speed for a charge. In the blink of an eye, a 100 m pass and both sides collide instantly. Splat. A sharp spear pierces through the blood and flesh butcher's abdomen, revealing a crimson spear tip behind it. The Decayed Centaur chieftain's body ease into it, trying to lift and it along with the creature. A muffled sound and both sides suddenly halt. The expected collision did not happen. Instead, the corrupted center chieftain was pushed back several steps by a earful recoil. His chest felt tight, and a little fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked to realize that the terrifying creature before him showed no sign of weakening. He quickly pulled out his spear and stabbed again with violence, piercing through its body once more. But in that moment, the headless monster suddenly lunged forward with the spear passing through the hall. A hand clamped around his neck with a ing sound. He squeezed tightly. The corrupted center leader nearly went mad. He violently twisted the spear inside, causing even more severe injuries. But this move was effective against ordinary beings. For a flesh and blood hunter, even without a head, why fear a stab to the chest? His left hand suddenly erupted with strength, pressing against the other side as endless poured down like a mountain collapsing. Corrupted Centaur was forcibly suppressed, emitting ing sounds, trying to resist. Its 4 hooves were bent under the force. At this moment, it was as if he was wrestling with a giant. He could only hold on for 2 breaths before losing control again. His body was forcibly flipped and slammed onto the ground. A sharp pain struck him. He desperately tried to turn over and get up, but in the next second, he saw the headless monster stepping on his chest, holding his struggling body firmly. He clenched his battle axe tightly, raised it over his head, and swung down fiercely. No, the corrupted center chieftain let out a fearsome roar, but his voice suddenly cut off. Splurt. A huge, incredulous-looking head flew high into the air. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. The level 11 corrupted centaur hero was beheaded directly. This terrifying scene shocked the rushing corrupted centers behind him. The of the frenzied aura was amplified to the extreme. The increasingly irrational corrupted centaur was enveloped once again by song and instantly fell into the same fate as his companions. This earthful beast with over 509th level warriors had been known since Lyre entered the swamp, but had never dared to attack. Now it was being crushed alive. After a strange chemical reaction between the flesh-eating hunter and the swamp siren, the battle was over. No one could defeat this divine creature. When the last Decayed Center's head was cut off by a swamp lizard man warrior, the area was already covered in blood. Everywhere there were bodies and broken limbs, like a scene from Lyre's expression was calm and steady. The baptism of blood and fire had helped him stay composed in such scenes. These fierce warriors needed a strong and brave leader to guide them in hunting. How could a lamb lead a pack of wolves, gather the bodies, clean the battlefield? Lyre took a deep breath as he looked at the scattered corpses. These weren't just bodies, they were cold-blooded knights. After capturing this area, each of these knights would add to his small army. Soon he would have 2 squats. That felt very satisfying. Today's main gain was not only that, but also the blue-hearted mud fruit underground. Looking at the land, his mood improved even more. He stepped forward to a place without bodies and waved his hand to call 2 swamp lizard men to start digging. As long as he got his hands on it, it would be another strategic treasure. While the swamp lizard men dug furiously, a sudden commotion came from behind. In a moment, a swamp lizard men warrior hurried over, speaking excitedly. "Master, we found over 30 humans in the dungeon." Lyre turned sharply, his eyes full of disbelief. Humans? This was over 1,000 km deep into the wilderness, far beyond where humans usually went. Even the Griffin troops from Lauren City rarely set foot here. Plus, earlier intelligence reports said that the ancient ruins had collapsed, blocking the way into the deeper wilderness. How could there be humans here? Filled with curiosity and confusion, he quickly strode forward. The swamp lizard man led the way. After turning 2 corners, they entered an old, dilapidated wooden house. Lyre stepped inside and looked around, his gaze stopping at a corner. There was a sloping passageway leading downward with oil torches hanging on either side of the entrance. The torches led and flickered, casting dim light in the air. A muddy staircase led underground, resembling a beast with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow flesh. Lyre, curious, stepped down. After going about 20 m, we entered the dungeon's interior. The underground area is quite spacious, about 50 or 60 m in diameter. The air is filled with the heat of flames, and the temperature has risen significantly. Looking around, it's called a prison, but it looks more like a blacksmith's workshop. Several corners are piled with shiny metal ores. In the central area, 2 fires are still burning with a large chimney connecting directly to the ceiling, venting out the smoke produced by the flames. The air isn't stuffy. A cool breeze blows in from the entrance. At this moment, he is leading more than 10 wetland lizard men warriors watching over a group of trembling human figures standing in the corner. They are humans with shackles on their ankles, faces full of fear. They are over 1.88 m tall with muscles bulging on their bodies, giving a sense of strength somewhat like bodybuilders. They hold forging tools, hammers, pliers, tongs. On a wooden table nearby, dozens of newly shaped spearheads are quietly placed, not yet sharpened or finished, dark and dull. Leo looks at this with some surprise. Wow, it turns out the weapons in the hands of the decayed centators come from here. They actually keep a group of human blacksmiths. Where did these blacksmiths come from? How were they captured by the centators? While pondering, a sturdy man with a beard takes a deep breath and steps forward. Clink, clink. The sound of chains colliding echoes as he steps closer, trembling as he speaks. "Honored sir, Bryn of the Longhammer tribe sends greetings. Those evil centators attacked our tribe 3 months ago. We were captured and imprisoned here, forced to forge weapons to survive. We are not allied with those center." Hearing this becomes curious and checks his attributes. Ren level 7 profession, blacksmith, intermediate forging skills increased by 30. Race talent, strong physique capable of long periods of intense work with a 70 increase in stamina and 50 faster recovery. Skills, fray and forging technique 2 stars. Proficient in various forging skills. Able to craft 2-star level weapons and armor. Firing 2 stars is skilled in several methods of tempering, which makes weapons and equipment stronger, sharper, and 35 more durable after forging. Evaluation. The Flea people have a unique heritage. Their forging skills are even comparable to dwarfs. Flea Lyre was surprised by the comment. These beings are actually Flea. The Flea are not pure humans. Although they look similar, they are more like humanoid creatures. They have 2 hearts and 2 pairs of lungs. This special body structure gives them stronger, more earthful strength. Combined with their passionate love for forging and their traditions, they are very famous, even comparable to dwarves for a time. However, long ago, because they looked into extraordinary forging techniques, they angered the forge god who cursed them. As a result, they nearly disappeared from the world. I didn't expect to meet them here. A race cursed by a god must be quite earthful. Compared to them, mudmen are also craftsmen, but they are no match for such specialized races. My interest is piqued. The corrupt half-horse has been destroyed by me. This territory now belongs to the city of Dewdrops. He slightly lifted his head and looked directly at the Flea. You should know that in the wilderness, the victor takes everything from the loser. Now you are my spoils of war. Hearing this, the tall and strong Bryn looked a bit bitter. Sir, please forgive us. The Longhammer clan will remember your kindness. Lyre's tone was calm. Do you think that's possible? The other tried to speak, but couldn't. Fate is not in their hands. What can they ask for? He glanced at his companions, sighed deeply, and fell silent. Seeing this, Liar spoke softly. Flea, I am not interested in your lives, but since you are my spoils, you should provide me with proper value. You want me to forgive you, that's possible. But when he finished, all the flea turned their heads, their faces tense, their hearts were in their throats like they were in a courtroom, waiting for the final judgment. If you want to buy back your lives, then work to earn them. My territory is in need of a group of blacksmiths. Work for me for 5 years and I will exchange it for your lives. The flea people exchanged glances and then all looked at the leader. Bryn feeling Lear's unwavering gaze. The leader nodded without hesitation. Sir, we are willing to serve you. Their fate now lies in the hands of this human lord. Being given a chance is already a great surprise. What more could they ask, for the weak have never had the to decide? Lur said meaningfully. Trust me, you will be proud of your choice today. I will keep my promise. Whether I leave after 5 years or not is up to you. How much the city of M can develop in 5 years? Lu couldn't estimate. If he still couldn't win over a few flea people after so long, he might as well give up. Adding a time limit was just to lower their psychological defenses. He had no interest in forcing them to work with shackles like the decaying centators. Wouldn't it be better to watch some shows now and then and work happily every day, creating more benefits? Seeing the sincerity in his words, the flea people's expression softened. Their gazes at Lear were no longer so resistant. Thank you for your kindness, honorable lord. If they could stay alive, who would want to die if they could be free? Who would want to be forced to work? Lur nodded slightly and looked at Haggis. Unchain them. Haggis nodded and stepped forward confidently, his energy igniting as he covered his steel sword. Even though the swift, ferocious lizard remained outside, his strength was still fierce and terrifying. He swung his sword down. A crisp sound rang out. The leg chains were easily cut, causing no harm at all. One by one, these flea people regained their freedom. From then on, their gazes toward Lear became kinder. They had never expected to be unbound. Now, this lord's sincerity was fully revealed without reservation. He wasn't trying to deceive them. In a situation where the two sides are vastly unequal, the higher one only needs to show a little kindness to receive great gratitude. Human nature has always been like this. When Hagashi the sword and returned, Lur curiously looked at the nearby ore. Where did these ores come from, Minotaur? Are there iron deposits nearby? The leader Bryn shook his head with a bitter smile. Sir, these ores were taken from us. The Longhammer tribe once occupied a small iron mine, but it is dried up now. Leo was not disappointed. These mined ores were also a good harvest. Hags, take some people and move these out. Let the bubble beasts carry them away. He then looked at the smelting and forging tools. Bring those back as well. As everyone busily worked, Leal seemed to think of something and asked the nearby Fleer, Bryn, the weapons and armor Haggis has are no longer suitable. Can you craft a new set for him? This divine creature, the Flesh Butcher, naturally carries a fleshly battle axe, so he doesn't urgently need defensive gear. Haggis is different. He has strong attributes, but lacks the resurrection ability of divine beings. Having proper weapons will better unleash his strength. Bryn examined Haggis for a moment and confidently said, Sir, the flea's forging skills are as good as the dwarf's. As long as we have enough materials, we can forge whatever weapons you need. Lin nodded with satisfaction. He liked this confidence. Looking at the decayed center's spear, it was clear their forging skills were quite good. With these flea, the recently occupied mine could be fully utilized. Equipping all their troops with gear would significantly boost their combat. The difference between having equipment and not was very obvious during these days of hunting. After some busy work, all the ores, forging tools, and unfinished spear shafts inside the dungeon were moved out. Back on the surface, hundreds of decayed centaur corpses were also gathered. It was a full harvest. At this moment, 2 wetland lizard men picked up a string of mud-covered sweet potato-like fruits and approached. Master, we found the food you mentioned underground. Leo's eyes lit up. He focused and immediately saw his attribute panel in his mind. Blue Heart Mud Fruit Level 1-star Special Traits contains Urful energy enough to meet daily nutritional needs. Evaluation: a highly productive plant. Lael laughed happily, feeling very good. Finally, I got it. Information from over half a month ago was only completed today, which was not easy. Blue Heart Mud Fruit is now in my hands, and this goal has been achieved. These foods will greatly strengthen the foundation of the city of Micro, and their strategic importance is very significant. With Granny Green grass around, there's no need to worry about farming. In the future, when the army goes to battle, we won't have to worry about food, saving a lot of manpower and resources. War is really about logistics. Today's harvest is not just that. Hundreds of rotting center bodies will become new nutrients. Plus, the hunting today was enough to train a second cold-blooded cavalry team. The biggest surprise was the Fry people, these nearly extinct blacksmiths being cursed by the Forge God. This race is quite interesting. Besides that, today's battle also let him see clearly the fighting of the Flesh Butcher. He unexpectedly found that the divine life in the marsh which work very well together. This gave him more ideas. Overall, it's a big profit. Dig up this entire area. Take as many blue heart mud fruits as you can. Return to the territory immediately in 1 hour. After digesting this harvest, the strength of the city of Micro will definitely increase significantly. Also, after a busy night, it will be almost midnight and tomorrow is the 25th. Another information refresh. Double happiness. Lael feels very happy. Going out in the morning and returning at dusk seems to have become Leo's habit. When he returned to the city of Micro, it was already completely dark. Bane, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stepped forward to greet him upon hearing the noise. He respectfully bowed with his right hand over his chest. "Good evening, Lord." After the greeting, this swamp hero looked curiously at the 30 fry people following behind. He was quite surprised. There are humans on this wilderness. Seeing his gaze, Lael spoke softly. "These are fry people. They will be members of my city of Micro in the future. They are skilled in forging and very capable. You are responsible for arranging them. I also brought back a large number of forging tools this time. Tonight, let the Vine Fairy prioritize building the blacksmith shop so it can be used as soon as possible." Bane's hand trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he lost his voice. Forged by the god of crafting's curse, the Mumin as natural artisans had a well-known reputation among them, widely spread and legendary. Once they had angered the forge god by peering into extraordinary forging techniques. That story was famous. The extraordinary forging skills that the other side had glimpsed that were also widely talked about. "Yes, sir, I will arrange it immediately." With these flea people, the city's weapon forging was no longer a problem. Although the Mudmen were born craftsmen, the difference between them and the cursed race was enormous. Lyre nodded, then looked at Bryn. "Follow Bane. From now on, he will handle all your work." "Yes." The strong flea people descended with some nervousness. They looked around curiously behind Bane. After entering the city of the slightly visible, it became clearer. This territory was clearly newly built. Only the central area had a building. But why was this building so grand and magnificent under the starlight? The city hall, woven from starry vines, emitted countless shimmering lights blending with the starry sky. In the darkness, illuminating the surroundings, it had an indescribable, breathtaking beauty. Even though the territory only had this one fully completed building, it caused a strong impact on them. Seeing their gazes, Bane looked somewhat proud and said, "This is the city hall, the first building in our city of the slightly visible. Do you know how long it took to build it?" The flea people were stunned, cautiously asking. "Half a year." Bane laughed loudly. "Half a year? No, 20 days. He then looked at them with intense passion. "We arrived in the swamp 20 days ago, and at that time there was only wild grass. Being part of the city of the slightly visible is definitely a blessing from the goddess. In 20 days from now, come back and see this place again. Everything will be beyond your imagination." This massive building, over 20 m tall and several hundred meters in diameter, was built in just 20 days. All the flea people found it hard to believe. Looking at Bane's proud expression, they felt a strange sense of awe. Some people are reluctant to believe, but the other side doesn't seem to need to deceive them. In a strange atmosphere, Bane led them to the residential area, where about 10 houses had already taken root and begun to grow. The Vine Fairy shone like a light bulb, emitting a unique silver glow, guiding the starlight to nurture the vines continuously. After leveling up, these special creatures' attributes improved in all aspects, and the growth rate of the starry sky vines increased greatly. The nearby flea people could clearly see the vines growing upward at a visible speed. By dawn, these houses might be fully grown. After some quick calculation, Bane's heart trembled with excitement. At this rate, they could build that grand structure within 20 days. They looked at each other, feeling they had underestimated this territory. "The houses for residents are still under construction. You can rest here for now. Over there is the public toilet and the water source is nearby. Tomorrow, you should have proper housing. The blacksmith shop is working overtime tonight. By early tomorrow, it will be ready to forge iron." Bane said little, gave a brief instruction, and then went back to his own work. He had many things to do in a day and no time for idle chatter. 30 flea people stood dazed on the grass, all of them feeling a complex mix of emotions they couldn't quite understand. Lyre paid little attention to the flea people. After unloading the iron ore and forging tools next to the unfinished blacksmith shop, he took the bubble beast and delivered the corpses to the area where small lizards were kept. He selected 10 wetland lizard warrior soldiers to undergo a second round of cold-blooded cavalry transformation. After feeding them with the mysterious lizard inscription, the chosen small lizards began to devour wildly. Soon, the second squad of cold-blooded cavalry could be born. While thinking, Lyre suddenly remembered the place of the crimson rot meat. Today, he had planned to place it while hunting the decayed centaurs to absorb some flesh and blood. But placing the crimson rot meat was noisy and could easily alert enemies, so he gave up after a quick trial. Although the crimson rot meat gave him an advantage on his home ground, It was better suited for static battles. Raids wouldn't be very effective. After some thought, he decided to go directly near the pig farm and place the crimson rot meat there. This dangerous area within a 300-meter radius immediately merged into the earth. From outside, the scene appeared as a field of black wild grass. Only by stepping into it can one see the crimson land and the black hair growing from the ground. Entering, Lyre immediately feels his strength surge greatly. His magic recovery speeds up significantly. With every movement, everything around responds. At the same time, it's like having a god's view, allowing him to observe everything in this terrifying place. With a thought, the dark red flesh and blood ground suddenly wriggles together. Suddenly, a cage made of blood and flesh forms on the ground. If there were living beings here, they would be directly trapped. The cage connects to the underground. To break free, one must drain all the energy from this red rotten land, blood and flesh cage. This is a skill unique to the Crimson Rotten Land. I wonder if I can trap that level 16 flying dragon. Lyre tastes it carefully, feeling it for a while before leaving. He calls the wetland lizard man warrior guarding the pig farm and marks this area as a forbidden zone, preventing outsiders from entering. This also leaves a backup plan for the pig farm. If enemies appear, they can hide here first. More importantly, in the future, when slaughtering the three-tailed boar, he can do it directly in the Crimson Rotten Land. As long as he keeps devouring flesh and blood, he can keep growing stronger. This is a treasure that can develop over time. Is this considered setting up another slaughterhouse? Lyre finds it a bit funny. Besides that, the Crimson Rotten Land has another skill that interests him. The evil land, it is rich in evil energy, capable of attracting irful evil beings. These beings may become guardians loyal to the master of the Crimson Rotten Land. Outside, this feature can work. Carrying it on himself won't have the same effect. He wonders if in the future feeding this evil land could attract some strong evil creatures to settle in. Bone dragons, fallen angels, demon princes, just a few of these would be enough. After finishing his work here, Lyre doesn't wander much and returns to his territory, informing Bane about the Crimson Rotten Land. He assigns the swamp hero to handle the follow-up work. After arranging everything, he goes back to the city hall and takes the smart biological elevator to his room. After washing up, he lies comfortably on the bed. At this moment, a cool breeze blows in, making him feel very comfortable. The city hall is still cooling down. It can automatically cool and heat without using much electricity. Who can argue with that? Lyre found this quite interesting. After lying on the bed for a while, his mind began to relax and he silently thought about his next steps. Currently, his territory building has entered a new phase. The main focus now is on constructing the buildings that are urgently needed. There's no need to worry about this with the Vine Fairy helping out. In terms of planting and raising creatures, everything is running smoothly. He just needs to follow the plan step by step. For training the army, he needs enough flesh and blood, so he must hunt more. Everything is going according to plan. However, there are still some risks in exploring outside. First, there's the Stench and the Lord of Flies. This half-god hates him deeply. They are now sworn enemies, and the other side might bite back at any moment, so he must be prepared. It would be best to have a way to counter the opponent, but that's not easy. Half-gods are not just any ordinary creatures. Second, the valley where the Dark Nag lives needs to be explored. Inside, there's a trace of divine that can strengthen the Flesh Cutter, his strongest card right now. This is a 4-star level piece of intelligence. He had planned to explore it earlier, but was forced to stop after encountering the worshippers of the Lord of Flies. There's also a one-eyed giant in the Dark Naga Valley. This is the key needed to unlock the ancient ruins discovered by the Halfish people. Inside, there's a 5-star treasure. He absolutely cannot give it up. Once this is settled, he can start working on conquering the Dark Naga. Besides that, there's a deeper hidden risk. On October 14th, the Swamp Authority will appear, attracting a level 16 flying dragon. He already felt how irful a level 16 creature can be on the first day it entered the swamp. Facing this terrifying beast is a huge pressure, but there's more than a month left and the intelligence is still updating. There might be a chance for a turnaround. Overall, there are many recent worries, but the gains during this time have given him some confidence to face these threats. His growth rate is much faster than ordinary people imagine. The night is silent, and the busy territory gradually falls into sleep. Lyre kept thinking late into the night. As the clock struck midnight, the time quietly moved to the 25th. At that moment, the intelligence system in his mind refreshed with a prompt. The intelligence system has cooled down and can now be refreshed. Would you like to refresh? Lyre's spirit lifted, and he looked forward with anticipation. Finally, it's here. He immediately confirmed. Slowly, 5 new pieces of intelligence appeared in his mind. 1. On the noon of the 27th, a herd of one-horned wild cattle will migrate from 10 km west. 1 star. 2. Blue heart mud fruit needs plenty of sunlight to grow. Insufficient sunlight will reduce its yield. 3. Within the cursed bloodline of the flea people, there are hidden shackles. Only the of divine rank can break them, releasing the potential of their bloodline and greatly increasing their strength. 2 stars. 4. A group of dark elves being chased by wild blood robbers will pass through the muddy swamp on the 29th, heading through the city of D2 stars. 5. The swamp queen bee has been injured at her core soul and cannot be healed. She is gradually dying. You can place her in the Crimson Rot Land to transform her into a half and dead life form. The Crimson Queen Bee, 3 stars. Seeing the intelligence update complete, Liar's eyes became excited. Each refresh felt like a lottery, bringing him a different experience. He began to read from the top. The first piece of intelligence was about the herd passing by. There was nothing special about that. Arranging for someone to hunt them down early would be fine. Whether for slaughter or as labor tools, both options were good. The 1-star value suggested these herds might not be large. The second piece was about the blue heart mud fruit, also worth 1 star. He decided to have Bing give the order later. The third piece caught his attention, worth 2 stars, about the bloodline shackles within the flea people. He didn't expect the curse of the forging god to be hidden within their bloodlines. The forging god was quite ruthless. Breaking their shackles could lead to a Urful upgrade. That was very interesting. He liked this kind of thing. He planned to go tomorrow. Liar looked happily at the fourth piece of intelligence, worth 2 stars. Elves have always been a high race in Noah's main world with long lifespans and strong urs. They are natural archers and mages. Dark elves are a branch of elves favoring darkness and combat, very different from peaceful elves, but they are just as Urful. He didn't expect dark elves to pass through, and interestingly, they are being hunted by wild blood robbers. He thought about many things and realized he needed to make some preparations. He calmed his mind and looked at the last piece of information, which was also the only 3-star report. Liar frowned slightly. No wonder the Swamp Queen hadn't awakened all these days. The cost of hunting the Mosquito Queen was too terrible. Fortunately, they found the Crimson Decay land, giving the other side an extra path to take. But transforming into a half-undead, can he still keep his original strength? Liar shook his head. Without transformation, he could only watch the other die with no other options. Still, he felt relieved inside. Watching the half-dead Swamp Queen wasn't a big deal. He had basically solved his problem. Overall, this piece of intelligence wasn't very valuable, much worse than the previous 2, but it was quite practical. If used well, it could bring significant benefits. Lost in thought, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Liar left the city hall and immediately called Bane. Blue-hearted mud fruit needs enough sunlight to grow. Lack of sunlight will affect its growth. You should plant them in open areas. Currently, he didn't have many blue-hearted mud fruits, just enough as early seeds. After the second planting and harvest, the scale could expand, and it could truly supply food for the residents and soldiers, probably in 2 or 3 months. Bane was stunned for a moment and quickly agreed. Yesterday, he planned to plant somewhere around the territory for easy care. If so, he would need to find a new spot. What about the flea people there at the blacksmith shop? Last night, the Vine Fairy worked together to finish it, and now the blacksmith shop is built big enough for 100 workers. Bane sounded very excited. Having a Vine Fairy who's good at building was every planner's dream. Whatever he wanted, she could make it immediately, simply amazing. The experience was fantastic. Liar also became curious and went with Bane. The territory was small, so they didn't have to walk far. Looking up, they saw a 2-story vine house in front of them. It was about 8 m tall, quite eye-catching. Outside, a vine fence enclosed a yard, separating the inside from the outside. Liar stepped through the archway. He looked around a few times. The blacksmith shop was much simpler to build than the town hall. The walls were made of single-layer woven vines, which explained why it was built so quickly. The interior was oval-shaped, about 30 m in diameter, covering over 700 square m, making it very spacious. The first floor was 4 m high, with 2 spiral staircases at the edges leading to the second floor. At this moment, the freemen inside were busy moving ores and working at the steel smelting furnace. Bane didn't interfere much, letting them arrange things in a way that suited their habits. When they saw Liar arrive, the busy crowd immediately stopped and respectfully saluted with a gesture of greeting. "Good day, Lord." Many had already adjusted their mindset. Regardless of what happens 5 years from now, the moment they arrived in this territory, they became part of it, sharing life and death. The strength of the territory was their safety guarantee, and the weapons they forge are necessary for a Urful army. Working for the territory also means working for their own safety. Liar nodded and looked at Bryn, the tallest freeman leader with a thick beard. "Since you have joined my city of Dawn and work for me, no matter what your future choices are, you are now my people. Although you haven't yet earned merit, I have decided to reward you with a great gift. But giving rewards without merit might break the rules. In the future, you will need to work twice as hard to repay this gift." Everyone inside looked curious when they heard this. The Lord wanted to reward them or give a great gift. They couldn't imagine what they might receive. Then they saw Bryn step forward and kneel before Lyre. Under his command, he knelt on one knee. Confused, Lyre's hands slowly rested on Bryn's head. In the next moment, a sacred, inviolable aura surged out, mighty like a mountain or vast like the ocean. Everyone felt their souls tremble in fear. This was suddenly a glass-breaking sound like a broke the silence. At that moment, it was as if something was unlocked. Bryn's aura suddenly surged, and an intense, indescribable bloodline energy burst out wildly. While everyone inside was feeling anxious and confused, a shocking and unbelievable sound suddenly rang out. Lord, you have broken the curse of the forging god inside us. Lady above, this. As he spoke, his eyes turned red and tears uncontrollably flowed like a child venting after being wronged by their parents. Dozens of flea people were initially stunned, then suddenly erupted in excitement. Their hearts became extremely excited and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Could the curse bestowed by the gods really be lifted, the suffering endured by the flea people for countless years? Could they finally be saved? Platter. Everyone knelt down together, humbly pressing their heads to the ground. Great and merciful Lord, we are willing to dedicate our lives and souls to serve you, begging you to save us. At this moment, everyone's breathing became careful and fearful, afraid that any disrespect might anger the mighty being who controls their fate. Lyre looked down at the kneeling crowd with a subtle gaze. Everyone just wanted to climb higher to reach the top of the pyramid of Ur. Because at this moment, his single thought could decide their lives and deaths. In front of the kneeling people seemed to be clearly displayed. Lyre removed the shackles from each flea person one by one. These beings cursed by the forging god now had a second innate talent. Flea bloodline possesses a unique knowledge inheritance system. As they age, they gradually gain knowledge engraved in their bloodline by their ancestors. Once they reach extraordinary levels, they can also pass down this knowledge through their bloodline. At the same time, the previously hidden potential panel appeared, showing all his 3-star potential. Seeing this, Lyre's mood instantly became quite happy. His gaze lingered on the flea bloodline talent. This talent may seem ordinary at first glance, but upon closer thought, it is terrifying and frightening. No wonder the reputation of the other side is so great, gaining ancestral knowledge as they age. Accumulated over time, this is some of the best knowledge a whole race can have. In this world, knowledge is the most valuable treasure. Often monopolized by noble factions, ordinary people find it very difficult to access knowledge. Many precious secrets are lost due to poor inheritance, war, natural disasters, and other reasons. Only the dragons have a complete record of their people's knowledge. This means that as long as the dragon race survives, their knowledge and traditions will never be lost. No matter how many flea people remain, they can still inherit their ancestors' valuable experience. When they become strong enough, they can also pass down knowledge through their bloodlines, improving what was learned before. Other races often face the threat of losing their knowledge, but the flea have developed extraordinary methods to prevent this. It's no wonder they were cursed by the forging god. An entire race has spent millions of years obsessively studying a single skill. Even the most complex techniques can eventually be understood. If a few more genius talents appear, it might even be possible for the flea to take the place of the forging god. But the good news is the flea who now have complete inheritance is his. From now on, they will serve him forever. Proud smile appeared on his face as he felt very happy. The most surprising thing was that the flea themselves were freed from their chains, meaning nothing could hold them back anymore. The great flea will step back onto the stage of history. Lyre looked at the excited crowd, cleared his throat, and waited for them to calm down and listen carefully. Then he spoke softly. The chains inside you have been broken. The flea will regain their freedom, but you should know who set these chains and what it will cost me to do this. Seeing this, the flea's smiles faded and their eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Lyre's voice grew serious. Since you understand the value of this gift, you should also realize that you are not worthy of it yet. Now show me your talent and effort. I want to see the day when you can stand tall and tell me you deserve this reward. He then signaled the cold-blooded soldiers patrolling at the door. Bryn, take your companions and develop armor and weapons suitable for the cold-blooded knights. This is your first task. Don't let me down. Upon hearing this, Bryn immediately straightened his chest and looked determined. Lord, the Fry people will complete their mission with their lives. Where your gaze falls, our blades will strike. The chains within their bodies were broken, meaning these nearly extinct races now had hoped to survive again. No matter how much praise and admiration they receive, it would not be enough. Although they had to join the city of Dew out of necessity before, now even if they were allowed to leave, they would not step outside this territory. From the moment their chains were broken, their lives no longer belonged to themselves. They could only repay with their souls. Lyre nodded without saying much, signaling the cold-blooded knights at the door to come in and assist with their research. If they could wear heavy armor and work with the swift, fierce lizard, their fighting strength would definitely improve several levels. Heavy cavalry can always hold an important position. Watching all this from behind, Bane looked at Lyre with intense admiration. Even the curse of the gods was lifted. What a Urful method, that's a divine being. He always believed that Lord Lyre must have a brilliant and glorious background. Now someone told him that Lyre is a god and he would believe it without hesitation. As he watched Lyre's departing figure, Bane turned his head and looked deeply at everyone inside. They're a lucky group. He also looked forward to seeing what the Fry people, free from restraints, could display. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lyre went to the swamp tree people and brought out the swamp queen bee. At this moment, this giant queen bee, over half a meter long, was showing signs of life fading. Some of her limbs were slightly decayed, emitting a faint smell of rotting food. It was clear that she was dying, like a flower that blooms and then gradually withers. Lyre's expression was a bit complicated. After capturing the swamp queen bee, he only fought the mosquito queen once before she fell into deep sleep. He hadn't fully tapped into her true. Fortunately, after capturing the mosquito queen, he maintained the swamp bee army, so it wasn't a loss. He didn't hesitate now and took the swamp queen bee away. He arrived at the bloody rotten flesh area beside the pig farm. As soon as he stepped into this flesh and blood land, he immediately felt a faint surge of blood-cold energy flowing into the swamp queen bee's body. It seems like it is about to break down its body. The land of Crimson Rod has sensed that it is dying. When dealing with a dying life, the only way is to completely devour it. Lyre raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a thought stopped the surge of blood-cold energy around him. But in that moment, a new message quietly appeared in his mind to decompose the corpse. You can let these forces erode it. If you want to transform it into an undead creature, you can control the yourself. Lyre seemed to understand. Is this the hidden trait of the land of Crimson Rot that actually makes things easier? Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the Urful blood-colored energy from within the land of Crimson Rod, covering the Swamp Queen. Under the fierce erosion of the blood-red the Swamp Queen's appearance began to decay, gradually revealing large patches of bones. Flesh and blood turned hollow. The sleeping Swamp Queen seemed to sense something, softly groaning in pain, but she still did not wake up. The blood-colored energy gradually penetrated deeper, causing large areas of corruption on her body. Her life aura started to rapidly decline, filled with deathly energy. Nearing the end of life, she looked like an old, frail person. But once the deathly energy reached a certain limit, a new change quietly occurred. The mighty apricot-colored aura suddenly gathered toward her heart, forming a swirling energy vortex that looked like a crimson eye. After a few minutes, all her breath and energy completely vanished. In front of him, there was only a lifeless corpse. If he hadn't sensed that subtle changes were happening inside her body, Lyre wouldn't be sure if the Swamp Queen was truly dead. The entire process lasted for half an hour. When the devouring of the Crimson finally reached a certain limit, the Swamp Queen suddenly erupted with a Urful energy. It was like a wave of energy surging outward in all directions. At the same time, the corrupted areas began to regrow flesh and blood, but the new flesh was no longer ordinary. It looked like dark red blood that had solidified, emitting a faint deathly aura. It gave off a strange, terrifying feeling. As her body fully healed, a faint buzzing sound filled the air. Her delicate wings suddenly spread and she took off swiftly. The air produced a piercing noise. Lyre focused intently and finally saw the opponent's attributes. Crimson Queen be half a dead life. Hero unit level 13 with an extra level gained. Potential 3 stars Necromantic 14,000 race talent Queen Bee reproduction. Can produce level 9 half-undead soldiers Crimson Yellow Bees. With a maximum of 50,000 after death, Crimson Yellow Bees can be immediately revived by consuming Necrotic with each costing 10 Necrotic points. Hero talent half-dead life, corrupted by Necrotic aura, gaining the ability to control Necrotic and devour the dead to gain death energy. A parasite of the Crimson Decay land. Able to use its to recover itself and reproduce the hive, but cannot leave the Crimson Decay land for more than 3 days. Skills, Hive Control. 3 stars can directly control the hive within a radius of 2,000 m centered on itself. Death Swarm. 3 stars commands the hive to attack, carrying necromantic that can erode enemies and harm their souls. Self-Destruct Blood. 3 stars controls yellow bees to explode, causing massive damage to enemies, along with venom and corrosive effects. Evaluation. A unique half-undead life form that still retains the ability to reproduce. With 3-star potential, its level exceeds the usual limit of 12, reaching level 13. In terms of skills, the Queen Bee's individual combat isn't very strong. It mainly relies on controlling the hive, but combined with its talents, controlling the hive becomes very formidable. Can directly consume necrotic to corrupt yellow bees for attack, and also make them self-destruct to cause corrosive damage. Liar suddenly thought this is just like an aircraft carrier carrying a huge biological attack force. The continuous attacks from the crimson yellow bees, ahead with the queen only needing to corrupt them behind. This attack style suits a hive perfectly. The only possible limitation might be the hero talent of the crimson decay land parasite. It cannot leave this flesh and bloodland for more than 3 days, but the benefits are significant, being able to directly harness the of the crimson decay land to corrupt the yellow bees. And this restriction isn't too bad since the crimson decay land can be moved. It's not a dead zone. Thinking of this, Liar felt much more optimistic. At this moment, the crimson queen bee slowly fluttered her wings and approached Liar. A surge of mental energy flowed out, directly communicating with him in his mind. The transformed crimson queen bee looked even more fierce and aggressive than before. Its black and yellow markings now had large patches of blood-red spots, and its crimson eyes looked like they had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. It created a strong visual impact. Its wings were thin but sharp like blades, able to easily tear through steel. Compared to before, the crimson queen bee's abdomen was several times larger, making egg-laying much easier. Clearly, after transformation, the focus of the crimson queen bee's abilities had shifted slightly. But since it could produce a large number of level 9 crimson yellow bees for attack, it didn't need to fight personally. It could happily stay in the back, laying eggs wildly. Liar nodded with satisfaction. This transformation was a small profit. Currently, there are still many marsh yellow bees in the territory. Can we transform them all into crimson yellow bees? The crimson queen bee immediately responded affirmatively. Of course, it's possible. Liar smiled happily. Marsh yellow bees are a level 5 unit. Directly upgrading them to level 9 would be a huge boost. He didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the crimson queen bee to summon the crimson yellow bees. The crimson queen bee slightly opened its mouth, emitting a harsh ing sound. In an instant, a buzzing noise filled the air. Next, countless yellow bees flapped their wings and arrived, instantly blocking the light, making the surroundings dim. These yellow bees entered the crimson rot land and slowly circled before landing on the ground. The crimson queen bee didn't hesitate, releasing a blood-red glow that enveloped the marsh yellow bees. Like a queen bee transforming, its flesh and blood immediately dissolved, revealing deep white bones, then grew back again. Gradually, the flesh and blood became full and vibrant. At the same time, the crimson rot land emitted fierce energy, which all flowed into these yellow bees. Within just a few minutes, the first crimson yellow bee opened its eyes. In the next moment, countless crimson yellow bees with dark red markings flapped their wings and took off. The sky gained a splash of color. The scene looked quite spectacular. Opening the panel, he saw that all the crimson yellow bees had been upgraded to level 9. Although they still belonged to fragile assassins, their attack had increased greatly. Liar chuckled happily, feeling very pleased. This was real improvement. He happily admired the sight of the flying swarm of bees, then shifted his focus back to the land of decayed flesh. He could clearly feel that even after breeding tens of thousands of crimson wasps, the energy within the land of rotten flesh remained very strong. He really wonders how many lives the master of stench and flies has killed. But now he considers himself lucky. After calming his mind, Liar didn't stay long. He waved his hand, signaling the queen bee and all the crimson wasps to follow him and leave. The queen bee, this earthful weapon, has awakened, and the swarm has gained a huge boost. Today he can go explore the secrets of the Dark Naga. He has longed for that divine Such a good thing, it would be a shame not to control it. This item is destined to be with him. Back at his territory, he immediately summoned the army. As usual, he took 4 squads of wetlands lizard men warriors, leaving 2 half-squads to guard. Bubble beasts and swamp witches accompanied the troops. The strength of the crimson wasps has greatly increased, and the queen bee can quickly produce more to replenish their numbers, which eased his last remaining worry. Once the army was assembled, they set out immediately. A few Delta people, familiar with the Dark Naga Valley, and with black feathers led the way, heading directly south. These hardworking, timid Dala people have brought plenty of energy to the city of Mira over the past days, participating in almost all tasks. It's been very smooth sailing. After several clearings, there was basically no threat remaining in the south. The march was quick, and before noon, the Delta guide stopped and reported to Liar that they had reached their destination. He immediately became alert. Following the guide signal, he moved to a higher ground to look ahead. This area is a typical swamp terrain surrounded by muddy water pools and dense tangled vines. The plants are lush but low, with a few sparse large trees growing in the distance. The view extends far. The Delta guide pointed to a clearly raised hill shrouded in thick black mist, making it hard to see clearly. The hill stretches for several km. Although only about 30 to 50 m high, it stands out prominently in the swamp. "My lord, this valley is where the Dark Naga resides. The place where that big tree is located is the entrance." Lear fixed his gaze on a lonely big tree. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand to tell the others to stay back, then immediately gave an order. "Queen Bee, have your subordinates go and scout first. The main problem now is he only knows about the Dark Naga from what he has heard. The enemy is very strong, controlling Divine with many troops and even enslaving one-eyed giants, but the details are still unknown. Finding out more about the enemy is now the priority." The Crimson Queen Bee immediately responded. In the next moment, more than 10 crimson yellow bees flapped their wings and buzzed out directly. They flew straight into the dark valley, but just as they entered the valley, the Crimson Queen Bees spoke. "Master, these crimson yellow bees have been destroyed in just a blink of an eye." "Did the enemy set up a high-voltage electric net outside?" Lee raised his eyebrows and immediately felt it was quite tricky. Those creatures with a trace of divine seemed stronger than he expected. Could he only go in directly? The sacrifice of the crimson yellow beast seemed to have triggered something. As Lear stared at the black fog, a new attribute panel appeared quietly in his mind. Silent black fog level special feature can weaken the attributes of anyone entering the fog by 60. Evaluation, do not step into it. Silent black fog. Lear's pupil shrank sharply. These black fogs are so terrifyingly weakening by 60. What's the difference from being crippled? Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed. In the distance, the dark valley trembled. Next, from the darkness, a terrifying creature appeared. Standing over 6 meters tall, with one huge eye occupying a third of its face, faintly blood red in the blackness. Its body was full of strength as if forged from steel, bronze-gold skin covered with wrinkles like the bark of an ancient 100-year-old tree. It radiated a fierce and savage aura, as if ready to devour anyone who approached. Ordinary people in front of it wouldn't even have the thought of running away. They were simply too scared. One-eyed giant. As the giant who entered the valley come out, Lear immediately became alert. To his surprise, as the one-eyed giant left the valley, he saw a thin chain still tied around its neck, extending into the dark fog. Is this a leash for a dog raising such a fierce dog? These dark naga might be a bit too much. Soon movement appeared again in the fog and terrifying creatures emerged walking out of the darkness. There were exactly 2 small groups. They had the lower bodies of snakes and the upper bodies of humans with 4 strong arms. Their hair was not ordinary hair, but writhing little snakes which made people's scalps tingle. They were nearly 3 m tall, strong and fierce. They wore thick, dark, full-body armor, and each of their 4 arms held a long, sharp sword, Dark Naga. The first impression they gave was that they were very difficult to deal with. The chain of the one-eyed giant was in the hands of one of these Dark Naga. Lyre had never seen such creatures before and looked serious. He sensed a strong danger from them. These beings were definitely not easy to mess with. When he focused his gaze, his mind immediately displayed their attribute panel. Dark Naga level 12 potential for stars. The 2 groups of Dark Naga both had an astonishing potential of 4 stars. Their levels were also all at 12. His inner urge to act was instantly suppressed. This value was definitely not a place to fight head-on. Wasn't the half-fish man earlier saying these Dark Naga weren't that powerful? All of them were level 12 top-tier warriors at the peak of their rank. If he told me they weren't strong, even the most elite army in Lurland City, which guards the northern wilderness, was probably just like this. Luckily, he didn't rush into a fight. At that moment, the 2 groups of Dark Naga along with the one-eyed giant headed into the distance. It seemed they had some task to do. Seeing this, Lyre's heart moved slightly. Follow them. With crimson-yellow wasps present, tracking enemies was not difficult. The flying creature's unique speed advantage even allowed them to stop ahead of the enemy's path, waiting for them to pass. With spies monitoring the entire route, Lyre easily kept enough distance to follow. Soon, the Dark Naga led the one-eyed giant about 10 km away. Noticing that they are gradually moving away from the swamp, Lear narrows his eyes. He looks at the Crimson Bee Queen. Are there Dark Naga tails following behind us, Master? Everything is safe. With over 50,000 bees acting as scouts, everything around is clearly visible. Lear's face becomes serious. Raidena, you attack. The swarm cooperates. The Dark Nagas are few in number but extremely strong. Besides the Dark Nagas, the one-eyed giants have also reached level 13. Their huge bodies contain immense easily crushing wetland lizard men warriors, showing fierce strength. The order is given, and the headless flesh butcher emits a fierce killing intent, rushing out like lightning. The terrifying aura feels like an ancient beast awakening, violent and mad. Wherever he passes, everything is Ed. The Dark Naga suddenly wake up with a start, their eyes all looking back. Seeing the flesh butcher, they quickly adjust their positions and form a complete formation. The headless flesh butcher speeds up a bit, gripping his blood-formed battle axe tightly, charging forward violently. In the blink of an eye, they collide. The sharp sword of the frontmost dark naga suddenly swings, the air screams sharply, and the sword pierces into the flesh butcher's body. But this headless creature shows no sign of stopping, violently swinging his axe against the opponent's sword. The dark naga's expression changes. She quickly city-steps to avoid, but the flesh butcher has already reached her side, pressing his right hand firmly on her shoulder. His enormous strength suddenly halts her body. The axe in his right hand eased directly at her neck. Blood instantly splashes out. He lifts his foot, suddenly kicking her hard in the stomach. Her abdomen dents inward. Her back arches high. As if hit by a cannonball, she is thrown backward, 7 or 8 meters away. Blood mixed with internal organs sprays out wildly. At that moment, her life force disappears completely. Her brutal stance makes Lear behind him shiver fiercely. Too fierce, too fierce. This is what battle truly looks like. The flesh butcher charges into the dark nagas, fighting with their swords. Facing these high-level enemies, the strength of this divine creature is fully revealed. He not only did not fall behind, but also single-handedly fought against these level 12 creatures. Where the battle axe passed, blood plasma burst out and flesh flew everywhere. It was like a raging heavy rhinoceros, unstoppable in its charge. He had initially planned to have the Crimson Wasp cooperate in the attack, but the flesh butcher alone scattered those dark naga, defeating them completely. The dark naga resisted, but whether their attacks pierced hearts or cut spines, they couldn't deal real damage to the flesh butcher. Instead, they were often killed in exchange for injuries. His body, with no fatal weak points, was like a hedgehog with nowhere to bite. Liar's gaze also grew intense. Previously, when fighting the decayed centaur, the flesh butcher's unmatched strength could be excused by the enemy's lower level. But now facing a level 12 dark naga, he still maintained nearly invincible battlefield dominance. This is what true divine life is. Soon only 5 dark naga remained on the battlefield. They finally couldn't hold on. One of them suddenly pulled on the chain in its hand. Roar. The one-eyed giant chained around its neck suddenly turned around. That terrifying single eye stared at the battlefield and the sky seemed to darken. Standing 6 m tall, its visual impact was shocking. At this moment, its eyes showed no wisdom, only rage and murderous intent. Kill it, the Heil Naga's angry voice echoed through the sky. The one-eyed giant roared wildly at this moment. It charged directly at the flesh butcher. Its legs stomped the ground, causing tremors. It was like a mountain collapsing, the earth sinking. The ore on the flesh butcher suddenly erupted as if ignited by gasoline. It burned fiercely. Without any fear, it took a big step forward. In that instant, the space in front of him rippled like water waves. His figure disappeared from sight. The furious charging one-eyed giant clenched its fists and slammed them into the ground where he stood. Dirt flew and a huge crater appeared in the earth, but the enemy was already gone. The dark naga behind looked shocked. Watch out above. The one-eyed giant instinctively looked up. A ripple spread across the space above. A terrifying figure with no head and covered in stitched scars tightly grasped a battle axe raised above its head, leaping down from the sky. At such a close distance, there was no time to react. It instinctively tilted its neck slightly. Splat! The battle axe struck the shoulder. Bone shattered and flesh burst open. The horrible pain caused the 6 m tall, terrifying creature to let out a frantic roar. But with a strong force impact, its body uncontrollably tilted to the other side and collapsed to the ground. With a loud, it struggled to get up, but the heavy bleeding and pain made it impossible. In just one strike, this fearsome one-eyed giant lost its fighting ability. Void Portal 4-star. Can open a void portal, allowing instant teleportation through space to reach the target. The special gained from consuming the stench and the eyeball of the Fly Lord was now displayed most directly. After knocking down the one-eyed giant, the flesh butcher didn't pause. It raised its battle axe and charged at the last 5 dark naga. At this moment, the dark nagas unexpectedly let out a long howl, then split up and fled in different directions. The flesh butcher caught up with the closest one, swung its battle axe and struck hard. The dark naga with a knife held firm against the attack. It didn't attack back, only defended. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, the flesh butcher, unconcerned about its injuries, exchanged damage for life and finally killed the opponent again. Meanwhile, this brief moment allowed the other dark nagas to escape far away. If it continued to chase, it could only catch one. The flesh butcher was furious. Seeing itself safely away from the flesh butcher, the dark nagas momentarily relaxed, then suddenly heard a buzzing sound of wings flapping in the sky. It instinctively looked up, and its heart almost burst with fear. A swarm of wasps about the size of fists, with wings spanning over 30 cm and sharp steel needles protruding from their tails, appeared. Their bodies were covered with blood-red mottled markings. At the moment these insects appeared in sight, there was a flicker of hope. But as they approached and dove down like arrows, their faces changed drastically, twisting their snake-like bodies into frantic movements. How could ground creatures compete with flying ones in speed? The crimson yellow wasp suddenly sped up. The buzzing sound behind their ears grew intense. The dark naga, unwilling to accept defeat, turned around and stopped, gripping its long, sharp sword with 4 arms, swinging violently. Hoo-hoo, cling. With precise strikes, dozens of crimson yellow wasps couldn't cross the blade curtain and were all cut down on the spot. Liquid splashed. Excellent combat skills are the dark naga's secret weapon. When facing unimportant flesh and blood targets, no matter how many skills are used, they are useless. Strength can break all methods, but at this moment, with flying wasps coming at him, they are just living targets. The dark naga felt a bit more confident inside. So what if there are swarms of bugs he can fight all day? Just then, a nearby wasp lunged forward, but before it reached attack range, its body puffed up like a balloon. The dark naga's heart skipped a beat, but it was too late to react. That wasp exploded after reaching its limit. Poison liquid covered several meters around. A long sword can kill enemies, but it can't stop the shock wave from the explosion. Caught off guard, the dark naga felt a burning pain on his exposed skin and face. But before he could get angry, he saw a second expanding wasp. No, he roared in extreme frustration, but his voice was suddenly cut off. A series of explosions drowned out the dark naga. When everything quieted down, only a corpse was left on the ground, twitching slightly, with large patches of skin burned by poison looking very gruesome. The escaped dark nagas were all destroyed in less than 5 minutes. The crimson yellow wasps, now with self-destructibility in level 9, had their destructive greatly increased. When Lyre arrived at the battlefield, only the one-eyed giant who had been ed on the shoulder by the flesh and blood butcher was howling. He struggled to get up, but the flesh and blood butcher kept suppressing him. When he tried to stand, he was kicked down. Without weapons, he was no real threat. Seeing Lyre approach, the flesh and blood butcher immediately said, "Master, his soul is controlled by dark magic." The headless creature's voice was deep and hollow, very distinctive. Lyre raised an eyebrow. Dark magic. Looking at the giant's huge body, he became interested. This is the key to opening ancient ruins. Is there a way to remove it? Just need a stronger force to destroy it. Lyre nodded, then thought quickly. The divine of the swamp god within him radiated a sacred, invincible strength. It directly covered the one-eyed giant. It seeped into his mind. In the next moment, he clearly sensed an evil dark energy occupying his mind. When the divine arrived, that dark energy roared and gathered fiercely, trying to push him away. But how could dark energy with no source compared to divine like snow melting under the sun? In an instant, the one-eyed giant's mind returned to normal. The giant, still struggling wildly, slowly calmed down. His furious, crazy eyes gradually cleared. He covered his shoulder with one hand and supported himself with the other, frowning as he looked around. "What's wrong with me?" His voice was deep and thunderous. His face changed, showing anger. "Those dark naga, they deceived me. Them. After roaring, he looked around again. Seeing the bodies of the dark nagas and the vigilant wetland lizard men soldiers, he suddenly understood something. "Honorable human lord, I did not attack you willingly. I was deceived by those dark nagas. They imprison my soul and can control my body directly." Lyre's eyes flickered slightly. "One-eyed giant, I cannot tell if your words are true or false. But what is certain now is that you and the dark nagas attacked us, and in the end you were defeated and captured by us. You should know what captivity means in the wilderness. What is it? It's being controlled by life and death. That is the consequence of defeat. The wilderness is a brutal world of the strong prey on the weak. The weak should be enslaved or killed." The one-eyed giant fell silent. Finally, he forced himself to speak. "Honorable human lord, I don't know how to regain my life." In this situation, there was no room for resistance. He was badly wounded. "To serve you," Lyre's gaze was deep. "My city of faint light is not open to just anyone. Do you know the specifics of those dark Noahs? This tone, this human. It seems they don't intend to kill him." The one-eyed giant immediately became alert. In the wilderness, survival is always the top priority. Holding his shoulder, suppressing the pain, he said in a deep voice, "Those dark naga have 6 squads, all at level 12. The strongest naga war god is even at level 14, which is very terrifying." As he spoke, his angry tone suddenly carried a hint of fear that was hard to hide. "These dark nagas come from the abyss, and it seems they follow the will of a certain abyss duke. Not long after I entered, I was invaded by an irresistible force that corrupted my soul. Those nagas don't have this only the terrifying beings from the abyss." Lyre's pupils suddenly shrank from the abyss, and they have 6 squads with the highest level naga war god at level 14. And behind them there is even a deep abyss duke. This series of information made him feel a chill down his spine. No wonder they control a trace of divine This force is too terrifying. If he had charged in recklessly at that moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He really doesn't understand how those halfish people got this news. The enemy only has 2 squads with the highest level at 9, or maybe the dark nagas deliberately released a distraction. What are they planning? He immediately dismissed the idea of attacking them. This hidden force in the black fog is not something he can handle now. Seeing that Liar remained silent for a long time, the one-eyed giant was worried he might change his mind. And he said again, those dark Naga seem to be searching for something, but they haven't found it yet. But they keep repeating a word, Godslayer's heart, Godslayer's heart. Liar's eyes narrowed slightly. What is the Godslayer's heart? I don't know. When I was imprisoned, I could only faintly hear some voices. This word was repeated quite often. Just hearing the name makes it seem extraordinary. The fact that these dark Nagas are searching for it means it's definitely not simple. Not to mention, it involves an Abyss Duke. Every Abyss Duke is a true evil god. Although the rules of the main plane always reject divine-level Urs, these terrifying beings will find ways to influence the main plane. Liar remembered this matter deeply. Do you have any other news? No, I was captured too quickly, so I know very little. The one-eyed giant also felt frustrated. Being imprisoned without reason, living in darkness and despair, no one can understand that feeling. Liar nodded slowly. The other side did not lie. We plan to hunt those dark Naga. Would you like to be the vanguard? The one-eyed giant's eyes lit up immediately. Master, I am willing. But after speaking, he hesitated a bit. However, behind those dark Naga is the Abyssal Duke. Liar's tone was calm. The Abyssal Duke. So what do you know how the dark in your mind was driven out as soon as the words fell? A Urful aura burst forth, majestic, overwhelming, sacred, and inviolable. The one-eyed giant sensed this, and his heart trembled violently, crying out in surprise, my God. Feeling the pressure from his bloodline, he endured the pain, turned over, and knelt humbly before Liar. His head pressed firmly against the ground. As the unique life form of the swamp, the one-eyed giant had the aura of the swamp god engraved in his soul. Although he was not as Urful as the vine fairy or the green grass matron beings created by the swamp god, he was still one of the most loyal followers of the swamp god. Every time the swamp god revived and rebuilt the sect or army, the one-eyed giant appeared. Because of this, many legends about him spread in the swamp. After subduing the one-eyed giant, Liar had no intention of staying longer and prepared to leave immediately. The intelligence from the one-eyed giant was quite explosive, especially the fact that the Abyssal Duke behind the Dark Naga was a heavy pressure. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation with the Dark Naga. Just then, he carrying a Dark Naga whose belly had been cut open by an axe approached. Master, he is still alive. Liar looked at the miserable sight of the other, raising an eyebrow. He's still alive despite all that. He focused his perception and indeed sensed a faint life aura, but it was very weak. In 2 minutes, he would be gone. He moved his mind slightly. Surged within him, containing immense life energy that enveloped the other, Swamp's blessing. The Dark Naga's life force quickly stabilized a bit. Lael kept working without stopping, casting spell after spell of swamp blessings. The other gradually recovered from near death. He saw this and roughly pushed the internal organs back into the Naga, causing its wounds to heal faintly. However, because the injuries were too severe, whether it could survive was still uncertain. Seeing this, Lael immediately thought of the Crimson Queen. Wondering if it was possible to transform the other using crimson wrought flesh, he became interested. After confirming there were no other survivors, he didn't stay long. He led his army in a circle back to their territory. Bane, worried, relaxed when he saw Leo, but then his eyes were drawn to the fierce, terrifying figure behind him. He swallowed nervously and trembled as he said, Master, is that an one-eyed giant? The giant was 6 m tall. Ordinary people in front of it looked like tiny children needing to look up high to see its face. Its size created a strong feeling of pressure, making it hard to breathe. Lin nodded. Although they didn't complete their goal today, they gained an extra prize, the one-eyed giant. This giant will become a member of the City of Dawn. For now, he will stay in our territory to recover. If he needs to do anything, just tell him to do it. The one-eyed giant nodded repeatedly. Yes, whatever I am asked to do, I will do. This is the will of our god. Bane's heart trembled again as he looked at Leo. He had long sensed Li's extraordinary nature, especially his towering sacred presence that was inviolable and untouchable. It often made him almost go crazy. Although Lil never openly claimed to be a god, Bane had already regarded him as a divine child or an incarnation of a god walking among mortals. But Lael kept this hidden and didn't say much, so Bane could only suppress his emotions inside. Lil asked Bane to arrange for the one-eyed giant, then took the badly injured Dark Naga to the crimson wrought fleshland. After placing it on the blood-soaked ground, his gaze grew sharp. Crimson surged from the earth, instantly devouring the Dark Naga. The severely wounded Naga couldn't resist at all. In a deep, muffled groan, the flesh and blood seemed to be poured with sulfuric acid, beginning to sizzle and corrode, revealing stark white bones. Breath began to fade visibly like a melting candle. Soon it reached a critical point. The breath suddenly extinguished. But just 1 second after its complete death, crimson energy suddenly gathered in its heart. life energy ignited like gasoline, surging instantly. The recently dissolved flesh and blood started to grow back, now covered in blood-red patches. Dark energy gradually transformed into necrotic energy. When all the flesh and blood finished growing, the dark Naga suddenly opened its eyes. Its blood-red gaze was cold and silent with no sign of life. Looking directly at it, it felt like staring at a walking corpse. It slowly stood up, its snake body upright on the ground with its tail arched to support the upper body. Standing 3 m tall, it looked tall and strong with an aura that made people feel uneasy. It seemed like a corpse that had been buried in a tomb for a long time, now crawling out. Dark snake scales with blood-red patches covered its body, creating a striking visual impact. Just from its appearance, it looked like a terrifying and forbidden creature. Leo's gaze became very intense, and a high smile appeared on his face. Haha, it worked. It truly transformed into a creature similar to the Crimson Queen Bee. Crimson Decay Land. Amazing. This success not only meant he could tame this Naga, but also that he could repeat similar experiments in the future. Forcing down his excitement, he focused and visualized its attribute panel in his mind. Corrupted Naga level 12 talent, 4 stars race talent, superior combat skills, naturally possesses master-level fighting techniques and keen senses in battle. Necrotic 3,000 point skills. Soul Break 3 stars, imbues Necrotic into weapons to directly cut off enemies' spirits. Unyielding 3 stars, reduces control effects by 80. Super Mingan 3 stars. Body has heightened senses. Super Strength 3 stars, contains fierce beyond normal life limits. Tough Body 3 stars, endless endurance never exhausted. Evaluation, a semi-end creature with extraordinary combat talent. Leo looked at its attributes, amazed repeatedly. What a fierce warrior. The strength of the cold-blooded cavalry comes from directly stacking attributes, but the corrupted Naga's attributes are not so straightforward. They mainly increase its own However, combined with its unique racial talent, its combat is not inferior to that of the cold-blooded cavalry. These are different types of units. The cold-blooded cavalry are heavily armored warriors, more suited for frontline charges. The corrupted Naga are skill-based fighters. Once the enemy formation is torn apart, it becomes their moment to slaughter. They are very good at fighting alongside the cold-blooded cavalry. The birth of the corrupted Naga has made Lyre very interested in the Dark Naga. If he can conquer them and turn all those Dark Nagas into corrupted Nagas, his will be greatly increased. I must say, woman, you have successfully caught my attention. He returned to his territory with the corrupted Naga, stationed them with the flesh slaughterer in the town hall, then fell into deep sleep. Undead creatures do not need rest. On August 26, the next day, Lyre quietly led his army out to hunt, while the one-eyed giant rested and healed in the territory. The day passed with little incident. On the morning of the 27th, he led people to capture the wild bison herd indicated by the intelligence. There were as many as 150. These bison stood about 2.5 m tall at the shoulder, each broad and muscular, weighing over 3 tons. Their curved horns looked like iron castings shining with a metallic gleam. The wetland lizard men helping with the capture were knocked over more than 10 times. But in the end, they were driven back to the territory forcibly. In this world, bison are not only larger than those on Earth, but also more aggressive with strength several times greater. Lyre tested pulling plows with them, and they charged through the fields like small tornadoes. The Dursa people driving the cattle were pulled along at a wild run, like kites flying free, their feathers fluttering as if they could take off. A single acre of land was plowed in no time. And the chaotic scene of battle made Lyre both amused and helpless. Finally, adding 3 plows slowed the bison down, but the efficiency improved greatly. Lyre watched from behind, feeling both admiration and regret. No wonder no one in this world studies machinery. Small farming machines on Earth can't compare to these wild bison. Plus, they require little maintenance. Just feed them outside with grass. And if fed well, they might even give birth to calves. If you have this energy, isn't it better to raise a few more cows? Why bother with technology after adding these 150 strong and lively cows? The construction speed of Micro City improved significantly, especially when plowing fields, pulling plows wildly across wasteland and marshes. It didn't take long to create a flat area. Besides that, they are very useful for transporting goods and moving things. The only problem is that cows can be stubborn, but after Lee Air put nose rings on them, their tipper was controlled. Interestingly, this world actually doesn't have nose rings for cows. When they made these, the Dursa people who used to drive wild buffaloes around were very surprised. For a long time, using wild buffaloes to farmland became a Uller job. It's very easy. Just wave a whip and these animals can plow the fields easily. Some wild buffaloes even got used to it and could sleep on their backs. Waking up, the task was done. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? But to control these energetic workers, there was a cost. Food consumption suddenly increased a lot. At this time, the colorful moss showed its value. These plants, which grow rapidly with fertilizer, thrived on the manure of the three-tailed pigs, wild buffaloes, and over 1,000 people in Micro City. Every day, new fresh moss would grow in waves. The three-tailed pigs loved to eat it, and the wild buffaloes also liked this high-energy plant. Seeing this, Lear ordered the early construction of waste treatment plants and sewage plants. The main cleaning tools for these buildings were the colorful moss. After sorting the trash, spreading the moss on it would quickly absorb all nutrients and turn it into harmless residue. There's not much chemical manufacturing in this world. Clothes are made of linen and cotton, which decompose underground quickly and become nutrients. These nutrients can be easily absorbed by the colorful moss. Sewage is even simpler. Digging a few drainage channels, weaving vines into water pipes, and gathering daily waste water into muddy areas covered with colorful moss. Before the sewage even flows, it's already purified. With these operations, the living waste and sewage of Micro City didn't pollute or significantly impact the surrounding environment. Instead, they continuously provide nutrients for the growth of colorful moss. The harvested colorful moss is then used to feed wild buffaloes and three-tailed wild boars, creating a positive biological cycle. This truly achieves zero carbon emissions, and environmental groups are moved to tears when they see it. On the 28th, hunting continued. The Dark Naga has become somewhat stimulating for him. These days, he plans to focus on strengthening the cold-blooded cavalry before considering other matters. Holding a gun, he feels calm inside. Without an army, he can't stand straight. A second group of cold-blooded cavalry bred a few days ago also joined the battle today. Meanwhile, Lyre used the game he hunted over the past 2 days to start training a third cold-blooded cavalry squad. Today, his goal is to clear the area 15 km east. As the city of Micro grows, the areas near the territory have been cleared several times. Not only are monster strongholds rare, but even ordinary beasts are few. The hunting zone can only expand outward. At dawn, he went out for hunting, returning to the territory only when the moon was high. The monster gathering spot to the east is very dense. That day, Bubble Beast filled 50 bubble-filled corpses. This was enough to train 2 small squads of cold-blooded cavalry. Thus, the number of cold-blooded cavalry being trained reached 3 squads, with 2 already joining the battle. Their strength changes daily. After 3 busy days, the date is now the 29th, a very important day. A group of dark elves being chased by wilderness blood robbers will pass through the muddy swamp on the 29th heading toward Micro. 2 stars. This intelligence isn't very valuable, but it has 2 key points: dark elves and wilderness blood robbers. Wilderness blood robbers are a roaming group in the wilderness, living by plundering. Barbarians are their main members, especially fond of raiding human territories and caravans. Wherever they go, no grass grows. They are the terrifying lords who establish territories in the wilderness. According to incomplete statistics, 1/3 of the pioneering lords have been killed by wilderness blood robbers. The intelligence doesn't specify the exact time, which means danger could arrive at any moment. Even a lion fights with all its strength when hunting a rabbit, and he doesn't want any accidents. Now the busy residents ignore the turmoil outside and focus on their work. Lyre had already sent out the crimson-yellow bees spreading around 10 km. Whenever there was any movement, he received the news immediately. The crimson-yellow wasp is small, resting in the grass and on treetops, making it less noticeable. It works perfectly for surveillance. At noon, Lower sat by the fish pond, drinking tea and feeding the fish. His eyes moved slightly as he looked ahead. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came. The crimson wasp queen flapped her wings and flew over. "Master, the target has been spotted." He immediately became alert. Finally, they arrived. From which direction? Coming from the north. The night elves have already gone into stealth mode, using the shadows of plants to hide from tracking. Under normal sight, they're completely invisible, hiding in shadows. Lure's eyes flickered. How many of them are there currently? Roughly less than 2 squads. The exact number needs further confirmation. Don't make a noise or scare them away. Let them come to us on their own. Understood. The Crimson Wasp Queen immediately gave the order. Every few minutes, updates would come about their location and route. He kept a tight grip on their movement. An hour later, a group of night elves, completely hidden in shadows and invisible to the eye, quietly approached the city of Wu. They were all women with pointed ears, high noses, semi-transparent skin, and stunning beauty, almost perfect, captivating without a flaw. They wore black cloaks with deep dark eyes. Each carried a bow made of dark wood engraved with elven runes, with several quivers on their backs, half of which were empty. The leader of the night elves looked at Wu with surprise, gazing at the city hall. In the swamp, there's actually such a territory. Look at their buildings, all woven from vines. All elves have an innate affinity for plants. The vitality of the city hall in their eyes resembled a blazing fire in the night, so bright and eye-catching. Behind her, an elf was slightly stunned and said, "Lady Eni, does that plant building have a spirit? Oh my gods, this is incredible." All the night elves widened their eyes in amazement, looking at the city hall with great excitement. There are almost no intelligent plants in the underground world. That dark, barren land cannot grow such treasures. Once confirmed, everyone became excited. Lady Asani, can we bring this building back underground if we get it? Our strength will increase greatly in no time. The elf's gift, being close to plants, allows them to use the life essence of plants to boost their owner. Legend says the Elf King City is made entirely of plants, and it's not just a myth. Moreover, not just that building, but all the other structures in this territory are made of vines. The Dark Knight Elf became more excited as they spoke. If we take over this land, we can fight our way back underground soon, reclaim our lost territory. All the Dark Knight Elves felt inspired, their eyes full of hope. Don't act rashly. The ruler of this territory must be strong. We can't underestimate them. The leader of the Dark Knight Elves, Ishani, had a deep look in her eyes. Master, we still have the heart of darkness. As long as we can activate that building with its it can match a level 14 creature. The Dark Knight Elf who spoke was unwilling to give up. Even against stronger enemies, we can fight our way out. The dirty barbarians behind us are just waiting to be slaughtered. But Ishani, the Dark Knight Elf leader, hesitated a little. But in an instant, her companions continued. We have no other options now. Lady, do you still hope to find a plant with more vitality than that building? Or are you dreaming of returning underground just like that? Do you think our current strength can retake the occupied land? Do you think we can survive much longer wandering on the surface? Their cold words hit Ashani like heavy hammers. She clenched her teeth. If that's the case, then we must risk everything. Her tone was firm and resolute. Stay alert, sneak in from the weak points. Once near the building, activate it immediately with the Heart of Darkness. The opponent's guards are only wetlands lizard men, so the danger isn't great. As long as we can activate this building, even if their army returns, we are not afraid. Feeling the surge of life energy, her gaze became very intense. Is there really no danger? No. She knows better than anyone how risky it is to venture into unfamiliar territory. It looks safe on the surface, but who knows what secrets their land hides. But is there really a choice? Continue wandering in the wilderness, chased like a dog by those dirty barbarians? How long can such days last? The elf's pride makes her unable to tolerate this situation any longer. Even if it means dying, she can't be so helpless anymore. Leo, who was drinking tea, suddenly looked a bit strange. He couldn't understand what those night elves were up to. Why were they sneaking into the city of Dew inexplicably? Fortunately, he had given orders before, and there weren't many residents in the territory, so he didn't have to worry about major losses. Plus, there isn't much wealth in the territory. Valuable treasures are hidden underground by the marsh tree folk. What are these guys trying to do without understanding their purpose? Leo didn't make a sound to alert them. He silently watched the shadow elves skillfully avoid residents using shadows and approach the city hall. Then all entered. His face suddenly turned strange. This is crazier than walking into a trap himself. How dare they enter the city hall? Their brains are really sharp. Just then, rumbling sounds suddenly came from underground. City Hall, rooted deep below, saw countless thick roots suddenly burst out of the ground. Large S appeared around it and dirt flew everywhere. At the same time, a group of excited voices echoed in the sky. Haha, we did it. Praise our God. The vine structure after activation has truly reached level 14 in life strength. Seeing this, Leo suddenly smiled with relief. Luckily, these guys aren't completely crazy, but maybe they are almost there. Right under his nose, they are trying to steal his city hall. This shows they don't see him as a person. After the municipal hall was built, a fierce aura spread freely like a giant dragon opening its eyes. It gave a strong sense of intimidation. Behind the wetland lizard men, warriors looked alert, gripping their steel knives tightly. Their muscles were tense to the limit. The municipal hall, towering 20 m high with countless roots waving around, created an oppressive feeling much more intense than a 6 m tall one-eyed giant. Once the municipal hall came to life, it started moving forward, heading toward a cluster of buildings nearby. Liar couldn't stand it anymore. He took a big step forward and stood in front of the municipal hall. Are you guys being a bit too bold? Suddenly, a dark elf with vines jumped out of a window of the municipal hall. Despite looking young, the elf carried an air of dignity and grandeur with a commanding presence that clearly marked him as a leader. Liar. His gaze narrowed slightly. Human, are you the ruler of this land holding great controlling countless lives and deaths hardened by battles and bloodshed? His aura was like a candle in darkness, very striking. This building is very useful to us dark elves. We need it. If you step aside, we won't attack you. We only want to take it. Liar was amused and sneered. So you're robbing with such confidence. You won't attack me if I don't attack you. You're really giving me face. Where do you get your confidence from sneaking into my territory and trying to kidnap my municipal hall? His gaze grew colder. How dare you overestimate yourselves? His harsh words immediately angered the dark elves above. They weren't kind elves on the surface. Fighting and killing were also their passions in the darkness. Human, I will only say this once. Get out of here now. Next, the municipal hall emitted a earthful, majestic aura. It was like a towering mountain ing down, pressing everyone's chests with a heavy weight. The dark elves inside were now filled with high spirits. A creature of level 14, its strength was terrifying. A tiny human territory, yet it could be subdued with one hand. However, they were surprised to find that when the municipal hall rushed forward, the human lord still remained in place without moving a muscle. Seeing the 14th level awakened plant rush toward him, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. That fool, how dare he look down on them like that? Crush him. The city hall was about to wave its roots to Lyre. When the city hall rushed in front of Lyre, it suddenly froze stiff. Then under the astonished gaze of the night elves, it slowly crawled down like a well-behaved kitten, gently touching the ground as if begging for a pet. How the night elves were all stunned. People who haven't seen it can't imagine how shocking it is for a 20m high building covering hundreds of meters in diameter to bow down to a human. What are you doing? You have gained consciousness, been awakened by the heart of darkness, and are a 14th level awakened plant. How can you be so obedient and crawl in front of a human, bowing and acting cute? Where is your dignity, your confidence, your strength? Crush him. Come on, you fool. But no matter how the night elves inside the city hall urged, it was as if nothing was happening. It wouldn't rise in front of Lyre. Only after Lyre gently touched its vine did it happily straighten up. You could feel its genuine joy. Contain it. Lyre's light words caused all the night elves to change color dramatically. In the next moment, more than 10 night elves leapt out of the city hall window. But in the next second, the vines grew and stretched like octopus tentacles, instantly binding them in midair. They wrapped around repeatedly. The night elves, unwilling to give up, roared and shot their long bows and arrows at the vines, trying to cut them. But the vines, tougher than steel, remained unscathed, no matter how they attacked. Then the vines coiled and pulled all the night elves back inside. This bizarre act of digging the ground was ended even more absurdly. Throughout the whole process, the night elves couldn't understand why their awakened plant wouldn't obey their commands. A human, why could he control their elf's plants? After the fight subsided for a moment, a buzzing sound filled the air as the Crimson Queen Bee flapped her wings and quickly approached Master. Traces of the wilderness blood thieves have been found in the outer area. They are rushing toward the city of the slightly revealed. Lyre paused to look at his trophies. Are all the leaders gathered? How many? 3 squads all around level 9. Hearing this, Lyre didn't hesitate. He ordered the troops to assemble. He was also very interested in those wild raiders. Being so notorious, they should be quite wealthy, right? As for the night elves, better to keep them locked up for now. They won't cause much trouble. The hidden troops around quietly gathered. Lyre didn't bring many soldiers. He selected 2 small squads of cold-blooded cavalry along with hogs and the flesh butcher, and finally took 30,000 crimson wasps as backup. They set out immediately. The crimson wasp queen stayed behind to guard the wetlands with the lizard men warriors to prevent any surprises. After reducing the troop numbers, their speed increased sharply, especially the cold-blooded cavalry, all mounted on fast horses, running over 100 km per hour, fierce and earthful. Where they passed, it looked like a rhino had charged through chaos everywhere. Lyre was riding a swift, fierce lizard beast. His companion rode on another similar creature. The structure of the swift, fierce lizard was perfect for riding. Its back had a high, narrow area in the middle with a concave shape. It was shaped like a bottle, so once you sat down and adjusted your posture slightly, you'd be tightly locked in. Getting out was difficult, but despite this structure, it was surprisingly flexible, perfect for mounted combat. This was Lyre's first time riding a swift, fierce lizard. Watching this beast, 3m tall at the shoulder, charge wildly through the swamp. He felt excited. The wind roared past his ears, scenery rushing past beneath him. Everything on the ground was beneath his feet. The view was wide and open. Everything seemed smaller. It was an amazing feeling. To Lyre's surprise, even the flesh butcher, a divine creature, kept up at such high speed. He was running on foot, keeping pace with the cold-blooded cavalry sprint. It was incredible. He couldn't help but admire. This level 13 high-tier fighter was nearly flawless. At this moment, Lyre's confidence grew stronger. The sky was filled with crimson wasps. His mount was the swift, fierce lizard. Beside him were the cold-blooded cavalry, and behind him was the flesh butcher. In less than a month, his strength had grown beyond recognition. Under rapid movement, just 10 minutes ago, the crimson yellow hornet warned us that enemies were approaching. Soon, the notorious wild blood thieves appeared on Lyre's sight, hated by many frontier lords. Most of these thieves are made up of barbarians. These fierce beings are bare-chested, covered in thick black hair like univilized tribes. Their eyes are full of aggression. They are scarred from many fights and raids with muscles that seem carved, radiating a terrifying strength. These barbarians are generally about 2m tall. They carry various weapons, metal, bone, stone, but they all share one trait, fierceness. What's more striking is almost every one of these wild blood thieves rides a unicorn. They look quite wealthy. Lear saw the wild blood thieves and didn't stop. Instead, he suddenly waved his hand. Crush them. His cold voice echoed through the sky. He led the charge first. When a healer leads the attack, it means the battle is already decided. Next, all the cold-blooded cavalry simultaneously urged their swift, fierce lizards, charging like arrows shot from a bow, rushing over the short road. They directly collided with the wild blood thieves. These savage barbarians saw the cold-blooded cavalry coming, but before they could react, they saw them rushing straight at them. They hurried to defend. At the moment of impact, they immediately felt the ferocity of the cold-blooded cavalry. It was like steel spears piercing into their army. Wherever they went, whether unicorns or wild blood thieves, they were all shattered. Bones edged, flesh exploded, and the face-to-face collision no one could withstand. Their fierce stance made the wild blood thieves tremble with fear. They swung their weapons wildly, trying to fight back. But the wetland lizard warriors riding the swift, fierce lizards gathered the of the beasts. They swung steel blades. The wild blood thieves only felt a powerful force coming from their weapons, causing their grip to loosen. Their weapons were broken in an instant. With a splash, a fierce pain struck, flesh bursting apart. In the moment of battle, they were torn apart by terrifying strength. These bloodthirsty thieves, who made many tremble, could not resist the brutality of the cold-blooded cavalry. Like a plow passing through, the dense army formation was thoroughly swept away. A series of terrifying blood-stained paths remained behind. After the charge, Liars's mood remained high, driving the swift, fierce lizard to circle around and launch a second attack. They charged 5 times in a row. The number of wild blood robbers in the 3 squads was reduced to less than 100. 2/3 of them were killed. In contrast, the cold-blooded cavalry only suffered minor injuries, which Liar quickly healed. The huge gap between the two sides was clearly shown in a brutal way. The barbarian level 9 with 2-star potential has the talent Brutal Plunder. When plundering externally, morale increases by 50 and all attributes rise by 20. Evaluation. Besides their own kind, they are extremely savage and murderous towards all other life forms with no moral laws to restrain them. Intelligence reports about these races concluded that they are not worth conquering. Liar coldly waved his hand and continued the slaughter. These fierce creatures are truly brave. No matter how brutal, they do not retreat from battle, but sometimes courage cannot change anything. In the face of absolute strength, everything seems so weak and earless. Soon, the last wild blood robber was cut down. With 2 high-level fighters leading the vanguard, the 2 squads of cold-blooded cavalry easily slaughtered these 3 squads of wild blood robbers. When facing enemies of a lower level, high fighters show an exaggerated dominance on the battlefield. After the battle subsided, Liar let out a long breath. This was the first time he had fought at the front in so long, and the steel sword in his hand was the one he took before leaving. In this fight, he personally killed 2 wild blood robbers. That feeling was completely different from healing and maintaining the defense from behind the battlefield. It was strange and wild. The war was over and they began to clear the battlefield. Haggis surprisingly found 2 survivors, but before Liar could ask, these 2 still alive barbarians sneered, their blood surging wildly inside, and blood spurted from their mouths like fountains. They committed suicide with secret magic. Their ferocity made Liar furrow his brow slightly. These barbarians are quite similar to wetland lizard men. Their bones are tough. Unfortunately, they didn't find many valuable items on the other bodies. After confirming there were no additional gains, he made a decision. The Crimson Wasp, which did not participate in the battle, swooped down from the sky and carried away the corpses, returning directly to their territory. The flesh of 3 squads, along with over 100 fallen unicorns, could be used to train several cold-blooded cavalry. The higher the level of the living flesh, the greater the energy it contains and the more cold-blooded cavalry can be trained. Besides the dead bodies, he also gained more than 200 living unicorns. Although they were all ordinary, inferior horses, their large number made them valuable as food, a small profit. Seeing this, Liar felt a bit more relaxed and didn't stay long. He led his army back on the return journey. On the way, he sensed the fierce, rapid lizard under his seat, and his expression grew subtle. This mount was really impressive. Compared to walking every day, it felt much better. Unfortunately, he was not a wetland lizard man and couldn't breed his own rapid lizard. Riding others' mounts all the time wasn't a good solution. As he thought, he suddenly remembered the life he had encountered earlier, the swamp giant horned deer. Those majestic giant horned deer would also make good mounts. He still remembered the heroic posture of the swamp giant horned deer king. The first time he saw it, it was level 12. Last time, that swamp giant horned deer king was level 13. But no matter how fierce, could it be stronger than a divine life? He looked at the flesh butcher beside him. Perhaps he could try a new hunting round. After experiencing riding a mount, he was quite addicted. No wonder so many people liked riding horses. It was really enjoyable. Back at the territory, Lyre returned the rapid lizard to the somewhat aggrieved wetland lizard man warrior. During the recent battle, he shared a mount with another person which affected his performance. Getting his beloved pet, he was instantly happy. Seeing this, Lyre couldn't help but smile. After the swarm of bees returned, they transported the corpses to the area where cold-blooded cavalry were being trained, continuing to develop these advanced troops. The past few days of hunting had made the training of cold-blooded cavalry go smoothly. It wouldn't be long before a whole squadron was assembled. At that time, over 100 cold-blooded cavalry would charge together, creating a truly spectacular scene. The extra 200 unicorns were temporarily guarded near the city of Misty DW by the Delsa people. Previously, I obtained 150 wild buffalo, and now I have added 200 horses to my collection. These gains make Bane very happy. They are all living forces. After dealing with the spoils, Lyre happily went to the front of the city hall, which had already taken root again. It seemed that the night elves had done something unspeakable to bring the city hall back to life. However, they probably never expected to have so many backup plans, which ended up helping him instead. Looking up, although the building's appearance hadn't changed and still sparkled with starlight and flowing light, it no longer felt like a building to him. It felt like a living being standing in front of him. This was a new experience for him, even more so than when Granny Greengrass blessed it with spiritual Let us go, humans. Why can you command our awakened plants, cunning humans? They tricked us. This is a trap. The curses interrupted Lyre's thoughts. He smiled faintly and stepped into the building. Suddenly, he saw something that made him laugh out loud. Several beautiful, nearly perfect night elves were bound to the walls of the city hall with vines. The bindings were artistic, wrapping around their bodies with their key areas on their chest perfectly displayed. Looking around, their curves were prominent and eye-catching. Seeing the angry looks from these night elves, Lyre found it amusing. What have you all done to my city hall? You've even learned the legendary turtle shell. He curiously examined the night elves' attributes. Could this be considered a gift delivered to his door? He opened their attribute panel with great interest, and his eyes lit up immediately. Night elf level 9 potential 3 stars raised talent. Born archer possessing unmatched shooting skills in the underground world. Wow. 3-star potential and this talent. Is it a coincidence the army of Micro City has always been a melee force severely lacking in ranged troops? This makes his combat options quite limited, mainly relying on direct combat. If he enslaved all these night elves, just thinking about it felt very promising. After reviewing the night elves' attributes, Lyre felt quite emotional. It must be said that elves who are well known in the main world are not just admired for their beauty. Their strong abilities are the real reason. Their skills combined with natural talent can be described as fierce. If a warrior stands at the front, just one squad is enough. The wild blood thieves who were hunting them before are now easy targets. Taking a deep breath, he stared steadily at the chained dark elves and slowly said, "A group of dark elves being chased by wild blood thieves. You are much weaker than the legends say. I am a little disappointed." He waved his hand and the wetland lizard men behind him threw some heads over. The wild blood thieves' savage mind spun wildly below. You have tarnished the reputation of elves. The dark elves hanging on the wall looked on with shame and anger. That's only because we lack tree elf warriors. Humans, you're insulting the great dark elves. Hoof. If we were in the underground world, these barbarians would be nothing but pigs. But no matter how tough they sounded, their confidence was clearly waning. No matter what excuses they made, they couldn't change the fact that they were being hunted. And the enemies who chased them like dogs were easily defeated. This was a huge to their pride. Lael looked calmly at the furious dark elves, lost in thought. He knew he needed more methods to enslave these proud beings. His level had stagnated since he last absorbed the remnants of the halfish god's soul, which had given him a boost. Living in the swamp, the of this land constantly strengthened his body and soul. Although he felt himself gradually growing stronger every few days, the progress was slow. He wasn't ready to enslave so many dark elves yet. Seeing that he didn't speak, the air grew quiet. Suddenly, the dark elf leader spoke. "Respected human lord, may I ask how you plan to deal with us?" Leal looked up and met the other's gaze, speaking slowly. "I haven't decided yet." "Do you have any good ideas?" This made all the dark elves fall silent, so they were expected to come up with ideas for him. The dark elf leader took a deep breath. "Human lord, your territory seems to have been established only recently. I possess a secret technique for forging 3-star weapons and armor. I am willing to exchange this for our freedom." Lim felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was that moment again, using treasures to buy their lives. It had happened several times before, so this world seems to like doing that, but he also kind of liked it. He looked at the other person with a playful gaze. Not enough. The night elf leader clenched her teeth. I can activate 20 trance for you, transforming them into guardians to protect the territory. Is this a secret technique? Yes, but only the bloodline of the night elves can activate the trance. Activating trance, are they stronger than my city hall? You're joking. Your city hall, after merging with the Heart of Darkness, reaches a strength level of a level 14 creature. The Heart of Darkness is a treasure dug out from a dark trant that has lived for over 1,000 years. It is extremely precious and can greatly boost the of plan activation. I only have this one, but we can also. Seeing the night elf leader about to speak again, Lim interrupted. No need to say more. You haven't realized your situation yet. There's no room for bargaining here. He didn't trust the night elves much. Once his soul's strength was enough, he would enslave them directly. At that time, all these treasures and secret techniques would be his. For now, he was sure that there was a lot of profit to be gained from them, which was good. Without wasting time on this, he changed the subject. Where are you from? Where is the entrance to the underground world? The night elves felt a bit humiliated, but had to grit their teeth and answer. About 100 km north of the swamp, there's a small hill with a cave at the bottom that leads into the underground world. Why did you appear on the surface? This question seemed to reopen their wounds, causing them to breathe quickly and burn with anger. The song of the sacred clan scoundrels attacked our territory and took over our moonwell. We had no choice but to flee to the surface. If they hadn't been attacked by enemies, they wouldn't have left the underground world and become prisoners. The sacred clan, that was a large clan of over 5,000 dark elf tribes well known throughout the Dark Mountains. They were blessed by the dark elf god. We are no match for them. The dark elf leader spoke with a hint of frustration. Dark Mountains. Hearing this, Lyre immediately thought of the monster they encountered on the first day at the muddy swamp, the Curd Mouse people. Their countless numbers left a deep impression on him. Do you know about the Curd Mouse people? The dark elf leader regained his composure and looked at him with some surprise. You know about the Curd Mouse people? Those dirty creatures occupy 1/3 of the Dark Mountains, and their numbers are impossible to count. It is said they are planning to hunt the old dying red dragon deep in the mountains. His tone was complicated when mentioning this. The Curd Mouse people are so weak individually, yet they hunt the red dragon. They're so irful, yet they are captured. Lyre's eyes narrowed slightly, hunting the dying red dragon. He had heard this before during an interrogation with the Curd Mouse people. He didn't expect the stories to match, but that place is too far away. It has nothing to do with the city of Dewdrops for now. Do you know if there are treasure-rich places underground, such as mineral veins or ancient ruins? The underground world is highly competitive. Most of what we know has been taken by others. To get something, you have to fight for it. If the wilderness is a raw jungle rule, then the rules of the underground world are 10 times more brutal. A world without light breeds the darkest darkness of all. Lyre was very curious about the legendary Dark Land rumored to hold rich treasures and countless fierce races, but he decided to wait until later to explore it. After asking for a while and not getting more information, Lyre turned and left cleanly and quickly. Watching his back, all the dark elves felt a strong sense of helplessness. They seemed like meat on a chopping block at the mercy of others. They had no room to resist. With this matter settled, Lyre looked at the noon sky and thought for a moment before summoning the Crimson Queen Bee. He ordered her to lead 30,000 crimson wasps to hunt. His movements became a bit more vigorous. Following a steady plan may not be enough to deal with the flying dragon in mid-October. Earlier, the Crimson Queen was still sleeping. So the Crimson Wasp hunted alone. Facing strong enemies, it was hard to organize effective attacks, leading to many losses. Now with the Queen commanding from her seat, hunting is no longer a problem. Lyre was not satisfied and ordered to lead 2 small teams of cold-blooded cavalry and 3 bubble beasts on a hunt. The cold-blooded cavalry are faster than the Crimson Wasps, but just as fierce. They can handle most wild monsters at their gathering spots. The bubble beasts are responsible for carrying the bodies and cooperate fully. The second team set out. Meanwhile, the territory still has 5 squads of wetland lizard men warriors guarding with the meat grinder stationed there. Plus, the activated city hall is secure inside. There's no need to worry about internal safety. In the past few days, his main goal has been to increase the number of cold-blooded cavalry as much as possible. The pig farm is still breeding piglets, but it's not time to make a big move to get blood and flesh, but can only hunt outside. After the army went out, Lyre returned to the fish pond to relax with tea. He felt a strange sense of emotion. His long efforts finally paid off. The strength accumulated by the Crimson City gave him the ability to operate multiple tasks at once. Thinking about it, he looked at the cheerful red fish eating fish in the water. Feeling even better, military progress was rapid, and production and construction were also keeping up. Everything was developing steadily. That night, the army returned, and the Crimson Queen had hunted over 1,000 bodies. The Crimson Wasps carried the bodies back like drones. After reaching level 9, their combat improved significantly. Plus, the Crimson Queen can quickly replenish her numbers after using them up, so she's not afraid of sacrifices. With the exploration efficiency of flying creatures, if they hadn't been almost overwhelmed later, today's harvest would have been even richer. Hegiz also brought back over 300 bodies. All were placed in the lizard men area to start breeding cold-blooded cavalry. At this rate, a fully formed squad of cold-blooded cavalry will be born soon. The next morning, early Lyre sent the army out again for more hunting. It's worth noting that the bubble beasts, which had been producing babies, finally regained their strength and started fighting again. The bubbles in my hand quickly recovered to 26. These days, I need to hunt intensively, so I didn't rush to let the few unproductive bubbles like Bobo have babies. Besides keeping 2 bubbles to maintain the territory, all others joined the battle team. The Crimson Queen brought 18 bubbles and Haggis brought 6. A few days ago, he hunted and raised cold-blooded cavalry, and today all of them completed their transformation. 3 new squads joined the fight. Now there are 5 squads of cold-blooded cavalry, greatly increasing our fighting. Lyre didn't participate. He entrusted the hunting tasks to 2 people. He stayed behind to manage the territory and handle government affairs with Bane. The territory is expanding quickly, and many things need to be arranged. However, there are not enough administrative staff, and the departments Bane set up are still just frameworks not yet operational. The main problem is there are too few talented people. The Mud people have a relatively high literacy rate, but among the 100 or so, less than half can read and write. Only about 20 can handle official duties. The Dela people, covered in feathers, are naturally timid and weak, and almost all are illiterate, unable to do much. Meanwhile, the clever flea people have gone into the blacksmith shops, working day and night to develop suitable armor for the cold-blooded cavalry, showing no interest in government affairs. The wetland lizards are purely fighters, and each one is more fierce than the last. Letting them handle government work is just laughable. The previously enslaved cave dwellers are natural miners, the best among beasts, and are controlled by the ruling class. Overall, the city of Micro has expanded, but the quality of talent is terrible. Faced with this situation, Lyre feels helpless. In the end, he simply drafted the Marsh Witch into service. These magical beings are much smarter than ordinary people with a complete knowledge system and handle government affairs efficiently, but soon they found it boring and dull. Managing government work brought no emotional reward, unlike drama. After summarizing, the clever Marsh Witch immediately suggested, if we can't find suitable talent, why not train our own? This caught Lyre's attention. He looked at the Marsh Witch with a scrutinizing gaze. We immediately decided to appoint them as chief knowledge promoters responsible for 2 hours of literacy and knowledge sharing every night after dark. Others act as teachers, but the residents of the territory may not always be eager to learn. However, the swamp witches are different. Their dramatic, exaggerated hilarity makes them very well liked. Of course, their main appeal is their singing. Their songs can create illusions, evoke fear, joy, or even death. They can use their voices in battle and also to pass on knowledge. That very day, Lyre carried out this decision. As dusk fell and the territory's gathering returned, he ordered the lessons to begin. As soon as the swamp witches started to speak, the restless residents were immediately drawn in. They listened, entranced, as the witches explained basic knowledge, common language writing, and phonics. Their deep immersion was more impressive than the most serious students. By the end of the lesson, even the oldest residents with poor understanding excitedly shouted that they had learned 50 common characters. The teaching efficiency was astonishing. Lyre was very happy. Such efficiency on Earth would make parents sell their houses just to send their children for tutoring. He immediately rewarded the witches with a night performance of a play. He also set a rule. For every 3 days of teaching, they would be rewarded with another performance. The swamp witches were thrilled. After the play, they held another class that night, making the residents feel like their minds had expanded. Those chaotic bits of knowledge were deeply imprinted into their souls. The next morning, they were surprised to find they still remembered everything. Everyone rushed to tell others, and it was common to see people writing on the ground or showing off their deep cultural knowledge. Even while working, some would proudly sit down, giggling as they wrote a few words before continuing their tasks, which annoyed the foreman enough to strictly prohibit writing during work. Meanwhile, the swamp witches made progress. And the Crimson Bee Queen, returning from her night hunt, also gained a lot. The bubbles of the bubble beasts were filled with corpses, over 3,000 in a single day's hunt. The Crimson Bee Queen flew away from the swamp into the wilderness to hunt. Her high-flying speed allowed her to explore a much larger area. In less than half an hour, she could easily cover dozens of kilom. This made their gains seem quite impressive. Meanwhile, he also returned with about 700 or 800 corpses. Today they didn't encounter many monster dens, but the number of monsters was still quite large. Based on the number of people, they already exceeded their mission goals. Excited, Liar continued to train the cold-blooded cavalry. Amid the piles of corpses, the number of promoted cold-blooded cavalry exceeded 6 small squads. If all of them joined the army, the 11th level cavalry they hold could directly surpass a platoon. He felt very happy. This is how you train an army. Night quickly fell, and by early morning the clock struck midnight. Time quietly passed, and it was now August 30th, the last day of this month, and also the time for the next intelligence update. Dark Knight Elf level, 9 potential, 3 stars range, 300M race talent. Born archer with unmatched shooting skills in the underground world. Precise and elegant night stealth able to hide in shadows. Skills, hunter's aim 3 stars within 300M when attacking an enemy's head. Accuracy increases by 70. Berserk shooting 3 stars shoots 15 arrows in 10 seconds, with each arrow's damage increased by 35. Armor piercing 3 stars uses internal energy to attach to arrows, causing penetrating damage and extra against heavy armor. Evaluation, an elf branch with extraordinary talent for bows and arrows. Early morning, intelligence updates arrive on time. 123 km northwest in a dense fine area lives a group of red-headed golden pheasants, tasty and easy to breed. 1 star 17 km southeast under a giant brown stone grows a white jade rose. 1 star 20 km southwest a bitter seedless watermelon grows. 1 star 31 km northwest among reeds a large group of wild boars lives. 2 stars 5. The secret magic of the activated tree people controlled by the Dark Knight elves, combined with Granny Green Grass's spiritual guidance, can elevate Swamp Trance to level 12 ancient tree guardians. 2 stars. Liar finished reading the intelligence, his gaze narrowing slightly. This time the intelligence update was definitely the least valuable ever. Out of 5 pieces of information, 3 are 1 star, and the remaining 2 are only 2 star. There isn't a single 3-star piece. Could it be that after the last big event things have slowed down? These pieces of intelligence are not bad, but compared to 4-star and 5-star information, they are clearly lacking. Only the last 2-star piece caught his interest a little. The secret magic controlled by the Night Elves combined with Granny Green Grass can transform Swamp Trance into level 12 ancient tree guardians. Just hearing the name sounds impressive. Although he hasn't yet enslaved the Night Elves, these underground creatures are already displayed on the City Hall wall. They're just prey to be caught. He can do whatever he wants with them. He might try it when he has free time. After reviewing the intelligence a few more times, Liar laid down peacefully and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the hunt continued. Although he gained new information, he didn't change his plan. He still sent the Crimson Bee Queen and Haggis out to hunt. Raising cold-blooded cavalry is his main focus now. If he can convert all 500 wetlands lizard men into cold-blooded cavalry, he's confident he can handle even the fierce Dark Naga head-on. While the army was out, Liar kept busy. He assembled 3 squads of wetlands lizard men warriors and took the flesh butcher to the northwest. There were 2 pieces of intelligence, 1-star valued red-headed pheasant and 2-star wild boar. Recently, the Crimson Bee Queen hunted in this area, leaving everything quiet. They reached the place where the red-headed pheasant was located, an area covered with lush vines. The intelligence said its meat is delicious and easy to raise. Right now, his food sources are limited, so catching and raising these red-headed pheasants would help diversify his supplies. The vines cover a wide area, and the wild pheasants hide inside, making them hard to catch. But Liar smiled when he saw this, his gaze falling on the graceful figure beside him. Although he didn't bring a vine fairy, he does have a marsh wraith. Let them come out on their own. As soon as the command was given, these charming creatures began to sing loudly. In an instant, the red-headed pheasants hiding under the vines started clucking and then quickly ran away, leaving the vines swiftly. They scurried over to the marsh wraith nearby. Looking around, I see over 200 red-headed pheasants. Each one is plump and round with black and white feathers, and their heads are covered with blood-colored feathers and fleshy combs, making them quite striking. Leo looks at the dazed red-headed pheasants and feels a bit amused. He reaches out, picks one up, and gently weighs it. It's at least 5 gene, about 2.5 kg. Good, lots of meat. He opens the attribute panel and checks. These wild chickens have no special traits, only one note, delicious meat. His mood immediately lifts. What matters is that they taste good, enough for him. He waves his hand, instructing the wetland lizard men behind him to tie up the chicken's legs and wings, then carries them away. The task is easily completed. Next, he just needs to go back and raise them. He continues forward for about 10 more kilim, and a large reed field appears in his sight. Even before getting close, he smells the foul odor of wild boar droppings. According to the 2-star intelligence report, there is a large group of wild boars here. With 3 wild boars already captured, Leo no longer needs to raise these animals and orders a hunt. The army surrounds the area and slowly steps into the reed field. Soon, they hear frightened pig squeals from inside. Then, a bloody scene unfolds. Hunting wild boars is not very challenging. The battle ends quickly and the slaughter boars are dragged out. The wild boars stand about 1.5 m tall at the shoulder, over 3 m long, slim in build, and their estimated weight is over 500 gene, around 250 kg. The two-star intelligence proves valuable. He ends up with 350 boars. Fortunately, he brought 5 bubble beasts with him. Otherwise, just transporting them back would be a headache. But even the bubble beasts are nearly full after loading them up. When they return to the Misty City, everyone is exhausted. Leal keeps 50 boars for food, while the rest are taken to the lizard men's enclosure to continue raising cold-blooded cavalry. These 50 boars will be enough for him to have meat every meal for the next month. After finishing this task, he quickly leads over 200 red-headed pheasants to Bane, asking him to arrange for someone to raise them. Of course, they also have to slaughter a few first to taste the freshness. A red-headed pheasant weighing over 5 gene, about 2.5 kg. Half is cooked into soup and the other half braised with yellow sauce. Le praises the delicious taste repeatedly. Although it cannot compare to the exquisite taste of the dragon blood red fish, its flavor is still top quality, 2 or 3 levels better than the pure free-range mountain hen I previously tasted. The magical world feels like a treasure trove of wonders. Everything is full of surprises. Moreover, chickens reproduce very quickly, completing the entire process from laying eggs to hatching in just 1 month. It is normal to hatch 20 or so chicks at a time, and artificial intervention and incubation is also possible. This allows their relation to grow rapidly. The chicken's growth cycle is only 3 or 4 months. With the bonus from the Horn of Abundance, this speed can be even faster. Even on Earth, where technology is advanced, chicken meat remains a vital source of protein. After finishing their work, the Crimson Queen and Haggis returned one after another, and both teams once again gathered a large amount of corpses. All these blood and flesh were used to breed cold-blooded cavalry. Lyre felt very happy. Every day's hunting could turn into real gains, and that feeling was simply wonderful. After a busy day, the swamp witch returned to the stage in front of the town hall. She began teaching the residents. These sirens, with their ability to tempt and influence minds, finally found their second battlefield, teaching and enlightening. During the 2-hour-long lesson, they kept everyone highly focused, and under the allure of their singing, their comprehension was comparable to top students. Lyre watched with shining eyes. If this progress continues, it won't be long before the city of Misty Duke can boost its talent reserves. At least the staffing needed for various departments in the town hall can be basically fulfilled. This far exceeded expectations. Everything is developing in a good direction. On September 2nd, Lyre traveled 20 km southwest to find a bitter seedless watermelon. Its 1-star value is indeed low. After tasting the fruit, Lyre didn't want to eat a second bite. Finally, he brought back the soil along with the fruit and handed it over to Granny Green to cultivate. These plants, with their strong affinity for life, happily accepted the task. He directly infused spiritual energy into the seedless watermelon, giving it a unique intelligence. Under Granny Green's its level soared to 1 star, turning it into a magical plant. The flesh started to turn red, and tasting it revealed a hint of sweetness, no longer bitter. Although it can't compare to the excellent varieties cultivated on Earth over many generations, it already shows some characteristics of a watermelon. Lyre was very happy. Grandma Green grass like Bubble Beast is getting better and better with use. Right now she used seedlings from seedless watermelons to continue planting and nurturing. With these highly compatible plants, perhaps soon he will enjoy the sweet taste of watermelons just like on Earth. People live by eating. Lacking Wi-Fi is one thing, but with air conditioning, how could they be without watermelons? Number 3. Number 4. The hunting continues. After several rounds of cultivation, the number of cold-blooded cavalry units has reached an astonishing total, 15 small squads, a total of 150 people. These cold-blooded cavalry stand in neat lines, fierce and full of killing intent. The 3 m tall swift wild lizards combined with the brutal presence of marsh lizard warriors create a strong visual impact. This is true killing machines. Besides the military units, there are also 5 squads in cultivation. Lyre's focused breeding plan is progressing steadily. The growth of the city of the slightly visible is like a snowball rolling downhill. Changes are visible to the eye. In addition to military actions, the Vine Fairy has also been busy with the Territo's construction these days. Blacksmith shops, tailor shops, alchemy research workshops, and other buildings have all been completed. At the same time, 103 residential buildings have been built. Each residential building has 2 rooms, each capable of housing a family of 4. That totals 600 rooms, enough to accommodate all the residents within the territory. Interestingly, Grandma Greengrass has started blessing these buildings one by one. Buildings with spiritual energy immediately gain the same ability as the town hall, controlling temperature. This is great. During the hot summer days, everyone can enjoy air conditioning at home. The happiness and satisfaction of the Territos residents have skyrocketed. Their admiration for Lear has become almost fanatical. On the night of the 4th, the Marsh, which performed another play, Hamlet, after hundreds of rehearsals at night, they finally took the stage. Although the residents had watched the performances several times, this grand and complex play still deeply shocked them. They realized that plays could not only depict emotional stories, but also feature stories of princes seeking revenge. Everyone was deeply moved. Interestingly, because the entrance of the city hall faced the stage, the Dark Knight elves who were for the show saw the play for the first time. The plot of Hamlet matched perfectly with the Dark Knight elves' inner feelings, and they watched with great focus. At the end of the performance, the Dark Knight elves were still immersed in the story and found it hard to leave. Lur made some changes, turning Hamlet into a more straightforward revenge story. Residents who hadn't experienced much before had never seen such scenes where a prince kicks over a throne and slaps the king. Everyone cheered loudly and felt very excited. They felt extremely happy, as if they were getting lots of emotional satisfaction. The swamp witches quickly leveled up twice, reaching level 11 in a very short time. They were so excited they wished they could kneel before Lear and lick his boots. All of this was a reward from the great master. If they followed their old ways, how many people would they have to kill to reach level 11? It would take at least 10 years or more, but now it took less than a month. This shows how unpredictable and wise the master truly is. Early that morning, September 5th, new intelligence was received again, but it was worse than before. 5 pieces of information, 4 of which were 1 star and only 1 was 2 star. All of it was of little value. Seeing this, Lear didn't focus on it and continued to develop his strongest force, the cold-blooded cavalry. In the following days, he ordered Haggis to start from the northern side and directly open a path to the wilderness. He began more intensive patrols to clear the swamp of life. With enough cold-blooded cavalry, he was no longer cautious. Wherever they went, only bloodshed remained. For 3 days straight, by September 8th, the entire northern area had been cleared, and even the edges of the wilderness had been trampled by the iron hose of the cavalry. Lear's conquest of the swamp entered a new phase. Meanwhile, the main force, the Crimson Queen Bee, found that the swamp no longer met their hunting needs, so she led the hive into the wilderness. Once in the wilderness, the Crimson Queen Bee fully unleashed herself, and the number of corpses she gathered began to rise sharply. After several days of continuous corpses contributing, the total number of cold-blooded cavalry has exceeded an astonishing 28 squads. 7 squads are still in the process of transforming. This impressive achievement has given Lear even more motivation. While increasing the Red Crimson Queen's hunting efforts, he also divided the cold-blooded cavalry into 2 groups. Hags leads one half and the Flesh Cutter leads the other, working together to improve efficiency. Each team also carries Red Crimson Wasps, which can be used for communication and help in dangerous situations. For several days, progress has been rapid. Under intense hunting, the date quickly reached September 12th. The intelligence updated 2 days ago still held no valuable information. Lear's main focus remained on raising the cold-blooded cavalry. After such intense hunting, this task finally concluded today. The last batch, a full squadron of cold-blooded cavalry, completed their transformation after being well-fed with flesh and blood. They are expected to finish by the 15th. These days of effort have resulted in 45 squads of cold-blooded cavalry. This is a legendary species of lizard men at level 11. A formation of 450 soldiers makes even the city of Microu appear somewhat crowded. Looking around, all are mounted on fierce 3m tall, ferocious, swift, and aggressive swamp lizard men warriors. Once these troops charge, they will cause catastrophic destruction. Lear feels a deep sense of achievement. All his hard work has paid off. "Master, what are your orders?" Bane hurried over from the other side, watching the crazed, flesh-devouring, cold-blooded cavalry, and looked eagerly at the noble, increasingly imposing Lear beside him. The fierce hunting over these days has boosted Micro City's military strength several times. He has silently kept this in his heart. With the Lord's leadership, he firmly believes Micro City will become a mountaintop city that makes everyone tremble. All these achievements entrust to build up near blind admiration. In just a short time, hundreds of cold-blooded cavalry have been assembled. He can't imagine what Micro City will become in 3 or 5 years. Lear stepped back to reality and looked at this passionate swamp man hero speaking softly. "Go and bring the Dark Knight elf leader here. I need him to hand over the secret magic and help cultivate swamp trance." The training of the cold-blooded cavalry has been completed, and it's time to focus on other matters. First, we must secure the Dark Night Elves' resources. Istini, the leader of the Dark Night Elves, felt a complex mix of emotions upon hearing she was to be summoned. She had been imprisoned in this building for over 10 days, but she didn't feel much hatred. Instead, as time passed, her mood became more subtle. During these days, the expected abuse, insults, threats, and coercion never happened. It was as if she had been forgotten. No one paid her any attention. Few people came to the city hall each day, and those who did often hurried by, only glancing at her out of curiosity before leaving. The anticipated situation never occurred. This made the anger she initially felt seem to deflate like a balloon slowly losing air. She had thought that no matter how Cry the Human Lord tortured her, she would endure and never give in. But now it seemed this territory really didn't need her anymore. This made her feel uneasy. In the underground world, the rule is when someone is no longer useful, the only outcomes are abandonment or death. No one cares about the trash on the surface. In the first few days, she and her companions thought it was just Liar's plan. But as time went on, she realized they were truly being ignored because this territory was growing stronger at a terrifying rate. It was so exaggerated that she often wondered if she was under a spell. The most obvious example was the fierce troops riding lizards. She had calculated carefully. They started with only a few dozen, easy to count, but in just half a month their numbers had increased tenfold. The area cultivating the cold-blooded cavalry required passing through the city hall. Every time new troops joined, she could see them. This also meant all the Dark Night Elves witnessed the entire growth process of the cold-blooded cavalry. The armies that caused almost suffocating pressure grew every day, and the wetlands lizard men who originally patrolled the territory were gradually replaced by lizard cavalry. Apart from the military aspects, the speed of construction in this territory also amazed Isani. Every day, new changes happen. Half a month ago, the outside was empty with only a few buildings. But now, the structures are connected into a large area. It looks like a bustling city. Even more astonishing is that some unique creatures with long reed-like hair are giving these vine-covered buildings a special sense of life. Darkness is above, and rare spiritual plants underground are being mass-produced in this territory. Even more incredible is that the Delta people covered in long hair are living in these buildings. What kind of inferior race are the Delta? Do they deserve to live in houses made by spiritual plants? Even the lowest life forms which they look down on are living more comfortably than them. How can they accept this before losing their territory? Their quality of life was better than that of the lowest beings in this land. This stark contrast torments them day and night. Physical pain can be endured, but the huge gap revealed unintentionally makes all the Dark Elves feel uncomfortable. Watching the city of Micro grow stronger, many emotions arise in their hearts. They no longer feel proud. Asani takes a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her rising emotions, and steps out of the city hall. Outside, her vision suddenly darkens, and a strong sense of danger floods her mind, causing her hair to stand on end. She quickly turns her head and sees a giant creature about 6 m tall appearing nearby. It has a huge single eye on its head and a fierce, brutal aura. Is it a one-eyed giant? She has heard that these swamp tribes have unique creatures, but now under the command of the Dela people, it is carrying something. Is it acting as a porter? Her tone is filled with disbelief. Hearing this, the soldier escorting the Dark Elves shows a proud look in his eyes. Yes, even in Micro City, one-eyed giants must participate in building the territory. What can this legendary creature do? It still has to bow before the will of the ruler. At this moment, a heavy rhythmic footsteps sound from nearby. The 2 cold-blooded cavalry are patrolling at this moment, passing by a shame. A fierce, fast lizard about 3 m tall, combined with a wetland lizard person, nearly 4 m in total height, taller than a single-story building. As they pass, the amber eyes of the fierce lizard, lacking much color, casually glance at a shame, making her feel cold inside. She cannot defeat these fierce creatures. Even one and on, she would not stand a chance. A strong sense of failure fills her heart. There are hundreds of such warriors in this territory, and they were all trained in just the past few days. The speed of their growth makes her feel deep despair. It's like being caught in a giant net with no way to escape. Right now, she is full of regret. Why did they have to venture so deep into this territory? This place is not meant for them to peek into. Amid these complicated feelings, Shane sees the ruler of this land. Handsome, young, with deep eyes like the starry sky. Every move exudes the authority of a leader. There's a sense of pressure when meeting his gaze, causing her to instinctively look away. He is an absolute ruler who has developed a unique leadership aura from his high position. She has only seen this kind of aura in the top lords of the underground world. Taking a deep breath, she slowly straightens her posture and bows respectfully. May darkness favor you. Isan greets you, the esteemed ruler of the Micro City. The proud elf lowers her ever-loft head slowly. Lyre notices the change in her tone and speaks softly. It seems you've thought a lot these days. Yes, my lord. Then come back and tell me once you've made your decision. Liar cut straight to the point without wasting words. I need the secret magic you control to cultivate tree guardians. Hearing this is the Shane takes a deep breath. If it had been half a month ago, she would have used this to negotiate terms. But after witnessing the changes in the micro-city, she no longer has that thought. If she doesn't show her value soon, they might really discard her like useless trash. Whether this territory is hers or not doesn't matter anymore. My lord, I am willing to serve you. Upon hearing the night elf's decisive response, Liar nodded slightly. Good, I like dealing with smart people. It seems that the few days of confinement have had a noticeable effect. To activate the marsh tree people, do we need any additional supplies? The bloodline of the night elf is the only medium for casting spells, Ishani said proudly. But she quickly suppressed her pride in front of this human lord. Her confidence was meaningless. All right, I have 12 marsh tree people. Do you need to perform a secret ritual? How many of you are enough marsh people? Aren't they ancient trees? The night elf hesitated. Activation can only transform trees into tree people. Marsh tree people are already alive, so our activation might not work. She had never seen anyone activate a living creature. They are alive already. How else could they be activated? Liar smiled. Who told you that tree people can't be activated again? Just follow my instructions. 12 level 9 tree people. How many night elves do you need? Hearing this, Ishani stopped hesitating and answered directly. 5 small squads. Liar nodded and looked at Bane beside him. Take 5 squads of night elves to the marsh tree people, then summoned Granny Green. Without delay, he took Isia to the marsh tree people. When they arrived in this area, the night elf leader was originally thinking about the activation matter, but as they approached, she suddenly turned her head to look at a certain spot. She stared fixedly at the marsh tree in front where roots had formed a cocoon below. Inside, she sensed a unique life force. The source energy emitted made her feel immense pressure. This was at least a level 13 life. Just this life form alone was more than 100 of them could handle. How many hidden things does this territory still contain in such an unremarkable place? Silent surprises can suddenly erupt. Her gaze again grew more complex. Soon the 5 squads of night elves were called over. For squads of cold-blooded cavalry guarded nearby, their bows and arrows had already been confiscated. Facing the fierce level, 11 enemies, they had no ability to resist at all. The night elves also understand the dangers and did not act impulsively by fleeing blindly. Ishani saw her fellow tribespeople approaching and suddenly ped back to her senses, speaking in a deep, serious voice. Follow me to activate the swamp trant with a secret spell. Without waiting for others to respond, she stepped forward and moved to stand beneath the foremost swamp trant. She emitted a unique dark energy and loudly recited an obscure night elf spell. In the next moment, the dark glow around her grew brighter, enveloping everything nearby. At the same time, 5 other night elves and her team responded with cheers, their resonating with each other. Then all the night elves extended their right hands and carved a special symbol on their foreheads with their index fingers. The symbol was written by hand but shimmered suddenly in the air like golden sand. Under the cover of dark energy, the symbol lifted off from their foreheads and floated in the air. It carried a unique dark that flowed into the swamp tray ahead. Seeing this, Liar's mind moved slightly. He looked at Granny Green Grass nearby, immediately awakened the swamp trant with spirit. The 9 Granny Green Grass elders nodded quickly and stepped forward confidently, radiating a special green energy that shrouded the trant. Initially unresponsive, the swamp triumph began to stir as the green grass elders joined in. The surrounding magic suddenly surged wildly, pouring into the trent's body. A tidal wave of energy swept through, causing the leaves to rustle loudly. On the thick trunk, a twisted face suddenly appeared. It let out painful roars. They felt their bodies being torn apart by the overwhelming magic. The activation of the night elves and the green grass elders merged in a very subtle way, triggering a deep, dormant within the swamp trend bloodline to awaken and grow stronger. Along with this, the originally tall body began to grow again, visibly stretching upward at an incredible speed. The roots expanded rapidly, breaking through the ground and creating large S beneath their feet. After a moment, both the night elves and Granny Green Grass stopped their energy flow, but the surrounding magic tide continued and the swamp tray ant kept growing wildly. This process lasted for an entire hour. When the fierce magic gradually subsided, the swamp tray ant had taken on a new form. The height soared from 15 m to 20 m, and the trunk's diameter exceeded 5 m. The bark is old and rugged, covered with wrinkles. The canopy has also grown, reaching a span of 40 m underground. The roots look like shoots breaking through the soil, spreading within a 50 m radius, causing large web-like S on the ground. More uniquely, 2 twisted and special branch-like arms have grown on the trunk. Over 15 m long, sturdy and swinging them could even knock over cold-blooded cavalry. Seeing this, Liar felt quite happy. Just from its appearance, the swamp trant had greatly improved. Focusing carefully, his mind immediately displayed its attribute panel. Ancient Tree Guardian level 12 potential 3 stars. Max level 12 race talent. Child of the Earth can pull out roots to walk on land, and when rooted in the ground, its defense increases by 70. It continuously absorbs the of the earth to restore strength. Dark Soul can devour enemy souls with a chance to steal their and gain extra skills. Seeing this, Liar took a deep breath, his eyes full of excitement. Level 12 has reached the maximum potential of 3 stars. He also gained a new racial talent, Dark Soul. This skill is not simple. It has a chance to gain extra skills when devouring an enemy soul. Raised for 3 or 5 years, he could have 20 or 30 skills. Although the level is maxed out, the potential is still very high. There's still a lot of room for growth. Next are its skills. 1. Root Bind, 3 stars. When binding enemies with roots that have paralysis traits, it causes a weakness effect, reducing all attributes by 30. Over time, the attribute reduction can reach up to 99. 2. Branch Whip, 3 star, swings branches to hit enemies, causing an additional 60 damage. For targets smaller than 5m, it deals triple damage. 3. Living Catapult, 3 stars, uses roots to gather surrounding soil into rocks, then throws them with both arms with a throwing range of 200m. The first 2 skills are unchanged from before, but are much improved in attributes. The third skill is newly acquired Catapult. Are those 2 arms used for this purpose, and the stones it throws can also gather themselves. Isn't this a weapon that can produce its own ammunition? No wonder it's called the Tree Guardian. The only regret is that its range is only 200m. If it could reach 2000m, that would be amazing. Feeling very happy, Liar looks at the ancient Tree Guardian in front and commands it to try a new skill, activating the stone throw. The Tree Guardian immediately responds. Under his watch, it suddenly pulls up 12 roots moving like octopus tentacles. Then it lays them flat on the ground with the tips emitting a special magic energy. The surrounding soil quickly gathers as if attracted by a magnet. In just 3 minutes, a huge rock is formed over 3m in diameter. Then the roots wrap around the rock and with great agility lift it up. The thick arms grab it and slowly raise it above its head. Its body bends slightly at this moment. After gathering strength for a moment, the giant trunk suddenly springs into action like a spring, and the terrifying 3m diameter boulder shoots out with a loud roar. It leaves a clear trail in the sky and eases down onto the empty ground ahead. As it hits the ground, the boulder explodes, splashing dirt everywhere with sharp fragments flying in all directions, covering an area of about 20 to 30m. After the dust settles, Liar sees a huge crater revealed on the spot. Although the stone is magic formed, it causes pure physical damage and is fragile and sharp. He takes a deep breath and turns to look at the 12 ancient tree guardians beside him, his eyes full of joy. Amazing. This destructive even if a cold-blooded cavalryman is hit, wouldn't survive unscathed, at least half health. Even if enemies wear heavy armor, as long as they are within the shattered stone range, they will be heavily injured. This kind of area damage is impossible to dodge. You can only endure it. After the first giant stone is thrown, the second one, already condensed, is sent over as the roots twist. The ancient tree guardian's arms carry it, and the trunk begins to gather strength. Once the second projectile is launched, the third follows immediately. All of this makes Liar feel excited, and even more impressively. The roots that are now empty are starting to gather new giant stones again. At this speed, the ancient Trant Guardians can continuously launch attacks. This is basically unlimited ammunition. Isn't this cheating in the future? These 12 Trants standing at the outskirts of the territory will be 12 never-ending cannons. Just as Liar became excited, the ancient Trant Guardians suddenly stopped and turned to look in a certain direction. Master, I sense the presence of other swamp Trants. They're calling us other swamp Trants. Liar held his breath. What is this? Even after you advance, you still get extra benefits. Haha, this is interesting, very interesting. Liar happily watched the frontmost ancient Trant Guardian. Lead the way, let's find those Trants. Such good news must not be delayed. 1 Trant equals 1 ancient Trant Guardian, a never-ending ammo turret. Standing on the ground, it is a defensive tower. Its influence is much stronger than getting 1 or 2 new units. Both are level 12, and the corrupted Naga transformed from the Dark Naga are also strong, but their strategic value is very different from the ancient Trant Guardians. 12 ancient Trant Guardians can defend half of the territory, while 12 corrupted Nagas can only guard 1 entrance. Of course, their roles are different too. The ancient Trant Guardian immediately nodded, swaying its trunk. Yes, master. With a rustling sound of leaves, the roots slowly emerged from the ground, and the ing of fine roots echoed continuously. As if pulling a tree from the soil, the roots broke apart and dirt splattered everywhere. Thick, dark roots arched from underground, pressed against the ground, then exerted force, slowly lifting the ancient Trant Guardian. Its 20m tall body rose another 5m. The imposing size made breathing momentarily freeze. Next, the Trant Guardians slightly bowed to Lyre, roots intertwined to form a path leading directly to the treetop. Master Lyre smiled happily, stepping onto the roots and walking forward confidently, gradually ascending to the treetop where he found a comfortable spot to sit. Looking ahead, my gaze suddenly lifts, allowing me to see very far into the distance. From this high vantage point, it feels as if the entire world is beneath my feet. My mood becomes even happier. I wave my hand, signaling the night elves and the green grass elders below to follow. The ancient tree guardian moves entirely by relying on its roots, wriggling like an octopus. This immediately sparks curiosity among the residents. The busy crowd stops their work, looking at these huge creatures passing by with both amazement and fear. Such giants could easily kill them just by swinging their roots, but when they see Lyres sitting in the treetop, their pride swells. Such life forms must obey the Lord's commands. Praise the Lord. The night elves following behind also feel a bit envious. If their territory had such Urfel tree guardians, they might not need to worry about enemies invading. They continue eastward at a height of 25 m, almost able to overlook half the swamp. Few trees can compare to this. In the distance, only one tree surpasses the ancient tree guardian in height, the place where the mud wasp built its nest before. That towering tree about 70 or 80 m tall is the tallest in the swamp. From several km away, it can be seen clearly. I wonder if this big tree can also transform into a tree guardian. Suddenly interested, I immediately call a shy. The night elf leader jumps lightly and climbs the trunk, marveling at the open view around her. The only regret is that this tree does not obey her commands. Ishani, do you see that giant tree? Can it be transformed into a tree warrior? A giant tree of 70 or 80 m once alive. Its sheer size alone would deliver a Urfel impact. It could even help soldiers climb over enemy walls during sieges. Its large size gives it many natural advantages. Lord, this is a dead tree. It's hollow inside and cannot be activated. Ishani looks at it for a moment and shakes her head regretfully. For this tree to come alive, it would need to be at least level 15. In fact, only a few types of trees meet the activation requirements, with oak, tulip, and maple being the best. Other trees, unless they have spiritual awareness, are not very likely to succeed. If all large trees could become tree spirits, this world would have already been ruled by elves. But as she said this, her expression grew a bit strange. Spiritual plants rare in the underground world can be mass-produced here, and it's not very difficult. She sighed inwardly and glanced at Granny Green Grass walking behind her. What they desperately wanted was easily available here, yet it was not even valued much. This was very discouraging. Lyre nodded slightly, not feeling disappointed. Later, take some people to check around the swamp for suitable trees to activate. Bring along 2 Granny Green Grass with you. Ishani nodded numbly. Yes, my lord. After she responded, she realized that Lyre was giving her direct orders, but strangely, she felt no resistance inside. Her eyes were a bit complicated. When someone in a higher position gives an order to someone lower, it always feels smooth and natural. After these 2 weeks of training, whether she admitted it or not, her heart had already become more humble. The pride of the elves was worthless in front of others. Ancient tree guardians, because of their large size, looked a bit slow when moving, but their size was so big that a small step was a long distance for an ordinary person. Overall, they moved faster than a human jogging. Their huge bodies also brought more convenience, whether in mud or in ponds. They could charge through easily. They didn't need to worry about terrain at all. Lyre sat on the treetop, feeling like driving a tank through obstacles. Very exciting. After a moment, he noticed Ishani staring blankly beside him, seeming to think of something. He spoke softly. Ishani, do you have any plans now that you're on the surface? The beautiful face of the night elf froze for a moment, then fell silent. After a brief thought, she said with some bitterness, our territory was taken over, and we have nowhere to go. Coming to the surface was unintentional. We never planned it, and we haven't thought about the future. Her eyes looked a bit confused, although she kept thinking about returning underground to reclaim her territory and let her people settle again. However, she also knew that relying on her small group of people was impossible to oppose the Holy Sun clan, which had thousands of soldiers. Her only confidence was the Dark Heart, but it was just a cover-up. Now that it had been swallowed by the city hall, that cover-up was gone. Plus, after being ignored for over half a month, her pride had been greatly diminished. She now had a deep understanding of her current situation. They were just a wandering tribe with no support. Living in the wilderness, they had even used up all their arrows and had nowhere to restock. Fate was no longer in their hands. Lyre noticed the complex tone in her words and said meaningfully, if there's nowhere else to go, then let's stay in the City of Dew. Just a simple sentence made Ishana freeze. She opened her mouth to say something, but fell silent. Finally, she spoke with a slightly dry voice. Okay. At this moment, the dark elf didn't know how complicated her feelings were. This wasn't about slavery, orders, or coercion. It was that the human lord was willing to give her group who had nothing a place to rest and protection, and it was happening when they had no way to fight back, just being at the mercy of others. If this had happened when she was first captured, she would have looked down on it, but now the situation was completely different. In a strange atmosphere, they continued forward. Most of the swamp area had been cleared, and they didn't encounter any strange creatures on the way. Occasionally, a few solitary swamp monsters saw the ancient Trant guardians from afar and ran away, not foolishly staying there. Lyre slightly raised an eyebrow at this. This unit seemed suitable only for direct assaults and guarding, not for surprise attacks. Their loud movements could be spotted from far away. The other side wasn't stupid, either. If they saw something suspicious, they would run quickly. After 3 hours of travel, the ancient Trant guardians reached the edge of the muddy swamp. Lyre looked ahead. The land near the swamp was already dried out and hard. Plants on the ground grew even thicker, clearly different from the swamp's vegetation. Not far away, small hills and tall forests appeared, gradually blocking the view. This was his first time reaching the swamp's edge in over a month. The mood feels a little strange. No one would expect that in just over a month he could grow to this level. At this moment, the ancient tree guardian seems to sense something, and a twisted, fierce face appears on the tree trunk with a hint of surprise. Master, they are in the forest ahead. Lyre immediately becomes interested. What should we do now? I will call them over. After saying that, the mouth on the tree trunk opens. Roar. A deep sound like thunder echoes through the sky and earth. It spreads quietly for several kilometers around, but after a long pause, there is still silence everywhere. No response is received. Just when Lyre thinks they might be in the wrong place, suddenly from the edge of the wilderness ahead, there is the sound of breaking branches. Then a rustling noise startling a flock of birds that chirp loudly as they fly into the sky. After a moment, a group of tree people about 10 m tall walks out of the forest. They have red maple leaves about the size of a palm on their heads and are covered with moss and climbing ivy. Their gray-brown trunks are strong and rugged with faces that are twisted and ugly. Their legs made of intertwined tree roots move slowly on the ground. The tree people have appeared one after another. A total of 38 tree people come out of the forest, and the noise finally stops. Maple tree people level 9 potential 3 stars. These are different from swamp tree people, but their level and potential are the same as those before their transformation. When the maple tree people see the ancient tree guardian, they immediately start speaking in a confusing, incomprehensible language, discussing among themselves. They seem excited and a little in disbelief. Seeing this, the ancient tree guardian slowly steps forward. Towering nearly twice as tall as them at 25 m, it walks straight to the center of the tree people. After turning its trunk to skin around the roots on the ground lifts slightly. The maple tree people also lift their roots, intertwining with each other like human handshakes. Lyre can feel that they are communicating through their roots, but the way they communicate is very strange and he cannot understand exactly what they are saying. This process lasts about 10 minutes before stopping. The ancient tree guardian pulls back its roots and then speaks in a deep, muffled voice. Master, they are still hesitant and refuse to join us. Can you show your authority to persuade them? Tree people admire strength. Oh, Linen immediately became excited. He looked down at the tree people covered with red maple leaves. With a thought in his mind, the swamp god within the swirling magic vortex slowly emitted a faint blue energy. A sacred and invincible aura surged from his body. It freely spread across the entire area. At this moment, everyone seemed to see an ancient god breaking through time and space. Its cold, deep eyes gazed from the void. An endless divine felt like a mountain collapsing into the vast ocean, causing huge waves to rise. The pressure deep in their souls made the maple tree people's bodies tremble, and their twisted faces showed fear and shock. Next, their crowns tilted slightly forward as if humans were bowing in respect. Then, trembling, they slowly raised their roots, intertwining with the ancient tree guardians. My lord, your light will shine upon the whole world. They are willing to serve you. The ancient tree guardians spoke with passionate enthusiasm. They first became part of the city because of that divine aura. This is their master, the great god. Lurin looked at the red leaf tree people, smiling widely. There are 38 level 9 tree people. Transforming them all into ancient tree guardians will greatly increase his an endless supply of defense towers. How awesome is that? This is very important for protecting the territory. When enemies like disease-carrying flies attack at night, the towers can defeat them. No more worries about being attacked unexpectedly. Maple tree people, since you are willing to join the city of Dewdrop, from now on you must serve me. Dewdrop City will also be your strongest support. Now kneel on the ground and I will grant you Amid the surging divine the maple tree people in front all knelt down without hesitation. Seeing this, Lurin waved his hand. Iane, take your people and activate them. Command was given and the dark elf nearby suddenly regained her senses. When she looked at Lyre again, her eyes were full of awe and fear. The fierce pressure still pressed unrestrained on her chest. Darkness was above, and she sensed the divine aura from this lord. She swore that this was the breath of a god, so majestic, so sacred and inviolable, so earthful and overwhelming, it made people tremble. In her mind, images from the past 2 weeks flashed together. Scenes that now seemed to have explanations for their unreasonable speed of development. Her gaze at Lyre was now filled with respect. "As you wish, your lord." She took a deep breath, stepped forward with a subtle mix of emotions, and held her head high again. They were serving an immortal, eternal, all-earthful being. The dark elves behind her also felt excited and moved as they stepped forward together. They arrived in front of the trembling maple tree people, and dark energy radiated from their bodies. Seeing this, Granny Greengrass quickly followed, releasing a unique green to energize them. Under Lyre's watchful eye, the scene at the territory began to repeat itself. Reanimation energizing 2 strange spells reacted in a wonderful way. Ling and rustling, tall giant trees sprouted rapidly. The maple tree people grew taller at a visible speed, nearly matching the ancient tree guardians. Their branches, full of red maple leaves, looked earthful. Lyre checked their attribute panel, and their attributes transformed to those of ancient tree guardians, similar to swamp trees. He felt relieved. Looking at this large group of trees, a smile couldn't help but appear on Lyre's face. They had harvested dozens of turrets in a day and could even produce ammunition themselves. Who could argue with that? The maple trees after their transformation were very excited, and their eyes shone with passion when they looked at Lyre. Master deep monotonous voices echoed one after another. Lyre sensed their sincere emotions from their souls and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand, returned to the territory. This time he had truly made a fortune. With this large group of trees following, they carved out a straight path. Before sunset, Lyre returned to the territory. A commotion then erupted, and the residents nearly went crazy. This morning, they only saw 1 tree person go out, and now dozens are brought back. Is everyone so unreasonable? The sight of dozens of tree people, each over 20 m tall, walking toward the territory was very shocking. Compared to the previous one-eyed giant that was only 6 meters tall, these tree people now seemed small. Returning to the territory, Lyre excited placed 10 ancient tree protectors in each of the 4 directions, north, south, east, and west. The 38 newly transformed tree people plus 12 swamp tree people totaled 50. The extra 10 were kept in the central area. This way, all directions were protected. And since tree people can move, they can quickly support the territory if enemies attack fiercely. With loud the ancient tree protectors slowly rooted themselves into the ground. In an instant, their faces hidden on the trunks and their arms raised again, turned into ordinary tree trunks and branches. If they hadn't revived, ordinary people approaching would think they are just normal trees. But if enemies attack the city of the faint glow, they will become fierce defensive turrets. This extra harvest greatly boosted the city of the faint glow's defenses. It was very satisfying. After placing the ancient tree protectors, Lyre felt very happy. While thinking, he dismissed the others and called Ishani alone. He looked at this dark elf with a hint of admiration. The secret technique worked well. I am very pleased. A simple compliment made Ishani feel surprised and honored. It's our honor. Her previous pride was gone, replaced with awe. The person in front of her was beyond her imagination. The terrifying pressure that seeped into her soul still lingered in her mind. Lyre softly said, "You mentioned before that you control the blueprints for making 3-star armor." Ishani nodded. "Yes, my lord. I happened to find those blueprints in a hidden cave." Without hesitation, she waved her hand and a gray-black sheepskin scroll appeared out of nowhere. She respectfully handed it over with both hands. "My lord." Lyre looked at her deeply, then reached out and took it without refusing. Slowly opening, but only dense runes are visible on top with little relation to forging. As I focus and observe, a detailed panel appears in my mind. Dark basalt armor forging blueprint level. 3 stars armor features. 1. As hard as basalt, the armor's durability is increased by an extra 70, reducing 60 of the damage from heavy weapons. 2. Full body armor with inscriptions that share damage, allowing all armor to absorb enemy attacks. Unless the entire armor set is broken, it cannot be pierced or damaged. 3. Darkness descends. Activating the inscriptions on the armor releases a unique pressure that can resonate with nearby dark basalt armor, boosting the pressure and causing additional mental impact on enemies. Required for forging 300 units of refined steel with exceptional forging skills. Evaluation and indestructible armor, but forging it requires skills far beyond those needed for similar level armor and weapons. 3 features. Lyre's eyes narrow slightly, and all these features are extremely fierce with no useless ones. No wonder this is a 3-star armor. If I can forge all of it and let the cold-blooded cavalry wear it, these warriors' ferocity could reach new heights. Feeling relieved, the forging technique is hidden within these runes. You just need to drip blood onto the first and last runes to unlock it, Isani says with some emotion in her tone. The materials for this 3-star armor are not high level. Ordinary steel can be used, but it requires superb forging skills. Our tribe doesn't have such talent, so it has never been put to use. This is the tragedy of small tribes. No matter how good the things they get, it's often hard to make full use of them. Lyre also remembers what Bane said earlier about the swamp people obtaining a baby dragon, but being unable to raise it. However, just because the Dark Night elves and swamp people can't do it doesn't mean the city of Microblow can't. Do you know the flea people? Ishani looks surprised. Those cursed by the forging god, they haven't gone extinct yet. Not many races can be cursed by gods. The deeds of the flea people are quite legendary, often mentioned in legends related to gods. Of course, more often they're used as negative examples. Lyre's expression is meaningful. They're in our territory, responsible for running the blacksmith shops in the city of Microlow. Isani's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to say something, but after recalling the previous scene, felt it somehow made sense. Lyre didn't say much either. He waved his hand and led her straight to the blacksmith shop. After half a month of operation, the blacksmith shop was running smoothly. Every day, the sound of hammering metal echoed loudly. 30 Flarian people have become full-time blacksmiths, responsible for forging various items needed for the territory. Over 500 miners were extracting ore from the iron mines. Every week, they received large amounts of ore to supply the forging work. In the early days of building the territory, everything was scarce, especially iron tools. During this time, they worked so hard they barely had time to rest. The Flarian leader, Bryn, was appointed by Lyre as the chief blacksmith, in charge of everything at the shop. He was also working on armor for the cold-blooded cavalry. As soon as Lyre entered the blacksmith shop, he felt a sudden chill. Turning around, he saw the vines around him greedily absorbing heat, making the inside much cooler than outside. But a few steps inside, the temperature suddenly rose. He focused his gaze and saw 3 furnaces burning fiercely in the center, radiating intense heat. Standing close, one could feel the hot wave. Without the vines absorbing heat, this place might not be livable at all. The vines provided a good working environment for everyone. The Flarian people were almost completely satisfied. Seeing Lyre arrive, Bryn, who was busy working, immediately put down his tools, wiped sweat from his forehead, and stepped forward. Master, after bowing, he hesitated and took 2 steps back, feeling sweaty. Lyre nodded. You've worked hard these days. He handed Bryn a grayish sheep leather scroll, explaining that it contains secret techniques, and then signaled to the dark elf beside him. This armor design was obtained by Isani. The forged armor can reach a 3-star level and can be made with ordinary steel. The only requirement is exceptional forging skills. This made Bryn puff out his chest. Others in Flaria wouldn't dare claim such skills, but forging techniques, that was his lifeline. Lyre then asked Bryn to drip his blood onto the inscriptions at the beginning and end of the scroll. Bryn immediately obeyed. As his blood touched the inscriptions, they seemed to come alive, transforming into tadpole-like characters that flooded into his mind. In an instant, the blood was used up, and the grayish sheep leather scroll returned to its original state. After silently digesting for a moment with his eyes closed, Bryn opened his eyes again. The bearded man patted his chest confidently and said, Master, this set of armor forging techniques is quite clever. With this as a reference, I am sure I can make suitable armor for the cold-blooded cavalry within half a month. The blueprint for this 3-star armor is only a reference. His tone was full of strong confidence. He already had a fairly complete plan for how to forge the armor for the cold-blooded cavalry after half a month of research and experiments. And as he gradually gained knowledge from the wisdom of the ancestors in his mind, even without this experience, he could at most wait until the end of the month for the blacksmith shop to start forging. The deep knowledge inheritance of the Fran race cannot be compared to a simple forging blueprint. Lynn nodded with satisfaction, feeling reassured. Very good. If you need any materials, just tell Bane. All supplies should be prioritized for the blacksmith shop. Yes, my lord, Bryn responded promptly. Since arriving in the city of the Slight, his daily needs, housing, and work environment have all been top-notch. Compared to the days when he was imprisoned in a dark dungeon by decayed centators to forge, it's like living in a dream. If he doesn't achieve some results soon, he feels ashamed to face others, not to mention the high hopes his lord has placed in him. Once this matter was settled, Lael asked Shenny to return to the city hall. At the same time, he summoned Bane. How many residential vacancies are there now? How still available? The marsh lizard men warriors do not live in the residential area. Currently, only the swamp dwellers, Dela, and Fran residents are there. Clear out some of them and let the night elves live there. And what about the batch of unicorns we got from the wilderness blood thieves? They are being grazed on the Territo's east side. Draft 150 of them for the night elves to ride. I will incorporate them into the combat formation later. The best way to integrate them is to let them fight alongside the army. which helps cultivate loyalty through battle. It also makes it easier to monitor their movements at any time. With a divine presence, he can clearly sense their emotions. If there is any idea of betrayal, he can respond immediately. Understood. After giving his orders, Le paused for a moment and continued to ask, "Now give me a complete report on the current building situation in the city of the Slight." Bane immediately became serious about the assessment work. If he did poorly, it would be embarrassing. After organizing his words, he spoke firmly. "Sir, currently we have 100 residential buildings spread across 3 floors, all located in the northern living area as previously planned. In the future, we can expand further, increasing the number to 300 buildings. If we go beyond this limit, we will need to move the fish ponds outward and expand the land area. However, with the Starvin, we can always extend outward at any time." Liar nodded. 300 buildings, each with 6 rooms, totals 1,800 rooms. Each room can house a family of 4, which means about 6 to 7,000 people. This is enough to meet the short-term expansion needs. To the east, there is a planned military zone, where barracks are being built to house the wetlands lizard men and the fierce wild lizards. The feeding ground for the cold-blooded cavalry has already been completed. The first military camp is expected to hold 3,000 people and will be finished by the end of the month. It also includes relatively complete stables for riding animals. To the south, the industrial zone, blacksmith shops, alchemy workshops, and tailoring shops have all been built. Bane reported in an organized manner. "The blacksmith shop is managed by the Flea people, and they are barely able to meet our current needs. The alchemy workshop is managed by Donia, but since she is the only alchemist in the territory, it hasn't started full operation yet. The tailoring shop has recruited over 20 people to handle daily clothing needs, but they lack raw materials for fabric. Currently, they focus on repairs and also produce some furniture and daily necessities. The work is quite varied. To the west, the commercial zone has not yet begun construction. Additionally, a knowledge square has been designated in the central area for theater performances and education." His tone was tinged with some emotion when mentioning this. "Sir, those marsh witches are truly a gift from the goddess. Using them to teach knowledge is incredibly effective. Education is always a long-term investment, and results might only be seen after 10 or 20 years, but it has only been half a month. All the residents of the Misty City can now read and write at least 400 characters. They can use it daily without any problem. This is valuable knowledge indeed. Over the past few days during the recruitment of municipal staff, it was clear that the quality of talent was improving. Because of this, he hesitated but slowed down the recruitment process, thinking that in a month or so, higher-level talents might become available." After hearing the report, Liar gained a clearer understanding of the overall development of the territory. He nodded in agreement when he heard the final reflections and deeply appreciated the role of the marsh which during this time. Knowledge is the ladder to wisdom. It greatly enhances one's understanding. This is very important for the territory. Knowledge is As he thought, his tone grew more serious. "Once we finish these buildings, we will start constructing the Heroes' Hall near the Municipal Hall. The deeds of the heroes we sacrifice should be known to everyone. In the future, the theater troupe will also adapt their stories into plays and performances to honor their contributions so everyone will remember what they did." Bane nodded excitedly. "Yes, the Heroes' Hall is a legendary place. It will soon be built in the territory, and in the future he might even become one of its members, celebrated by future generations." His heart swelled with excitement, almost unable to contain it. The construction of the Heroes' Hall cannot be ordinary. It must be serious and solemn, yet filled with light. When you enter, you should feel the heroism and the tragic sacrifices, but also hope. "My lord, I will do my best." Seeing Bane so eager, Liar nodded and said nothing more, letting him go to make arrangements. After a busy day, the sky darkened. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and stars began to appear faintly. Looking around, the starry vines within the territory emitted shimmering, flowing lights with tiny stars floating above them. It felt like being in a dream. If the entire territory were filled with buildings made of starry vines, then at night there might be no need for lamps at all. It would be a city only seen in dreams. Seeing the buildings rising around him, he felt a strong sense of achievement. The city of dawn was built from nothing little by little. That feeling was very strange. Just then after dinner, the crowd gathered at the Knowledge Square in front of the Municipal Hall preparing for today's learning session. From initial resistance to active participation, the marsh which played a key role. No one dislikes gaining knowledge. Most of the time people just give up because they can't continue learning. But here the swamp which can fully activate her wisdom and teach in the most efficient way. Feeling oneself improved day by day can become addictive. Liar looked at the swamp which happily immersed in her work and smiled. Everything was lively and thriving. Perhaps this is the best way to describe it. The next morning, September 13th, the last batch of cold-blooded cavalry was fully transformed. Lyre watched these fierce warriors line up for battle, and his morning fatigue disappeared. His mood was instantly lifted. This marked the end of 2 weeks of intense training, and the gains were impressive. A 3-star potential, level 11, a legendary unit among lizard men. He now had a total of 55 small squads. When all the cold-blooded cavalry stood neatly on the open ground to the west, their fierce presence was palpable. Ordinary residents who needed to leave their territory for work felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling, and dared not get close. Some even kept their distance, trembling all over. Lyre couldn't imagine the destructive such heavy cavalry would unleash if they charged at enemies. It would cause devastating damage. His confidence soared. He took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand. All troops move out. Today's target, ancient ruins, the one-eyed giant, swamp witch, bubble beast, flesh butcher, haggis, plus 15 squads of dark elves and 12 ancient trant guardians, all set out with the team. In the sky, the crimson queen bee led a swarm of 50,000 bees, flapping her wings and blocking the sun. 40 level 12 ancient trant guardians protected the territory. This time they launched a full attack, aiming directly at the ancient ruins. He was determined to succeed. Lyre sat on the crown of an ancient Triant guardian after the army left the territory, reviewing the intelligence triggered during the last exploration of the ruins. The first piece of information was that the gate was 10 times heavier than a normal gate. Only the one-eyed giant could open it using his bloodline and once opened, it would automatically close. Only by reaching the core of the ruins could it be reopened. The second, more crucial piece, the ruins are remnants of goblin civilization containing valuable treasures, including 5-star level artifacts. However, the ruins are guarded by extremely fierce mechanical magic dolls, with levels reaching 10 totaling over 1,000. The most powerful is the 14th level mechanical magic doll king. This enemy is very fierce. There are over 1,000 mechanical magic dolls above level 10, and the strongest is the 14th level mechanical magic doll king. The past half-month of development was to train enough cold-blooded cavalry to face them. Now the military force he controls is strong enough to launch a small battle. Such a big movement has also caused a lot of discussion among the residents of the territory. Everyone turns to watch the army gradually leave. Their mood is complicated. The Lord is setting out again. This time the enemy must be very strong or he wouldn't take so many troops. Yes, it's a pity I can't become a warrior. If I could, I'd follow the Lord into battle. There are soldiers. I hope there will be no casualties this time. I don't want to see our warriors buried in the spirit's grave again. May the goddess bless the Lord. Thanks to recent propaganda, the idea that the army fights for the territory and all residents has firmly taken root in everyone's hearts. The cohesion of the territory has become very strong. No one is indifferent to the situation. The army heads south, and after nearly a month, they arrive again at the ancient ruins discovered by the Haffish people. The ruins are covered by a giant tree with countless vines forming a web, and the canopy spans over 100 meters in diameter. It is primitive and ancient, full of vitality. As they approach, the elves' eyes light up. Then they shake their heads regretfully. It's a pity this tree is controlled by magic. It can't be activated. Lyre turns to look at. There are plenty of big trees in the wilderness. When it's your turn to help, smiles happily and nods repeatedly. Yes, Lord. With the support of the City of Dawn, they are no longer fighting alone. This feeling is wonderful. They lead the army through the vines tangled from the canopy to the ground. Arriving in front of the tree trunk, they look up. Before them is an ancient moss-covered stone gate of the ruins, full of age and history. It is growing on the trunk over 15 m high and 10 m wide, giving a sense of passing years. This stone door is connected to the entire ruin. Using violence to break, it would cause collapses and damage over several kilometers around. Only the simplest method can be used. One-eyed giant, go up and open the stone door. Upon hearing the command, the injured one-eyed giant, who had been healing for a few days, responded sluggishly. He is 6 m tall with muscles like carved stone, full of almost explosive strength, and strides forward. He presses his hands on the stone door, steps back with one foot to form a lunge. His muscles bulge, and he suddenly exerts force. Even from far away, you can feel how terrifying his strength is at this moment, but the stone door remains unmoved. The whole standoff lasts for 5 minutes. Just when everyone thinks that even the one-eyed giant cannot open the door, a faint, unique energy suddenly flows from him with a soft bronze glow spreading out. Next, the stone door also emits tiny spots of light echoing with his energy. The one-eyed giant's breathing becomes heavier. He lets out a deep growl. The stone door makes a ing sound, then suddenly pushes open with a loud rumble, gradually revealing the inside. It is fully pushed open. A dark opening appears before their eyes. It's a success. Leo laughs happily. At this moment, it seems something has been triggered around them. The tall, mighty tree suddenly shines with a metallic luster. Clatter branches shake violently. The surrounding vines seem to have their life drained instantly, drying out and falling from the trunk. Meanwhile, the lush green leaves appear to have been soaked in dye, rapidly turning metallic in color. In an instant, the vibrant tree before them has transformed into an iron tree cast from steel, reflecting a metallic sheen. The dark entrance is also illuminated. At this moment, Leo's breathing trembles slightly, his gaze burning with intensity. Crimson Queen Bee, lead the swarm ahead to scout. The ancient Trant Guardian stays at the entrance, rooted there to prevent enemies from cutting off our retreat. The rest of the army follow me into the ruins. The swarm leads the way through the stone door into the ancient ruins to explore. After confirming there is no danger, the Flesh Slaughterer enters next for a second check, and finally Haggis leads the cold-blooded cavalry inside. Liar then walks with the Swamp Witch and the Bubble Beast. He passes through the stone door without feeling any heavy air. Instead, he breathes easily and feels very refreshed. Clearly, the ventilation is well done. This makes him feel a bit more at ease. He turns his head to look around. Behind the stone door, there is a long arched corridor over 15 m high and more than 20 m wide. The walls are made entirely of metal engraved with strange twisted runes. These runes are very different from normal ones, like someone writing wildly after getting drunk. The walls emit a glow, lighting up the surroundings. It looks like lamps hidden behind glass, but when touched, only the metal walls can be felt. As Liar looks around, a loud rumbling sound occurs. The heavy stone door behind him slowly moves and begins to close again. He instinctively turns his head to see. The one-eyed giant behind him is trying to stop the door from closing. His muscles are almost twisted, veins bulging on his neck, and his face looks fierce. He growls softly, but this 6 m tall creature cannot stop the door no matter how much effort he puts in. Ignore him. Come in, Liar commands. Hearing this, the one-eyed giant reluctantly lets go and enters the ruins before the door fully closes. Click. The stone door closes completely with a crisp sound. The giant looks a bit disappointed and tries to open it from inside, but no matter how hard he pushes, he cannot open it. He, usually proud of his strength, feels quite defeated. Liar sees this and smiles. This is an ancient ruin. Others don't know how much effort was spent to create all this. If it could be opened so easily, it wouldn't have lasted so long. Return to the team. The giant finally relaxes a bit and rejoins the group. Liar doesn't pay much attention to this big fellow and looks ahead. Everyone stay alert. This goblin ruin has many high-level mechanical golems, the strongest being the level 14 mechanical golem king. Be very careful, don't underestimate the danger. His serious tone makes everyone tense up. The corridor is about 200 m long. The army quietly moves forward. It's very quiet, only the sound of footsteps. As they exit the corridor, Liar's vision suddenly opens up. In front of him is a huge open square. The diameter exceeds 500 m. The height is at least 50 m around the edge of the square. There are many broken mechanical golems piled up, looking like trash, mixed together so that their shapes are no longer clear. They are made entirely of metal with many battle scars remaining on their surfaces. It's hard to imagine what kind of fight could have damaged them so badly. The most eye-catching is a mechanical golem in the center area. It is over 15 m tall. It has a humanoid shape with 4 arms. Instead of normal hands, its wrists are fitted with blades. From a distance, its fierce and ferocious appearance can be felt. It gives a very oppressive feeling. Most importantly, this golem's body is split straight down from the head, broken into 2 parts. The wound is smooth, as if cut cleanly by a sharp tool. Could a single strike have cut through a 15 m tall golem? It's hard to imagine what terrible battle this ruin experienced before it was completely destroyed. Right now, a swarm of bees is flying around, but they haven't found a way to go deeper inside. It feels as if the area is completely sealed off. Liar's brow furrows slightly. Is this all there is to the ruins? Just as he is wondering, a crimson yellow bee accidentally touches the body of the giant golem that was split in the middle while flying. At that moment, the golem's eyes slowly light up. A blood-red glow is very striking. Enemy intrusion. Activate the guard legion. A stiff voice sounds. The mechanical golems piled along the edge of the hall make a dull noise, then fall to one side, scattering all around. The smooth walls around seem to slide upward like garage doors opening, moving directly upward. In the blink of an eye, dozens of doors are opened. Liar's eyes narrow slightly. Looking carefully, the space inside these doors is about 10 m long and 5 m wide. Most are empty with nothing inside. Some contain heavily damaged broken golems. Only the tin storage rooms directly in front are filled with intact golems which show no signs of wear. A pair of eyes slowly open, glowing with blood-red light. Warning, enemy attack. Warning, enemy attack. Stiff voices echo from within. Click, click. The mechanical dolls suddenly moved and walked out of the warehouse. The dolls resembled the giant mechanical doll that was split in half in the central area. Although slightly shorter, they still reached 3.5 m, taller than a two-story building. They had humanoid shapes with 4 arms, and their front ends had no fingers, only double-edged battle blades. After leaving the warehouse, you could see the twisted inscriptions engraved on their metal shells, emitting flashes of light. It seemed these inscriptions were driving their actions. Mechanical Dolls Level 10 with the Talent Metal Body, which increases defense by 70, immune to mental magic control, and can continue fighting as long as their energy core remains intact. Level 10 Mechanical Dolls. Finally, they arrived. Liar's eyes sharpened and he immediately ordered Crimson Yellow Bees attack. The queen bee next to him let out a sharp cry. In the next moment, the swarm circling in the sky suddenly swooped down. Their sharp stingers cut through their bodies at high speed. A piercing glass scraping sound rang out, giving a chilling feeling. The sharp dull stingers left scratches on the mechanical doll's shells, but no real damage was done. After one attack, only the surface was scratched. Seeing this, the crimson yellow bees started biting and tearing at the doll's body, but their mouths, capable of easily breaking bones, still couldn't break through the metal shell. Meanwhile, the mechanical doll's 4 blades swung rapidly, making a harsh tearing sound in the air. It was like a meat grinder, crushing everything. The crimson yellow bees died instantly upon contact and fell madly to the ground. The queen bee saw this and became furious, moving her mind. The bodies of the crimson yellow bees on the doll suddenly swelled, as if inflating a balloon to its limit. They exploded. Corrosive mucus splattered everywhere, covering the mechanical doll inside, but the mucus, which could easily corrode flesh, couldn't melt the metal shell. It only left faint corrosion marks on the surface. Even if all tens of thousands of bees self-destructed, they probably wouldn't cause real damage. The 2 main attack methods of the crimson yellow bees were useless against the pure metal mechanical doll. Lair looked on, not only failing to kill the enemy, but also accidentally destroying 2,000 or 3,000 crimson wasps in an instant. He quickly waved to stop this pointless waste. The swarm of wasps swiftly retreated from the battlefield and hovered again in the air. If he only had crimson wasps, these mechanical golems would be enough to defeat him. Cold-blooded cavalry attack. The moment the crimson wasps left the battlefield, the long-awaited cold-blooded cavalry launched their charge under orders. To be safe, Lear kept 2 squads as backup. But the sight of 350 cold-blooded cavalry charging together still made people nervous. The ground trembled. Heavy footsteps sounded like distant thunder, and a herd of horses galloped forward. Since their weapons weren't fully finished, most of the cavalry used spears they had previously seized from decayed centaurs, but spears turned out to be better suited for cavalry. At high speed, they collided directly with the mechanical golems. A 3.5 m tall mechanical golem was charged by a fierce giant lizard. Its body couldn't withstand such a terrible impact and was knocked backward, to the ground. The fierce giant lizard's charge pressed its huge hind legs onto the golem's chest. The terrifying force in its own weight caused a large dent in the chest. The wetland lizard warrior on its back saw an opening and stabbed fiercely with a spear. It pierced through the golem's eye socket. You could hear the sound of mechanical parts breaking inside. The fierce mechanical golem suddenly seemed to lose collapsing onto the ground and going still. The vital part, the energy core, was inside its head. This news was quickly passed to the others. Then the fierce level 11 soldiers launched an even more aggressive attack. These mechanical golems felt no pain or fear. They swung their blades rapidly, and once hit, they left terrible blood marks on their targets. They had 4 arms, making them hard to defend against. Fortunately, both the wetland lizard warriors and the fierce giant lizards had very tough scales. Even when attacked by blades, most of the damage was absorbed and their core wasn't harmed. Their mounts and warriors shared life energy, so even if they were hit, the damage was spread out, preventing instant death. This gave them great tolerance for mistakes. More importantly, Lair was stationed at the back, overseeing everything. Once the army is injured, they immediately use swamp blessings to heal. This makes the cold-blooded cavalry more fearless and aggressive in battle. Mechanical golems do not feel pain, but the cold-blooded cavalry are the same. They are pure warriors, fierce, brutal, crazy, and fearless of anything. The night elves, who were not ordered by Lyre to fight, are witnessing the battle of the cold-blooded cavalry for the first time. They feel a shiver run down their spines. Although they know these soldiers are very strong, they never imagined they could be so wild. They even saw mechanical golem's weapon pierce through a wetland lizard man warrior's stomach. The enemy grinned fiercely and pushed their body forward to close the distance, then stabbed the opponent's head with a spear. After seeing the shoulder torn in half, the golem switched hands to control the weapon, letting blood spray everywhere, and continued fighting without stopping. Their crazy appearance made all the night elves feel a chill down their backs. Their eyes kept changing. Even with the Lord's healing magic support behind them, it was still too terrifying. If it were them, they wouldn't be fighting with their guts spilling out. They would have already been defeated. They felt an inexplicable relief that they hadn't done anything reckless. Otherwise, not just these 500 cold-blooded cavalry, even a tenth of that force could easily defeat them. The pride of the elves could never be restored. These 200 soldiers, facing a swarm of insects, were quickly wiped out by the iron hose of the cold-blooded cavalry with no injuries to the golems. The battlefield soon quieted down. All that remained were scattered parts. The cost was many cold-blooded cavalry were lightly injured, but none were killed. 7 or 8 were seriously hurt, but Lyre forced them to be saved. After the battle, the cold-blooded cavalry looked at Lyre with even more fanatic admiration and respect. A strong healer can support the entire army's logistics. Although they fear nothing, who would want to die if they could survive once the battlefield was quiet? Lyre looked curiously at the broken machines. While thinking, she signaled Haggis, who had charged the fiercest, to take a look at a few. He, holding a steel sword, jumped down from a swift, wild lizard and found a relatively intact mechanical golem. He adjusted his stance slightly, gripped the steel sword tightly, and his energy slowly surged onto the blade. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly swung the sword down. Click. The head of the mechanical puppet is cut in half, revealing a smooth mirror-like surface. Dingling. A crisp sound rings out. A clear, transparent red gemstone falls to the ground from inside the head. Lyre's eyes light up. What is this? Hags quickly bends down to pick it up, then continues dismantling the mechanical puppet, but no similar items are found after breaking its parts into scrap metal. After confirming no further gains, the wetland lizard hero steps forward and hands him the gemstone. As soon as Lyre takes it, he immediately feels a earthful energy inside. It's like holding a small sun. The gemstone is hard but not cold. Instead, it feels warm. He concentrates and visualizes its attribute panel in his mind. Energy Core Level 2 Stars feature contains a huge amount of energy, which needs a special alchemical magic circle to recharge once used up. Evaluation. Outstanding technological creation of the goblin, a 2-star treasure. Lyre is very excited. He looks at the scattered remains of the mechanical puppets on the ground, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. The heads of the mechanical puppets contain the energy cores that them. Be careful when you operate and take them all out. With the command given, the cold-blooded knights immediately start working, finding each head and prying them open. Soon, about 200 energy cores are piled in front of him. Lyre feels the surging energy inside, and his mood is very good. These energy cores seem like banks. Based on their attributes, they can be recharged and used repeatedly, but he doesn't know if he can get the recharge magic circle inside. He plans to have Fury Eye and the Mudmen study it together to see what this thing can do, and he should report that the ruins contain thousands of mechanical puppets. This means that exploring the ruins thoroughly could yield not only 4-star and 5-star treasures, but also at least thousands of 2-star treasures. That alone is already an incredible gain, a nice little profit. Just then, click click, sounds of glass breaking echo. Lyre s back to reality and looks at the ground. He notices the inscriptions on the mechanical puppet shell are ing, making the metal body fragile and covered with S. His gaze becomes a bit strange. Is this because the energy cores are gone then? If I don't remove the energy core, can I repair these mechanical dolls? I'll take a few back to my territory for research. But I don't hold much hope. This thing looks like a Heil creation. Currently, there are no experts in Micro City who can handle this. The only person who knows alchemy, DA, is just a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Repairing and controlling these mechanical dolls is very difficult. I won't dwell on it. After cleaning the battlefield, Lyre seems to have thought of something and looks toward the giant mechanical doll that was split in half at the center. The other side's eyes still glow red, but there's no sign of it coming back to life. I didn't notice earlier, but now I carefully examine it and see what I was hoping for. The core inside its split skull is still there. Joy bursts inside me. This 15M tall mechanical doll must have a very earthful energy core. I focus carefully and the attribute panel appears quietly. High-level energy core level for stars features contains a huge amount of energy capable of supporting Heil mechanical doll combat. Rating a Heil energy core is rare among goblins. This core has been used up and needs recharging. A 4-star energy core. Lyre laughs loudly, filled with happiness. What a treasure, what a treasure. What does 4 stars mean in terms of potential? It's equivalent to a level 15 unit. Absolutely a precious treasure. I never expected to find one directly here. No wonder everyone is so fascinated by ancient ruins. This is pure treasure hunting. I take a deep look at the huge mechanical doll. If it were intact, it would definitely be a top-tier combat force above level 15. But now this belongs to me. I wave my hand and several crimson-yellow bees fly forward, directly removing the energy core. As soon as the core detaches from its head, a rumbling sound occurs just behind the wall opens again, revealing a new passage. There's a way out now. After storing the Hyel energy core, Liar feels very happy. He orders the army to search again and make sure nothing is left. Only then does he step forward to the entrance of the passage. He looks ahead. The passage is quiet inside, no different from the previous passageway. But to be safe, I didn't rush to move and continued to let the crimson-yellow wasp go ahead to explore. However, the moment the wasp flew into the doorway, it seemed to pass through a water curtain, and the connection with him was cut off directly. He could no longer hear the sound of wings flapping. It was as if something was blocking everything. Ishani, the leader of the night elves, stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. Master, this is a one-way barrier door. Once you step inside, you cannot return. It can block all sounds and energy connections. Liar's heart tightened slightly, but he didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, signaling the flesh butcher beside him to lead the way, and the army entered one after another. Once inside, there was no way back. Only by exploring the ruins could they leave, and after obtaining the 4-star treasure, he was reluctant to leave. Now, after passing through the invisible one-way door, there was a long corridor again. On the metal walls, various exquisite carvings depicted stories praising the gnomes. You could see gnomes with pointed ears and noses, ugly faces, driving tall, unique mechanical golems fighting demons, humans, elves, and even angels. Most of the time, the gnomes emerged victorious. It seemed that in the murals of the gnomes, they were invincible heroes. Walking along until the end, you can see that the gnomes achieved the final victory and even built their own empire. On the last page was a picture of the gnome king being crowned. At that moment, 12 towering giant mechanical golems stood beside the gnome king. Below the golems were the corpses of dragons, angels, demons, titans, and countless other ultimate soldiers. Among the 12 machines, one was exactly the same as the giant mechanical golem that had been split open, only slightly smaller. Although the scenes were not continuous, consisting of various images and fragments, they vividly depicted the gnomes' hardships and their eventual creation of their own kingdom. The picture of the gnome king being crowned was especially impressive. He turned to Ishani. Do you know the stories about the gnomes? Ishani shook her head. Master, there is little information about gnomes. In the underground world, gnomes are considered a dirty and lowly race. They are weak in combat with weak personalities, no different from worms on the ground. He spoke with curiosity. Are these really the past of the goblins? The dark elf still found it hard to believe. Goblins are usually seen as lowly creatures, stinky, dirty, and lacking intelligence. If they had such a glorious history, how could they have fallen so far? And I've never heard of their deeds before. Liar pondered this. Recently, he also asked Bane, the swamp hero, about goblins. Bane's descriptions were straightforward, similar to those of the dark elves. He thought maybe his own memory hadn't reached that part, but it seemed goblins really didn't have stories passed down about them. However, in the long history of this world, many lost civilizations have disappeared. It's not surprising. He decided not to dwell on it and continued forward. After passing the relief of King's coronation, there were no other carvings ahead. The army slowly entered a second large hall. The diameter was about 500 m, similar to the previous one, but the passage directly opposite was open. Just crossing the hall would lead to deeper areas. He looked around. The hall was empty. Nothing was there. Only on the ceiling were honeycomb-like holes, densely packed, which made him feel uneasy. People with a fear of tight spaces would be frightened just by looking at it. Liar looked up, feeling a bit uneasy. Suddenly, he waved his hand sharply. Retreat the rear troops back to the passage. Don't come out. As soon as the order was given, a stiff mechanical voice sounded again. Warning, enemy invasion. Warning, enemy invasion. Buzzing sounds filled the air. An overwhelming noise of wings beating, drowning out the buzzing of the swarm. On the ceiling, from those honeycomb-like holes, a large number of mechanical creatures flew out. They had all metal shells with sharp triangular spikes at the front, likely for attacking. Their rounded bellies were about half a fist in size with 2 pairs of wings attached to their backs. They looked quite strange. These were alchemical hummingbirds. Level 2 stars traits piercing self-destruct. Liar's face suddenly changed. These are alchemical hummingbirds. They will self-destruct. Stop them. Crimson yellow bees. These 2-star creatures exploding was like bombs going off. After flying out of the holes in the ceiling, the mechanical hummingbirds swiftly attacked the soldiers. Several fast-flying creatures rushed toward the front line where the flesh and blood slaughterers were with quick, irregular movements. They avoided the slaughterers' attacks and directly collided with them. A burst of hot flames exploded, covering an area of several meters with intense heat. The flesh and blood slaughterers could not dodge in time. Their skin scorched black. They emitted a foul smell. A terrifying wave of heat swept over, hitting hard. Liar's face was serious as he quickly gave orders. Cold-blooded cavalry fall back to the rear. Bubble beasts block the entrance with bubbles to prevent enemies from entering. These mechanical hummingbird-like creatures were clearly bait. They used their bodies as bombs to fight. And no matter how tough their life force, they couldn't withstand the enemy's self-destruction. After the army retreated through the passage, the bubble beasts immediately blew large bubbles. This time he brought 20 bubble beasts, each controlling 30 bubbles, filling the entrance with dense bubbles. Some flying mechanical creatures tried to bypass the swarm, aiming to break through. But as soon as they entered the bubbles, the buzzing of their wings suddenly stopped. Energy was sealed. The unique properties of the bubbles prevented them from escaping. Seeing this, Lyre relaxed slightly. Crimson yellow bees can allow some mechanical hummingbirds to enter. The enemies were too fierce. Releasing them all might be too much to handle. Buzzing sounds filled the air under the queen bee's control. The crimson yellow bees intentionally or unintentionally made way. Then those mechanical hummingbirds darted through, fiercely trying to self-destruct on the army, but were quietly captured. It was like fish caught in a net. However, there were too many mechanical hummingbirds. Over 3,000 were captured in just a few minutes. To block their energy cores, enough mental control was needed, which put a lot of pressure on the bubble beasts. When the number of mechanical hummingbirds exceeded 6,000, the pressure on the bubbles reached its limit. Each of the 20 bubble beasts could suppress about 300 of them. Lyre also felt some regret at this point. This was a 2-star treasure. Now they could only fight directly. Don't hold back anymore. Completely destroy them. The order was given and the swarm no longer hesitated, charging forward aggressively. They played a game of mutual self-destruction. The crimson yellow bees surged ahead, expanding and exploding. The mechanical hummingbirds collided with the crimson yellow bees, their bellies torn apart, sending mechanical parts flying wildly with intense heat surging. Loud explosions keep ringing out, causing continuous destruction and casualties. The scene is extremely intense. On one side are countless mechanical creatures, mechanical hummingbirds, and on the other are semi-undead beings, crimson yellow wasps. They fight fiercely, creating huge shock waves. Almost no other sounds can be heard, only the loud S of explosions. The crimson yellow wasp self-destruction is biological and highly corrosive, while the mechanical hummingbird's self-destruction involves alchemy, producing intense heat to harm enemies. The number of mechanical hummingbirds is unknown, but the crimson yellow wasps are supported by a queen bee. The queen bee is now behind a bubble, her large abdomen constantly moving. Dark energy gathers into her abdomen, and she suddenly lays many crimson yellow wasps covered in sticky liquid. After landing on the ground, the wasps slowly flap their wings, quickly drying the sticky liquid. Within a few breaths, they start vibrating their wings and take off to join the battle. The battlefield is filled with soldiers. Adding more is just a backup. The real strength lies in the queen bee's precise control of the swarm. Under her strong command, the mechanical hummingbirds, which rely only on instinct, suffer greater losses. They can be exchanged 1 for 1, 2 for 1, or even 3 for 1. This terrifying battle of exchange lasted for half an hour before gradually calming down. By the end, fewer than 20,000 crimson yellow wasps remained out of the original 50,000. The battlefield showed no signs of the fighting sides, only constant ing sounds. The holes in the ceiling were gone, and there was no longer any sign of the mechanical hummingbirds. The smoke in the air was gradually blown away by an unknown breeze, and the smell of gunpowder began to fade. When everything returned to normal, only scattered remains of mechanical hummingbirds were left on the ground. The crimson yellow wasp's self-destruction left no bodies behind. Lyre's face also looked a bit complicated at this sight. These ruins' guardians are indeed very ireful. Luckily, he had accumulated enough strength, or else these mechanical hummingbirds alone could have caused heavy losses. The cold-blooded cavalry might not have been able to hold on. At this moment, he also began to understand what it felt like for enemies bombarded by the crimson yellow wasps. Master, these mechanical hummingbirds are no longer struggling. The nearby bubble beast's slightly joyful voice interrupted his thoughts. Lyre turned his head and saw the captured mechanical hummingbirds inside the bubbles, which had stopped flapping their wings. His mood immediately improved. Although the crimson wasp suffered significant losses, the crimson queen could still be replenished. It wouldn't be long before they reached full capacity. These mechanical hummingbirds are truly valuable. Good. Gather them together and bring them back to the territory. These are all 2-star treasures, quite different from the damage caused by the crimson wasp. If he could learn how to control them, they might prove very useful later. Even if he couldn't use the crimson wasp himself, selling them in Lurland's city after some time would bring a huge profit. There are a total of 6,000 of these. Another small profit. He looked toward the passage behind him, feeling excited. Keep moving forward. The third passage is also a one-way invisible gate. Once entered, you cannot go back. The army entered in a line. Lyre instinctively looked at the wall, which was also intricately carved. The previous passage depicted the coronation of the Goblin King. This one continues the story. After establishing their empire, the goblins began to conquer lands and expand their territory. Their armies destroyed many human empires, enslaved orcs, and pushed elves to the edges of the world. Countless mechanical golems were produced non-stop in goblin factories, forming an unstoppable army. On the main plane, their territory expanded rapidly, eventually covering nearly one-third of the entire main plane. The carvings grew more exaggerated, showing that after the goblins became Urful, they even reached beyond the main plane. The mechanical golem army began to dominate the dimensional planes, expanding recklessly. They acquired vast resources which were transformed into more mechanical golems, creating a positive cycle. What was most astonishing was that as the goblins grew stronger, they even stepped into the undead plane, massive armies of mechanical soldiers fighting endless legions of skeletons, leaving a deep impression on Lyre. At this point, the carvings of the goblins were still not satisfied. They continued into the ultimate darkness of this world, the bottomless abyss. Even more astonishing, the goblin mechanical army successfully occupied 10 abyssal planes, hunting countless demons. And in the depths of the abyss, a mechanical factory was built, and the army of machines fought tirelessly day and night. Earlier, he saw those 12 100-meter-tall mechanical golems at the king's coronation, and they appeared again. The first scene was surrounding and attacking the Abyssal Duke. Each Abyssal Duke was a divine-level being, but they were dead. The heads of the Abyssal Dukes were cut off alive by the mechanical golems, and their divine bodies were dismembered one after another. The murals depicted the killing of 23 demon dukes. Every time a duke was killed, the goblins would merge its flesh and blood into the 100 tall mechanical golems to strengthen them. In the end, those 12 mechanical golems had been enhanced to an unimaginable level. Standing in the void, the surrounding space was collapsing. Lyre couldn't imagine if what the goblin mural showed was true, how Urful this civilization must have been. God laying and using their own creations to kill gods. Right after this mural scene, the situation suddenly changed. The goblins' chaotic expansion seemed to anger some beings. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts struck from the sky. They destroyed countless goblin mechanical factories. After the lightning, endless legions of angels descended from the void, attacking various parts of the goblin empire. The gods could no longer tolerate the goblins' crazy growth, and they united to strike. A terrifying alliance of gods swept down, and the divine fury seemed unstoppable. But the goblin empire refused to give up, sending vast armies to fight and battle the angel legions. This fierce combat was described in 20 full murals, showing how brutal the fight was. The tide turned from prosperity to decline. The goblin empire was mostly destroyed by the angel armies, leaving only the capital made entirely of metal. At this moment, legendary Hyel troops appeared. Thunder Titans, six-winged angels, ancient golems, ancient giants, elf dragons, and flying horse legions. Their only goal was to attack the goblin capital. The goblin mechanical army couldn't hold out. It quickly disintegrated. In this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. 12 100-meter-tall mechanical golems emerged from the abyss, leading endless armies to attack. They forcefully eliminated all terrifying enemies surrounding the king. By the end of the war, all the gods sent down their avatars and personally joined the fight. But those 12 mechanical golems could kill even the Abyssal Duke. So what about the gods' avatars under the overwhelming All the gods' avatars were destroyed. The goblins still firmly controlled their capital city. Seeing this scene, Lyre's eyes shone with admiration, fierce and commanding. He didn't expect the goblins to be so strong. Even the allied gods couldn't defeat them. He eagerly looked at the next mural. The terrifying combat of the 12 mechanical golems made the gods silent. They were limited by world rules and couldn't descend, only watching from their divine realms in the void. Helplessly, the situation reached a stalemate. Then an odd scene appeared. For some reason, those 12 mechanical golems suddenly disappeared from above the capital and appeared in the endless void. The gods used secret methods to pull them out of the main plane. Next, the most intense and frightening part of the mural unfolded. Dozens of gods attacking the golems simultaneously. A great battle broke out. The 12 ultimate creations of the Goblin Empire, strengthened with countless resources and capable of hunting the Abyssal Duke, were shattered into pieces. But before breaking, they managed to drag down 3 gods to protect them. A heroic act of slaying gods was reenacted, and these weren't unknown evil gods from the abyss, but gods with countless followers. At the last moment, the goblins showed their sharp edge to everyone. However, after the strongest guardian was destroyed, the goblins had no more resistance. Lightning struck from the sky, wiping out the goblin capital completely. Then the gods issued an order to eliminate everything related to the goblins. Burn all records and wipe out the goblin race entirely. After a series of relentless attacks, the once mighty goblins lost everything. The remaining goblins, with no choice, began to hide everywhere, some sneaking into other dimensions and disappearing forever. Thus, all murals about the goblins came to an end. After finishing, Liar felt a bit lost. Such a Earthful civilization rising from nothing, even daring to hunt gods in the abyss. Ultimately, it was destroyed and its legacy was cut off. Even now, the goblins have not preserved their once glorious legends. Their people have fallen into lowly lives. Comparing these two, he felt a deep sense of sadness and pride. At this moment, information quietly appeared in his mind. You carefully studied the carvings left by the goblins and learned about their history. You also gained an extra piece of information. In the center of the third hall, placing an energy core can unlock a hidden map of the ruins. Among the ruins, there is a broken mechanical magic puppet part. This was part of the 12 mechanical puppets used by the goblins to fight gods. The part still contains fierce ur. If someone touches it, they will be instantly killed. After 10 attempts, the energy will disappear. Liar suddenly ped back to reality. After reading the information, he took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just by carefully examining these murals, he triggered this extra piece of information. If he had ignored it, would it have been lost forever? And this was part of the 12 mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppet that hunts gods. Liar's throat went dry. This is incredible. Even a broken part of such a puppet must be a priceless treasure. And it was reinforced with the body of the Abyssal Lord. He struggled to calm his trembling heart with deep breaths. Filled with excitement, he led his army to the third hall. The floor was littered with broken large parts, not from mechanical puppets, but more like parts from some production line machinery. Some were as tall as 7 or 8 m, but unlike the puppets, most were rusted with rust falling everywhere, clearly showing signs of age. Liar waved his hand, instructing his troops to search carefully, leaving no corner unchecked. They searched for treasures and potential dangers. After nearly half an hour, they found nothing unusual, only scattered parts. Seeing this, Liar no longer hesitated. He strode to the center area, looked down, and immediately spotted an unremarkable dent. He crouched down to explore, but found nothing strange. Without the information, he wouldn't have paid attention to it. While thinking, he waved his hand in the nearby swamp, which brought him an energy core. Place it on top, click the energy core, and the indentation are perfectly aligned, but there is no reaction. Liar stares at it with wide eyes, waiting for a few minutes. He silently takes it away and replaces it with another one. He repeats this 5 times, still nothing happens. Now he frowns in confusion. What is wrong? While thinking, he notices the 4-star Hyel energy core, which no longer has energy. He tries to place it again. Click, a clear sound rings out. Suddenly, the wall on the ceiling opens wide. 10 mechanical arms engraved with goblin symbols lift a metal house and slowly lower it. It lands steadily 3 m in front of Liar. This scene feels like a mix of science fiction and fantasy. It's a bit unbelievable. After falling to the ground, the metal house's door slowly opens, revealing the full view inside. Inside, there are skeletons everywhere, white bones stacked and held up by their hands. In the center, held up by the bones, is a giant finger over 3 m long. Seeing that finger, Liar pauses in breath. On the mural, there is a mechanical puppet's finger, exactly the same because of its special inscription. He looks at it a few more times. His mood instantly lifts. This is the finger of a divine being. His excitement cannot be contained. He turns to look at the Crimson Queen Bee. The mechanical finger inside contains a special energy. Touching it will cause death. You send the swarm to take that finger out. The queen bee immediately agrees. In the next moment, the swarm rushes forward. The first crimson-yellow bee that touches the finger. Its body seems to dissolve, turning into black spots and vanishing into the void. No trace of its existence remains. Liar's heart tightens. If he hadn't received intelligence warning him and let Hegiz and the others go up, the loss would be terrible. After 10 consecutive attempts, all the crimson-yellow bees turn to nothing. Finally, the swarm slowly lifts the finger out. Only then can you see how terrifying the 12 mechanical magic puppets are. Just half of the finger is 3 m long. If the fully assembled mechanical puppet appears, what a sight that would be. He concentrates and quietly imagines its attribute panel in his mind. The broken finger of the mysterious machine level 5 stars feature indestructible, cannot be destroyed by normal means. It has the of Annihilation, allowing it to directly activate this to kill enemies within 200 m, dissolving them into nothingness, usable once per day. Comment: this part was broken off from a Urful mechanical golem. Although it no longer shines as brightly as before, it still amazes people. A 5-star treasure. Liar's heart skipped a beat and his eyes grew very excited. This broken finger is a 5-star treasure. This is incredibly Urful. And even though the broken finger only has 2 skills, the second one, Annihilation can kill enemies within 200 m directly. It made him feel chills. This is just unreasonable. It doesn't matter how strong or fierce the enemy is, it can kill them instantly. Is this the of a mechanical golem that can slaughter gods? He couldn't imagine how strong the original would be if it were intact. He reached out and touched it, feeling the cold metal. His heart was full of joy. Suddenly, he wondered if the half-god, the lord of the stench and flies, could withstand the annihilation Even if the opponent is a half-god and endures a hit, they might not die, but would be seriously wounded. His hidden worry about that half-god disappeared at this moment. He felt relieved. If he had more treasures like this, the lord of the stench and flies would be an easy prey. He had to admit he now felt quite fond of the goblins. This once glorious civilization truly deserved its strength. If they were even stronger and left more behind, it would be perfect. After he took the finger, the house quietly lifted back up. The ceiling closed and no trace remained. Meanwhile, a passage slowly rose in front of him. Liar let out a breath of relief. He turned to look behind him. One-eyed giant, bring this finger. No matter what happens, do not lose it. The one-eyed giant immediately responded, and Curious stepped forward to carry the broken finger. This fingertip was half his height, making him feel a bit discouraged. He was still too weak. The night elf looked on with curiosity. Seeing how much the Lord valued it, it was clearly a precious treasure. But Lear didn't speak, and no one dared to ask questions. Be safe, he arranged for 5 bubble beasts to follow the Cyclops, prioritizing protecting the severed finger if danger arose. After making arrangements, Lear happily ordered, continue exploring. He was increasingly excited about this ruins. It had only been a short while, and they already had a 5-star treasure. If they kept going, could they find a divine artifact inside? They entered the 4th passage, but there were no more carvings. The story of the goblin had already ended in the previous passage. Soon the army passed through the corridor into the 4th hall. The moment they entered, Lear's heart tightened. The hall was still full of mechanical debris, rust everywhere, but what caught the eye was a tall, strange creature in the center. 7 mechanical monsters stitched together with flesh and blood. These monsters were over 4 meters tall, with their waist completely cut off and replaced with 6 hooked mechanical limbs. Sharp blades were embedded at the joints, clearly made for fighting. Interestingly, their upper bodies were flesh and blood fused with the mechanical parts. 6 mechanical arms were sewn onto their bodies, holding heavy, sharp swords. They looked both strange and fierce, but the aura of these monsters was dozens of times stronger than other mechanical puppets. Mechanical Butcher level 14 potential for Star's talent, mechanical fusion. Flesh and blood are fused with machinery, giving the mechanical parts the ability to activate flesh and blood, while the flesh gains the toughness and repairability of machinery. Lur's eyes sharpened. Level 14, and there were 7 of them. More importantly, these monsters were not the most powerful mechanical puppet King mentioned in the intelligence report. This meant the enemies they would face later could be even stronger. His expression grew serious. Thinking, he looked at the flesh and blood butcher beside him. Raidena, go test their strength. The strongest thing he currently had was this divine life, the flesh and blood butcher. He could use the mechanical fingers annihilation but only once a day, and it would make the target disappear. So killing enemies with it would yield nothing. That was a bit of a loss. Unless necessary, he wouldn't use it lightly. Command issued. The creature with no head, wielding a bloody battle axe standing 3 m tall, strides forward with stitched-together life. When it approaches within 100 m, the mechanical slaughtherer's eyes suddenly light up. A red warning flashes. Warning, enemy detected. Eliminate target immediately. Click, click. The mechanical puppet doesn't waste words. Once triggered, its massive mechanical limbs begin to move, rushing straight toward the flesh and blood slaughterer. This is the first time this divine being has collided with a creature of higher rank. They instantly clash in battle. The frontmost mechanical slaughterer swings its battle knife fiercely, while the flesh and blood slaughterer grips its axe tightly, attacking violently. The sound of metal clashing erupts. Sparks fly everywhere. The mechanical puppet feels a terrifying distance approaching, and it instinctively steps back a few paces, but the mechanical being has no fear or emotion. Its 6 arms hold knives and charge again. Under the fierce collision, sparks burst in all directions. Both are heavily armored warriors fighting with sweeping strikes. The flesh and blood slaughterer fights enthusiastically, swinging its axe with increasing violence. But the joyful moment is fleeting. Other mechanical slaughterers surround and attack him in a group. The flesh and blood slaughterer becomes angry. He refuses to fight one anon and doesn't want to play this game. Suddenly, his body blurs and vanishes. In the next moment, a mechanical slaughterer at the outer edge feels something above his head and instinctively looks up. He then sees the flesh and blood slaughterer raising his battle axe high and striking down fiercely. Warning, warning. The stiff words in his mouth suddenly become urgent. He instinctively raises his weapon to block. But at that moment, a surge of divine inviolable erupts from within the flesh and blood slaughterer as mighty as a mountain. His aura skyrockets T-fold. Puff the battle axe leaves a trail of after images as it eased downward. The mechanical slaughterer can't dodge in time. His head explodes, splattering black blood everywhere. The aftershock continues as the axe strikes his abdomen, ing half of his body. A foul stench fills the air. Instant kill. The flesh and blood slaughterer suddenly changes rhythm, launching a terrifying attack that kills a level 14 mechanical slaughterer instantly, and the attack is so fast and fierce. Initially worried, Lear's heart suddenly surged with excitement. His inner anxiety vanished completely. Divine life, that is true divine life. It should be so ireful, fierce, and arrogant. The violent slaughter by the flesh butcher made the battle heat up instantly. After killing one person as the mechanical butcher attacked again, his body faded and disappeared. Void passage. By devouring a half-god's eye, he gained a special that could open a void portal, allowing him to instantly travel through space and reach his target. Lear took off the stinky fly-infested eye of the Lord of Flies, which after being swallowed by the flesh butcher granted a 4-star skill. Although it doesn't deal damage directly, it now played a strategic role, who a loud tearing sound of space breaking echoed. The mechanical butcher who had just seen his companion killed violently felt a chilling fear and a strong sense of danger. He didn't even have time to turn his head to look at the flesh butcher. 6 arms twisted sharply, forming a defensive shield over his head. But as the flesh giant axe swung, it traced an arc, avoiding his head, and directly struck his body with a loud blood splattered, leaving an exaggerated axe wound. Then his body suddenly disappeared again. This scene was very much like a mage's common skill, Blink. This 3M tall, headless stitched monster was originally a heavily armored warrior, but at this moment it moved with an unexplainable agility. However, the level 14 mechanical butcher was no trash. His flesh and blood, like machinery, were incredibly tough, and after being injured he quickly recovered at a visible speed. The violent strikes of the flesh butcher were hard to cause fatal injuries. His heavy battle axe was even more fierce, swinging so hard that it dented the metal ground. Once hit, it would leave a terrifying scar. Because the flesh butcher had no fatal flaws, other creatures could be easily defeated with one strike. Moreover, his mechanical limbs, like living flesh arms, allowed him to respond quickly to sudden attacks with his battle axe. The situation suddenly fell into a stalemate, but after a moment the flesh butcher reappeared from the void. At the same time, a divine, majestic, and inviolable surged again. The mechanical butcher sensed this and was startled, instinctively raising its blade to block the head. Roar the flesh and blood slaughterer had no head, but it let out a deep, wild roar. Avoiding its upper body, it swung a battle axe. It aimed straight at the waist. The mechanical butcher sensed danger and quickly retracted its arms to defend. But in the next moment, a terrible, indescribable force exploded. Knocking the battle knife out of its hand, the flesh and blood battle axe with unstoppable struck directly at its waist. Splat. The flesh burst apart and a sharp metallic cutting sound pierced the air, but nothing could stop the of that axe. Splat. The mechanical butcher was cut in half alive. Its upper body broke away from its mechanical limbs and fell heavily to the ground, about 4 or 5 m away. This violent scene was deeply frightening. Lyre felt very clearly at that moment. The divine within the flesh and blood slaughterer burst out, filling its entire body. This caused its strength to increase dramatically. However, its divine was limited and could not be used endlessly. Overusing it could even affect its rebirth. That's why it paused briefly before unleashing another search. This was a fierce skill not shown on the skill panel. Maybe it wasn't exactly a skill, just a way of using the divine inside. But this was divine the only gods could wield. How could mere mortals resist it? Even a brief display of such was the ultimate strength. If the flesh and blood slaughterer could continuously control its divine without worry about consumption, it might slaughter these mechanical butchers one by one. Although they are one level apart, their essences of life are fundamentally different. The flesh and blood slaughterer was angered by 2 consecutive acts of brutal killing. The mechanical butcher roared hysterically, its mechanical arms swelling as if tightening like human muscles. The heavy battle axe swung more and more rapidly. The fierce sound made Lyre behind feel nervous and scared. With one strike, even the thick shield of a heavy shield warrior would be shattered. These enemies are definitely the most dreaded on the front lines. If they are in a crowded place, they could instantly turn into a meat grinder. Although the flesh and blood slaughterer firmly controls the battlefield, Lyre does not underestimate the mechanical butcher at all. The opponent's fighting is extremely strong if it weren't for encountering an even more ireful flesh and bloodser. The cold-blooded cavalry might have paid a heavy price to eliminate them. The flesh and blood slaughterer can appear unexpectedly in places where the mechanical butcher does not expect. Thanks to its use of void portals, even if attacked by the opponent's battle blade, divine beings without fatal injuries can recover quickly. Under its unique fighting style, the third and fourth mechanical butchers are quickly defeated. At this point, only 3 mechanical butchers remain on the field. The situation has turned around. The pressure on the flesh and blood slaughterer has greatly decreased, and it no longer avoids. Holding a flesh and blood battle axe, this headless stitched creature begins to face the enemy directly. It fights fiercely with a loud and another collision. One mechanical butcher is struck in the chest by the battle axe, flying backward as if hit by a baseball bat and ease far away. Liar notices the mechanical butcher struggling to get up, his gaze flickering. Those mechanical hummingbirds can be imprisoned and cut off, but can these even fiercer ones do the same? He sharply looks at the bubble beast beside him. Try to trap it with bubbles, cut off its If it works, that means capturing a level 14 life form, which is far more valuable than mechanical hummingbirds. The command is given, and the chubby little creatures immediately bubbles. 12 bubble beasts work together to create a giant bubble with a diameter of 10 m. It floats out and falls from the sky, quickly enveloping the severely injured mechanical butcher. Next, the bubble's sealing is activated again. The struggling force of the opponent suddenly weakens and the glowing runes on its shell dim. The mechanical butcher notices this and its crimson eyes suddenly glow brightly. It throws its battle knife with force, piercing through the bubble. The runes on the shell light up again instantly. Seeing this, the bubble beast becomes dissatisfied and out 10 large bubbles that float upward. The mechanical butcher roars in anger, but after being heavily injured, its movement slowed down. And since the bubbles can also move under the control of the bubble beasts, they cannot be pierced directly. It can only be gradually suppressed. In a fit of anger, the second heavy battle blade was thrown out. The bubbles burst instantly, but at the same moment, another bubble covered the area. This left no room for the mechanical butcher to react. After a few rounds, the opponent's energy gradually weakened and became helpless. Finally, their strength was completely cut off and they could no longer lift their battle blade. Victory. Leo felt a surge of excitement inside. This was a level 14 soldier. Even when facing flesh and bloodsuckers, being at a disadvantage does not mean they are weak fighters. Anyone facing divine beings would also be at a disadvantage. At this moment, the second mechanical butcher was heavily damaged by the flesh and blood slaughterer. Bubbles quickly surrounded and covered it. On the battlefield, only the last mechanical butcher remained. The flesh and blood slaughterer showed no mercy, attacking fiercely and forcing it to fall. It was pushed back into the memories of its comrades, trapped by bubbles. Because of this, the battle ended with 3 mechanical butchers captured. Liz's mood instantly soared. He turned to look at the mechanical hummingbird behind him. These mechanical creations were valuable gains. He felt relieved. At this time, the flesh and blood slaughterer was still a bit worried. He looked at the mechanical butcher whose strength was sealed by bubbles, then stepped forward and took all the heavy battle blades. At the same time, he struck it with a few axes, severely injuring it and destroying its fighting ability. This completely cut off any chance of resistance. After this series of actions, the battle was over. They killed 4 level 14 mechanical butchers and captured 3. The cost was the flesh and blood slaughterer suffered some serious injuries, but thanks to the swamp's healing gift, it quickly recovered to its peak. It was a loss that brought great gains. Feeling satisfied, Lael asked the cold-blooded knight beside him to disassemble the mechanical butcher's body. But surprisingly, they didn't find an energy core inside. He looked thoughtfully at its darkened flesh. These unique creatures seemed to be aired by blood and flesh. Such creations were quite impressive. While thinking, one of the cold-blooded knights suddenly became excited. "Master, we found a blueprint inside the mechanical leg." He quickly stepped forward and handed the blueprint to Leo. Liar was curious as he took it and focused his eyes. This was a special kind of paper, like metal, and felt cool to the touch. It was covered with many patterns, all written in twisted, unique goblin script on both sides. After looking at it briefly, he quickly realized it was only part of a whole and incomplete. Immediately, he waved his hand to have the cold-blooded cavalry dismantle all the mechanical legs. Everyone eagerly stepped forward, and after a series of clinking sounds, all the mechanical legs were taken apart. Liar now held 10 detailed blueprints. When all the blueprints were collected, a detailed attribute panel appeared in his mind. Blood and flesh mechanical fusion technique level. For Star's special traits can fuse flesh and machinery to create unique mechanical creations, making flesh tough like metal and machinery lively like flesh. Rating a technology developed during the peak of Goblin civilization. Extremely rare and valuable. Wow, a 4-star blueprint. It even reveals the manufacturing plan for the mechanical butcher. Liar's eyes lit up with excitement. Learning this technology means he could mass-produce units like the mechanical butcher in the future, but he also felt a bit disappointed quickly. He didn't have many such talented people, and studying this thoroughly would be very difficult. The goblin writing itself was a huge challenge. Still, this was a 4-star research tech with great value. He stored it away. He obtained 3 14-level mechanical butcher captives and also acquired the unique blood and flesh mechanical fusion technique. Haha, another big gang, a small profit. After this harvest, his enthusiasm grew even more. He ordered his troops to continue searching, hoping to find other good items. After some exploration, they really found something among rusty parts. 12 silver-gray mechanical arms similar to those of the mechanical butcher. These clearly had been sealed after manufacturing and were still intact. The inscriptions on them emitted energy waves looking more advanced than the mechanical butcher's arms. Mechanical arm level, 4 stars special traits made from unique and precious materials with a special affinity for flesh. Evaluation. Goblin mechanical arms are specially made for creating certain machines. Another 4-star treasure. Liar feels a bit numb. The goblins capable of uniting the gods to wipe out their race are truly terrifying. Just casually discovering some items and they are all high-end goods. At the 4-star level in Lurland City, these are top-tier items only seen at auctions. Ordinary nobles and lords consider 3-star treasures to be top quality, and 4-star treasures are only owned by very wealthy nobles. Here they are as common as cabbages seen everywhere. I really wonder how irful and wealthy the Goblin Empire was at its peak, occupying the 10th layer of the abyss. After calming down, I let the bubble beast behind me come along. We continue toward the 5th passage. But as soon as we step in, we see 9 passages connected around us. However, 8 of them are already collapsed into ruins and cannot be passed through. Only the last one is open. With no way back, Liar doesn't hesitate. After confirming it's safe, he leads the army into the last open passage. Suddenly, the view widens. This passage is over 30 m high and 50 m wide. Walking inside feels very different. With some caution, he slowly moves through the passage into the next hall. When the view opens up, he immediately looks around. This hall's diameter is over a kilometer. It's filled with scattered parts, more and larger than the previous halls. But what catches his eye most is a huge, giant mechanical head in the center. It's covered with inscriptions. It's faintly glowing. Over 30 m tall, like a small mechanical mountain. Liar suddenly remembers the 12 hunting divine spirits mechanical golems. Could they be so crazy? Are these goblins still trying to make divine slaying mechanical golems? At the last moment, he takes a deep breath and looks back. Among the mechanical parts, there are also many bones all left by the goblins. It seems they were still busy making something when they died, and all these mechanical parts are arranged around the central mechanical head. What they are making is obvious, but all of this is in the past now. Time quickly passed, and the once glorious goblin civilization no longer exists, leaving only corpses and rust everywhere. After the army entered the hall, suddenly a clicking sound of machinery echoed from the large, heavily rusted parts. Footsteps could be heard. They quickly gathered in the wider central area. Mechanical golems. A large number of mechanical golems. At the same time, a buzzing sound of wings flapping filled the air, and many mechanical hummingbirds flew around. As the surrounding soldiers gathered, in front of the mechanical head stood a statue-like mechanical golem over 5 meters tall, slowly opening its eyes. Its crimson glow shone brightly as it turned to look at the army approaching the city of Wayu. Its gaze was intense and commanding. Intruders, entry is forbidden here. Its voice was stiff, cold, and commanding. This moment caught Liar's attention. The Mechanical Golem King. A hero unit level 14 with 5-star potential. Racial trait Mechanical Control, which allows it to control nearby machinery. Hero trait Divine Mechanical Control, enabling it to merge surrounding machinery into its body, greatly boosting its The Mechanical Golem King level 14 5-star potential, and 2 fierce traits, Mechanical Control and Divine Mechanical Control. Liar's eyes widened. No wonder the intelligence said the strongest wasn't the Mechanical Butcher. The Mechanical Golem King is a hero unit, and its 2 traits are incredibly irful. The hall was filled with mechanical parts, making his gaze sharp. He must strike decisively. He cannot let this Mechanical Golem King survive too long. This is the opponent's territory. He glanced at the one-eyed giant holding the severed finger. One-eyed giant, obey my command at any time. Yes, master. At this moment, the Mechanical Golem King also saw the conspicuous one-eyed giant and the severed finger he was carrying. Its crimson eyes grew colder. You stole the sacred relic. Its tone carried unmistakable anger. All warriors, listen up. Crush these intruders. The voice echoed around, and the mechanical golems immediately turned their eyes in unison. Red flashes flickered. Liar looked around. There were more than 8 squads of these mechanical golems. Among them, there were even 10 mechanical butchers. Among the scattered mechanical parts, the army advances steadily. Li's gaze is serious and focused. This is an unprecedented tough battle. In an aerospace on the opponent's main battlefield, it's a direct confrontation with little room for maneuver. Some things cannot be changed, but the main battlefield may not belong to the enemy. As he thinks, a thought occurs. The army suddenly senses that the surrounding space is becoming illusory, gradually turning crimson. Then, under the surprised gaze of the night elves, they see their area slowly transforming into a blood-red land. Heraic strands grow from the ground and bones are half buried in the blood-colored soil. The air is filled with a nauseating stench, a land of crimson decay. To be prepared for any situation, La also brings along the treasure he snatched from the stench and the Fly Lord. Once integrated into the surroundings, it immediately forms a confrontation between the two sides. The mechanical golem king occupies his hall surrounded by mechanical parts and golems. He is supported by the land of crimson decay within a radius of 300 m, including the passageways covering about 13 of the hall. The enemy's advantage on their main battlefield is instantly neutralized. Having more cards makes one feel more comfortable. After the crimson decay spreads, Leo's gaze fixes on the mechanical golem king is toned serious. Prepare for battle. The cold-blooded cavalry lines up at the front, full of killing intent. The bubble beast starts blowing bubbles while the night elves draw their long bows, their sharp eyes fixed on the steadily advancing golems, the marsh which sings loudly. The mechanical golems cannot be lured by song, but her army can. Amid high, stirring, and inspiring songs, morale rises once again. Their singing not only tempts enemies, but also boosts their allies' spirits. This is a skill they discovered while performing plays based on audience reactions. After a brief preparation, 10 mechanical slaughterers along with 8 squads of golems charge directly into the land of crimson decay. The battle erupts immediately. Haggis raises his sword. Kill. With that, the hero of the wetlands, the lizard man, leads all the cold-blooded cavalry in a charge. Step. Step, the swift, fierce lizard's hind legs stomp on the bloody ground, producing a dull sound. The charge of hundreds of cold-blooded cavalry creates a oppressive scene. A sandstorm as tall as 100 Jing rushes forward, capable of swallowing everything. Ordinary warriors in front are so weakened that they can't even hold their swords tightly. The mechanical golems see this and their red eyes glow even brighter, instantly raising their blades, ready for battle. The cold-blooded cavalry rushes forward in just a few breaths, reaching their front. At the moment of collision, bubbles suddenly fall from the sky and down. Loud explosions ring out and a fierce shock wave sweeps in all directions. Although they can't damage the mechanical golems much, they disrupt their formation. The front formation is now broken, and the cold-blooded cavalry's charge reaches its peak speed. In their fearless frenzy, they collide like heavy trucks moving at 300 km per hour. A large group of mechanical golems are knocked flying and shattered into parts, like plowing through iron, leaving a wide empty space behind. But even with such a fearful impact, some cold-blooded cavalry are pierced through by enemy blades, blood splattering everywhere. The scene quickly becomes bloody and chaotic. Mechanical hummingbirds fly out of the sky, aiming to and explode themselves. But the prepared crimson queen bee emits sharp shrieks, and a swarm of wing-flapping bees rushes to collide with them, blocking their attack on the cavalry. Loud explosions echo through the sky, mixed with corrosive slime and high-temperature shock waves constantly erupting overhead. In dazzling flashes of light, Haggis, the hero of the wetlands lizard men, burns with energy and blood. Rushing ahead with his steel sword, he swings his sword rapidly, causing mechanical parts to fly and shatter wherever he strikes. The mechanical golems can't withstand the fierce of the swift wild lizard and can't stop his steel sword. The strength of a level 12 hero is fully displayed now, but soon he is targeted by the mechanical butcher. 6 fierce jointed limbs approach quickly, wielding heavy battle axes to block his path. Haggis, feeling the same as the swift wild lizard, suddenly speeds up and charges forward. He watches the battle of the meat grinder with interest, eager to test the strength of these level 14 units. As a hero, with his own combined with that of the swift wild lizard, he fears no mechanical butcher. The two sides instantly clashed. Steel swords and heavy battle blades sparked, and the aftershock of the fight even kept mechanical dolls at bay. At this moment, the top combatant of the city, the flesh butcher, focused on the mechanical butcher. After slaying more than 10 mechanical dolls, his body suddenly faded. In the next moment, he appeared right above a mechanical butcher's head. Holy majestic surged through him as he swung violently. The unguarded mechanical butcher's head was ed apart by his battle axe. Experience from previous battles now proved useful. He clearly understood weak spots in the best places to strike. The flesh butcher had complete control. He immediately became a nightmare for the enemy. The mechanical butcher leading an army could greatly boost his troops fighting in direct combat. But against the flesh butcher's nearly assassin-like hunting skills, his defenses weakened. He was now targeted for elimination. The dark elves nearby finally showed their natural strength as archers. They drew their sturdy wooden bows and shot sharp arrows with precision even from 200 m away, hitting the mechanical doll's eyes. However, the arrows' and the bow's range were limited. Even if they hit, they often couldn't cause deadly damage directly, but they weren't the main attackers. Their cooperation with fierce cold-blooded cavalry was very effective. At critical moments, a single arrow could interrupt the enemy's attack rhythm. A moment of distraction could give the cold-blooded cavalry a perfect chance. The 150 Dark Elves providing long-range fire support made the cavalry's fighting even more efficient. In the back, the 5-star potential mechanical doll king watched the chaos on the battlefield, his eyes turning even more crimson, but he still hadn't moved. Leo, observing closely, looked grim. The mechanical doll king hadn't attacked and was still wary, eyeing the one-eyed giant, but not because of the giant himself. Rather because of the half-finger he held. From the recent words and his actions, it was clear that he knew the hidden of that finger. This made things complicated. If he didn't know, he could have exploited the information gap and used that 5-star treasure with destructive to kill him directly. But with defenses in place, the enemy wouldn't give him such an easy opportunity. Fortunately, the opponent was also cautious and didn't dare to fight directly. This gave him room to turn things around. He could focus on clearing out these mechanical soldiers first. This battle was a pure contest of strength. There were no fancy tricks involved. Luckily, he had spent half a month developing his territory and trained the cold-blooded cavalry before exploring the ruins. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict who would win. Just then, new developments appeared on the battlefield. After the 4th mechanical butcher was killed by the flesh slaughterer through a void passage, it finally alerted the mechanical demon puppet king. Its eyes flickered with red and yellow light several times. The remaining 6 mechanical butchers retreated a bit. In the next moment, outside the land of Crimson Rod, the mechanical figures seemed to be attracted by a magnet floating up and rushing toward the heads and bodies of the mechanical butchers. In an instant, they formed a shell made of metal parts. Mechanical control. With a sturdy shield, he re-entered the battlefield. Soon, this protective measure proved effective. The flesh slaughterer's attack was sudden, using overwhelming force to the opponent's head and cut off their body. At this moment, the vital points like the head and torso were securely protected inside. Although their movement slowed considerably, they no longer feared sneak attacks. Immediately, the 6 mechanical butchers teamed up and rushed to the front line, leading the mechanical puppet army to counterattack the cold-blooded cavalry. The mechanical butchers were 3 levels higher than the cold-blooded cavalry, making their destructive especially fierce in direct combat. One mechanical butcher targeted a cold-blooded cavalry charging straight at him. It swung 6 heavy battle knives violently. The cold-blooded cavalry's heart tightened, and he quickly dodged sideways to avoid the blades. But the 2nd and 3rd strikes came one after another. Summoning his courage, he is spear forward, engaging in a clash of attack versus attack. The of metal echoed as their weapons collided, and he felt a terrifying force almost control him, making him want to let go and fly away, but he clenched his grip and stabbed again. He might have withstood that immense force, but he couldn't stop the opponent's heavy. Another strike cut through, sparks flying as his spear broke apart. The mechanical butcher seized the opportunity and swung his battle knife downward. The cold-blooded cavalry quickly dodged a few steps back to avoid the sharp edge, but the weapons were shattered, so their ability to cause damage became limited. They were soon overwhelmed and beaten down. Another mechanical butcher attacked from nearby, surrounding him, making it impossible for him to hold on. He was beheaded in a single strike, and the fierce wild lizard also died with him. In just a few minutes, more than 10 cold-blooded knights were killed on the spot. However, the mechanical butcher was quickly attracted by the flesh and blood slaughterer. Without the mechanical enemies to hold it back, the flesh and blood slaughterer didn't hesitate and began to wildly cut down the ordinary mechanical dolls. When facing enemies below level 3, it has a 35% chance to execute them directly. The domineering flesh and blood slaughterer gripped its battle axe and swung wildly. With its terrifying strength, the mechanical dolls couldn't stop it. Even with blades on its limbs pressed together, it could be violently split apart. Just a few axes could kill a doll outright. Its crazy fighting style made it the focus of the battlefield. Its killing efficiency was several levels higher than that of 6 mechanical butchers. If it continued like this, it would instead disturb the entire army. The 6 mechanical butchers could only regroup and surround the flesh and blood slaughter again. This stitched, headless divine creature attracted the attention of the opponent's top fighters, but Hogs did not stop. With support from behind, he led the cold-blooded knights to charge wildly. Although the mechanical dolls outnumbered his side, with the encouragement of the swamp sirens singing, bubble beasts supporting with bubbles and lyres frantic healing, they gradually gained the upper hand. The metal-forged mechanical dolls had no advantage in battle and were slowly being worn down. This was a pure clash of strength. There was no false fighting, just raw colliding. At this moment, the recent development of the city of slight exposure was clearly visible to Lyre. He also felt his breath quicken as he watched from behind. This army was something he had personally forged, a fierce, fearless army. The flesh and blood slaughterer in the center of the battlefield realized that after being protected by extra metal armor and unable to use void portals to ambush and kill the mechanical butchers, it immediately changed its fighting style. It stopped wandering and began to face the 6-level 14 enemies head-on. Only then did the terrifying true nature of this divine creature fully reveal itself. Without vital points to target, even as the enemy's attacks tore through its body, it remained fearless. In exchange for injuries, I used my chest, pierced by 2 heavy blades, to forcibly kill a mechanical butcher. Then, under a shower of blood, I charged at the second one. Even more terrifying, my attacks only targeted the enemies, ignoring others' attacks. Cruel and brutal. With this aggressive fighting style, even the second mechanical butcher, covered in thick armor, was beheaded by me. The target then looked toward the third. In a frenzy of slaughter, I killed 6 people. The level 14 mechanical butcher was completely wiped out. When the last one fell, my body, sewn together, was almost shattered, covered in scars, looking fierce and frightening. Even the steel-like bones inside me had broken more than 10. But this divine being still stood proudly, wielding an axe and rushing toward the remaining mechanical puppet. The mechanical butcher was cleared out, and the cold-blooded soldiers led by Harks finally defeated the level 10 mechanical puppets, reducing their numbers to less than 2 squats. The strength of these warriors was clearly shown in this tough battle. At the same time, the mechanical hummingbirds in the sky disappeared. The red and yellow wasp battle left the swarm with fewer than 3,000. The army quickly gathered and began to surround and kill the last mechanical puppet. Seeing this, the mechanical puppet king at the back seemed to want to do something, but was unusually wary of that half-finger. Those crimson eyes stared coldly at the battlefield. He watched helplessly as all the mechanical puppets were killed. When the last puppet fell, its gaze turned to Lyre. "Invader, thank you. You have freed me." Lyre heard this with a slightly relaxed tone, raising an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. "You killed your subordinates and still helped you find peace." "I was given the duty to guard this place, but just now the entire base, not a single life or mechanical creature remains. My responsibility ends here. I can now live for myself." His tone suddenly became lively. "Do you know, it's so sad when a mechanical being suddenly gains its own soul. I can only follow the rules of my soul, waiting here for the goblin's return. Until the day it's been for 1,600,000 years. The machines that solidified the immortal inscriptions have all rusted away, and the entire base no longer has a soul. But I am still trapped here and cannot leave. Maybe I should thank you for removing the last rule that limited me. I am free." My tone becomes cheerful. "To thank you, all of you stay here in this space as the final sacrifice of the goblin. May the machine god bless you." As soon as the words fall, the giant mechanical head about 30 m tall suddenly opens its eyes. Then a soft metal tube floats out from its forehead. It slowly extends and connects with the back of the mechanical puppet king with a click. In the next moment, the other seems to lose gravity and slowly floats up into the sky. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure surges forth that cannot be described. The sky seems to sink into mercury, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The aura on the mechanical puppet king erupts like a volcano, wild and reckless. Because you opened the hidden map and obtained a mysterious severed finger, the rules changed. The mechanical puppet king broke his own limits, wanting to escape alone and plans to bury everything here. His level is temporarily increased to 16. You gain extra information. Behind his head, there is a piece of Abyssal Lord's flesh and blood, which is his source of Blocking this flesh and blood can cut off his strength. Lyre sees the sudden information in his mind. His breath tightens. The mechanical puppet king has gained a soul and his level has risen to 16. Is this some kind of heavenlying move? He now faces an enemy at the same level as a dragon. The dark elf beside him clearly senses something wrong, trembling with every breath. But he and all the cold-blooded knights ahead do not look back, still gripping their steel blades tightly. No matter who the enemy is, they will fight to protect their master. Lyre forcibly suppresses his inner emotions, then suddenly turns to look at the one-eyed giant. The only chance he has to turn the tide is that severed finger. He slowly exhales. His gaze turns cold. Level 16. Today I will kill someone at level 16. The steel sword in his hand was raised slightly, the tip pointing at the mechanical demon king. All troops charge. Either they all perish here or they send the enemy to kill. A deep roar echoed. Feeling Lyre's firm will, all the cold-blooded cavalry fell into madness. He led the charge. They watched as the mountain-like, tsunami-like, cold-blooded cavalry rushed toward them. The mechanical demon king's face floating in midair showed a hint of disdain. He slightly waved his right hand. The mechanical parts on the ground instantly floated up, forming 12 strange mechanical dolls. All over 10 m tall, he swung his arm fiercely, aimed toward the cold-blooded cavalry. A few frontline cavalry couldn't dodge in time and were ed into meat pulp, but the strength of the enemy didn't slow the cold-blooded cavalry even for a second. With fearless bravery, they charged forward, into the enemy creek. But in the next moment, the fierce wild lizard-like creature seemed to hit a wall and was knocked back, blood streaming from its head. The 12 giant mechanical dolls pieced together from countless rusty parts looked like a wall blocking everyone's path. The one-eyed giant holding a severed finger also strode forward, but as soon as he stepped out onto the bloody rotten ground, the surrounding mechanical parts suddenly came to life. Clatter, they immediately formed shackles that imprisoned his ankles and arms, preventing him from taking even half a step forward. At this moment, the remaining crimson-yellow wasps in the sky flew wildly upward, but the mechanical demon king's surroundings quietly floated parts that kept spinning around him. If the swarm got too close, they would be shattered by the whistling mechanical parts. They couldn't get near him at all. The flesh and blood slaughterer was the same. Anyone within 50 m would cause the space around him to break apart. It was impossible to approach using void channels. The same went for the mechanical head. 12 towering mechanical guards, each 10 m high, stood in front, making it impossible to break through in a short time. The mechanical demon king alone blocked the entire army. This terrifying scene made Liar's heart tremble. Is this the of a top-tier hero? At the same time, a dramatic suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the hall. The entire ruins seemed to be collapsing. The mechanical demon king is forcefully breaking through the ruins with violence. Liar's pupils suddenly constrict. If allowed to continue, besides the flesh slaughterer, all other armies will be buried here. It's a desperate situation. His eyes gradually turn wild. Kill. The second roar echoes. The cold-blooded cavalry ahead show no mercy and charge forward with terrifying force. But the 12 10 m high mechanical giants pieced together, blocked the way firmly, preventing them from approaching the huge mechanical head, let alone cutting off the metal tube behind it and disconnecting it from the enemy. Destroying or severing the flesh of the abyssal duke is even more out of reach. Under the relentless attack of the cold-blooded cavalry, the number of fallen soldiers rises rapidly, soon surpassing a squadron. This is an 11th level unit, a high force carefully cultivated by him. Now they are falling in large groups here. The battlefield is always so cruel, watching the situation stagnate and spreading more on the ceiling. Liar's gaze sharpens. Raidna, come back. The flesh slaughterer hears the command and suddenly vanishes in a ghostly form. My lord. As soon as he speaks, Bumi's ceiling with a diameter of 2 m suddenly explodes overhead, down fiercely in front of him. His footing trembles, almost making him lose balance, but Liar's expression remains unchanged and he softly says something. On the other side, the mechanical demon king also notices this scene, but only glances at him briefly. The only threat to him on the battlefield is that unique headless stitched-together life form. But at this moment, since the opponent cannot approach him, it has no Moreover, after connecting with the mechanical head, he fears nothing. Now, he must break open the shell that has imprisoned him for millions of years. He wants to gain his ultimate freedom. Just then he catches a glimpse of that divine life form quietly fading into nothingness, playing such boring little tricks again. His eyes turn cold and sharp. But in the next moment, he sees the other appear 50 m in front of him, and surprisingly with a figure beside him, that human lord. At this moment, the opponent's face is covered in blood, their breath uneven, clearly injured. Forcing your way through the void comes at a heavy cost. What coming to die? A human lord only at level 7 or 8 approaches him now. What does he want? He can't quite understand the other person's thoughts. But no matter who they are all just insignificant ants here. With a mental command, mechanical parts around him suddenly roar to life and fly toward the opponent. The air emits a sharp tearing sound, almost ripping the eardrums. The speed is so fast it leaves only an after image. At that moment, he is surprised to see the human lord slowly wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze becomes incredibly deep. Just before the mechanical parts hit him, an indescribable, sacred, inviolable majestic like the sun in the sky, surges out. It rushes forth instantly. In that instant, the body of the mechanical puppet king stiffens, and the flying parts suddenly lose control and scatter in all directions. They loudly into the ceiling, exploding with a loud, sending debris and dust everywhere. Mechanical defenses are immune to mental control. But what can you use to withstand the majesty of a divine meanwhile? The flesh butcher beside Liar disappears again. As he falls downward, the Crimson Queen beats her wings and arrives, her limbs gripping his shoulders, stopping him midair. The mechanical puppet king's body trembles suddenly, struggling fiercely from the overwhelming pressure. He growls lowly, eyes burning with rage. No, you are not a god. You are just a vile thief. Gods, we've slain them all. So what if they come again? Machines are the eternal rulers. Despicable human, you deserve to die. In just 2 breaths, the mechanical puppet king breaks free from the terrifying divine suppression. Instead, endless flames of anger burn in his heart. The next moment, mechanical parts on the ground suddenly lift into the air, tearing through the sky like hundreds or thousands of shells, roaring toward him. Seeing this, Liar's crimson lips curl into a faint smile. It's too late. As he finishes speaking, the mechanical puppet king's peripheral vision sees his surrounding space suddenly shatter. In shock, he saw the headless, stitched creature, carrying a huge half-angered object coming through the void. That life. Could it still bring such a large thing here? In his disbelief, the headless, stitched creature's body suddenly exploded under the backlash of the void, turning into a shower of flesh and blood. During this brief moment of pause in midair, the human lord pressed one hand on the broken finger. At the same time, his arm quickly dropped downward, but in that fleeting instant, the divine and inviolable within him surged into the broken finger. A destructive energy erupted from the finger, capable of destroying everything. The mechanical puppet king felt a wave of extreme fear and coldness and let out a frantic roar. No, his body suddenly shot outward, trying to escape. He was so close to leaving. How could he fall here? But at that moment, the destructive energy quietly pierced through the void and devoured him. The mechanical puppet king could clearly feel his body and soul dissolving. At this moment, it was like throwing ice into a blazing fire. With great reluctance, he glanced at Liar on the broken finger, then slowly looked up at the ceiling. He sighed deeply and slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps this was the best ending. The mechanical puppets created by the goblins fought until the very last moment. At this moment, both body and soul vanished into nothingness, completely destroyed. Meanwhile, the tinkling sound of metal parts falling to the ground echoed as the tin-piece mechanical giant collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, scattering everywhere. Liar fell rapidly along with the broken finger, which slammed onto the ground with a loud, kicking up clouds of dust. But at the last moment, he was caught by the crimson queen bee who held his shoulder. They hovered about 2 m above the ground. Intense pain flooded his body. Liar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around. The ground was littered with the corpses of cold-blooded knights. In the sky, only the crimson queen bee remained as a fighting force. In the distance, the giant mechanical head that had aired the mechanical puppet king and boosted him to level 16. Inside was the flesh of the abyssal duke. Now this was his. Seeing this scene, he grinned through the pain. This battle was incredibly tough, almost a complete wipeout, but in the end, I still beat him it. I won, mechanical puppet king. I will make you level 16. Liar risked his life this time, almost losing everything. Using the confident mindset that the mechanical demon king had everything under control, he created a brief opportunity. The divine caused the mechanical demon king to freeze for a few breaths. The flesh and blood butcher sacrificed himself using a void passage to teleport the severed finger away. Each step was crucial. Almost. The outcome of this battle could have gone very differently. He took a deep breath and let the Crimson Queen be lower herself. Standing back on the ground, Liar's body trembled, nearly collapsing. Pain spread all over him as if a giant stone had crushed him and then repeatedly rolled over him hundreds of times. Not a single part of his body was spared. Passing through space, he faced terrifying spatial compression. The flesh and blood butcher who controlled void energy could resist this compression, but he couldn't fully protect Liar. He could only let him endure it himself. Fortunately, it was only for a brief moment. If they had stayed 2 more breaths, they might not have made it out. The severed finger couldn't be destroyed with normal Crossing the void easily cut through it, but teleporting it over required immense strength. The flesh and blood butcher exhausted himself to barely manage it. At this moment, Liar noticed the surrounding magic energy beginning to surge. It was gathering somewhere. He instinctively looked over and saw the broken body of the flesh and blood butcher slowly turning into nothingness. It gradually floated and reassembled itself piece by piece. Some missing parts seemed to sprout new growth like buds on branches, quickly filling in the gaps. Within just a few minutes, this headless divine life had revived, rebirth. By spending 1 point of divinity, he could instantly revive after death with full health, and within 3 hours, all attributes would increase by 50. This was Urful. Liar felt a bit better. He focused and checked his attribute panel. His divinity had decreased slightly, leaving him with 2 points, but he could recover 1 point each day. 3 lives. That's just his reckless style. If it weren't for rebirth, he probably wouldn't have dared to let the flesh and blood butcher do this. He also had to thank the previous battles for granting him this divine life and the void passage skill. Every action, every sip had its logic. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, he turned to look at the huge mechanical head. His gaze grew warmer. The most precious treasure in the entire goblin ruins was inside it. Raidena, Pagus, lead your teams inside to search. There's a piece of the Abyssal Lord's flesh inside. Be careful not to touch it rashly. Although the abyssal evil god might not be as famous as the gods worshipped in the main cathedral of the material plane, it was definitely not something ordinary people could glimpse. Such a wicked god could easily deceive anyone who got too close, even if only a piece of flesh remained. The two immediately responded, leading their troops closer to the mechanical head to find a way to open it. Seeing this, Lyre steadied his mind, cast a few times the blessing of the swamp upon himself, and quickly healed his wounds. As the pain eased, he had the energy to look around. But when he saw the ground covered with the cold-blooded night corpses, he fell silent again. The cost of this battle was too terrible. Roughly more than 100 cold-blooded knights had fallen. This was the greatest sacrifice since the founding of the City of the Glimmer. Bubble Beast, gather all the bodies of the cold-blooded knights and place them in the crimson-wrought flesh land. We will bury them again when we return. The little creatures in the back immediately moved forward, using bubbles to collect the corpses. The cold-blooded knights who fought the mechanical giant often died in a very tragic way. Most of their bodies were bloody and mutilated, with many only remaining half a body. It was a strange feeling of heroism and sadness. Even when facing enemies so awful that victory seemed impossible, these armies did not retreat a step. They were fearless and brave. The Bubble Beast also felt respect, not leaving behind any corpses, and brought them all back to the crimson-wrought fleshland. Seeing this, Lyre made a move with his mind. A faint crimson energy flowed out, protecting the bodies from being devoured. A warrior's final resting place was the Tomb of Heroes. Then the crimson-wrought fleshland gradually dimmed and was pulled back into him. A large amount of mechanical parts reappeared on the spot. Apart from the transformed half-undead creatures and corpses, no living beings could be brought into the crimson-wrought fleshland. If carrying weapons or mechanical parts, extra mental energy was needed. The more items, the greater the consumption. Lyre also couldn't carry too many and couldn't hold out much longer. The fallen soldier was gathered up, and its gaze turned back to the mechanical skull. Unfortunately, the body of the mechanical demon king was not left behind. Otherwise, the harvest would have been even greater. It didn't take long for the searching army ahead to find the passage into the mechanical skull. They began exploring inside. After about 10 minutes, a cold-blooded knight excitedly reported they had found the flesh of the abyssal duke at the center of the mechanical skull. Lismud became excited. He waved to let it lead the way. When they reached below the mechanical skull, the size and terrifying presence became more obvious. It was over 30 m tall, like a small mountain with a shiny silver surface reflecting a metallic glow. It was clear this was a head made from many mechanical parts pieced together. Inscribed runes shimmered with light, creating a strange mix of science fiction and fantasy. If this mechanical puppet were fully assembled, it would be hard to imagine what kind of being it would become. They entered through the mouth of the skull into a 5 m high tunnel leading to the core area. Tunnel sloped downward, not just on the surface, but underground as well, where the core was located. After walking several dozen meters inside, the guiding cold-blooded knight stopped at a turn, signaling to the front. "Master, we've arrived." Leal stepped forward a few steps, focusing his gaze. Before him appeared a spacious area over 30 m wide and more than 20 m high. The walls were smooth metal, covered densely with elven inscriptions that emitted an eerie aura, making people feel uneasy. In the large space, only the center had a mechanical platform which seemed to hold something, causing the surrounding soldiers to feel like they faced a great danger. Leo, curious, stepped boldly into this space. The moment his foot entered, he immediately felt an overwhelming, indescribable evil pressure surge toward him. It was like a vicious creature, biting heads and drinking blood, looking down from above with blood-dripping eyes. It sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly looked at the mechanical platform, his eyes turning cold. He strode forward, and the object on the altar caught his eye. It was a gray-brown piece of flesh about 2 m long and wide. Black blood vessels bulged on its surface, and the muscles still twitched slightly as if it had just been cut off. The source of that evil pressure was clearly this piece. Darkness, brutality, madness, bloodlust. All the negative adjectives I can think of are not enough to describe the aura it emits. It's like a creature born from countless blood and flesh, or a terrifying being that has devoured thousands of souls. Its evilness penetrates the soul and flows through the blood. Impossible to ignore, impossible to resist. Lyre's breathing grew heavy, but in an instant he straightened his back and looked determined. With a thought, the dark glow from the swirling magic vortex around the swamp god's divine form shone faintly. A sacred pressure surged out, forcibly suppressing the evil aura. At this moment, the surrounding army suddenly woke up as if from a dream, sweating and stepping back 2 paces. Their eyes, looking at the mechanical platform, were full of fear. Lyre's gaze was deep. Is this the flesh and blood of the abyssal duke? So many years have passed, yet such a awful pressure still remains. It's hard to imagine how strong it must have been in life. He took a deep breath and stepped forward confidently. When he reached the edge of the mechanical platform, he immediately saw many small, unremarkable goblin runes wrapped around the flesh and blood of the Abyssal Duke. A slight perception revealed that these runes were constantly drawing from it. Interestingly, the flesh and blood of the Abyssal Duke seemed to be also devouring the void's energy, continuously healing itself. The two had reached a delicate balance. Was this flesh and blood being used as an energy source? Liar's expression became strange. He wondered what the dead evil god would think if he knew. Probably cursing them even in death. Goblins truly are goblins. Focusing his mind, the attribute panel of the flesh and blood immediately appeared in his mind. Evil god flesh and blood level mythic feature contains immense evil. Touching it recklessly could transform you into an abyssal demon. Evaluation. The flesh and blood of the abyssal evil god is extremely rare and precious, but it is forbidden to touch. Although Liar was mentally prepared, seeing the mythic level on the panel still made his heart tremble. A mythic level treasure. This is insanely awesome. No wonder it's the flesh of an evil god so ireful. His excitement was still high, but another question arose. How should he use this? Should he eat it, crush it to make potions, or use it as an energy source like the goblins, or should the flesh and blood slaughterer devour the other side? It still needs some thought. However, the blood and flesh of the Abyssal Lord cannot be touched. How can it be taken back? Les suddenly felt a happy kind of worry. While thinking, he seemed to remember something. With a move of his mind, red light radiated around him, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. This light directly covered the Abyssal Lord's flesh and blood on the platform. In the next moment, the flesh and blood twitched violently, and the goblin inscription suddenly shattered with a ing sound. The blood and flesh floated up and fell into the bloody area. The place of crimson rotten flesh doesn't need to be fully open to appear. This is a new trick he recently discovered. Lael made a small opening, and sure enough, it attracted the flesh and blood inside. The problem of not touching it was thus solved. After the Abyssal Lord's flesh and blood fell into the crimson rotten flesh area, without the goblin inscription's restraint, its ireful energy erupted suddenly like a volcano. At the same time, a sense of evil aura spread across the entire flesh and bloodland. This piece of evil god's flesh and blood seemed to want to control the crimson rotten flesh land. Leo sensed this, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Maybe when alive, he couldn't deal with it, but a piece of flesh and blood trying to show off. His divine essence surged within him, and the mighty divine immediately suppressed it. Meanwhile, the crimson of the crimson rotten flesh land began to wildly mobilize, starting to devour its energy. With both hands working together and acting purely on instinct without consciousness, the Abyssal Lord's flesh and blood immediately calmed down. It slowly sank into the depths of the crimson rotten fleshland and stopped moving. But Leo could clearly sense that the crimson rotten fleshland was continuously devouring its Meanwhile, the Abyssal Lord's flesh and blood was silently devouring the void energy. The crimson rotten fleshland replaced the goblin inscription and formed a new balance. Neil carefully sensed this, and his expression became a bit strange. The Abyssal Lord's flesh and blood seemed to be directly connected to the void outside the main plane, capable of devouring energy. In this way, wouldn't the opponent become an energy source, constantly feeding the crimson rotten fleshland? He wouldn't need to go out hunting and feeding this treasure. What flesh and blood energy could compare to the blood and flesh of an evil god? Aha! Purely an unexpected joy. Leo felt very happy. This is low-carbon, environmentally friendly, new energy. The use of the Crimson Decay land is endless. Recently, I experimented with transforming it into a semi-undead trait, and the results were impressive. I plan to keep improving it in the future, which should reveal even more benefits. Additionally, the Crimson Queen also benefits from this. From now on, she can continuously use the of the Crimson Decay land to hatch her hive. This creates a new closed loop. Just as the aura of the Abyssal Lord's flesh dissipated, the information system in my mind appeared again with a prompt. You have successfully killed the mechanical Golem King and obtained the hidden treasure, Abyssal Lord's flesh, from the ruins. You also gained 2 pieces of information. 1. The Abyssal Lord's flesh is the energy core of this ruin. Removing it will cause the ruin to self-destruct. In 1 hour, it will collapse completely with a 50-meter drop within a 5 km radius. Please leave quickly. 2. Inside the mechanical skull's eye, there is a switch to open the gnome ruin's gate, and several Heil gnome bombs are also hidden inside. Liar saw the prompt and his eyes lit up. More new information. But after reading it, he looked around with some regret. This ruin clearly has significant research value. If only he could fully understand gnome civilization, he could truly take off. Unfortunately, that idea was now out of reach. He couldn't delay any longer. Leave immediately, he ordered, turning with everyone to walk away from the mechanical skull. Outside, he immediately looked up at the eye of the mechanical skull. After the Abyssal Lord's flesh was taken, the red warning glow it once emitted it faded. It looked unremarkable now and was easy to overlook. After observing for a moment, he found a small path leading to the eye. Liar didn't hesitate and took Higas and the flesh butcher directly upward. They quickly reached the front of the eye, then tentatively pushed it. A rumbling sound of rocks scraping against the ground echoed. The right eye, like a large door, slowly opened. Inside, a faint blue light emitted, barely allowing a clear view of the surroundings. Once the flesh butcher confirmed there was no danger, Liar stepped inside. It was a small room about 5 or 6 m wide with a half-meter high crystal ball in the center. Surrounding it were niches filled with small compartments, most of which were empty, except for a few in the middle holding metal spheres about the size of a human head. Liar first looked at the crystal, which had simple properties control center, capable of manipulating all structures, gates, and mechanisms of the ruins. He became interested and tried to contact the crystal ball with his mental The next moment, a floor plan of the ruins appeared in his mind. He seemed to be observing the entire ruins from a god's eye view. Unfortunately, most of the ruins were already damaged, and he could only control the gate for now. After opening the ruins gate, the crystal ball lost its function. He withdrew his mental focus and looked curiously at the metal spheres. Are these goblin bombs? How special can they be to make the intelligence system highlight them? A panel appeared in his mind. Goblin bombs level 4 stars feature can cause destructive damage within a 100-meter diameter. Evaluation: a Urfel bomb, a masterpiece of goblin civilization, a 4-star bomb. Liar's eyes immediately lit up. Just the level alone explained everything, and there are 6 of them, but he quickly noticed something different. One of the bombs was engraved with golden inscriptions. He focused his gaze and suddenly held his breath. Advanced alchemy bombs level 5 stars feature causes destructive damage within a 150-meter diameter, capable of collapsing space. Evaluation: a proud work of goblin civilization. No enemy wishes to see it explode. 5 stars, another 5-star item. How could these goblins make Heil treasures as common as cabbage? 5 4-star bombs and 1 5-star bomb totaling 6 goblin bombs. In his excitement, Liar felt numb. This ruin was basically a treasure trove. With this string of gains, he felt like he had already earned enough to cause brain overload. After calming his mind forcefully, he immediately ordered the Flesh Slayer and Haggis to carefully carry the goblin bombs, leaving the mechanical head behind. Unfortunately, the ruins were about to collapse. Otherwise, occupying and studying them might yield even more. Back with the army, he ordered everyone to search the hall quickly. After finding no other treasures, Liar didn't hesitate and gave the final order: everyone listen up. The ruins will collapse in 1 hour and the area within 5 km will sink into the ground. We need to evacuate quickly. The collapse will affect a 5 km radius around the site. It's not safe to just leave. We must leave enough time to retreat. This news made everyone feel tense, and they dared not delay. After a quick pack-up, they turned around and headed back the way they came. They passed through the back corridor where the one-way barrier had disappeared, allowing a smooth return to the previous hall. Without any enemies blocking the way, they quickly reached the stone gate at the entrance of the ruins. At this moment, the heavy stone gate, like a city wall, had reopened. Outside, they could see the ancient tree guardian standing tall. Liars let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, no enemies had appeared to cut off their escape route. The troops filed out one after another, and as they saw the sky outside again, Liars felt like he was in a different world. This exploration of the ruins had been full of surprises, and he almost couldn't make it back, but it's still not safe now. He waved his hand, signaling the troops to hurry up and return. The night elf mounted the unicorn left outside. The cold-blooded knight took the swamp which the bubble beast. Liars climbed onto an ancient tree guardian without stopping much, and the army set off immediately. They sped forward for about half an hour. Suddenly, a dull rumble erupted behind them. The ground trembled intensely. Liar's heart jumped, and he quickly turned his head to look. He saw dust clouds billowing up like a sandstorm, completely obscuring his view. Seeing this scene, his last worries eased and his face brightened. After about 10 minutes, the thick smoke covering the sky gradually dispersed. He stood atop a 25 m high tree crown and looked out. In front of him was a huge oval-shaped deep pit that made his heart race. It was over 50 m deep and stretched to the horizon. Large areas of trees and vegetation were submerged and covered. Everything was gone. Mud and water around the deep pit were rushing in quickly. If they didn't leave now, all the troops would be buried. This scene looked like a disaster from the end of the world, giving him a strong visual shock. Liars took a deep breath. Such a massive earth collapse disaster could probably only be endured by ancient tree guardians and similar life forms. During the investigation, the Crimson Queen returned to check again, but found no surprises. There were no traces of ruins either. Lear saw this and did not linger. He ordered the army to return directly. After walking forward for half an hour, the leader of the night elves, Ishani, suddenly requested to see him. After a few agile jumps, she arrived on the treetops. Ishani looked at him with a respectful expression, bowed her head, and spoke softly. "Sir, the casualties and gains have been tallied." Mir's eyes narrowed slightly. "Speak." Ishani organized her words and continued calmly. "The cold-blooded cavalry lost 150 soldiers. All remaining warriors are injured, and during the fight, their weapons were almost all destroyed. The Crimson Bees all sacrificed. None remained." Lear nodded, having already estimated the losses after the battle. Hearing the specific numbers, he breathed a sigh of relief. The sacrifices of the Crimson Bees were manageable. With the flesh of the Abyssal Duke, they could recover quickly, but the cold-blooded cavalry was different. These were level 11 troops. He had spent great effort to train them as a secret weapon. One battle had wiped out 150 of them. It hurt to see that. As for the weapons, he also frowned a bit. If his weapons had been more durable and he had worn armor, the casualties might not have been so high, but there was no choice. The City of Shadows lacked depth and many resources were missing. Still, he needed the Fran to speed up and quickly forge armor. He didn't want to suffer losses like this again. However, the sacrifices weren't in vain. The gains from this relic exploration were truly extraordinary. Isani continued to report. The bubble beasts imprisoned 6,521 mechanical hummingbirds, and just now these mechanical hummingbirds suddenly activated. After testing, we found that as long as mental energy is infused, we can directly control these mechanical hummingbirds and make them follow commands. Additionally, the 3 mechanical butchers we captured also exhibited the same behavior. Lur's eyes lit up. Was there such a good thing? He asked for more details, and finally confirmed that after the goblin relic collapsed and lost its central command, these mechanical puppets experienced a kind of formatting. It turned into a blank slate. He could start fresh and take control again. This surprised him a little. He used to worry about how to handle these mechanical dolls, but now the problem solved itself. He felt relieved. After a brief report from Issen, she left. Lyre was still in a high-spirited mood, not only because of this small gain, more importantly because of a few Urfel treasures. First, a 4-star blueprint, blood and flesh mechanical fusion technique. The mechanical butcher was created using this method. He also obtained 12 advanced mechanical arms. If he could master this technique, he might even recreate the mechanical butcher-type soldiers. Second, goblin bombs, 5 4-star bombs and 1 5-star bomb. He hadn't tested their full yet, but such one-time use items are often more Urfel than other treasures of the same level, especially since the intelligence system rated them as treasures from goblin civilization. The 5-star goblin bomb in particular was comparable to the severed finger on the 12 killing divine machines. The contained in that severed finger could instantly kill a level 16 5-star potential hero. It was incredibly Urfel. Now he had a bomb of the same rating. Maybe a miniaturized nuclear bomb. Third, the severed finger. The finger with Annihilation became the ultimate gamesher in the final battle. Its terrifying strength had already been revealed. It was a secret weapon, a trump card. This severed finger gave him enough confidence to face the biggest current threat, the Stench and the Lord of Flies. It also allowed the city of a little bit to truly rise from the swamp and mud. Its significance was almost like a milestone. The last gain was the Abyssal Duke's flesh and blood, which now served as the energy source for the Crimson Rot Land. Its level was mythic. Although it didn't have the direct of the severed finger, it was the flesh and blood of an evil god. It possessed mysterious and unpredictable Unfortunately, he hadn't reached that level yet and couldn't explore its full potential. For now, it could only provide to the Crimson Rot Land, but this was an invaluable treasure with almost no upper limit, worth more than words could say. Thinking of all this, Lyre felt very happy. This time exploring the ruins was costly, but compared to the rewards, it was not worth mentioning. Even the treasures found afterward are beyond normal value. They are the kind of secret weapons that can determine the rise and fall of a territory. After returning to the territory, I will fully process these gains to help the City of the Slight Do improve its strength once more. The first 5-star hero, Goblin Ancient God. 7,600 words. Sitting on the treetop, Lyre felt extremely happy. This harvest was so great that it could be called a huge success. It was like a wave of good luck. After a moment, he suddenly remembered that he had been busy exploring the flesh of the Abyssal Duke earlier and might have forgotten to dismantle the energy core inside the mechanical golem. He quickly asked about it. The response below made him relax. Bubble Beast had collected all the energy cores when he entered the mechanical head. Now he had gathered all the valuable items he found in the ruins. Feeling happy, he hurried along quickly. They traveled silently, and as dusk approached, the army returned to the territory. The residents, busy preparing dinner, sighed in relief when they saw the army coming back. Today's scene earlier was quite frightening. They were worried something might go wrong. In this world, their only reliance was the Lord. During this time, working hard in the city of the slight DW, each of them had their own home and life. They had already regarded this territory as their home, and they couldn't imagine what would happen if they left. Perhaps disasters would be too mild a word, but soon someone noticed that the number of cold-blooded cavalry had decreased significantly, and all the warriors were obvious scars and blood stains, weapons broken, scales torn. Clearly, they had fought a fierce battle. Their eyes immediately filled with respect. These were heroes fighting for the territory, and they were also enjoying the sacrifices of these warriors. In the respectful gaze of the residents, Lyre let the ancient tree guardian return to its post and take root. At the same time, he disbanded the army, allowing everyone to rest freely. Even these high-intensity battles left the fearless wetland lizard men warriors feeling exhausted, both physically and mentally. Lyre went straight back to the town hall, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and finally relaxed. But he didn't rest long before a corrupted naggard outside came to report that Bane wanted to see him. After receiving his approval, the swamp creature hero strode in. "Good evening, sir." He had gone to inspect the farmland in the afternoon, so when Lyre returned, he was not there to greet him. Lyre sat in a wicker chair in the office area, looking at the gray-haired swamp creature, and softly said, "Bane, have a seat." "Is there something you need to report?" Bane took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Sir, the mechanical finger you brought back seems a bit strange." Lyre raised an eyebrow. "Strange how it seems to be alive." Lyre's eyes sharpened. "Alive, yes. During the move just now, two swamp creatures seemed to hear whispers coming from the severed finger." He hesitated a bit, but when I checked, I found nothing unusual. Lyre couldn't sit still. This thing's origin was too extraordinary. If anything went wrong, the consequences could be huge. This treasure was already in his pocket, and he wouldn't allow anything to happen. He immediately stood up and went with Bane to the area and near the town hall where the ancient Trant Guardians were stationed. These ancient Trant Guardians have become his treasure vault. Heavy and non-portable treasures were stored there. With these level 12 life guardians, he felt secure. A 3M-long giant mechanical severed finger was placed beside an ancient Trant Guardian. If there was no hallucination or nonsense, then this mechanical finger must contain something he hadn't discovered. He strode forward, looking at the silver finger reflecting the metal shine, 3M long. His gaze was cold. He released his mental energy, covering the entire finger. In his perception, he couldn't sense any sense of division from mechanical parts. Instead, it felt like flesh growing little by little from its craftsmanship and complexity were astonishing. But after carefully sensing again, he found nothing, like there was nothing inside. At this moment, the two swamp creatures who heard the whisper were summoned. After receiving Lord Lear's approval, he immediately reported, "Lord, during the recent moving process, we all heard faint whispers. Although we couldn't hear clearly what was said, we are sure it came from inside." Their confident attitude made Lear realize what was happening. He focused his gaze on the mechanical severed finger. In a calm voice, he said, "I know you're listening now. Here's your chance. Come out yourself." As he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. After a few breaths, Lear saw no movement and his expression grew colder. He placed his right hand on the mechanical finger. In the next moment, the divine of the swamp god within him emitted a faint blue glow, radiating a sacred and inviolable pressure. It was like a mighty river rushing down a mountain, pouring into the mechanical finger. He began to fiercely cleanse it. Under this terrifying pressure, the ancient tree guardians nearby felt immense stress. Their bodies trembled and their branches shook constantly. The two closest mud monsters even lost their strength in their legs, falling to their knees and humbly pressing their heads to the ground in submission. Only in this way could they barely ease their inner fear. Under Lear's relentless pressure, he suddenly heard a soft hum in his ear, as if someone had awakened from sleep. Then the mechanical finger emitted a unique aura squeezing through in the divine In an instant, a scene appeared in Lear's mind. On a vast land, countless mechanical parts piled up into a tall mountain. At the top of the mountain sat a being made of metal with only a flesh and blood head. The figure was about 40 years old, a middle-aged man. He radiated a majestic, tall, and solemn aura like an emperor ruling over countless armies. His eyes were closed as if he had been sleeping for many years. A faint, almost inaudible voice seemed to come from him. Seeing this, Lear released his mental energy, activated his divine and a sacred, inviolable force surged forth. Under this intense stimulation, the flesh and blood head on the mechanical body slowly opened its eyes. At this moment, it was as if the sun was rising and the stars were shifting. A profound, ancient aura of indescribable age appeared in his mind. "I can't believe I am still able to wake up." An old, obscure language echoed in his mind. Although he couldn't understand the words, he could grasp their meaning. Language. After the mysterious being muttered to itself, it slowly turned to look at him. Lyre could feel its gaze seemed across space and time. Human, you carry the aura of a divine being, but it is not yet stable. You must have unintentionally gained the of those false, dirty locusts. Its tone was calm, yet tinged with mockery. It seemed that in front of this being, gods were insignificant. Liar's eyes narrowed slightly. Sir, may I ask who you are? Why are you present in this severed finger? How long has the goblin relic existed? Over 4 million years. In other words, this is an ancient life that has lived for over 4 million years. Thinking about such a long time span makes one's scalp tingle. Who am I on the summit of a mountain made of piled mechanical parts? The mysterious being showed a hint of nostalgia. You can call me a Zero, or you can refer to me as the Goblin Ancient God. Goblin Ancient God. That name, Liar's heart trembled. What kind of being would be called an ancient god he couldn't imagine? As the words fell, the being slowly stood up from the mountaintop. At that moment, in the illusory scene, countless mechanical parts seemed to come alive. They began to float, responding to the mysterious figure. The being looked around as if able to see through the void easily. Its gaze carried a hint of complexity. This is no longer the world I am familiar with. The rules have changed, and most of those who control the rules are different. It exhaled deeply. Human lord, may I know your name? Liar spoke softly. Lord Azero, Liar greets you. Hearing this, the other's expression became a bit more lively. Lord Liar, may the goddess bless you. Then its gaze showed some hesitation. Could you tell me if goblins still exist? As the words finished, it immediately held its breath, its hands unconsciously clenched into fists. It seemed like a criminal waiting for the judge's verdict in court. Liar nodded. Goblins still exist, Lord Azero. The other's mouth slowly curved into a bright smile and a low laugh escaped. It gradually grew louder, turning into wild laughter. The mechanical parts within the shadow also started to move now. Gods, false locusts, you ultimately failed to destroy us. Uha. After laughing, the other side asked cheerfully, Your Excellency, has the Goblin Empire finished rebuilding? Where is the strongest goblin force now? Leo was silent for a moment before speaking softly. Lord Azero, you misunderstand. The goblins were not wiped out, but they have lost their legacy. The smile on the other person's face suddenly froze, and their eyes became sharp. Lost their legacy? Why do you say that? Leo ruthlessly revealed the bloody scar. After the goblins were defeated, their civilization was completely destroyed, and their cultural heritage was erased by the gods. Now goblins are the most lowly, humble beings. In the main plane, even a farmer can kill 3 or 5 goblins with a steel pitchfork. Hearing this, the other person looked incredulous. How is that possible? How could goblins fall to being killed by farmers? Leo continued mercilessly. Not only their legacy, but the gods also joined forces to erase all traces of goblins. There are no historical records or legends about goblins. Their culture has been wiped out. Until yesterday, in my memory, goblins were still universalized, only known for raiding caravans and stealing livestock. Goblin civilization has vanished. A heavy punch struck down hard. The figure atop the mountain of mechanical parts trembled visibly, their arm shaking. With a hoarse voice they said, Civilization has been erased. The once glorious goblin civilization, so magnificent that even gods had to kneel, is broken. Staring blankly at Leo, they didn't speak for a long time. This news hit him harder than the complete extermination of the goblins. Even if all goblins sacrificed themselves, the civilization they left behind would still be a shining part of history. Now it has been erased. Those locusts, they all deserve to die. Leo's gaze was deep and cold. Your Excellency Azero, what was your role among the goblins? The figure on the mountaintop, still immersed in the shocking news, whispered softly. I once was responsible for researching the cores of 12 mechanical giants, and the Goblin Empire was created by me and a few partners. What is this? Are those 12 machines capable of destroying gods? The research of others, they are machines that using mortal bodies can slay gods. It's almost like defying the heavens. Liar's heart trembled, and he also created the Goblin Empire. What kind of status or identity does he have? Even more incredible, after the goblin civilization was completely destroyed, he managed to survive using such a unique method, escaping the combined attack of the gods. He must be an ancient giant. The term Goblin Ancient God, is it just a boast at this moment? The Goblin Ancient God's face suddenly changed. My memory, why is it incomplete? All that knowledge I studied, why has it disappeared? He suddenly looked up at the sky, his tone filled with unspoken anger. Those locusts, they moved the rule lines, erasing our inherited knowledge from the very source of the world. How dare they? Moving the rule lines means overturning and rebuilding some of the basic rules of the world. This could cause a huge disaster and even attract terrifying chaos monsters from the void. The entire world might be destroyed. Those pests to fight the goblins have become so crazy. Hearing this, Liar's eyes narrowed slightly. The gods have clever methods. No wonder the goblins ended up like this. This is a dead end. But this mysterious goblin ancient god was not blinded by anger. After venting, he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Liar. He spoke in a deep voice. Lord Liar, may I temporarily stay among your spoils? My strength has now fallen to its lowest point. If I go out, I will definitely trigger the rules. Those locusts will immediately realize I am still alive. Right now, he couldn't do anything to Liar because he was missing his mechanical finger and lacked the He could only beg. True intelligence and wisdom mean understanding your current position and what you need to do most. Surviving and avoiding detection by those gods who envy the goblins are the most important goals now. Everything else can be sacrificed. Speaking with a cold and sharp gaze, the heritage of the goblins must not be broken off by me. Even if they erase everything about the goblins, as long as I am alive, I can rebuild their civilization. Rebuild their civilization. Liar looked deeply at the other person. This confidence and broad mind are impressive. At this moment, information quietly appeared in his mind. You have had a brief conversation with the unique soul hidden within the mechanical severed finger and gained more news about the goblins. Additionally, you learn that Azero is the founder of the ancient Goblin Empire, the mentor of the Goblin King, and the only one among the goblins who became a god through his own guiding the goblins forward. The goblins call him the ancient god. Azero is aware of the current situation of the goblins and the actions of the gods towards them. He harbors a strong hatred for the gods. If you are willing to shelter him, you will gain his gratitude, and he is willing to use his knowledge to help and guide Myro City. However, you need to feed him 1 point of divine each month to maintain his soul. If you take in the ancient goblin god, you will also face hostility from the gods. If they discover his whereabouts, those gods who once feared the goblins will do everything they can to destroy Myro City. Liar swallowed hard after reading the refreshed intelligence in his mind. The founder of the Goblin Empire, the mentor of the Goblin King, the only ancient god among goblins who became a deity through his own strength, the guide of the goblins. This series of introductions made him feel dry-mouthed and nervous. What kind of big shot is this just now? He was doubting the truth of his words. Now, it seems he was just being modest. Lord Azero, Myro City is willing to offer you protection, but until your recovery, I hope you won't leave the mechanical severed finger. The gods are always watching the goblins. Hearing this, the ancient goblin god nodded slowly. That is as it should be. During this time, if you have any questions about machinery or goblin technology, you can come to me at any time. Although the locust erased the goblin heritage, they cannot stop me from thinking. He spoke with confidence and certainty. This is the confidence of the guide who once created the Goblin Empire, but after finishing, he hesitated again. But I am currently in poor condition and need to consume divine energy to maintain myself. I might only wake up 3 to 5 days a month. Liar smiled. Don't worry, Your Excellency. My territory has exactly what you need. His consciousness withdrew from his mind and looked at Bane. Go find Raidena. The swamp creature hero turned and descended. Moments later, the flesh butcher strode over. My lord, his dull voice carried a hint of emptiness. This divine being without a head always surprises Liar when he speaks. He nodded slightly, indicating the mechanical severed finger. Inject 1 point of divine energy inside. The flesh butcher didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward and placed his hands on the mechanical finger. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged within him, wildly pouring into it. In just a few breaths, the aura weakened. The divine energy on the panel was left with only 1 point. But since the other party recovers every day, there's no need to worry about it. The goblin ancient god sensed this and felt a bit excited. Divine being, this territory seems richer than it appears. That is divine energy. As a former goblin ancient god, he knew better than anyone how rare this was. Lord Liar, thank you for your help. Liar smiled happily. His mood improved greatly. He thought the mechanical finger was his final gain, but unexpectedly there was something even bigger. He liked this kind of surprise. After a moment, he seemed to remember something. He took out the blueprint for the flesh mechanical fusion technology he obtained from the Goblin Ruins. Lord Azero, I found this blueprint in the Goblin Ruins, but the inscriptions are too obscure to understand. Do you think you can teach us how to use it in his mind? A phantom of Azero appeared, looking slightly downward, directly piercing through the void. It's quite simple. It just requires inscribing some runes to activate the flesh. This technology was originally designed to merge life and machinery to gain greater but it requires mechanical limbs and flesh that can withstand those limbs. Mechanical limbs carriers. Liar's gaze flickered as he turned to the swamp creature hero B. Take your people to bring back the mechanical arm. Also, bring the two-headed ogre chieftain here. The mechanical limbs are ready. The carrier is also available. The two-headed ogre chieftain was badly injured in the fight against the plague fly general, and more than half a month has passed since then. There are still no signs of recovery. This makes him a bit worried. Moreover, the opponent shows signs of decline similar to the Crimson Queen bee, gradually weakening. The final step to transform into a hero is impossible now because of the severe injuries. Life is fading away. With the goblin ancient god present, perhaps he can try a different path. Soon, the sleeping two-headed ogre chieftain and the mechanical arm are brought over. Liar looks at the severely weakened ogre chieftain and takes a deep breath. Lord Aziro, can you fuse him with the mechanical arm? The goblin ancient god looks at the mechanical arm with some emotion. I never thought I would see a true pure goblin creation again. Yes, these mechanical arms are made with advanced forging magic. The ogre's physique can handle it, but before that, you need to wake him up, ask him, and inform him of the next steps. Otherwise, he might resist and the fusion will fail. Liar nods without hesitation, releasing a earthful aura that covers the ogre chieftain. Under the terrifying force, the other trembles and slowly opens his eyes. Seeing Liar, he weakly says, Master. Liar looks at the once mighty ogre now in this state. Feeling a bit emotional, he calmly tells him about the plan to transform him into a half-machine. The ogre chieftain hearing this does not hesitate and nods decisively. Master, I won't hold you back. For warriors, the greatest sorrow is losing their strength and being forced to lie in bed waiting for death. Moreover, he still has revenge to take. How can he fall here? Liar slowly nods. Hold on, this is the beginning of your new life. He then suppresses his aura, removing his divine and the ogre falls into unconsciousness again. Lord Aziro, please begin. The goblin ancient god saw this and dispersed the illusion lingering in Liar's mind. After a moment, a special surged from the broken mechanical finger. It directly covered the 12 mechanical arms in front. Those arms, like candles melting at high heat, dissolved and reshaped themselves. Lord Liar, what kind of mechanical limbs do you want this ogre to have? Liar looked at the floating liquid-like mechanical arms with great surprise. Is this the of the goblin ancient god? For the first time, he truly felt the terrifying strength of this ancient giant. With this ability, creating any mechanical part would be easy. Hearing the question, he suddenly remembered the soft tube connected to the back of the mechanical doll king before it was killed, and his eyes flickered. In the Spider-Man movie from Earth, there's a very Uller villain, Dr. Octopus. His mechanical arms, like octopus tentacles on his back, left a deep impression on him. As a child, he wanted to be Spider-Man, but he also dreamed of having mechanical arms. Those things looked so cool. They were also very practical, not just toys. He decisively shared his inner thoughts with the goblin ancient god. The other nodded in appreciation. Excellent idea. Flexible mechanical arms can exert greater strength, and keeping the body intact allows the creature to show its original fighting skills. Liar was excited to hear this was possible. Under his watch, the goblin ancient god manipulated the liquid metal, slowly wrapping it around the ogre chieftain. At the same time, in the void, twisted but recognizable goblin runes appeared gradually under the control of the goblin ancient god. They were inscribed onto the ogre chieftain's body, bit by bit. Then the liquid metal directly merged into his body. Liar's eyelids twitched at the sight. The amount of metal fused from 12 mechanical arms was enormous, yet it all integrated into the ogre's body. Could he handle this? Sure enough, the sleeping ogre chieftain felt the intense pain and let out a low wail. Even in unconsciousness, he was suffering. If he were awake, he might have roared loudly. At this moment, the voice of the goblin ancient god sounded. Lord Liar, there is not enough energy. We cannot transform him into a higher combat level. Liar frowned slightly, feeling low on energy. Energy? No, that can't be right. He already had some. The energy core found inside the mechanical puppet's head. In the ruins, he collected a total of 1,000 cores. These are the sources for driving level 10 mechanical puppets with a 2-star grade. He immediately asked Bane to go and fetch them. A moment later, 2 bubble beasts arrived carrying bubbles. Inside were all energy cores, clear and shiny like rubies. He could clearly sense the immense energy contained within. If all of it were released, it could level the city of Wayu. After placing them on the ground, Liar softly said, "These energy sources are all taken from mechanical puppets. Do they meet the requirements? Yes, they are exactly what we need, but we still like a high-grade one to serve as the main energy core." Before he finished speaking, Liar took out a 4-star high-grade energy core. This was obtained from the first hall of the ruins. The goblin ancient god paused silently and then said softly, "You seem well prepared, sir." After speaking, he remained silent, focusing on controlling the transformation. The ruby-like energy cores emitted flashes of light, all flowing into the body of the 2-headed ogre chieftain. The runes forming in the void sped up. The sterate energy core floated up and landed on the forehead of the other. Then its flesh and blood seemed to melt like a candle, allowing the energy core to merge into the skull. Over 1,000 cores filled with earthful energy were swallowed by the 2-headed ogre chieftain alone. His originally weak aura began to rise sharply like a dying candle's soul, energy igniting like gasoline poured onto a haystack, burning rapidly and growing stronger. Under his devouring, the core's appearance changed from red crystal to transparency. The energy inside dropped to freezing point until it completely vanished. At this moment, the aura on the two-headed ogre chieftain also surged to the critical point. A metallic limb as thick as an arm with a triangular tip suddenly stabbed out from behind him like a flexible hose. It slowly extended to 5 m in length. Blood flowed along the flexible limb. Then a second, a third, and finally 6 mechanical tentacle-like limbs appeared. All of it converged at the position below the shoulder blades of the two-headed ogre chieftain. Suddenly, with a ing sound, the stiff mechanical limbs moved, then suddenly stabbed into the ground, lifting the 3 m tall, two-headed ogre chieftain into the air. At this moment, the two heads, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened their eyes. Immediately, a fierce, earthful pressure erupted like a dragon breaking out of its shell. It swept across the area like a tsunami. The residents within the territory trembled and quickly turned to look in that direction. Their eyes were filled with fear. Some timid ones even felt warmth in their groins with water stains everywhere. The eyes of the two-headed ogre chieftain gradually lit up, and its expression became lively again. Then, instinctively, it turned its head to look at Lyre, and the joy on its face was obvious. "Master, I did it." Seeing the mechanical limbs holding the other up in the air, Lyre chuckled happily. Dr. Octopus, he had created it, and it was the fantasy version of Doctor. Or Octopus, have you seen two heads before he felt like a childhood dream had come true? With full anticipation, he focused his gaze. The opponent's attributes appeared before him. He only saw the first two status bars, and his breathing instantly grew rapid. 8 Hauncher, two-headed ogre chieftain, semi-mechanized unit, hero unit, potential 5 stars. Hero talent, flesh overload, burning its own flesh to greatly enhance its combat increasing all attributes by 200. Mechanical limbs by 300. Lyre felt his mouth dry, his heart pounding wildly. It was almost jumping out of his throat. What did he see? 5-star hero. This is going to the heavens. To with the gods, goblin primal gods, I declare you are the only true god. This transformation can no longer be called a simple change. It feels like creating a new life entirely. The goblin ancient god is almost invincible. If only it could be mass-produced, it could dominate the wilderness. Just then the goblin ancient god spoke with a tired voice. Lord Lyre, I infused part of my into it, barely raising its potential to 5 stars. But its limit has been reached. Unless I can find a matching high-level treasure, it won't improve further. This is a gift for you and also my reward for staying here. Now feeling earless, he realized that to gain respect, he must show his value. Having enough value gives him a voice. Looking at Lyre's expression, it seemed the gift had achieved its purpose. He turned his head and sighed silently. The goblin wants to rise again, but it will take a long time. For now, he could only place his bets on this human lord. Lyre understood this after hearing it. Just a two-headed ogre chief and some energy cores clearly weren't enough for a 5-star hero. For a weakened soul, this was a significant investment. Lord Azero, thank you for your effort. I accept this kindness. The goblin ancient god felt relieved and spoke weakly. I will continue to sleep. The time to wake is uncertain, but if you need me, you can wake me up. Lyre nodded, comforted him, and promised to provide stable divine so he could rest assured. But then he suddenly remembered something and looked at the imprisoned Queen Mosquito. Can you also transform her into a mechanical life? The goblin ancient god replied softly. If I could get her previous mechanical limbs, then yes. Lyre immediately dismissed the idea. Getting those would be very difficult. He decided to let her keep producing blood essence. He didn't say much more and let the other rest peacefully. Once the goblin ancient god's aura calmed down, he looked at the severed finger with a complex feeling. Who would have thought that this broken finger had such a terrifying existence? Probably no one would believe it if he told them. The two-headed ogre chieftain was still excited at this moment. He took a few deep breaths with a face full of enthusiasm, and his mechanical limbs like octopus tentacles bent down. He knelt humbly on the ground. Master, thank you for your gift. This kindness was too great. The gift of rebirths. Is everything in this world. He had now gained and it was so strong, so fierce. From now on, I will use all I have to fight for the city of Microglow and for your glory. I will become a sharp blade, a keen sword, cutting down all obstacles in front of me until they are broken. The two-headed ogre chieftain spoke with firm and wild words of loyalty. Lynn nodded with a deep gaze. The ogre chieftain, strengthened by the goblin god, had become the highest-level hero in the territory. It was no exaggeration to say that his current fighting was no less than that of the divine being, the flesh butcher. If he could also be resurrected, it was hard to say who would win in a fight. He felt very happy. The gains from this relic exploration were enormous. He felt very pleased. After waving to let the others get up, the ogre chieftain suddenly seemed to remember something and said in a deep voice, Master, I want to return to the fragmented star realm. The Redstone tribe still has over 10,000 ogre warriors. All of these can be brought under the command of Microglow City. Leo's eyes flickered. That semiplane, it had taken some time to subdue the ogre chieftain, but he had never had a chance to explore it. Now that the other side had been so strengthened, he could completely conquer that semiplane, gather all the ogre warriors. This would be a huge gain, all right. In a few days after we eliminate the threat of the Dark Naga, we will expand into the fragmented star realm. He was also very curious about that semiplane. He had been here for so long and had never left the main plane. So many blood soldiers had fallen and new blood was needed. The ogre chieftain immediately nodded, and the mechanical limbs behind him suddenly tensed. His eyes carried a hint of killing intent. This time he must eliminate all those rebels. Moreover, the main plane was so rich and vast with unlimited potential for development. Staying in that barren place was simply hopeless. He was leading his people to embrace new hope. The matter here was settled, and Liar didn't stay long. He turned around happily and left. Both injured heroes had recovered and gained great improvements. The ruins' exploration was complete, and he now held a few Urfel cards. Next, it was time to deal with the Dark Naga. That was the real challenge. There was a living abyssal duke whose gaze was fixed on the swamp. The Dark Naga was just its tentacle. It was searching for something called the Godslayer's heart. This information was provided by the one-eyed giant. Even these simple details created a lot of pressure. Facing an evil god required great courage. The Dark Naga was only about 20 or 30 km from the City of Dusk. It could appear at any time just like the half-god servant of the stench and flies in the City of Dusk. And this involved the Abyssal Duke. This threat had to be eliminated soon. As his strength grew, the enemies facing the City of Dusk also became stronger. The larger the land he controlled, the more conflicts would happen and the stronger the enemies would be. This was the difficulty for the expansion lord. While thinking, Liar went to the pig farm where the three-tailed boar monsters were kept. He reset the place called the Land of Crimson Rod. He used the Abyssal Duke's flesh to help the Crimson Queen breed more swarms. They had lost all their sacrifices before, and without troops he felt a bit insecure. After finishing these tasks, he checked on his pigs. After nearly half a month of feeding, the three-tailed boars had gained a lot of weight. They were fat and round like tiny elephants. Thanks to the influence of the fertile horn, their maximum weight increased by 30, reaching nearly 800 kg. He could also see that many pigs had swollen bellies, pregnant with new life. With the bonus from the fertile horn, these pregnant pigs would give birth in just a few days. According to the two-headed ogre chieftain, each pig could have more than 10 piglets. Based on this, he expected at least 160 piglets this time. The growth cycle was also cut by 50, so they could reach 800 lb in about a month and a half. If even half of them were females, they could be used for breeding. The number would then increase rapidly. In less than half a year, this area will become a pig farm, and with the fertile horn, a farming tool, they can prevent diseases and avoid worries about pig plagues. As long as they provide food and water, the three-tailed pigs will grow quickly. Liar feels quite happy. The three-tailed pigs are a strategic resource. As the territory develops, the army's demand for meat also increases. They can be used to feed the fast-growing wild lizards or to train the army. Most of the wild monsters in the muddy swamp have been hunted down, so to get more meat, they need to expand into the wilderness. But these resources are limited. If the army keeps growing, the amount of meat needed will be enormous. Relying only on hunting is very unstable. Raising pigs themselves makes things easier. When needed, just slaughter a batch. They must stick firmly to the policy of pig farming. After encouraging the staff, Liar left. He returned to the town hall exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, September 14th, before sunrise, the third funeral ceremony was held grandly. The soldiers who sacrificed yesterday were laid to rest in the spirit's tomb. The broken bodies of the fallen soldiers stirred everyone's hearts. Seeing the tragic scenes of the soldiers' sacrifices made everyone realize the pressure faced by the army outside. The night elves attended the funeral for the first time. When the sacred and solemn ceremony ended, they felt unexpectedly moved. Looking around at the crowd and the army, most of the unfamiliarity and distance in their eyes had disappeared. These were future comrades who might help carry their coffins, fellow soldiers who shared life and death. The seemingly insignificant residents were also those they protected. They worked for the territory, supported the army, and provided logistics. They complemented each other. This was a new experience and idea for them. Liar, through various means, had instilled these thoughts in the residents, and now they directly influenced the night elves. Every sip and bite had a reason behind it. After the funeral, Liar did not assign any tasks. Many soldiers had fallen in yesterday's battle, and the losses were heavy. Everyone needed a break, especially the weapons, most of which were damaged during the fight. They had to be repaired or reforged. Being crushed by enemy weapons feels terrible. The residents continued their work and went about their tasks as usual. Amidst the busy days, the territory is thriving and full of life. Liar relaxed and went to the northern area to drink tea and feed the fish. But shortly after sitting down, a few Dursa people responsible for managing the fish farm suddenly cheered excitedly. This caught his curiosity and he called them over to ask. The leader of the Dursa people quickly approached, bowed, and said excitedly, "Lord, we just saw the blood-red dragonfish laying eggs." Liar's eyes lit up. "These delicious fish are laying eggs." He became very excited and followed them to check. After a month of building, the fish ponds were divided into dozens of smaller ponds. Each is a 10x 10 meter square. In the middle, they used dried hardened mud to separate the ponds. It looked neat and organized, starting to take shape. Walking along a half-meter wide mud path, Liar followed the guide to a central fish pond. Several long blood-red dragon fish over a meter long were happily swimming inside. Two whiskers floated with the clear water, giving an indescribable feeling. The clean, transparent water created by the bubble beast made them very comfortable. "Sir, look over here." At the Dursa person's signal, Liar looked at the edge of the pond. He immediately saw many tiny red fish eggs about the size of rice grains covered all over. So many impossible to count, thousands or even tens of thousands. Liar was also quite surprised. If all these fish hatch, his fish farm could grow rapidly. It's all thanks to their reproduction. Good, 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 well done. Remember this achievement and go back to reward Bane. The Dursa leader was very excited but shook his head firmly. "Sir, the territory has already given us so much. We don't need any reward. Serving the territory is our honor." Compared to their previous life of worry and fear, in the City of Dawn, they have enough to eat and wear in their own rooms. Even the most luxurious safety is guaranteed. Now they can learn valuable knowledge every day and occasionally watch wonderful plays. With the goddess watching over them, this life is beyond what they ever dreamed of. They're already satisfied. Liar smiled. "This is the rule, no need to refuse." After saying that, I thought of more ideas. Since the elation of Micro City has increased, many residents have made contributions recently, but there is no formal reward system yet. Most of the praise given to those who have contributed is just verbal. If this continues, it might discourage people's enthusiasm. We should discuss with Bane about establishing a proper reward system. Rewards should be given to those who earn them. This will motivate everyone more. Even if we can't give material rewards, we should at least honor their efforts. After encouraging them again, I thought for a moment and decided to have the Dura people take some fish eggs out and hatch them separately in a different fish tank. The other half of the eggs will stay in the original tank so we can compare which method produces more fish. They immediately followed the plan, carefully taking some eggs and placing them in a nearby tank, protecting them carefully. Seeing this, I didn't interfere much and simply returned to my lounge chair to enjoy some tea. Once they finished their work, I called them to bring Bane over. When this swamp hero arrived, I first shared the happy news about the red fish laying eggs, then my tone turned serious. I spoke earnestly. Micro City needs to set up a reward system to honor residents who have made contributions. Right now, many people have contributed, but there are no specific awards. If this continues, it might discourage them. Bane nodded happily. "Yes, that's necessary." He hesitated a bit, but our resources are limited, and the residents' daily supplies are distributed by the territory. What kind of rewards would be appropriate? Micro City also has no active trade or currency circulation. It seems there's not much to reward with. I smiled. Who says rewards must be material most of the time? Honor and spiritual recognition are more important than material rewards. In Bane's curious gaze, I organized my words a bit more and continued. In the future, Micro City needs to establish a 5-tier merit system, with contributions divided into 5 levels from 1 star to 5-star merit. Each level corresponds to a badge of honor. Those who make contributions will be honored at a reward ceremony the next evening where you or even I will personally present the badges. At the same time, post stories of the medal recipients within the territory. The 1-star medal is displayed for 3 days, the 2-star for 5 days, and so on. Those who earn a 3-star medal or higher can be buried in the hero's tomb after death, and their life stories will be engraved in the hero's hall for future generations to admire. In the theater seating area, there should be a special section reserved for distinguished individuals. Only those who have earned medals can enter, and seats are divided into 5 levels based on the medal rank. In the future, there will be resource and housing allocations with medal holders given priority to choose. As Lear spoke, Bane's eyes grew brighter. That's a great idea. It doesn't require giving out actual rewards, but it can greatly satisfy the pride of those who earn medals. It also has a strong positive influence as a role model. A person with a medal sitting in a special seat during a show watched by everyone others can only look on. What is this? It's a privilege. Who wouldn't want to have privileges? And this doesn't even include the various other benefits they can receive. Wanted it simple. Contribute to the territory. The more you contribute, the more privileges you can get, and those without privileges have no say. After all, you haven't made any contributions. This is a healthy form of competition. Undoubtedly, once the medal system is announced, it will cause a big stir. Then selecting a few exemplary figures as models will greatly boost the residents' enthusiasm, encouraging them to take initiative and aim for medals. Master, this is a genius idea. Seeing Bane so excited, Lars spoke calmly. This is just a rough outline. The details still need your discussion. How to evaluate medals at different levels. The design of the medals and military honors. All these need to be refined over time. Understood. I will take charge of this task since it's already at this stage. If he still can't come up with a plan, then he shouldn't be the chief administrator. Lear nodded, then suddenly thought of something and continued. Besides that, in future evening education sessions, we should include a focus on unity within the territory, reminding everyone that we are one whole. Increase the cohesion of the territory and establish a notice board where any official documents or announcements can be posted. Make sure all residents clearly understand the current work and what needs to be done next. He became more distracted as he spoke. Additionally, the divisions between areas should be clearer, especially the military zone, which ordinary residents are not allowed to enter. The granaries for storing food and other supplies should also be built in more numbers just in case. It's best to build them underground with the help of the Vine Fairy. Lyre spoke freely without much order, and Bane listened carefully. The city of Microcloud was built from nothing, starting as a simple team. Creating it from scratch was a huge project. The previous system was rough and just a draft. Now it needs to be improved step by step. After more discussion, Bane fully understood Lyre's ideas and eagerly prepared to carry them out. Then Lyre thought for a moment and decided to award a 1-star medal to residents who bred red-blooded fish to recognize their efforts. They would serve as role models. The 1-star medal set a tone. Those who make outstanding contributions to the territory could be awarded. Red-blooded fish are valuable, not only because they can permanently boost strength, but also because they are delicious. Once breeding is successful, it will mean the territory has an important special resource. It's a symbol of significance. After giving these instructions, Bane couldn't wait to get busy while Lyre continued to enjoy his hot tea comfortably. As the ruler of this territory, he only needed to oversee the big picture and control the progress. The specific tasks were left to others to handle. If he had to do everything himself, it would only show that the Territo's government system was poor. In the evening, busy residents gradually returned, and the territory became lively again. It was a peaceful day. Meanwhile, good news arrived. The Crimson Queen Bee, relying on the Abyss Duke's flesh and blood, kept providing energy. They had already bred out 20,000 crimson yellow bees. By tomorrow, at the latest, the sacrificed bee colonies would all be reborn. That felt very satisfying. In future battles, they could use the bee colonies more confidently. They could also ask the Goblin God about other uses for the Abyss Duke's flesh and blood. At night, after the swamp, which finished her lesson, she didn't perform a play, but started rehearsing a new show. This is Lear's idea. The play mainly describes a new resident in the city of Microlo who doesn't understand much about the land and has many questions and doubts. They even question things openly. Later, by accident, they become a warrior of the land, start training, and during this process, meet a beautiful girl. As their feelings grow stronger, a sudden crisis occurs. Urful enemies attack the territory to protect the land and their loved one. They have no choice but to go out and fight. After a series of battles, injuries, and witnessing the sacrifice of friends, they finally realize the value of the land and the greatness of the Lord. They begin to change. They fight desperately for the land, keep making achievements, and get promoted. Eventually, they become a general in the army and marry the girl they love. It's a perfect ending. Although Lear came up with this simple story, it feels more relatable than Romeo and Juliet or Hamlet. It's a story that happens nearby. It can also be combined with previous battles in the territory for performance, helping everyone understand how difficult it was. This can help bring people closer together. The Swamp Witch is a natural actress. Once she gets the basic story, she immediately starts adding details. That's what she's good at. The Swamp Witch doesn't need rest and continues rehearsing. At night, the territory shifts from noisy to quiet. In the end, only the Vine Fairy still glows, nurturing vines and building structures. Lear stands by the window, overlooking the territory. He looks at this land, which has already begun to flourish after just a month, and feels a deep sense of achievement. All of this was built on a blank space. Moreover, this territory is his private property. Here he is the only ruler. His will can decide everyone's fate. That feeling is quite wonderful. While enjoying the moon and the scenery, Lear isn't in a hurry to sleep. It's already the 15th at dawn, the time when the intelligence system refreshes. Although the previous updates didn't have much value, each refresh felt like winning a lottery scratch card, making him full of anticipation. By 10:00, Lear suddenly feels a unique aura in his mind. It seems something has formed a faint connection with him. He quickly turns his head to look in one direction, the land of crimson decay. His brow furrows slightly. I feel as if a new energy has suddenly appeared inside that treasure, but it is not hostile. Instead, it feels friendly. Confused, I no longer wait inside. I leave the building, bringing the flesh butcher and the corrupted naga, heading straight to the Crimson Rot land. Night here is not as hot as daytime. The air is cool and fresh. Walking on the damp, muddy ground, I quickly arrive at the pig farm. Standing in front of the Crimson Rot land, I immediately see a strange scene. The Crimson Queen Bee is flying around in frustration, her swarm circling her, looking angry at the ground. Following their gaze, I see in the center of the Crimson Rot land a round grave covered with wild grass, looking like an abandoned grave in the wilderness. The mound is about 3 to 4 m high with a diameter over 10 m above this strange grave. Over 100 semi-transparent bluish ghostly spirits holding sickles float around. These are the spirits of the dead. What is this? My eyes widen in surprise. Isn't this the abandoned grave I found earlier when exploring the east, and those spirits are the guardians of the grave? After death, they can be resurrected. Back then I dared not act because of their resurrection ability. Why are they suddenly here now and they feel so familiar? I open the Crimson Rot land panel and see one of its traits. Evil gathers. Dark is abundant, attracting evil spirits who may become guardians and pledge loyalty to the Crimson Rot land's master. On the status bar, current guardian, Crimson Queen Bee abandoned grave. That grave was attracted here by the Crimson Rot land. Joy bursts inside me. Haha, this is truly an unexpected gain. I had waited so long before not seeing any skeleton soldiers come to join, thinking this trait was useless, but now something big has arrived. Excited, I look at the position of the abandoned grave and realize there are a few more details. The flesh of the Abyssal Lord is deep within that area. It must have been attracted by the aura of the Abyssal Lord, but no matter what attracted it, this guy has now become part of the Crimson Rot land. What do you call this if not an unexpected surprise? This is it. However, on the Crimson Rot and Flesh ground panel, it shows that the opponent is a deserted grave. What kind of life form is this? With a touch of curiosity, I focus on the circular tomb that spans over 10 m. A faint image of its attributes appears in my mind. Deserted grave, hero unit level 12, potential for stars. Race talent, wandering spirit, which makes the tomb become intangible, allowing it to freely move through the void. Hero talent, deserted graveguard. After killing an enemy, it can devour their soul and grow a lower-level graveguard 3 levels below itself. When the graveguard dies, it can immediately use necrotic energy to revive it. Maximum guards 1000. Each revival consumes 5 points of necrotic energy. Necrotic energy, 15,000 points. Skills, soul chain. 3 stars creates a chain that forcibly binds the enemy's soul. If the enemy is killed during this, their soul is directly extracted. Land of the Dead, 3 stars. The area around the tomb becomes a deadly zone. Within a 200 m radius, all attributes decrease by 20, and the area is constantly corrupted by necrotic energy, turning those who enter into undead. Haunted, 3 stars. The devoured souls are imprisoned within the tomb. Anyone entering the land of the dead suffers endless pain, screams, and curses until their soul collapses. Evaluation. A Lick buried himself in a tomb, hoping to resurrect, but his body and soul fused with the tomb, forming a unique life. Liar finished reading the attributes and suddenly felt enlightened. This deserted grave is actually an undead creature. The Lick buried himself, aiming to revive, but instead became a tomb. This truly opened my eyes. In the fantasy world, all kinds of magical lives exist. And this deserted grave is a hero unit level 12 with impressive potential, rated 4 stars. Its talents are even more explosive, able to produce up to 1,000 grave guards, and each time a guard dies, it can immediately revive it. This is a perfect unit for attrition warfare. Plus, with the endless supply of energy from the Abyssal Duke's flesh, the revival can become unlimited with no fear of exhaustion. Most importantly, this thing comes to you willingly without any cost at all. Who wouldn't love a free gift from the sky as expected of the flesh and blood of the Abyssal Lord? Nothing was gained after leaving it untouched for so long. But as soon as I placed this piece of flesh and blood, I caught a fish. It feels great. In a good mood, I stepped forward. I arrived at the abandoned grave. Around me, semi-transparent, ghostly blue grave guardians floated out from the tomb. They leaned in affectionately. Surrounded by a group of intangible spirits, I had never experienced this feeling before. Lael reached out and tried to touch them. He could feel his hand easily passing through their bodies with only a slight coolness. It was quite strange. Soon, 3 squads of grave guardians appeared in the sky holding sickles. They were all level 9 units without corpses. They were definitely not lambs to be slaughtered. Although their level isn't high compared to the current city of Micro, in a top-tier city like Lawlan, they are still a first-line combat force. Even a month ago, these were Urful enemies he dared not confront. And their ability to resurrect makes this unit very valuable. In a good mood, Lael approached the grave, moved his mind, and released his mental energy trying to touch the grave. In the next moment, he immediately sensed a familiar feeling from the grave. A young consciousness was showing closeness to him. It was like a 3 or 5-year-old child acting spoiled. Leo was stunned for a moment, then continued to reach out. After a while, he understood. The lick had been completely obliterated after death, and now a new life had been born. It was still a small grave, so it was naturally tender. He then sent calming emotions to reassure the grave. That young consciousness was very simple and immediately expressed happiness. Seeing this, Leo's mood turned a bit strange. You might not believe it if I tell you, but just now a grave came to seek refuge with me on its own, and it was a young grave about 3 or 5 years old. Two-Headed Ogre Chieftain attributes free chapter at Redstone. Two-Headed Ogre Chieftain semi-mechanized unit. Hero unit level 14. Potential 5 stars. Metal limbs increase attack by 70. Race talent 1. Mechanical activation. Flesh and blood possess mechanical resilience. Mechanical limbs have the activation of flesh and blood. 2. Double-headed with 2 skulls. As long as one skull remains, it will not die. When near death, it can sacrifice one skull to instantly recover full health. Hero talent 1. Flesh overload burns its own flesh to greatly increase combat boosting all attributes by 200 and mechanical limb attributes by 300. 2. Metal devour can swallow metal to strengthen its body and mechanical limbs while restoring its own state. Current enhancement progress 0. Each completed progress grants an additional passive attribute. Skills mechanical body 4 stars. Its body has been baptized with metal, gaining mechanical traits. Defense increases by 80. Immune to pain and magic. Mechanical limbs for stars can control 6 mechanical limbs behind it, increasing agility by 60 and resilience by 70. Limbs can extend up to 10 m and can be restored by swallowing metal after damage. War Roar for stars roars loudly, increasing its own all attributes by 70. Within a 100-meter radius, nearby troops' attributes increase by 30. Charge Strike for stars briefly charges up and then unleashes all dealing triple damage to enemies. Earth Stomp for stars stomps the ground, causing enemies within a 20 m radius to be forcibly stunned for at least 3 seconds. Destruction Special during Flesh Overload. Each attack from the mechanical limbs can ignore defenses and destroy part of the enemy soul. Evaluation. A semi-mechanical life form with extraordinary strength after unique modifications. New intelligence update. Surprises abound. 5,800 words. The appearance of the ancient tomb made Lyre very happy. Although this creature is still a juvenile, its combat is quite strong. Moreover, it continues to devour the emitted by the Abyssal Duke's flesh and blood. With 4-star potential, the level cap can reach up to level 15. Currently, the ancient tomb is only at level 12 with great room for improvement. If it keeps devouring like this, it might not be long before it evolves from a juvenile tomb into an adult one. Each level it gains its main combat method, the Ancient Tomb Guard, also levels up accordingly. The future looks promising. Lyre gazed deeply at the overgrown graveyard. The only current issue is that the Ancient Tomb Guard's distance from the maximum of 1,000 is still quite large. These past few days, I will first capture some spirits and bring them back, then increase the number of guardians at the abandoned graveyard to the maximum. Intelligence system has cooled down and can be refreshed. Do you want to refresh? The sudden message from the intelligence system in my mind made me back to reality. I glanced at the time and realized it was already early morning. It's the 15th, another intelligence refresh. My spirits lifted instantly. With a look of eager anticipation, I confirmed, refresh. In the next moment, the intelligence system immediately displayed new information. 1 muddy swamp 30 km east, there is a small pond inhabited by 300 wetland lizard men. 1 star to 25 km southwest of the city of Dawn, there is a thicket of thorny bushes. These bushes are naturally straight and do not need extra processing, and they are very tough. They have a strong affinity for magic. When combined with the feathers of a red-headed pheasant, they can be used to make 2-star arrows. 2 stars. 3. Night elves have a strong connection with plants. Granny Green can use spiritual magic to bind their buildings made of starry sky vines. With the help of these spiritual plants, they can quickly level up. 2 stars. 4. On September 18th, 20 km west of Muddy Swamp, a space turbulence will appear. This turbulence is caused by the collapse of ancient ruins outside Lurland City. During this time, some explorers will be swept away. After the turbulence stops, a stable space will appear, lasting for a month. 3 stars. 5. A herd of swamp giant horned deer will stay 25 km southeast of their territory for half a month. They feed on fragrant mushrooms that only grow in September each year. After consuming the mushrooms, they will experience hallucinations and fall asleep for half an hour at sunset. 3 stars. This refresh of intelligence is much more valuable than before. And finally, a 3-star piece of information has appeared. My spirit soared. I looked carefully. The first piece surprised me. Swamp East. And there are 300 wetland lizard men, just lost over 100 cold-blooded nights. Our troop numbers are significantly reduced. This batch of wetland lizard men is a timely help. That feels good. The second piece of information is about arrow making. Currently, only the night elves in our territory are archers. In the previous battle at the ruins, the night elves showed excellent marksmanship but lacked proper weapons. Even if they hit the mechanical golem, it wouldn't have much effect. The whole battle only created some chaos at the back and didn't make a decisive difference. If they equipped her with higher-level long bows and sharper arrows, the results would be very different. Ranged attacks rely more on good equipment than melee combat. Melee fighters can rely on their strength and fighting skills to fight enemies directly. Archers, on the other hand, can't pierce defenses if their arrows are dull. Also, the materials needed are not from dangerous places. The red-headed pheasant was caught earlier. They can go get it back tomorrow morning. The third piece of intelligence is still about the night elves. Can the magic of this green grass old lady be used on them? Liar feels a bit surprised. Finding spiritual plants can quickly raise their level. This fits well with the city of D. Rare spiritual plants are abundant here. Unlike in other places, the night elves, now at level 9, could greatly improve if they reach levels 10 or 11, especially with 2-star arrows. Their fighting will jump significantly. As the only range support besides the bubble beast, these night elves are worth special training. The fourth piece of intelligence has a 3-star value. Number 18, the space turbulence caused by the collapse of ancient ruins will bring out some explorers. Liar remembered the intelligence he got in Lurland City. When ancient ruins collapse in the wilderness, many creatures will rush to fight for them, blocking his way to his territory. Looking at this intelligence, it's obviously about that collapsed ruin. Wow, the muddy swamp is over 1,000 km from Lurland City. It's at least 400 or 500 km from the collapsed ruins. Can it affect areas so far away? But he quickly felt excited. The rich benefits from the goblin ruins made him very interested in ancient ruins like these. After the turbulence appears, the space will stabilize and last for about a month. That's enough time to explore inside. He continued to look down and saw the last piece of intelligence. His breathing suddenly quickened. Meerhorn deer. He was deeply impressed by those tall, majestic deer with fierce, handsome antlers growing on their heads. They're a true symbol of the fantasy world, especially the 4-star potential giant horned deer king, which had caught his eye for a long time. But before, he lacked strength and means, so he couldn't do anything about it. Unexpectedly, the intelligence system provided key information. You like eating mushrooms, right? Then eat your fill. The herd would stay in that area for half a month, giving him plenty of time to plan. He felt very excited. This piece of intelligence was much more valuable than the previous ones. He glanced at the abandoned grave nearby and smiled happily. Tonight was a double celebration. Once the matter was settled, he didn't stay long. He instructed the abandoned grave to get along peacefully with the Crimson Queen Bee before returning to his territory and falling into deep sleep. Early the next morning, after waking up, Lyre immediately summoned Hogs and the Night Elves. First, he looked at Hogs and gave a direct order. Swamp area 30 km to the east. There is a group of more than 300 wetland lizard men. Take a squad of cold-blooded cavalry and go get them now. Hard's eyes lit up immediately. The ruler had found something again. 300 tribesmen were enough to make up for the previous day's losses. He pounded his chest and loudly responded. Mission will be completed with determination. Excited, he rode swiftly on a fierce swift lizard and took a squad of cold-blooded cavalry straight out. Among the wetland lizard men, higher levels had a mandatory control over lower levels. If not for safety, just 3 or 5 cold-blooded cavalry could subdue that group of wetland lizard men. Of course, this was under the condition that the enemy had no heroes. Heroes had higher command authority. After Hogs left, Lyre's gaze turned to Asheni. The skin of the night elves was not black like the drought, but a pure white with a faint, translucent glow. Once they entered invisibility, they would completely turn into nothingness. Even their weapons and clothes could be pulled into the shadows along with them. This made the night elves very attractive in appearance, quite pleasing to the eye. If I let you bond with spiritual plants, could you gain more quickly? As Shani nodded. Yes, sir. We are naturally friendly with plants and can draw stronger from them. Spiritual plants are unique and rare, and the we gain from them is greater. Her tone was a bit proud, a gift from the god of nature, an unparalleled talent. However, after thinking about the terrifying presence before me, I immediately reined in my remaining pride. Lyre looked deeply at the other person. Although you haven't achieved many accomplishments since joining the city of Dew, but in the goblin ruins, you fought and died alongside the army without fear of battle. I will not overlook your efforts. He then gestured around. Do you see the buildings around you? Hearing this, as Shane's breath trembled. Master, can we use the of these buildings? The buildings woven from starry vines have always been the private domain of the vine fairy and the grass granny. As newcomers, they also longed for these spiritual plants, but they knew their place and dared not make demands. Liar spoke softly. Right now, you're too weak. The enemies we face next are very strong and you need to play your part. The vine fairy tirelessly cultivated the starry vines day and night using the vast amount of source energy they provided to advance. As for the hidden within the vines, they rarely used it. Only when enemies invade would they need to integrate and activate it. The grass granny simply provided spiritual energy to the starry vines. There's no need to worry about conflicts between them. Ishani felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the first part. As compared to the Urful army of the City of Dew, the Dark Elves had little to show for themselves. But when she heard the second part, she immediately became excited. She placed her right hand over her chest and bowed humbly. Thank you for your kindness. The Dark Elves will fight for your will. Liar didn't hesitate and waved to summon the grass granny. Soon a very old woman with fluffy white reed-like hair and deep wrinkles appeared before them. Liar ordered her directly to use some spiritual energy to bind the Dark Elves to the buildings woven from starry vines. The grass granny responded immediately and began to act. Their method was simple. After the Dark Elves entered the buildings, they cast some spiritual energy. In the next moment, the within the Dark Elves surged out, resonating with the starry vines. Their gradually intertwined, tending to merge into one. Both sides gained something from this process. It was a win-win situation. The Night Elves have a special connection with plants. The process of merging with the plants is simple and quick. It doesn't take long for the buildings and the elves to blend together. Larger buildings like the blacksmith shop have more Night Elves bound to them. As a result, none of the 150 Night Elves were left behind. After bonding with their plants, Liar can feel their energy fluctuating, sometimes high, sometimes low. Clearly, they still need some time to adjust. Seeing this, Liar lets the Night Elves take their time and then turns to leave the area. He hasn't gone far when he encounters a two-headed ogre chieftain approaching. He pauses and signals the ogre to stop at. Take 10 bubble beasts and a squad of cold-blooded cavalry to 25 km southwest. There's a bush there suitable for making arrows. Gather some and bring them back. The two-headed ogre, full of strength, is eager to find enemies to test himself on. He immediately agrees and goes out with his team, hoping to meet strong foes on the way. Watching the energetic ogre leave, Liar feels a bit amused. He then calls Bane over. Seeing the swamp hero, Liar asks directly, how many red-headed golden chickens do we have now? The first reports mentioned that although they are not magical creatures like dragon-blooded red fish, they are very tasty. After capturing them, Bane kept some near the territory. Bane softly replies, Sir, we currently have only 200 red-headed golden chickens. They are growing well and lay a lot of eggs. Recently, over 100 hens have started incubating eggs. It's expected that in a week, there will be over 1,000 chicks hatching. The Horn of Plenty allows the bound livestock to grow twice as fast, reducing both growth and incubation times. This binding can be jit-chew at any time, so Liar had already bonded the red-headed chickens early on. Raising chickens is faster than pigs as hens can lay eggs for about 20 days each month. With the Horn of Plenty, the entire process from laying eggs to hatching chicks can be completed in a month. Go find some male red-headed golden chickens and take their wings. Liar orders. Their feathers are excellent materials for making arrows. Bane, excited by the task, quickly arranges everything. Watching him leave, Liar feels a sense of satisfaction. As the territory grows larger, more talented people are available. It's no longer just a few small fish and big fish. These basic tasks can be completed without him personally doing them. This saves a lot of energy and time. He efficiently arranged the top 3 pieces of intelligence. The remaining 2 are not urgent anymore. At noon, the two-headed ogre chieftain was the first to return, but the most eye-catching thing was the bubbles of the bubble beast. Inside, there were many straight, tall branches. They looked like industrial products coming off a production line. Each one is about a finger's width and 1 meter long. Any longer ones are precisely grown to 2 m. In the middle, there are orange-tinted segments which can be broken to get branches of the same length and size. It looks very magical. These branches fill up 50 bubbles. Clearly, the two-headed ogre chieftain was very determined and cleared out the thorny bushes thoroughly. Master, that thorn bush area is over 100 acres. We only took a small part of it. Liar's eyes brightened. Over 100 acres, then the next step with the arrows won't be a problem. He looked again at the densely packed branches. According to the intelligence system, that thorn forest is naturally suited for making arrow shafts. They look like finely processed ones with no real difference. The two-headed ogre chieftain was a bit regretful at this moment. Unfortunately, we didn't encounter any enemies on this route. Liar found it amusing. Go rest now. The strongest level 14 Dark Naga warrior. The next time you will handle it. Don't let it be like when you faced the plaguey general before. The two-headed ogre chieftain blushed and immediately raised his head to agree. This time I definitely won't let you down. The materials for the arrow shafts were ready. The red-headed golden pheasant wings and tail feathers were removed. Other feathers couldn't be used and could only be made into daily items. Lyre became interested and went to the blacksmith shop, handing the materials to the leader of the flea tribe, Bryn. This Middleville craftsman immediately started working upon receiving the task. The thornwood was almost naturally suited for making arrows, all about the width of a finger. They could be used directly without further processing. Bryn first embedded the feathers into the arrow tails, adjusted them, and then forged metal arrow heads onto them on the spot. Suddenly, a simple-looking unadorned arrow was formed. Lyre focused intently. Immediately the attribute panel appeared in his mind. Thorn arrow level 2 stars features speed. The arrow's flight speed is increased by an additional 40. The arrow also has 40 extra piercing. Evaluation. Although easy to make, the thornwood is very compatible with magic, making the effect excellent. Wow, just a simple creation like this can produce a 2-star arrow. Lyre marveled in surprise. He reached out and handed it to Ashini, the dark elf, immediately loving it. She clearly felt this arrow was much better than the ones in her quiver. The leader of the flea people also felt proud. Sir, although the making looks simple, all the details are passed down from our ancestors, especially the arrowhead, which is very particular. This thornwood is straight, highly compatible with magic, quite heavy, and paired with the red-headed pheasant feathers. It's suitable for a cross-shaped armor-piercing arrowhead. If we change the feathers, the arrowhead design would need adjustment. Hearing this, Lyre looked at Britain with new respect. This layperson really has some skill. He praised generously. Good job, very well done. Do we have enough people now? Can some be assigned to make more arrows? Brenton immediately looked a bit helpless. Sir, we are already short-handed for forging weapons. If we assign more people, we can't even keep up with the current work. They only had 30 people working in 24-hour shifts, but it was still not enough. Suddenly, his gaze caught a few swamp people walking nearby, and he quickly said, Sir, swamp people are natural craftsmen. Although their forging skills are not as good as the flea, they shouldn't be underestimated. We can assign some to help make the arrows. We'll finish forging the arrowheads first, and they can handle the assembly. No problem at all. Normal arrows require many steps to process the shaft, but these thornwoods are naturally suitable for arrow shafts, so they can be used directly, saving a lot of work. The real challenge is matching the right arrowheads. Now that this problem is solved, the remaining work is just assembly. Lyre nodded. Currently, there is no hesitation. Bane was immediately instructed to send 30 people to focus on making arrows. Under the guidance of the flea people, the assembly skills were quickly learned. These arrows could be mass-produced using molds, which sped up the process. In less than half a day, the blacksmith shop produced 5,000 sharp arrowheads. Later, the swamp people only needed to do some polishing before they could be used directly. Having many people makes work easier. After finishing here, the flea people continued working on repairing weapons. Compared to forging arrowheads, this was a bigger project. Lyre watched the busy flea people whose feet were almost sparking from the effort and couldn't help but feel emotional. There are still too few people, especially talented flea individuals. When possible, more people need to be brought back. Suffering through hardship without enough food isn't sustainable. By evening, another good news arrived. Hards had brought back all 300 marshland lizard men. Lyre was mentally prepared for this and remained calm. With a level 12 hero leading, those marshland lizard men wouldn't dare disobey. Bringing cold-blooded cavalry was to prevent encountering strong enemies in the wilderness. Otherwise, if the enemy went alone, they could also be subdued. The marshland lizard men were more obedient than Lyre expected, showing no resistance at all. The moment the cold-blooded cavalry arrived, they immediately surrendered. Seeing the fierce warriors in front of them, they almost drooled with excitement. These are legendary soldiers among lizard men. Suddenly, so many appeared at once. After hearing that they could become cold-blooded cavalry if they joined the city of Dewdrop, they didn't hesitate. They even left behind their stored food and hurried back with harks, fearing they'd be left behind if they delayed. If they could become cold-blooded cavalry, what more could they want? They are the most loyal warriors. The desire of the lizard men to become cold-blooded cavalry was as strong as a common person's wish to become a dragon knight. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, who could resist such temptation? Lyre looked at the dark crowd and felt very good. These soldiers, now only level 6, were all potential cold-blooded cavalry. As long as they had enough flesh and blood, their strength could increase rapidly in just a few days. Faced with Lyre's Urful divine might, Haggis led the wetland lizard men to tremble and swear allegiance to him. The entire process was smooth and seamless with no obstacles. Once he became stronger, doing these things again became very easy. In the future, he wouldn't even need to show up. These armies would bow before him on the land of the slightly visible city. After accepting their loyalty, he didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the continued training of cold-blooded cavalry. Aside from other matters, he planned to replenish the lost troops first. There are still a few tough battles ahead. Fighting against Dark Naga or facing the half-god he deeply hates, the Lord of Stench and Flies, or confronting the flying dragons emerging from the Swamp Authority in mid-October. None of these foes are easy to deal with. Having strong armies gives him confidence. After 3 days, a rapid development occurs. Ruins appear and humans over 10,000 words chapter. After 300 wetland lizard men pledged loyalty, Lear's available forces became sufficient again. But in just a few days, he already felt these soldiers look down on their low rank. Thinking of this was somewhat amusing. Slightly visible city's growth was too rapid. His standards and expectations were soaring quickly. 2 months ago, before leaving Lorland City, these wetland lizard men were considered precious treasures. That night, Lear ordered the Hive Queen, who had already reproduced 50,000 crimson yellow bees, to continue leading the team outside. He also asked her to try capturing some live wild monsters to bring back. The number of ghost guards needed to be increased. The Crimson Hive Queen couldn't capture souls, only bring back living creatures. Lu was unchallengeable. The Crimson Hive Queen led 30,000 bees and 10 bubble beasts to hunt again. As semi-undead creatures, the night had little effect on them. In fact, without sunlight during the day, they felt even more comfortable. As for safety, the swarm of bees that covered the sky and the earth was only a concern for those who encountered them. The key point was that flying creatures moved quickly and efficiently. This was an advantage ground creatures envied. With the speed of the swarm, they could fly out of the muddy swamp and into the wilderness for hunting in less than half an hour. Watching the bees depart, Lear's mood was somewhat complex. The goblin ruins brought him more than just gains. The near-death scene at the end made him more cautious. The Abyssal Duke standing behind the Dark Naga was not someone he could easily confront without confidence. He wasn't interested in risking his life again. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. As the ruler of the City of Slight Exposure, he only needed to focus on developing his territory and gathering enough strength to crush his enemies when the time comes. Time is on his side. His current main task is to train all the cold-blooded cavalry so that the level 11 legendary lizard men units will increase to 700. Next, he must forge good weapons. Armor takes time to craft, but weapons are essential. He suffered a big loss in weapon quality during battles with mechanical golems, and he doesn't want to repeat that mistake. Then he needs to fill the limit of 1,000 undead graveyard guards. At the same time, he plans to inject more divine into the goblin god in recent days. Maintaining its strong will make it a valuable trump card. Since they are divine beings, when facing the Abyssal Duke, they can also fight back. Once these tasks are completed, he will make his move against the Dark Naga. As the sky gradually darkened and stars began to twinkle, the residents familiar with the routine picked up their small stools and started a new day of learning. After this period of emotional suppression, the swamp, which has already reached the level 12 limit of her 3-star potential, her attributes have greatly improved. Her ability to teach and share knowledge has become more effortless. Her voice can immediately immerse residents into focused learning. Lyre watched the attentive crowd deep in thought. After reaching a certain level of training, specialized education can begin. People should learn whatever interests them. Raising pigs, chickens, fish, these are all types of knowledge. They can also have the marsh dwellers teach territory planning and construction where the flea people share forging skills. Interest is the best teacher. This might cultivate more high talents. With the swamp witch around, there's no need to worry about residents' ability to accept new knowledge. Education, a long-term investment project, has become much easier with her help. The world is truly wonderful. The next day, September 17th, early in the morning, the Crimson Queen returned with thousands of corpses. After unloading, she flapped her wings and went out again. Half-undead creatures don't need rest at all. The bubble beasts also didn't feel tired. They weren't needed for battle, so they could rest in the middle of the journey. They didn't even need to walk, just be carried by the swarm. Leo was quite pleased to see this. With the swarm, he believed they saved a lot of effort. He immediately ordered the creation of a new batch of cold-blooded cavalry. Before they finished their work, the leader of the flea people, Bryn Sheeing, came rushing over excitedly. After saluting, he said eagerly, "Sir, I have perfected the armor for the cold-blooded cavalry. We can start forging it today." Leo's eyes lit up. "Really, so fast? Didn't you say it would be ready by the end of the month?" Bryn happily replied, "Yesterday, I gained more knowledge inheritance, which included information about armor and weapons. After testing it all night, I am confident it will meet our expectations." Lee was very satisfied. No wonder they are a race cursed by the forging god. Good, then let's start forging immediately. We will face many strong enemies soon. Sturdy armor and sharp weapons can reduce our casualties and increase our chances of victory. Bryn was also very excited. He had been in the territory for a long time and finally made some progress, but then he hesitated briefly. Sir, forging armor is different from weapons. It's a big project. We are currently short on manpower. 30 people cannot forge full armor for hundreds of soldiers, including the armor for the swift and fierce lizards. Even working day and night, they wouldn't produce so many by next year. Lo also felt a headache. The problem of lacking manpower had troubled him for some time. It was a constant obstacle. However, in the wilderness, not every wild monster is suitable for recruitment. They are violent, low in intelligence, rotten, and smelly all over. Rebellious races surviving in the wilderness are not like humans. Their flaws alone can make one give up. If all of them were suitable for recruitment, there wouldn't be so many wandering races in the wilderness whose territory isn't short of people. How many people do you need? Bryn said in a deep voice. Based on my calculations, we need 80 mudmen, 200 Delap people, and 300 wetland lizard men warriors to assist. This way the armor can be forged as quickly as possible. So does that mean more than 600 people will be involved? Lyre looked deeply at Bryn. This was definitely a big move, but he didn't hesitate and simply nodded. All right, summon Bane immediately. I will coordinate enough workers with him. Soon the chief administrative officer of the swamp people hurried over with Bran, talking as they walked. When they saw Lyre, they bowed first and then spoke. Sir, mobilizing so many people will surely affect the development of the territory. Lyre waved his hand. Just keep the basic operations running. If emergencies arise, they can be called back. For now, focus on forging the armor. Bane responded without hesitation. Your will is above everything in this territory. Lyre is the only king. His orders are absolute law. No one can oppose him. Lyre nodded slightly and looked at Bryn. Is the stored iron or enough? Bryn softly replied. Recently, the cave dwellers have been mining quite a lot, and plus what we got from the ancient centators, it's enough. Lyre nodded. Then send 400 cave dwellers to the iron mine to work with the blacksmiths. Also, the one-eyed giants and ancient tree guardians can assist with forging. Bryn's eyes lit up. With so many more workers, his plan could be bolder. Sir, in that case, the blacksmith shop will need to expand further. Have the Vine Fairy start immediately. The expansion should be completed by tonight. After discussing some details, all the resources of the territory were mobilized by Lyre. Only he had the authority to give such orders. Soon a notice centered on the blacksmith shop was posted on the town hall bulletin board. The orders were also given to specific personnel. Hearing that these were commands from Lyre himself, the residents eagerly participated. The city of the faint glow seemed to start turning like a giant machine. The core focus was only one, the blacksmith shop. The knowledgeable frames showed no fear. They began directing and organizing various production tasks, or smelting is done repeatedly. First forging, second forging, third forging. The entire process is repeated at least 20 times. It's like an assembly line. After one step, it moves to the next with each person continuing the work. Outside the blacksmith shop, dozens of forges are burning. The one-eyed giant and the ancient tree guardian are also involved. The ancient tree guardian's roots hold heavy hammers, lifting and ing them down wildly to forge metal. The forging tables made of pure iron are hammered loudly by these strong tree beings. The scene is very striking. They are just as ireful as Earth's forging machines. The Frans mainly handle the final forging and quenching steps. They don't participate in the earlier stages. They only oversee and manage the process. Getting so many people to work together is not easy. It requires strong planning and management skills. Bane also has to step in personally, but the main person in charge is Bryn. The Fran's knowledge includes not only forging, but also coordinating and controlling the process. At first there was some chaos, but as they became more skilled, everything ran smoothly. All resources are focused on this, and the results are impressive. Since morning, they've been busy, and by noon, production has become more organized. By late at night, when workers go home to rest, many steel pieces that have been forged 7 or 8 times are ready. In just a few more steps, they will become finished products. Meanwhile, the city of Dewdrop at night is still bustling. No rest is needed, or only very short rests. Life continues to be busy. The wetland lizard men only need 3 to 5 hours of sleep to recover fully, and now they're taking turns swinging their hammers. The ancient tree guardians can work for 3 to 5 months straight without resting. They are perfect workers. If space allowed, only 20 of these guardians could be assigned, and they'd probably be smoking from all the hammering. With this work rate, the first set of armor will be finished soon. While they're busy here, the Crimson Queen Bee, returning from a hunting trip in the wilderness, also comes back to her territory. She surprises Lyre with a big gift, bringing over 1,000 live monsters, including a disgusting slimy group of earthworms. Standing only 1m20, covered in a strong fishy smell with a body like a worm and 2 deformed twisted arms growing from the top. Where it passed, it left behind foul, unbearable smelling marks. Just a glance makes people feel sick. Seeing this, Lyre directly ordered the Crimson Bee Queen to take these worm-like creatures to the place of rotten flesh. They were fed to the abandoned grave. Out of curiosity, I followed along. After the worm creatures were loaded out of the bubble, they instantly fell into fear and tried to scatter and escape. The surrounding swarms of bees forcibly drove them near the abandoned grave. Lyre conveyed the idea of transforming these spirits, and the abandoned grave responded happily. Then it began to act. It was the first time he saw the grave devour life. A semi-transparent chain, filled with a strong deathly aura, extended from the grave. It stretched out dozens of meters and wrapped around the worm creatures. The worms were terrified and struggled, but the chain was made of intangible void energy, unable to cause real damage. The grave pulled hard. A screaming soul was pulled out of its body. The sound of metal chains ringing filled the air. The soul chain slowly shortened and the worm's soul was directly pulled into the grave. But realizing that this method was not very efficient, the grave extended 10 soul chains. It began to gather their souls intensively. The foul-smelling worm creatures had their souls devoured one by one. Their bodies, now without souls, collapsed to the ground. They looked unharmed on the outside, still the same, but had no breath left. The crimson energy on the ground surged upward, covering the worm bodies. It was like pouring concentrated sulfuric acid onto flesh and blood. Sizzle and smoke rose. In just a few breaths, they turned into blood and seeped into the ground. Over 1,000 worm creatures only slightly strengthened the place of rotten flesh with their souls' consumption. After devouring many souls, the grave grew hungry and began to absorb more from the place of rotten flesh. The mighty crimson energy flowed in, causing a faint blood glow around. A piercing scream of a ghost suddenly sounded like hearing a human wail in an abandoned house deep in the mountains at midnight. It was chilling. Next moment, a transparent ghost slowly crawled out from the grave. 2 hands pressed down on the grave, body exerting great effort. It seemed as if something was pulling at its body. Just as it was about to climb out, it suddenly let out a sharp scream, and its body was pulled into the grave. A creaking sound of chewing came from inside. The ghost immediately disappeared. Before Lyre could react, many ghosts began crawling out of the grave. They were densely packed as if climbing up from a mass of corpses. Occasionally, weaker ones were pulled back into the grave. Is this also a kind of selection? This terrifying scene made Lyre furrow his brow. Soon, the first ghost to emerge from the grave appeared. After completely breaking free, its body suddenly emitted a ghostly blue glow. At the same time, a force surged out of the grave and poured into it. The ghost's aura began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it reached level 9. The aftershock of its did not fade. It condensed into a sharp sickle in its hand. From then on, the Deadling Guard was officially born. Gradually, more and more appeared, filling up to the limit of 1,000 Deadland Guards. Most of the energy needed to transform into Deadland Guards came from devouring the flesh and blood of Abyssal Lords. This nearly endless energy source became the core of the Crimson Decay Land. Lyre watched as each Deadland Guard, holding a sickle and floating in the air, was surrounded by deathly aura. He felt quite pleased. These were all units capable of revival. 1,000 of them was enough to stir a wave of ghostly frenzy. Feeling satisfied, the next day, September 18th, Lyre woke up to the sound of blacksmithing. Looking at the busy territory, he felt very hopeful, but it would take a few more days before the armor finished production. Once completed, it wouldn't be just a few scattered sets, but dozens at a time. That's the advantage of mass production, and this approach also better suits the development of the territory. With so many soldiers, relying on individual forging of a few sets wouldn't be very useful. He would rather have slightly lower levels, but ensure everyone had armor. The source of standard armor was the same. Today, he didn't stay in the territory to watch the soldiers forge. After inspecting the progress, he began to gather the army. 3-star intelligence mud swamp 20 km to the west. A space turbulence will occur today caused by the collapse of ancient ruins. It will also attract a group of explorers. He is quite interested in this. First, for squads of cold-blooded cavalry, 150 dark elves equipped with new arrows. Second, the Crimson Queen and 30,000 Crimson Wasps, level 12 Haggis, level 13 Flesh Butcher, level 14 Two-Headed Ogre Chieftain, all top fighters involved in exploration, 10 Bubble Beasts, 3 Marsh Witches, and also the Crimson Rotlands. With this, a strong army is formed, ready for a small-scale battle. The territory is guarded by 1 giants, 50 ancient trants, and 20,000 Crimson Wasps. The swamp has been cleared several times. Ordinary enemies are enough to be subdued by this force. If enemies are too strong, the Crimson Wasps can quickly send messages, allowing the army to retreat in time. Once the army gathers, Lyre does not hesitate and orders the march. This time Lyre, the Marsh Witch, and the Bubble Beasts ride unicorns similar to those of the Dark Elves. Now there are no foot soldiers in the army. As they ride swiftly, everything in front of them flashes past. After 2 hours, the army leaves the swamp. The wilderness appears again in Liar's view, including the last time searching for Trance. This is his second time leaving the swamp. The army steps off the muddy ground onto hard, dry land, immediately feeling the difference. The air around becomes dry and the rotten smell from the swamp is gone. The surrounding plants look very different. As they leave the swamp, Liar's heightened senses gradually fade. His magic recovery rate also decreases. The changes inside and outside his body remind him that this is no longer his home turf. After calming his mind, Liar informs the army about the space rift and continues forward. Only the dark elves are slightly surprised. Everyone else is used to it. As they step into the wilderness, the army becomes more alert. He sends 5 squads of cold-blooded cavalry ahead to scout, and the crimson wasps in the sky expand their vigilance. About 5 km ahead, the army reports enemy sighted. Liar, curious, approaches, but upon seeing the enemies, he feels a bit disappointed. This is just a group of low IQ wild dog people, and these creatures survive by eating the feces of other animals. The foul fermented smell can be detected from afar. They are at level 6 with only 2 squats. When first entering the swamp, encountering such enemies, one must be very careful. But now the nauseating stench makes Liar unable to look at them any longer. He mentally commands, creating a 7 to 8 area of bloody rotten flesh in front of him. Then he looks at the female demon who appears to be a young girl. Let them go in by themselves. Yes, master. The swamp demon responds, her red lips parting slightly. A gentle song immediately begins to drift out. The wild dog people are instantly stunned. They walk forward stiffly, one after another, into the area of bloody decay. Through the night elf can see that the blood-soaked ground inside has been torn open, resembling the mouth of a giant beast. Those entering are immediately swallowed. Death arrives silently until the end. No abnormalities are noticed. Liar feels a bit moved when he sees this. At level 6, an intermediate knight in Land City, he could be considered a reserve soldier in the army. In the slum where he used to live, such a person would be a prominent figure, greeted with smiles by neighbors. Now he can dismiss them like trash with a wave of his hand. This change in strength makes him feel complex. After working hard to develop, it was all worth it. He pulls back his thoughts and continues forward. The magic map guides his direction, so he doesn't worry about getting lost. Along the way, he encounters a few more monsters, but they are low-level and not worth capturing. He kills them all, leaving the corpses in the area of bloody decay to feed the cold-blooded cavalry later. Traveling quickly, time passes fast. By noon, Liar looks at the map markers and signals his troops to stop. He finds a high point, turns around to survey the area. It's a patch of overgrown grass with small vines climbing everywhere. Looking into the distance, he sees a few hillocks blocking the view. Nothing unusual is found. The space rift is roughly in this area. Keep alert, everyone. At this moment, he was still about 20 km away from the location indicated by the intelligence, not quite reaching the area. He was roughly 3 km away from it. Ahead, the Crimson-Yellow Wasp Squadron was on alert. He wasn't sure what effects the space turbulence might cause once it appeared. To be safe, it was better to stay farther away. The space rift would remain fixed for about a month, so there was no need to worry about it disappearing too soon. The Crimson-Yellow Wasps spread out about 4 or 5 km, ready to report any unexpected situations immediately. Lim silently watched all of this. From noon to the afternoon, several hours slowly passed. He remained patient as the sun gradually set in the west. Suddenly, a clear glass-breaking sound rang out. Lean looked up sharply at the sky. He saw jagged S stretching out at the horizon. It looked like a mirror shattered with a web of fractures. At the same time, the surrounding air frantically rushed into the S like a leaking balloon. The S gradually widened. Once they reached a certain limit, with a sharp, they suddenly shattered. Countless fragments scattered, reflecting the setting sun. The entire sky turned colorful and beautiful in a way words couldn't describe. In the blink of an eye, those fragments quietly disappeared without a trace. Nothing remained but emptiness. Focusing intently, he saw a huge appear in the sky. It looked as if someone had shattered the heavens. Rumbling sounds echoed, and the quickly fell directly to the ground. With a loud, the earth trembled, dust flying everywhere. Lim's gaze hardened. He waved his hand. Move. Immediately, he led the troops to depart. He also ordered the Crimson Queen to scatter the swarm further away for caution. With such a loud disturbance, others who were watching might come to investigate. Moving swiftly, they soon arrived at the site where they collapsed and fell. It was a lower area surrounded by lush grass and trees, now seemingly cut through by sickles, turned into debris. Large scars covered the ground like a chopping block for meat. In the center, a block about 30 m long and over 10 m high twisted and crawled across the earth. It looked like a missing piece of a mirror. Inside, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Liar's eyes sharpened and her mood suddenly fluctuated. Finally, it appeared, Queen Bee, send the swarm to scout and clear the danger. The Crimson Queen Bee immediately let out a low, sharp cry. In the next moment, the swarm rushed in. She was about to die. The intense pain from her wounds was fiercely Ting-Karenith. She felt her breath carrying a fiery heat, as if someone was burning her lungs with fire. Her legs felt heavy and weak, as if tied to a 50 kg sandbag. Every step was as difficult as lifting a city gate. In her hazy mind, she heard a voice full of irresistible temptation whispering in her ear, "Give up. Just give up and everything will end. Your mother is waiting for you in another world. She will be happy to welcome you. Don't let that indifferent hatred torment you anymore. You can't complete your revenge. The one who killed your mother is not only the master of the Tulip family and the noble count, but also your father. Have you already lost your mother and now want to lose your father too? Sleep now. When you sleep, everything will pass." Her eyelids grew heavy, almost unable to see the path ahead. The countless wounds on her body bled continuously, draining her strength severely. "Sleep, sleep. When you sleep, you'll see your mother." The whispering voice kept echoing in her ear. Just as she was about to fall into complete sleep, Karenith suddenly turned her head sharply to the back. Her eyes filled with red veins. Her voice was firm and ireful. "Hold your chest high. Don't let the pain in your bodies break your will. The demons are still tempting us, but no one can cross our swords or break through our shields to defeat us." Her voice sounded like a war drum full of fighting spirit. Looking up behind Karenith, over 100 armored warriors holding steel swords followed closely. They formed a long line on the narrow road. At this moment, most of these warriors staggered, blood stains covering their bodies. They panned heavily like oxen. The ground beneath their feet was blackened, emitting a strong sulfur smell. On the left was a cliff deep and bottomless like the mouth of a demon capable of swallowing all living beings. 2 meters to the right, there is a semi-transparent energy shield. Inside the shield, several abyssal demons are drooling, looking at them with crazed and eager eyes. They are frantically pounding the energy shield, causing it to twist and distort. One demon has a greenish face, sharp fangs showing from its lips, and 2 thin horns on its head. Its gray-brown skin looks like old tree bark full of wrinkles. It has only 3 fingers on each hand, but they are as sharp as knives. Its joints are covered with spines. It has a long tail that constantly sways, and it radiates a very evil aura. This is a fallen demon, one of the most common demons from the bottomless abyss. It is also one of the deadliest demons. They keep whispering corrupted words from the abyss trying to tempt souls. If a person cannot resist, they will fall and become a demon. Deep evil whispers keep echoing, hitting these already wounded warriors. One warrior whose chest was torn open suddenly stops walking, his eyes gradually losing focus. He slowly approaches the energy shield and then rushes inside. But before fully entering, 2 companions quickly pull him back. Don't be fooled. As soon as they speak, a terrifying force is felt in their hands and they instinctively let go. The warrior is pulled into the shield. In the next moment, demons around him ferociously attack, biting and devouring flesh in the most brutal way. Guts and limbs splash everywhere. The 2 warriors see this with shock and fear but do not look back. They turn around sharply and continue to catch up with the team. This dark place. If it weren't for that strange space turbulence pulling them in, they wouldn't have encountered such terrifying monsters. Still trembling with fear, they instinctively look up at the front of the team, at the brave and elegant figure ahead, Lady Canis. They whisper a few words full of admiration. They know that in the recent battle, Kalani's was the most seriously injured. But even now, she still chooses to stand at the front, the first to resist the demon's seductive whispers. Her unwavering willpower has opened a path of life for the entire army. Everyone else who was also transported into this chaotic space has already died. Only they led by Lady Canis are still alive. Without adults, they are not much better off than those eaten by demons. Their eyes burn with passion. They stride forward boldly. They will never hold back Lady Kalani's. But along the long road, some are still tempted by demons and dragged into energy shields. Others cannot resist the temptation and, unable to accept being eaten by demons, suddenly turn toward a deep cliff nearby. After a long journey, when less than half of the 100-strong team remain, this deadly path comes to an end. A huge platform appears ahead. But it is not a safe place as expected. There is a semi-transparent shield blocking the way. Behind the shield, hundreds of demons look at them eagerly. Many soldiers see this and feel a cold chill. Their eyes fill with despair. At this moment, a small squad of soldiers moves closer to the shield and is pulled in by the demons. Everyone looks toward the front of the team, where a brave figure covered in scars stands firm and determined. Keenie's grips her slender, curved sword tightly. Her pale gold eyes show unwavering resolve. She does not look back. Her voice is always strong and confident. Get ready to fight. She holds her sword with both hands, standing tall in front of her chest. She strides boldly through the shield. The soldiers behind are stunned at first, then quickly become resolute. Kill. They roar and follow their leader, rushing past the shield. Although they initially underestimated their enemies because they were women, after many battles they have been completely convinced by Lady Connie's. With courage, unyielding will, and fighting spirit that refuses to surrender, they willingly follow her. Even if they die in battle, dying for Lady Connie's is worth it. They pass through the shield gate and reach a vast open square. Ferocious, fierce, and radiating endless evil energy, the demons rush forward, ravenous. The smell of blood quickly thickens. The demons' whispers turn into screams that pierce the soul. There are so many that they cannot be defeated all at once. One by one, soldiers fall, dying in the charge. Karen, the spear wielder, faces the greatest pressure, not knowing how many demons she has defeated ahead. She swings her sword again and again. Maybe she has fought for 10 minutes or maybe 10 hours. Time becomes blurry in this moment. Only fighting and more fighting. When she turns her head again, no one is behind her. All her followers are dead. She exhales heavily. Her heavy breathing slows her sword swings. Her scars are constantly bleeding her golden blood. Although her blood gives her great strength, she hates its color. Kill. Her voice is weak, but still firm and unshakable. Enemies can kill her body, but no one can break her will. Suddenly, a demon's arm tears from behind, ripping through her armor, which is already full of holes. Karn quickly turns around and eases her sword. The demon's body is cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. But this attack also drains her last bit of energy. She stumbles and falls to the ground. At this moment, the demons around her stop in their tracks. Their eyes are filled with fear as they look at the human warrior. Looking around, the demon corpses form small mountains. Blood flows like rivers. They can't understand how this battered, scarred body can still unleash such strong ur. She fought for a full hour. In nearly a dying state, she battled for an hour. One demon, trembling with fear, cautiously steps forward. Seeing no danger, it finally roars and lunges at her wildly. That delicious soul is hers. Carrie, with trembling hands that can't control herself, grips her sword tightly. She prepares for the final ending death. As the demon rushes toward her, her eyes gradually lose focus as if someone has covered her eyes. A kind, warm face appears in her mind. Child, you're tired. Come back now. Mother, I'm sorry. I broke my promise. I still haven't defeated the Tulip family or killed the man. My revenge may never be fulfilled. Her eyes slowly close. The body could no longer support itself and collapsed to the ground with only a narrow slit remained in her eyes as she watched the fierce monster charge toward her. Her heart was completely calm. At that moment, a strange-looking wasp with blood-red spots suddenly appeared. Then, just as the monster was about to fly up and attack her, the wasp sharply turned around and flew toward the approaching demon. Its sharp stinger bent and swiftly sliced across the demon's neck. With a splash, blood burst out instantly. The demon suddenly collapsed. But what could one wasp really do as this thought crossed Karenith's mind? A loud buzzing sound like thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. In the next moment, the already dim light faded again. Countless wasps flapped their wings and came rushing in. They madly attacked the demon with their tail stingers like sharp knives, leaving deep bloody wounds. Some wasps that clung to the demon's body suddenly swelled like balloons. Then, with a loud, they burst open, splattering corrosive liquid everywhere, creating pits on the demon's body. Whizzing sounds filled the air as a barrage of sharp arrows rained down from the sky. Many demons were shot through the head and even pinned to the ground without resistance. Their screams of pain echoed endlessly. What is this? Karenith struggled to muster a bit of strength and looked at the scene with some surprise. After the swarm of wasps, semi-transparent ghosts with sickles appeared on the battlefield. These ghostly spirits without physical bodies swung their sickles, causing the demons to let out mournful wails, even though they couldn't be hurt directly. Then their bodies suddenly stopped moving. They were harvesting souls, but it wasn't over yet. A headless, horrifying creature sewn together from different parts wielded a heavy battle axe and charged into the demons. It swung the axe. The high-level demons, level 10 and above, tried to resist, but they were instantly split in half by the brutal. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. No demon could withstand its sharp attack. Behind this headless creature, a more bizarre figure appeared. It had 6 mechanical limbs growing from its back. The mechanical limbs of those soft creatures wielded terrifying strength, easily crushing the demons with each swing. They carved a bloody path through battle. Their fighting style was even more frightening than that of the headless being. Who are these people? Kalani couldn't understand how these beings had gathered together, but her body was too weak to think much. Her strength quickly faded and her eyes slowly closed. In her hazy vision, she faintly saw a young boy riding a pure black unicorn with a handsome face carved like a divine sculpture, exuding grace, dignity, and authority. He looked at her with deep, curious eyes. Master, this human is still alive. Next to him, a fierce and strong lizard man cavalry bowed respectfully before him. Are these irful and strange armies all the young boy's followers? The moment this thought appeared, she fainted completely. Who is the real demon? 7,000 words. Lyre looked at the figure on the ground, soaked in blood, covered with terrible scars, almost breathless. her gaze sharpened. Then she turned and looked around. She saw the demon corpses cut apart by sharp blades in front of her. Feeling a bit surprised, more than 1,000 demons had fallen. Did the enemy kill them all but her level? Kalani's level 10 potential, only level 10 and not even a hero unit. Liar found this hard to believe. What kind of level 10 could kill over 1,000 demons of the same level alone, and this wasn't a one-and-on fight? She was surrounded and attacked. She could understand if it was a double-headed ogre chieftain or a butcher of flesh and blood, but a non-hero level 10 that was completely beyond her understanding. Unfortunately, she couldn't check the enemy's attributes. While thinking, she suddenly had an idea. Swamp's gift. A few healing spells cast and her life force gradually stabilized. Bubble beast, take her away. The chubby little creature behind her immediately blew a big bubble, wrapping her inside. Seeing this, Liar didn't hesitate and looked ahead. As the army of the partially revealed city advanced, the fallen demon was driven back in defeat. But there are too many. Looking out across this wide circular platform, it is densely packed with abyssal creatures over 2 meters tall with fierce and terrifying appearances crowded together like ants. Their scarlet eyes show brutality and madness, and they whisper chilling sounds constantly. Liz's gaze sharpens. He waves his hand. All troops attack, kill. His cold voice suddenly echoes through the sky. Haggis quickly drives the aggressive, swift lizard beast forward, leading the charge. The cold-blooded cavalry behind him grip their repaired spears and steel swords tightly, following closely. The terrifying cold-blooded cavalry resemble giant rocks crushing down from a mountain with unstoppable momentum, tearing everything apart. After gathering strength and accelerating, they directly rush into the army of fallen demons. Then, a 3m tall swift lizard combined with the of wetland lizard warriors roars like a bulldozer. It eases into the demons in front, knocking them flying and ing them to pieces. Heavy units charge at high speed, impossible to resist. In an instant, the scene turns crimson. The swift lizard opens its huge mouth wide. With a bite, it can crush the head of a fallen demon in one go. Behind the wetland lizard warriors, spears violently pierce forward at high speed. If hit, whether in vital areas or non-lethal zones like arms, shoulders, or thighs, they will be pierced through instantly. Then they twist forcefully. Under the explosive strength of the swift lizard, large chunks of flesh are flung away. They go completely berserk, but the bloodshed on the battlefield stimulates the demon's savage nature. Their deep crimson eyes seem to bleed, and they emit low growls. Instead of retreating, they charge forward, counterattacking. Their claws swing wildly. Scrape, they carve deep scratches on the swift lizard's body. In war, close combat and blood battles are often the most brutal and fierce. Every strike draws blood, every shot kills. But overall, the cold-blooded cavalry are several levels stronger than the fallen demons. The battlefield situation has not changed much despite the enemy's numerical advantage. The city of Wu is steadily advancing. However, the most ferocious on the battlefield are still the flesh slaughterers and the newly transformed two-headed ogre chieftain. The flesh slaughterers still wield heavy axes made of condensed flesh and blood. With each swing, the axes produce a piercing whistling sound that sends chills down the spine, like the sharp scream of a storm approaching by the window. No matter how the sinking demon resists, what method or stance it takes, it will be ed instantly. Not cut, but ed. The of the giant axe is so exaggerated that the damage caused by the blade becomes insignificant. Held horizontally, the battle axe can crush a level 10 demon right in front of it. Its terrifying stance is like a large heavy truck moving through a crowd. No one can stop it. Every time it kills a sinking demon, its soul is pulled out like a magnet, passing through the body and flowing into the blood and flesh butcher. With the next attack, the battle axe swings and the enemy hears a scream of pain that seems to pierce the soul, butchering each time it kills a life. It can embed the soul into its flesh, making its attacks carry soul damage. It can also release the soul all at once, creating a ghostly wave that deals huge damage to nearby enemies. Moreover, wherever it goes, the blood and flesh of the sinking demons it kills melt away as if poured with sulfuric acid, quickly dissolving. Then these dissolve into energy that flows into the blood and flesh butcher's body. The special skill of devouring growth allows it to continuously strengthen its body by devouring flesh and blood, and once it reaches certain limits, it gains a passive skill. Unleashed now on the sinking demons, these hidden skills burst out wildly. It becomes stronger with each fight. After unleashing slaughter, this divine being begins to reveal its terrifying nature. The two-headed ogre chieftain shows a different fighting stance with mechanical tentacle-like limbs behind it, swinging with incredible agility. These limbs can extend up to 10 m, turning it into a walking meat grinder. At the front of the mechanical limbs are triangular blades that can open and close. Sharp and deadly, driven by immense strength, the limbs move with a ling sound like lightning. They leave streaks of after images in the air. Before the sinking demons can react, they feel intense pain and quickly lose consciousness. The sharp mechanical limbs can easily pierce the chests and necks of these demons. After stabbing into their bodies, they can also twist and turn inside. Any demon wounded by them has no chance of survival. This terrifying level 14 creature, a half-mechanical life form transformed by the gnome god himself, now unleashes a storm of slaughter. Within a radius of several meters around it, no one can survive. In addition, the dark elves at the back finally revealed their Urfel long-range attack skills. They tightly pulled their hardwood bows. Arrows created streaks of shadows in the air, whizzing with sharp sounds as they broke through the air. Splat. The dense army of demons in front became the best targets. A furious abyssal demon suddenly heard a whiz and then felt a sharp pain in its eyes, instinctively reaching up to wipe them. It sensed the arrow shaft shaking above. Before it could react, it felt its strength quickly fade away, and it collapsed to the ground. A sharp arrowhead had already pierced through the back of its head, unseen by the demon. Vital points like the neck, heart, spine, and back of the head became the most targeted spots for the Dark Elves' concentrated attacks. Their incredible archery skills showed again, hitting vital spots almost 9 times out of 10. Such an impressive hit rate made hunting demons as easy as harvesting wheat. The city of the faint glow ahead looked like an unshakable steel wall. No matter how the demons charged, they remained unmoved and even pushed back repeatedly. This allowed the Dark Elves to focus solely on drawing their bows without worrying about their own safety. With such an excellent attack environment, they fully displayed their skills. Additionally, the 1,000 undead guardians born from the ancient graves also became a striking presence on the battlefield. These ghostly guardians had no physical bodies and were immune to physical damage. They could freely move across the battlefield without fear of harming their allies. They swung their sickles, directly attacking the souls of the abyssal demons. The demons tried to fight back, but their sharp claws pierced through the ghostly guardians' bodies. The guardians grinned fiercely and harvested their souls. Many demons on the field appeared lifeless with no injuries, but lacking any breath of life. Even if the abyssal demons unleashed their hidden evil and swarmed forward, they could barely kill the ghostly guardians in front of them. Behind them, new guardians would immediately rise from the graves to join the fight. Their unlimited resurrection ability was almost terrifying in battle. Under the combined of the armies, the Urfel demon legions retreated step by step until this area was completely cleared. When the last demon fell, looking around, the wide platform was covered with corpses and debris. Blood nearly flows like a river. With each step forward, he either steps on a corpse or on accumulated fresh blood, roughly estimating over 5,000 fallen demons of the abyss. Looking at the corpses everywhere, Lyre takes a deep breath. A sense of achievement almost overflows within him. This is the he now controls. Even a 1,000-strong army of demons would have to retreat in a direct confrontation. Level 10 is considered elite in the largest city of the northern province, Lawrence City, but now he harvests them like weeds. He takes a few deep breaths, calming his excited mind, then slowly begins to clear the Crimson Route land. In war, the most important thing is not fighting, but gaining wealth and resources. He surveys the area with satisfaction. To others, these demons are deadly reapers, but to him, they are rich treasures, one after another. The ruins are indeed full of valuables. It's not easy to kill so many high-level enemies outside. Move all the corpses inside. The command is given, and the army immediately advances, carrying the bodies into the Crimson Rot land. Lyre stops the earth from swallowing them, piling the remains into a small hill. All of these can be used as food for the cold-blooded cavalry, enough to train 7 or 8 small squats. Feeling satisfied, a few more waves and those 300 wetland lizard man warriors won't be a problem anymore. After the battle, they start counting losses. The cold-blooded cavalry are almost all wounded. Only a dozen or so are slightly injured, but they are quickly protected and retreat to the rear with no casualties. Level 11 units are only 1 level higher than level 10 demons of the abyss, but their combat is nearly crushing, especially since the wetland lizard man warriors and the swift furious crocmount's life forces are fused and stacked together almost a buck. This makes them almost legendary among lizard men. After gathering the corpses, Lyre also notices the torn human soldiers. Their broken armor is scattered all over the ground. He looks toward the path they came from. Behind the semi-transparent shield is a narrow, winding trail. On one side is a bottomless abyss, and on the other, the demons of the abyss. Inside the shield are howling and pounding madly. Did they come from there? He tentatively tries to let the cold-blooded cavalry pass through the shield, but they are blocked. One-way passage, Lyre understood. No wonder the enemy was fighting so fiercely here. He didn't know that on the other end of the path the humans came from, things weren't much better. Demons were everywhere. Lyre didn't dwell on it. Most of the human warriors' bodies had been eaten clean, leaving only twisted, broken armor and weapons which held little value. he looked in another direction. A semi-transparent shield separated this circular plaza. Beyond the shield, fierce fallen demons were constantly ing against it, trying to break free and rush out, countless in number. Why are there so many demons in this ruin? Liar was a bit unsure about the true nature of the ruin. As he thought, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Several crimson-yellow bees above his head flapped their wings quickly and flew toward the shield blocking the plaza, then directly passed through it. He wanted to test if the bees could return. Suddenly, the energy shield in front of the circular plaza began to shrink, revealing a 40 m wide, 30 m high arch gate. The furious fallen demon lying on the shield seemed to burst open like a floodgate, rushing out wildly. Liar was momentarily stunned. Is this even possible? But he quickly regained his composure and exhaled slowly. His eyes grew cold. Retreat the army. Prepare to face the enemy within the Crimson Rot Land. The Crimson Rot Land near the Space Rift was located at the corner of the plaza, flanked by tall cliffs on both sides, so the army only needed to face the enemies directly ahead. Orders were given and the army immediately retreated into the Crimson Rot Land. Cold-blooded cavalry led the front while dark elves guarded behind. The crimson-yellow bees swarmed densely in the sky. They prepared for battle. In a moment, the frenzied army of fallen demons poured through the arch gate like a tide. The distance of a kilometer was closing rapidly. When they were within 100 meters of the Crimson Rot Land, 150 dark elves simultaneously released their tight-held bows. Sharp whistling sounds echoed in the sky. The arrows reached their peak, then arced beautifully and suddenly fell. They launched a barrage of attacks. The rushing fallen demons were pierced through their faces, necks, and tops of their heads by the arrows. They fell one after another. The arrows seemed like death gods claiming lives. With each piercing scream, a demon was taken down, but the number was too large for the dark elves to suppress. Soon, thousands of demons formed a tight battle line and charged forward. They collided head-on with the cold-blooded cavalry guarding the front. He could see the sharp fangs inside the gaping mouths of the fallen demons and the almost crazed excitement in their eyes. 50 m, 30 m, 10 m, the army of fallen demons rushed into the land of bloody decay. Just as they prepared to fight the cold-blooded cavalry, the guardian of the ancient graves suddenly charged from behind. Its intangible body passed straight through the cold-blooded cavalry, and in the surprise of the demons, it howled and swung its sickle. With one corpse after another collapsed without wounds, these 1,000 guardians of the ancient graves became death gods of slaughter. They quickly cleared the front line, creating a 50 m gap. After killing over 1,000 enemies, he suddenly raised his battle sword. His voice was wild. Charge! The cold-blooded cavalry ran forward quickly, increasing their speed. In just 100 meters, they were as fast as arrows. For 100 heavy cavalry, each weighing over 5 tons, began their charge simultaneously. The ground trembled and the air grew heavy. At maximum speed, the cold-blooded cavalry recklessly ed into the army of fallen demons. Splash! Pure force collided. The demons couldn't withstand it. It was like a rake tearing through mud, crushing the fallen demons into bloody pulp. He led a violent charge. The cold-blooded cavalry formed a triangular formation with him at the tip, bearing the greatest pressure. They easily tore apart the disorganized demon army. Once the heavy cavalry charged on open ground without any targeted countermeasures, it was a destructive disaster for the enemies. The army swept across the battlefield. They broke through a kilometer of enemy lines and only stopped at the arched shield gate, but Hegis kept moving, turning around to continue the attack. His troops followed closely behind as if guided by his will. After 3 frenzied passes through the demon army, they returned to the land of bloody decay. Every cold-blooded cavalryman was covered in blood plasma, looking like dark beings crawling out of a sea of blood from the abyss. This created a strong visual impact, but no matter how many are killed, the advancing army of drowning demons seems endless, constantly pouring out without limit. Seeing this, Liar ordered the undead graveyard guards who can constantly revive to be the main force and begin fierce fighting. At the same time, once the piled-up corpses reached a certain limit, he let the land of Crimson Rock consume them. He sensed that this would definitely be a long and drawn-out battle. There was no rush for quick results. While thinking, he looked at the few figures nearby. Bubble beasts put all the corpses back. Marsh witches immediately take the bubble beasts back to our territory, inform Bane of the current situation, and bring 20 ancient Triant guardians for support. The charm of the marsh witches is completely immune to demons. It's not that they are weak, but these dark beings who endure the whispers of the abyss every day have souls filled with abyssal They cannot be easily influenced emotionally. Their minds are only filled with killing and devouring. Chaos and slaughter are their nature. They show their most brutal side without any temptation. The order was given and the bubble beasts immediately acted, blowing bubbles and beginning to move the mountains of corpses behind them. After completing all this, without hesitation, they left through a space behind the marsh witches. Once the marsh witches disappeared, Lyre felt a surge of excitement inside. If it's a war of attrition, nothing is more suitable for this battlefield than ancient Trant guardians. With support, this battle could be prolonged, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The corpses of these demons could easily turn those 300 wetland lizard man warriors into cold-blooded cavalry. Meanwhile, the blood-flesh butcher can grow stronger by devouring flesh here, gaining more. The land of Crimson Rock can expand recklessly here. To outsiders, these demon armies are obstacles. But to him, they are an unprecedented wealth of resources. Emerging from the space, the bubble beasts, full of corpses, followed the marsh witches on their unicorns back to the territory. By now, the sky had completely darkened. On the way, they encountered some monsters that only appear at night. But the song of the marsh witches easily caused them to enter bubbles and become corpses. At night, the city of the faint glow was still busy and lively. The blacksmith shop was working wildly. When the marsh witches returned, they attracted the curiosity of many residents. While only bubble beasts and banshees seen, whereas Lord Bane immediately came out upon hearing the news. His face looked serious. But what happened? The banshee briefly explained today's encounter, and then said, Lord ordered 20 ancient tree guardians to be dispatched immediately to support. Additionally, more personnel should be sent around for guard duty over the next few days. Production can slow down a bit. Only then did Bane relax, and immediately went to give orders, quickly summoning 20 ancient tree guardians. After Bubble Beast laid down the body, it followed the ancient tree guardians and left the territory. Bane watched their departure with a serious look. He then used the gathered flesh and blood to train cold-blooded cavalry and also ordered to speed up production. The front line was under pressure, and they couldn't let Lord do everything. Hearing the fierce battle ahead, the residents also worked harder. At this moment, the benefits of Lyre's careful selection became clear. The residents within the territory are gentle and honest races, so there's no need to worry about security issues when problems arise. There's also no concern about escape or rebellion. When the ancient tree guardians arrived at the ruins, Lyre smiled happily. Support had arrived. He immediately ordered these earthful beings to stand in front of the Crimson Decay land. The ancient tree guardians crossed the Crimson Decay land and directly charged into the battlefield. Their roots swung like a meat grinder, tearing apart the sinking demons. The demons rushing forward seemed to hit an unshakable mountain. Their large size gave them immense strength, almost terrifying. But the sinking demons' numbers were their greatest advantage, coming wave after wave like tides. The situation began to stalemate. The forces of the city of the slightly revealed were stronger, but the sinking demons were more numerous. The battle grew more intense. After 5 hours of fighting, the intelligence system in their minds quietly appeared. You commanded the army to resist the attack of the sinking demons and gained an extra piece of information. Beyond the energy shield ahead, 5 km inside, there is an abyssal demon iron mine. The high level or inside is suitable for forging advanced weapons, but mining it requires fighting more sinking demons. Lyre, who was closely observing the battle to adjust his commands, saw this intelligence and his eyes lit up. The abyssal demon iron. Can they forge advanced weapons? The blacksmith shop is working day and night. But those are armor pieces. The weapons are still just some broken tools in hand. Looking ahead at the endless tide of demons, his gaze deepened. Ancient graveyard guardians, old tree protectors, stop the enemies from entering. Cold-blooded cavalry take a rest after switching out. Even with level 11 troops, their stamina is great, but prolonged fighting still wears them down. After the army moves forward, he immediately turns to the Crimson Queen Bee. Take Bubble Beast back to the territory now. Bring enough food and clean water. Also, supply arrows for the night elves. At the same time, tell Bane about our situation and ask him to prepare more military supplies. The intelligence mentions something very valuable. No matter what, they must go see it, but first be prepared. The Crimson Queen Bee quickly responds. Then over 1,000 crimson yellow bees fly down from the sky, taking Bubble Beast back immediately. This time, Bubble Beast is also filled with corpses to bring back. Back at the territory, he relays the order to Bane, telling him to quickly gather supplies and return. A few hours pass, and the front lines remain stalemated with little change. A large amount of food and clean water are stored safely in the crimson rotting flesh area. The arrows of the night elves are now equipped with 2 starthorn arrows. Each elf fills their quiver completely. Meanwhile, after resting and continuous healing, the cold-blooded cavalry is back to peak condition. Seeing the army in such shape, Lyre doesn't hold back either. He decisively orders the army to advance. Ancient tree protectors lead the charge as vanguards. They rise from the ground and starting through everything with a height of 25 m and trunk diameters 3 times thicker than a beam. Their roots can easily crush these demons. The demons try to swarm and climb onto the ancient tree protectors to attack, but the surrounding graveyard guards don't give them that chance. Their sides swing, directly harvesting the demon's souls. Even Urful units like the ancient tree protectors can be overwhelmed by countless enemies, but with combined forces, their weaknesses are balanced out. Supporting each other, they form a stronger whole. As the army advances, Lyre also withdraws from the crimson rotting flesh area and sits atop an ancient tree protector. Dark elves stand all around him. These clever warriors, tightly pulling their long bows, took out enemies one by one. Under the fierce attack, the fallen demons in this large hall were quickly cleared away. Without hesitation, they broke through the archway and went deeper into the ruins. Suddenly, a soft hum sounded in her ear. Leal turned her head and saw the human female warrior wrapped in tree roots, slowly waking up. When Karenith woke from her unconsciousness, her eyes became clear again. Feeling the pain all over her body, her expression remained calm. She glanced around with her peripheral vision. The night elves kept drawing their bows and around her. Was she on a tree? The noisy sounds of the battlefield suddenly flooded her ears. Her gaze sharpened slightly. Was this army trying to break out at this moment? The brave young man she saw before fainting jumped lightly and appeared in front of her. As he approached, she saw he was even more impressive than before, especially his aura. Elegant, but carrying the commanding presence of someone in charge, clearly holding great and controlling many lives. This was a rare kind of charisma that ordinary people couldn't fake. Karenith spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Thank you for saving me. Karenith greets you." She then softly asked, "Are we trying to break out now?" Lael looked at the warrior who had killed over 1,000 fallen demons at level 10. She spoke calmly. "A breakout? No, we are going deeper into the ruins." Karenith's eyes narrowed slightly. Wyla's gaze fixed ahead. At the end of her line of sight, a mineral vein about 7 or 8 m above the ground, covering a 100 meters around and emitting a strong dark aura, came into view. "This is the mineral vein I need." So they came through endless demon armies to get here. Karenith turned her head and saw the tide of fallen demons surging below. The ancient Trant guardians as vanguards bore the greatest pressure. But at this moment, the Trants seemed like battering rams, easily ing the demons in front of them. Branches swung, clearing large areas and crushing enemies into blood mud. The enemies are many, but they cannot seriously harm this army. This scene is very visually striking. A strange thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Who really is the demon? Blood nourishes people, the emerging dark boss. 5,000 words. Karani's quickly calmed her mind, her gaze weak but firm as she looked at the brave young man before her. Although her voice was faint, it was very determined. "Sir, please let me go. Give me a steel dagger so I can fight with the army." She was serious about these words. Lyre raised an eyebrow. Seeing her weak state and thinking of the thousands of fallen demon corpses, he was at a loss for words. "Why are you so persistent?" Karani's face remained calm as she said, "A soldier's fate is to die on the battlefield, not to be tied to a tree watching their comrades fight." Her tone was serious with no falsehood. Lyre felt strangely that this brave female warrior was like a wild grass growing on the plains, strong and resilient. Even if stepped into mud, she could revive after a heavy rain. He looked at her deeply. "My army is enough to handle everything. It's not your turn to fight. Now your task is to recover from your injuries." A wounded warrior can't kill many enemies. Lyre turned and walked away without saying more. He returned to his previous position to continue commanding. There was much worth exploring about this female warrior, but now was not the time. Karani's watched his back, her eyes still firm, unaffected by his words. Seeing that he hadn't released her, she began to channel her faint internal strength to heal her wounds. As she said, she would never let her comrades fight at the front while she hid behind. Even if she didn't yet know her opponent's identity since they blocked the enemy, they were her comrades. While healing, Kurani's also pondered Lyre's true identity. Undead lizard men, night elves, half-mechanical beings. Why would these unrelated races gather under one human commander and be so Urful? Although the northern border province is vast, such an outstanding young person should not be unknown. Looking up at the top of a branch, a hand grips the branch and a tall, proud figure gazes into the distance. The person's side face is nearly perfect with no flaws at all, combined with a unique aura, making them unforgettable at first sight. That young person seems to carry a mysterious aura that is hard to understand. The battle continues. Ancient tree guardians, as spearheads, have entered the demon tide with great success. The submerged demon roots ahead cannot stop the tree guardians' advance. The guardian of the abandoned grave and the ancient tree guardians fight together as the main force. The cold-blooded cavalry are kept in less active areas by Lyre to conserve strength. Lyre also limits the night elves' use of their bows and arrows. They don't have enough arrows, and in this long drawn-out fight, letting them attack freely would just waste arrows. At critical moments without remote support, the scene could become very difficult. Under strong progress, the 5 km journey is quickly crossed. From the sky, demons roar and rush from all directions. They are like swarms of ants gathering together, wave after wave. There seems to be no end. The army of the city of the slightly visible is like a lonely boat breaking through the storm and heading straight ahead. They push forward into the area of the abyssal demon iron or vein. Liar looks at the earth scattered across the ground and feels much better. He concentrates and sees an attribute panel in his mind. Abyssal demon iron or level special feature can be melted down to produce 4-star abyssal demon iron, which grants unique properties when forging weapons. Evaluation only found in abyssal veins. For star, the level of abyssal demon iron can reach 4 stars. Liar's eyes instantly become fiery. This or vein must be taken this month. Even if it means becoming a nail, he will firmly stake his claim here. Everyone listen up. Defend around this abyssal demon iron or vein. We need to mind that you're here. The order is given and the army immediately begins to act, building defenses around the vein. This area has no tall mountains to rely on, and enemies will come from all sides, making the pressure even greater. But no matter how much pressure there is, we must endure. This or vein must be mined and mined fiercely. A 4-star mineral vein. Where can I find such a thing outside, even in a top city like Lurland? Encountering this level would drive people crazy. Some might even start a war over it. After calming down, I looked at the Crimson Bee Queen flying beside me. Bring back another batch of corpses later. Let bubble beasts carry them, and inform Bane to send 20 ancient tree guardians and 10 vine fairies for support. Send at least 200 cave dwellers to mine the ore and bring mining tools. Put the territory on full wartime readiness. Prioritize producing all resources needed for war. The Bee Queen didn't hesitate and immediately responded. After the surge of the sinking demon army entered, liars started consciously collecting corpses. Soon, the bubbles filled with bubble beasts were full. Seeing this, the Bee Queen quickly led thousands of yellow bees and bubble beasts to return. The bubbles filled with corpses floated in the air. The sinking demons on the ground had no air attack ability and could only watch them leave. When they reached the space rift leading outside, the Crimson Bee Queen saw many demons gathered on the ground, but a thin, almost transparent shield blocked their way, preventing them from entering the main plane. Instead, they could easily pass through and leave. After the Bee Queen left, Liar shifted his battle strategy again, having the ancient tree guardians root themselves into the ground. They revealed their strongest form, defense towers. Gray-black roots like drills sank into the earth, and these massive creatures settled steadily. They began to absorb the of the earth. Part of the roots remaining on the surface quickly condensed into huge rocks. Once the 3m diameter rocks formed, the roots moved like octopus tentacles, reaching upward. The branches, resembling arms of the ancient tree guardians, suddenly grasped the giant rocks, bending slightly backward. They gathered strength briefly and then erupted. The huge rocks shot out of the roots, flying through the air with long trails, then falling rapidly. They fiercely ate into the demon army. Splash! 7 or 8 sinking demons were crushed into meat paste. A few demons lucky enough to escape near the giant rocks hadn't even had time to rejoice when suddenly they felt a tearing pain in their bodies. In their final moments, they saw the giant rocks explode like bombs. Countless sharp stones with terrifying covered the surrounding 20 to 30 m. The nearby fallen demon was pierced through and exploded in a burst of blood. Throwing a giant stone could instantly clear a large area, but the ancient Trant Guardian's projectiles are endless. As long as they are rooted in the ground, they can continuously absorb the Earth's to form giant stones. What's even more deadly is at this moment, there are 20 ancient Trant Guardians. This is equivalent to 20 artillery stations. Ing sounds filled the air. One giant stone after another ed into the tide of demons. The dense demon army was repeatedly bombarded by these 20 artillery stations. From an aerial view, each giant stone hitting an area would explode into a burst of blood flowers, leaving many injured or dead demons. Immediately, the troops behind charged forward recklessly, trampling over their injured comrades and corpses. The scene was visually shocking. Even Topple movie special effects couldn't depict such a terrifying scene. These level 12 high-tier units, the ancient Trant Guardians, showed destructive far beyond their level. They caused exaggerated damage to the demon tide. After the fallen demons barely endured the giant stones, they would soon face a mixed line of cold-blooded cavalry and graveyard guardians. Individual warriors could resist if prepared, but combined attacks from cold-blooded cavalry and graveyard guardians caught them off guard. The cold-blooded cavalry would attack first, and when the fallen demons prepared to meet their blades, the graveyard guardians would suddenly leap from behind, using sickles to harvest their souls. Where the graveyard guardians would attract their attention, and the cold-blooded cavalry would strike suddenly. The key is surprise. The graveyard guardians have no physical form, immune to physical damage, and possess great tactical flexibility. The mounted cold-blooded cavalry and warriors merge their strength, fighting violently and crazily. suddenly catching the fallen demons off guard, leaving no time to resist. They alternate attacks, efficiently slaughtering the charging demon army. The Night Elves still overlook the battlefield from above the ancient Trant Guardians. Whenever help is needed or an area is under siege and in danger, their arrows will precisely hit the enemy's vital points. If their arrows were not limited and they did not need to worry about their safety, their killing efficiency would not be lower than anyone else's. Lyre saw the dark elf looking a bit embarrassed and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, war is really about logistics. Frontline soldiers need strong armor and sharp weapons. Archers in the back also need long bows and high-quality arrows. Just like now, if the territory develops slowly and logistics can't keep up, even troops like the Dark Elves can't fully their strength. This strengthened his resolve to speed up territory development. Without a strong territory to support them, even a good army can become weak due to lack of supplies, leading to serious losses. The battle quickly lasted half an hour. Once the front line adapted to the attack rhythm of the sinking demon and stabilized, Lyre went to the abyssal magic iron mine and examined it carefully. Most of the ore was exposed on the surface, somewhat loose, not tightly connected. Mining was not very difficult. This made him feel excited. Once the cave dwellers arrived, they could start mining. If they could extract all the 4-star abyssal magic iron to forge weapons and equipment for the army, how much stronger would their become? Just thinking about it made him feel energized. Time flew by quickly. This intense tugafor lasted until dawn. It was now September 19th. Not long after midnight, the second batch of reinforcements from the city of D appeared. 20 ancient Trant Guardians and 200 cave dwellers arrived. The Trant Guardians rushing from the side of the demon horde soon encountered trouble. The sinking demon army was too large, holding them back. Without other troops to support them, the demons began climbing the trees, trying to cut down the trunks. Seeing this, Lyre frowned slightly. He activated his thoughts, and a large swarm of bees in the sky suddenly swooped down. In an instant, they tore open a huge space in front of the Trant Guardians, slaughtering the demons and leaving behind a large pile of corpses. With support, the ancient Trant Guardians' combat surged. They continued forward, ing through the demon bodies and reaching the iron mine. The cave dwellers trembling on the treetops saw they were finally safe and quickly scrambled down the branches and roots to the ground. Standing firmly on the ground makes me feel secure. Lyre was very happy when the support arrived. There's no need to worry about those anymore. This is his defensive tower. He immediately ordered the ancient tree guardian to join the defensive formation. In a moment, 20 more turrets with unlimited ammunition were set up. With 40 turrets firing at once, the scene became very intense. The rushing army of fallen demons started to feel the pressure from the City of Dawn. From afar, you could see the 20 tall ancient tree guardians gathering large stones, then raising their hands to throw them. The stones weren't just for single targets. They would explode too. Even more frightening was that the ancient tree guardians kept supplying ammunition, seemingly never tiring. After several hours of throwing, the number of demons in the Crimson Rot Land began to drop sharply. The pressure on the defense line aced. Lyre was very pleased to see this. He decided to send the Night Elves and Granny Green Grass to the wilderness to find more tree people. These units were incredibly urful. If only they had 300 or 500 of them, they wouldn't just defend the iron mine. Even wiping out these demons wouldn't be a big deal. After strengthening the line, Lyre turned his attention to the cave dwellers. Looking at these uneasy, even trembling underground creatures, he found it somewhat amusing and ordered them to mine. Recently, the blacksmith shop had been busy forging many mining tools for the cave dwellers, and now they brought them over. With clear instructions, the cave dwellers' fear slightly eased, and they immediately started mining the ore. Outside, demons wailed and roared, the air filled with the sharp, foul smell of sulfur and blood. These cave dwellers were also very scared, but they focused on their work, venting their fear on the ore. Fortunately, the ore was easy to mine here, or it would have been deadly. With support, the 40 turrets roared continuously, and the battle began to stabilize. Even the Night Elves stopped fighting so much. Time slowly passed from midnight to dawn, but the sky over the ruins remained gray like before a rainstorm with no change between night and day. The situation remained steady. After a whole night of fighting, the endless army of demons still seemed to have no end. Even Lyre began to doubt whether this ruins directly lead to the abyss. There are too many demons, giving a feeling of exhaustion from constant fighting. The attack from the demon army brought not only danger, but also an unprecedented gain, countless corpses. At one point, he even sent the Crimson Queen Bee back to the City of Shadows. Inside the bubble of the bubble beast, it was once again filled with corpses. After this round, Bane reported that enough corpses had been gathered to transform the cold-blooded knights, so there was no need to send more. In just a short time, the resources needed to transform 300 cold-blooded knights had been fully gathered. Lyre felt very happy. He no longer needed to save resources and simply placed all the remaining corpses into the blood flesh land, letting this land of blood and flesh devour them. With the massive pile of corpses, the smell of blood in the blood flesh land grew even stronger. Meanwhile, the area that had never expanded before began to slowly grow. The large number of demon corpses even slowed down the absorption rate of the blood flesh land. The corpses poured into the blood flesh land exceeded its digestion capacity, creating a strange scene. The immense energy brought by the corpses gave the wasteland and the Crimson Queen the strongest support, allowing them to deploy their armies without hesitation. The wasteland guardians fought on the front lines constantly. After death, they could immediately resurrect and rejoin the fight. The crimson yellow bees, on the other hand, were consumables, requiring only necrotic energy to reanimate. With the blood flesh land as support, they had nothing to worry about. The boundless demon army unexpectedly became a rare opportunity for the City of Shadows to develop. The previously scarce blood and flesh became abundant, making Lear feel like he had eaten his fill after a long hunger. He cherished this situation very much. Leaving the ruins, if he wanted more blood and flesh, he could only go hunting painfully. The benefits brought by the massive demon army were not only enjoyed by the blood flesh land, but also greatly strengthened the terrifying divine being known as the Flesh Butcher on the other side. Because it had been fighting on the front lines, the number of demons slaughtered by the Flesh Butcher was impossible to count. But now around it, countless blood-colored souls with fierce screams swirled constantly. Every time he attacks, the fallen demon on the other side can hear the trembling screams and painful wails that shake the soul. It sounds like thousands of people suffering from torture. Desperate and full of resentment, when he swings his battle axe, even before hitting the enemy, he already weakens most of their fighting ability, making their slaughter easier. At the same time, because the flesh and blood energy he devours is very earthful, his devouring growth skill has evolved. Devouring growth allows him to keep strengthening his body by consuming flesh and blood, and once he reaches certain levels, he gains a passive skill. Current level intermediate, passive skills. 1. Steel skeleton. His bones are harder than steel. 2. Bloodless body. His blood merges into his body, so he doesn't bleed or lose strength when injured and can quickly recover by using internal energy. Bloodless body. This skill makes the flesh and blood slaughterer even more earthful. No matter how the fallen demon attacks or how serious the wounds are, it doesn't affect him at all. His internal energy circulates and his wounds heal like rubber. With the added trait of having no fatal weaknesses, the flesh and blood slaughterer is taking a big step forward on the path of becoming a true dark boss. By afternoon, after fighting all night, the bloodless knights take turns resting, eating, and drinking. Liar is also treating the bloodless knights in the army, but just as he is busy, a determined-looking figure suddenly appears in front of him. That person's golden pupils are especially striking. Their clothes are torn, revealing large patches of scabbed wounds. The scars are fierce and chilling, inspiring respect. But what draws more attention is the earthful aura they carry, like an always proud soldier who dares to draw his sword, even when facing a dragon's pressure. Just one look makes it clear. This is a brave warrior. Liar looks at Karanith with some surprise. She actually broke free from the ancient Trant Guardian's control. Before he can speak, Karanith slowly pats her chest and respectfully salutes him. Sir, thank you for your kind rescue, but I have recovered. The warriors of the Dragon Breath mercenary group never leave their comrades to fight alone. Sir, I request to join the battle formation. Liar looked at this serious expression with unwavering eyes. He was momentarily stunned. What kind of experience could create such a personality? There are no soldiers who always volunteer for battle, and they don't even know their current identities. Yet they assume they are comrades and allies. Also, the other side mentioned the Dragon Breath mercenary group. In his original memories, there seems to be some related information. A mercenary group that once hunted dragons and was active in the wilderness. Intelligence updated. Another 4-star report. In the end, Liar agreed to Karanith's request to fight. He returned the long, slightly curved sword she was holding tightly when she was knocked out. Karanith accepted it with both hands, bowing respectfully. Liar could clearly sense that her gaze became sharp like a hunting eagle the moment she grasped the sword again. She held her head high, her shoulder-length black hair flowing freely. Her armor was already broken, and large scars of blood covered her body like metals. But her aura remained strong like a fighter who would never give up or like the rising sun, full of vitality, never retreating. Just one look was enough to feel her bravery and fearlessness. She perfectly matched the image of a warrior in Liar's mind, brave and outstanding. Karanith strode forward confidently, her determined gaze piercing through the defending army ahead. Standing at the front, she gripped her long sword with both hands, holding it upright in front of her chest, the tip pointing to the sky. At this moment, a fallen demon charged forward. Its 2-meter height made it very intimidating. Its fierce face roared, and its sharp claws, capable of tearing armor, swung wildly. Even veteran soldiers would feel fear when they saw the demon rushing at them. Karenith's expression remained unchanged. She quickly stepped forward, her sword flashing like lightning as she struck down. The fallen demon swung its claws, trying to tear her throat first, but her sword's blade suddenly accelerated in midair. With a sharp sound, it cut through half of its neck, spraying blood 7 or 8 m high. In that instant, Karenith lifted her right foot and kicked its abdomen hard. A huge burst of force made the demon seem hit by a heavy weapon, causing it to fly backward and into a large group of fallen demons behind it. Kalani's moved forward smoothly, her sword whistling through the air. She struck 7 times in quick succession, defeating the fallen demons. All of this happened in less than 5 breaths, with the movements flowing seamlessly. The cold-blooded knights watching nearby were stunned. Lyre saw clearly that her opponent's weapon was not a Heil tool, just an ordinary blade. But in Kalani's hands, it looked like a legendary weapon forged from dragon teeth. With each swing, she easily cut through demons with skin as tough as cowhide and bones as strong as steel. Her golden eyes grew deeper during the fight. She kept moving forward, charging ahead without pause. In just a few minutes since the battle began, Kalani's earned the respect of the cold-blooded knights around her. Although she was only about 1.75 m tall, and they sat on mounts over 3 m high, her size was much smaller. But her fighting style was just as fierce, combined with terrifying strength and killing The knights admired her bravery. This warrior was just like them, fearless and brave. With Kalani's joining, the defensive line became as steady as a mountain. No matter how the demons attacked, they didn't retreat even half a step. Lyre watched carefully. Kalani's fighting skills, instincts, and willpower were exceptional. She never hesitated when she needed to be fierce, and she never pushed her luck when she should retreat. Every move was perfectly timed, using the least effort to kill the most enemies. She fought with minimal energy, yet defeated many foes. It was like a dancer performing on a knife's edge, killing enemies with grace and beauty. Everything she did was smooth and flowing, as if rehearsed countless times. Lyre took a deep breath. No wonder her opponent, not even a hero unit, could kill thousands of demons of the same level with just level 10. Kalani's fighting was like a master's art. Her skills became instinctive. Each swing of her sword was perfectly timed, wasting no effort or chance. Gradually, the knights at the back moved away from the area. They let Connie's defend alone. The demons couldn't break through her line, and staying behind her became boring. Kalani saw this and did not feel proud. Instead, she quickly adjusted the battle pace and slowed her attacks. She intentionally let the cold-blooded cavalry adapt and blend into her fighting rhythm. In this area, the 3 squads of cold-blooded cavalry soon found themselves naturally following her in battle. They were surprised to discover that after Kalani's took the lead at the front, the pressure of the fight and the efficiency of killing increased. Meanwhile, their own stamina consumption dropped significantly. It used to take 10 units of effort to kill a fallen demon, but now only 5 or even 4 units were needed. In less than an hour, their respect for this human female warrior grew even more. On the battlefield, the most admirable thing is a strong warrior. Lyre saw Connie's integrate into the army and paid little attention. Whether she performed well or poorly, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. If his carefully trained army needed an outsider to save or lead them, he might as well give up and go home. The defensive line was already established. Under the fire of the ancient Trant Guardians, the number of fallen demons was too few to cause much damage. With the situation stabilized in the back, the cave dwellers began to mine and dig wildly. After producing a large amount of ore, the bubble beasts immediately filled their bubbles to capacity. Once full, the Crimson Queen Bee led them back to the city of the Tiny Dew. In this battle, besides the frontline troops, another key factor was the bubble beasts. These adorable little creatures became the best transport team. Their bubbles acted as cargo boxes capable of carrying a large amount of goods. They could float in midair, avoiding attacks from the fallen demons. This provided great logistical support. It must be said that bubble beasts became more useful the more he used them. However, another piece of news surprised him. Vine Fairy had fallen into a deep sleep due to extensive construction and would not wake up until the morning of the 20th. Because of this, she was not included in the second wave of ancient Trant Guardians sent for reinforcement. Lyre was actually quite pleased about this. Falling asleep meant she would gain new strength. This was very important for the territory. Plus, she would wake up tomorrow, so it wouldn't delay much. Next, they still needed to stay here to mine ore. If they could build simple defenses, they could guard the mineral veins with less cost. The starry sky vines would be the best choice. From early morning to late at night, the 19th was spent fighting nonstop. Soon, subtle changes appeared on the battlefield. By 1000 p.m., the ancient grave rooted in the land of crimson decay, which had been quietly absorbing suddenly experienced a surge in aura. The surrounding energy was crazily devoured by it. It was like a huge empty bottle placed in a lake, constantly swallowing the surrounding clear water. It took about 10 minutes for the energy around to settle down. Le focused intently and saw that the weeds on the graves had grew greener and greener. He could also clearly sense the fierce contained within the ancient grave at this moment. It was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Opening its attribute panel, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the level of the ancient grave had risen from level 12 to level 13. With a vast amount of corpses being added, the land of crimson decay became more abundant than ever. Along with that, the ancient grave also received a huge boost of flesh and blood energy. Leveling up seemed to be a natural outcome. After the level of the ancient grave increased, the frontmost graveguard began to retreat orderly back into the tomb. Soon after, it reappeared from the grave's head. Its body became darker, and at the same time, unique inscriptions appeared on the sickle in its hand. These ghosts that existed because of the ancient grave as it improved also leveled up from level 9 to level 10, making a major leap. Moreover, it gained a striking new skill, Soul Reaper Apostle 3-star. After harvesting enemy souls, it can infuse them into the sickle, lighting up one inscription on the sickle for every 100 souls harvested. Each inscription increases damage by 20 with a maximum of 20 encryptions lit. This is a 3-star skill, and it can grow. Leo immediately felt a bit envious. If all 20 inscriptions could be lit, the damage of the sickle would be directly increased by 400. This attack was truly astonishing. The killer move of the ancient grave guard was to unexpectedly attack the opponent's soul. Plus, with its extremely high attack, they could definitely turn the tide. It felt so satisfying. After leveling up, the ancient grave guard continued fighting. Soon, the cold-blooded cavalry nearby noticed that the ancient grave guard's combat had greatly increased, especially the sickle in its hand more sharp. Every swing caused the demons in front to scream in pain. As they killed more enemies, the sickle also began to change in a wonderful way. When the first inscription lit up, the cold-blooded cavalry suddenly felt that the sickle could seem to cut their throats even from a few meters away. The sharpness was intimidating. It's not easy to light an inscription outside. It requires feeding hundreds of souls. But here, endless armies of demons flow like a tide, never stopping. This created a perfect environment for the graveyard guards to grow strong. Even more dangerous is that they can come back to life. This gave these spirits the greatest confidence to fight on the front lines. Liar's smile never faded as he watched this. Looking at the endless demon army on the horizon, he felt deeply moved. These fallen demons are truly treasures. If he could fight like this for a year or more, just imagine how much he could gain. Time passed quickly, and soon it was dawn. It crossed midnight and turned to September 20th. At that moment, a message from the intelligence system appeared in Liar's mind. The intelligence system has cooled down and can now be refreshed. Would you like to refresh? His attention immediately shifted from the battlefield, and he became excited when he saw the prompt. Every time he refreshed the intelligence before, he waited in his territory. This was the first time doing it during battle. Liar didn't hesitate and confirmed quickly. Next, the intelligence began to refresh. 1. Using abyssal demon iron to stain the blood of demons will improve the quality of weapons. 1 star. 2. 35 km south of the muddy swamp in a bush lives a group of half-elves. They are skilled at hunting with bows and arrows. 2 stars. 3. The ruins you are in are formed from a collapsed layer of the bottomless abyss containing endless demons. Your slaughter has attracted a level 15 great demon which will arrive here in 3 hours. 4. 50 km north of the muddy swamp, a group of exiled half-elves are planning to settle here. 3 stars. 5. Karen's bloodline is very special. It can be awakened using the contained in the flesh of the Abyssal Duke, but she must resist the influence of the Abyssal Duke's will. For stars, Liar briefly glanced over the information and immediately held his breath. His face was full of surprise. Well, there's again a 4-star piece of news, and there are 2 pieces of 3-star news. Feeling excited, he started with the first piece. Deep Abyss Demon Iron contaminated with demon blood can improve weapon quality when forged. That's interesting. Without this information, he wouldn't have thought of it. He should gather more of it to store for later. A 4-star level Deep Abyss Demon Iron. How sharp can the weapons made from it be? The second piece of news also made him very excited. A half-elf making arrows. He currently needs more workers. He must find time to bring those half-elves back to work. Such talented people shouldn't be wasted. The third piece is a 3-star report. Level 15 Greater Demon will arrive in 3 hours. His expression grew serious immediately. A Greater Demon is not comparable to a fallen demon of this level. Even in the dangerous demon-infested abyss, the Greater Demon is a core force. Level 15 says everything. If he hadn't kept the mechanical severed finger as a backup, he might be worried now. But with the mechanical severed finger, everything changes. The fourth piece is also about personnel movements, but this time it's about a group of half-elves. The intelligence value is 3 stars. Clearly, they are several levels above the half-elves, although it's not yet clear what's special about these half-elves. Capturing them would reveal everything. The last piece is a 4-star report, but unexpectedly it's about Karanith. Their bloodline is special and needs the blood of the Abyssal Lord to activate. What kind of bloodline is so Urful? Lyre looked at the warrior fighting alongside the cold-blooded cavalry with some suspicion. No wonder he could single-handedly kill over 1,000 fallen demons of the same level. He's definitely not an ordinary person. However, he's not loyal to her now. Activating his bloodline wouldn't mean much unless he's willing to submit. But would such a warrior be willing to submit? He's not even sure if he can forcibly enslave him with divine Based on Karanith's personality, she's definitely resolute and wouldn't surrender, even willing to destroy their own soul rather than be enslaved. The other is a true warrior, never backing down when facing a strong enemy. After calming his mind, Lyre took a deep breath. This time, the information update was more valuable, and several pieces were exactly what he urgently needed. Now, completing all tasks would surely bring him great rewards. Only Karanith made him hesitate a little, but he didn't dwell on it. After the war ends and he leaves the ruins, he can think about it then. Calming his emotions and gathering his strength, he transmitted the news of the approaching level 15 demon to everyone. This way, everyone could be mentally prepared. Huge gains imprisoning the level 15 demon hero. The deep roar of demons, the clash of battles, the screams of pain after injuries. All these sounds mixed together. They became the main theme on the battlefield. Without experiencing the battlefield firsthand, it's hard to understand the terrifying pressure of being surrounded and attacked endlessly by demons. But thanks to the 40 ancient Trant guardians guarding the artillery, the army firmly protected the abyssal magic iron mine behind them. As one of the main forces, the Wasteland Guardians, after reaching level 10, became even more fierce. Their ability to continually resurrect meant they didn't have to fear sacrifice, and the undead had no fear at all. They bore the greatest pressure. Cold-blooded cavalry could rotate, but these ghostly spirits, without physical form, always fought on the front line. They didn't need rest or food, only continuous fighting. Lyre finally realized how irful the undead units were. No wonder they are called a natural disaster. Once their numbers grow large, they become everyone's nightmare. As the number of slaughtering demons increased, the runes on their sides began to light up in sequence. This made them even more deadly. The benefit was that the defenses became more stable and casualties decreased. Time slowly passed. Lyre's focus sharpened, his vigilance reaching the highest level. Finally, he recalled the flesh butcher and the two-headed ogre chieftain back to his side. From midnight until 3:00 in the morning, the demon army suddenly let out a series of roars. You could hear the fear in their voices. Lyre looked in the direction of the sounds. At the end of his sight, above the dull gray sky, a small black dot is rapidly approaching. In just a few breaths, it grew from the size of a rice grain to the size of a fist. Then it moved closer, stopping about 300 m in front of the ancient tree guardian, hovering in midair. It was an extremely fierce dark creature. It had a pair of dark red flesh wings that fluttered, stirring up gusts of air. Its head had curved horns and 3 sharp fingers like blades. Even heavy armor seemed fragile against it. It had pale, blood-stained, sulfur-colored eyes, full of reckless madness and brutality, as if ready to attack anyone at any moment. Its gray-brown skin was full of wrinkles, covered with tiny, dense spines, natural armor. It was 3 and 12 m tall, radiating a irful aura like a dark sun shining from above. Very eye-catching. Every flap of its flesh wings released faint black energy around it, making it look even more fierce and terrifying. This was a great demon, a hero unit level 15, with a potential of 4 stars and a talent for teleportation, able to jump through space briefly and appear anywhere within 50 m hero talent. Lyre looked at the opponent's stats, his gaze narrowing slightly. A level 15 great demon finally appeared. Most of its attributes were question marks. Only its raised talent revealed detailed info, but its level already said everything. Level 15 and upper knight. In a big city like Lorland, such a figure could directly command a legion of 10,000 soldiers, an absolute high combat and it was a hero unit. But at this moment, Lyre was not too worried. His expression remained calm. He moved his mind. Deep within the Crimson Decay land, a rolling disturbance occurred. In an instant, a huge mechanical finger-like fragment appeared at the edge of the ancient grave. The great demon suddenly seemed to sense something, fluttering its wings and flying closer. It stared intensely at the Crimson Decay land, flying to a distance of just over 100 m. Its eyes were full of excitement. From the Abyssal Duke. There's actually residual energy from such a being here. Its tone was filled with surprise and endless greed. After sensing for a moment with its eyes closed, it opened them again, completely excited. It was no mistake. This was the of the Abyssal Duke, and it was so surging and mighty. Even the will of the Abyss Lord is no longer present above. The Abyss is watching over him. This demon hero is excited. The Abyss Lord is the ruler of the bottomless abyss. Some Urful Abyss Lords even control over 10 layers of the Abyss Plane. Each one has immense strength. Now part of that has appeared before him, and it's so easy to take. His inner desire is ignited at this moment. If he can control this part of the he has a high chance of reaching a higher level and becoming an ancient demon. In the future, he might even become an Abyss Lord, but at this moment, his gaze slowly turns to the center area where the outstanding and charismatic liar stands. Is this human the master of this army? There is a hint of mockery in his eyes. Someone who is not even level 10. His eyes pass over him and finally rest on the flesh slaughterer and the two-headed ogre chieftain. A cold feeling rises in his eyes. Are these the biggest reliance of the opponent? Spiders are always spiders. Even if they gain the of the Abyss Lord, they probably can't control it, right? But to devour that he must have a quiet environment. First, eliminate these annoying obstacles. Confident in himself, the great demon ignores the dark red swarm of wasps in the sky. He flies to above the place of the red decay flesh, and his surging instantly erupts, twisting the surrounding space. The opponent's body disappears on the spot, flickers, and drops dozens of meters. Just as he prepares to strike down, he suddenly sees a figure emitting an evil aura appear in front of him. The figure holds a terrifying blood and flesh battle axe surrounded by countless vengeful spirits and has no head. His body looks like it's sewn together from blood and flesh. Fierce and terrifying, it resembles a rare Hyle creature from the abyss, the Headless Knight. A cold light flashes in his eyes. Just you dare to stop me, wings flap, and he charges straight ahead. The battle axe and claws clash, and a huge counterforce is immediately felt. Sparks fly everywhere. The opponent is suddenly knocked downward. The great demon is unwilling to stop, roaring and continuing to attack. But in an instant, the opponent's figure disappears and appears right above his head. The demon hero's gaze turned cold and furious. He dared to fight him in the air without flying ability. With a flap of his wings, he charged forward aggressively. They engaged in a strange aerial battle. The Flesh Slayer relied on his 4-star skill gained from devouring a demigod's eye, recklessly using a void portal to stay in midair. The great demon also fought back angrily, but neither could gain the upper hand in this fight. Lee observed this and looked toward the mechanical broken finger emerging from the ruins. After a moment of thought, he suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes brightened. He moved his mind and directly transmitted a message through the mark engraved in the Flesh Slayer's soul to lure that great demon into the land of crimson rotten flesh. The Flesh Slayer received the command. He tangled with a level 15 demon hero and fell from the sky. At the moment of landing, he vanished. The great demon flapped his wings. His body suddenly slowed and he hovered about 3 m above the ground, feeling his opponent disappear. He immediately became furious, roaring loudly to the sky. Did they think he was a worm to be toyed with pests? His eyes suddenly turned to Lear, flashing with a savage light. In an instant, his body disappeared, flickering and reappeared about 50 or 60 m ahead. Lowly human, the of the Abyss is not something you can glimpse. His tone was filled with intense rage. The Flesh Slayer completely enraged him. In the next moment, his body turned translucent, about to pass through the void. With his strength and mastery of space, killing the human and the surrounding lowly creatures would be easy. But just as he was about to step into the space, he suddenly felt the surroundings solidify like mercury. The space that could be easily manipulated turned into a thick wall impossible to pass through. His gaze shot sharply toward Lear. Was it him controlling the of this blood-red land, disgusting bug? I really hate you. He flapped his wings fiercely and sped toward him like lightning. Once close, the level 15 could destroy everything. Lee saw this and remained calm with no sign of fear. He slowly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. In the next moment, a loud erupted. Surrounding crimson energy ignited like gasoline, instantly rising up. The blood-soaked earth suddenly trembled, and terrifying cages made of bones and blood mud burst up from the ground. They instantly rose high, blocking the great demon in front, and cages also appeared around him, rising rapidly like fishing nets being pulled upward. The great demon's heart trembled as he sensed something was wrong. He flapped his wings wildly and flew upward. Relying on his speed, he could escape from the partially closed cage within 2 breaths. But just as the demon was about to fly out, a terrifying headless figure suddenly appeared in midair. It held a battle axe tightly with both hands, raised it above its head, and swung it down violently. The air twisted at that moment. The blood red in the eyes of the level 15 demon hero suddenly deepened. He roared in frustration but could only clasp his hands together, claws crossing to block the axe. The sound of metal clashing exploded. Under the huge impact, the great demon was thrown downward while the headless figure flew toward the sky. At this moment, the bloodied cage curving in an arc suddenly closed, completely covering the sky. In the demon's view, he saw the headless creature looking down at his fall. Although it had no head, it seemed to see a pair of mocking eyes. Anger filled his heart. His wings suddenly flapped, stopping his descent, and he sharply ascended. In an instant, reaching maximum speed, he flew at high velocity. He clenched his fist, unleashing all his strength, and with a sonic struck the top cage fiercely. The huge blood-cold prison trembled, but it did not break. This was the skill of the Crimson Flesh Land, blood and flesh cage. It could summon rotten flesh to form a crimson cage to imprison enemies. As long as the energy of the Crimson Flesh Land was not fully exhausted, the cage was indestructible. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the great demon instantly became furious and launched a frantic ripple spread through the surrounding space. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break the cage. If it had been before, allowing a level 15 hero to vent, the blood and flesh cage would not have lasted long. But after replenishing with countless demon corpses, this terrifying place, which devours blood and flesh, was no longer what it once was. The cage began to shrink. The bottom part gradually merged into the ground. The height decreased and its range of activity was greatly reduced. The big demon's eyes turned completely red when it sensed something was wrong. A deep sulfur-like abyssal flame ignited on its body, and its aura suddenly increased tenfold. It looked like an ancient abyss demon crawling out of endless darkness. It began to strike the cage more fiercely. Each punch made the cage tremble and even the ground shook, but it still had no effect. The cage forcibly tightened, finally completely imprisoning the big demon. It was stripped of all movement space. The cage made of flesh and bones tightly bound the demon, as if a steel cage had been welded onto its body. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Seeing this, Liar's lips curled into a high smile. He didn't expect that this level 15 demon hero would be suppressed in such a way. At first, he was most worried that the opponent behind the army of fallen demons would command an attack. But unexpectedly, the other side was suddenly attracted by the Abyssal Duke's flesh and blood, rushing directly into the Crimson Rot Land. The crazy slaughter over the past few days greatly increased the area's giving him the courage to take a risk instead of using mechanical dismemberment to annihilate the enemy that could eliminate a threat but would leave nothing behind. Now this big demon had become his prisoner. This was a level 15 demon hero, a hero. How Urfel was such a being before leaving Lauren City. He had never even seen someone of this level in his life. Now a single thought could decide its fate. Life and death were beyond his control. A strong sense of achievement rose in his heart. Who would have thought that in less than 2 months of development, he could grow to this level? He took a deep breath, then waved his hand with mixed emotions and gave an order. Aitzur away. The two-headed ogre chieftain immediately stepped forward quickly, arriving in front of the flesh cage. Looking at the big demon trapped tightly inside, unable to move and still roaring and cursing wildly, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Just you dare to despise my lord. He had been ready for a big fight just now, but didn't expect the opponent to be so useless and get imprisoned directly. He had no flying ability and couldn't perform the feat of intercepting the flesh and blood slaughterer in midair. All the frustration he had been holding back was now vented. The 6 mechanical limbs behind suddenly extended outward. They aimed directly at the creature's body and stabbed in. The large demon, with no space to dodge, was immediately pierced by the sharp mechanical limbs. Splat sulfur-like blood sprayed out. It splattered onto the ground, making a corrosive sound, and small holes appeared on the surface. The big demon let out a painful roar, still trying to struggle, but the of the Crimson Decay Land suppressed him, preventing any resistance. Under the relentless attack of the terrifying metal limbs, the demon's aura began to fade quickly until it was near death. Seeing this, Liar waved his hand to stop the two-headed ogre chieftain. He thought for a moment. The blood and flesh of the earth started to collapse downward, and the ground rose from the feet up until it covered the demon's neck, leaving only the head visible. The head was imprisoned in a cage. The body was completely sealed by the earth. Now, there was no way for the enemy to escape. At this moment, the demon hero finally felt fear, but it was too late. Escape was impossible now. Looking at Liar, whose expression had not changed much from beginning to end, a deep chill ran through him. It turned out that this seemingly insignificant human was the most terrifying. He must have been prepared long ago. To possess the remaining of the Abyssal Duke was no simple matter. A wave of regret rose in his heart. If he had directly ordered the fallen demon army to attack, he wouldn't have been captured. Liar felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Capturing the enemy meant a huge profit. A 3-star intelligence report was dangerous, but now it had turned into a gain. A living 15th level demon hero. What a profit. Can this become a demigod? After the 15th level demon was imprisoned, the pressure on Liar suddenly eased. the army returned to a normal attrition pace. With the resurrectable Deadland guards standing at the front, the situation became more stable. Despite the tide of demons ing against them, they remained unmoved. On the morning of the 20th, the cave dwellers mining or began to rest and eat while the bubble beasts loaded the mined or onto transporters to return to their territory. Under high pressure, the cave dwellers' mining efficiency was astonishingly fast. Because the deep abyssal magic iron was relatively easy to mine, they could produce dozens of bubbles in just one night. Looking at the full harvest, Lyre had to admit that these cave creatures truly have special talents. At noon, the Crimson Queen beast successfully escorted Bubble Beast back, but this time there was quite a commotion. Ing sounds, 300 cold-blooded cavalry formed a sharp arrowhead, charging forward at high speed, fearlessly tearing through the demon army ahead. The ground trembled as if thousands of horses were galloping, full of Bubble Beast wrapped itself in bubbles and floated in the sky. You could see not only Bubble Beast riding above, but also the cute vine fairies and other small creatures. The third wave of support arrived. Seeing this, Lyre's eyes lit up with joy. With a thought, the Crimson Queen bead surged like a flood toward the enemy. It cleared a wide path through the sinking magic, allowing reinforcements to reach the battlefield. Now the number of cold-blooded cavalry in hand increased to 700, plus 1,000 desert graveyard guards, making a total of 1,700 ground troops. All of them were Heil units above level 10, plus 40 ancient tree guardians, making the current defense line solid as a fortress. Unless a higher-level demon army suddenly appears, it's impossible to shake the army of the city of Micro. After the vine fairies arrived, they looked around curiously. Seeing these small, fist-sized creatures flapping their vine-woven wings, Lyre felt happier. Remembering that the delay was due to their transformation, he quickly checked his attribute panel and his eyes lit up. The level of these 10 vine fairies had already risen to level 12, reaching the limit of 3-star potential. Their 3-2-star skills had been upgraded to 3-star skills. They also gained a new 3-star skill, Energy Mobilization. This skill allows them to harness all nearby energy to nurture and strengthen vines. He couldn't help but feel a bit shy. He immediately assigned them a task. Build vine walls around the abyssal demon iron. With the order given, these little cuties immediately started working. They placed the starry sky vines around the iron mine. Then they emitted dazzling light, and the magic energy with a slightly evil aura around them was attracted like a magnet rushing in quickly. There was no starry sky here, but there was energy. The young vines, nourished by Urful energy, grew rapidly to a visible height. It was like watching a video sped up 100 times. In just a few breaths, they reached half a meter tall. This was more than 10 times faster than when they first cultivated vines in the city of D. Lyre was filled with surprise. Soon he believed he could build the defenses he wanted. As he expected, with 10 fully leveled vine fairies helping, they built a vine wall with a diameter of 300 m around the abyssal iron mine in just half a day. Although only 1 meter high, the speed amazed Lyre. Even stacking stones on site wouldn't be this fast. Right at this moment, the starry sky vines looked a bit different from those in the city of D. Their green branches were covered with a faint red hue and emitted a slight evil aura. This was likely caused by their massive absorption of the area's influenced by demonic energy. The fully leveled vine fairies exceeded his expectations. After several days until noon on the 23rd, the cultivation of the vine fairies finally finished. A vine wall over 10 m high and more than 3 m wide was erected around the abyssal iron mine. Who would have thought it was built in just 3 days? As the vine fairies advanced in their later stages, their building speed increased. Once fully leveled, they could not only cultivate starry sky vines using their own but also allow the vines to autonomously absorb Earth's energy to grow. This double effect created a miracle. Ancient tree guardians rose from the ground, surrounding the wall and beginning to take root. Then the army retreated to the wall to defend, relying on the fortifications to resist demons. But the wall wasn't completely closed. 6 openings were left for demon attacks and better defense. This also eased the army's pressure. The wall was entirely built in the Scarlet Rotten Land. After attacking, demons were killed. Their bodies were directly swallowed by the earth. Those 6 passages became key areas for the army to trap and kill demons. Seeing this, Lyre felt quite pleased. He ordered the vine fairies to continue growing vines and improve the defenses. This would also help gain experience. The city of Deuce still remained a blank area around the fortress. The pressure eased here, so Lyre shifted his focus to other matters. While thinking, he called Haggis. He told him about the relationship between the halfling and the half-elf. Then he ordered this swamp lizard hero to lead 100 cold-blooded riders and 100 dark elves away. They were to go to the wilderness and bring all the members of these 2 tribes back to the city of D. Although most resources were now focused on the ruins, they couldn't delay the growth of the territory. What he needed most now was more people. The order was given, and Haggis immediately led his troops to break out under the protection of the swarm. The defense line was already strong, so losing these troops wouldn't affect the overall situation. Liar watched their retreating figures with a good mood. It's a pity that the armor production at the blacksmith shop would still take a few days for mass production. Otherwise, arming the cold-blooded riders would allow him to send more people out to complete tasks. Now, he was looking forward to good news from them. After the vine walls were built, Kalani's also withdrew. This brave warrior, who had been fighting since recovering from her injuries, would only rest for an hour or two before returning to the front. She had fought for several days straight. Her serious attitude, determination, and resilience made the cold-blooded riders fighting alongside her often look at her with admiration. They respected her deeply. Having such a companion on the battlefield truly made people feel at ease and confident. Seeing Kalani's retreat to rest, Liar's gaze flickered. As the leader who charged forward first, Canny's performed perfectly. Compared to her, Haggis, the swamp lizard hero, seemed somewhat lacking. Perhaps his only weakness was that he was not one of his subordinates. While thinking, Liar approached Kalani's. His deep eyes looked at this warrior, still full of fighting spirit, with a slightly tired but determined face. Kalani's, take a rest. The defense line is secure and you don't need to push yourself so hard. Keeney's hesitated briefly, then looked at the tall vine walls and finally nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Liar nodded, curious. How did you end up in the ruins? Kalani's tone was somewhat complicated. A few days ago, I was leading the mercenary group on a hunt in the wilderness. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and fierce turbulent winds arose. I didn't have time to dodge and was swept into an ancient ruin. At the moment I landed, I saw countless demons approaching. I gathered the warriors who were also caught in the ruins, and together we broke through the encirclement, escaping along a small path from the demon army. I thought this would be our way out, but to my surprise, the end was still filled with demons. I believed I would die there, carrying guilt to see my mother, but unexpectedly I was saved. Liar's eyes flickered slightly. Is there any treasure on the other side of that small path? Calantha's expression became a bit strange. A demon's head. A huge head standing on the ground like a mountain. Countless demons crawl out of its mouth, and I can sense that the flesh and blood of that head are still moving. Demons ahead. Liar's pupil shrank sharply. Thinking of the ruins' description, this is a relic formed from the abyssal plane. There are too many demons and that head is too far from us. I couldn't observe much. Liar looked at the towering vine-covered city walls. Right now, there was little energy left to explore the other side, but he wasn't disappointed. Obtaining abyssal magic iron was already a great gain. Without abyssal magic iron, just hunting the sinking demon would be a huge profit. The more you want to eat, the more you want to have everything. But often you end up with nothing. It's best to enjoy what you have now. Calm down and continue asking. The Dragon's Breath mercenary group. I heard they once hunted a giant dragon. Cananthus paused, then spoke softly. Yes, that was 10 years ago. I was still young then. That giant dragon was killed by my uncle himself. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and her gaze grew colder. But now the Dragon's Breath mercenary group is no longer what it used to be. They can only hunt some wild beasts in the wilderness to exchange for supplies. Liar's eyes flickered slightly. Miss Calanthas, are you in charge of the Dragon's Breath mercenary group? Canthais nodded. Yes, I grew up in the Dragon Breath mercenary group. Since my uncle passed away, I have taken over the group. No wonder I can care for the soldiers so delicately during battles. It seems I also have relevant experience in this area. How many people are left in the Dragon Breath mercenary group? Now Kalani's paused for a moment, with a hint of complexity in her expression. There are currently 300 members. 10 years ago, when the Dragon Breath mercenary group was at its strongest, it had 10 times that size. Now, not only hunting dragons, but even surviving in the wilderness has become difficult. All of this is thanks to the noble Count, the Tulip family. A cold, piercing hatred flashed in his eyes. Only blood can wash away such deep-seated revenge. Liar sensed that the other person's mood was a bit off and pondered thoughtfully. A group of 300 cannot support the great task of hunting dragons, and since she can be the leader of the Dragon Breath mercenary group at level 10, it's clear that the group's strength has greatly declined. Lady Cannies, my territory is recruiting people. Would you be willing to join us? Cannies was stunned for a moment, her voice. Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but I carry a heavy duty that I must fulfill with my life. My life no longer belongs to me. The Dragon Breath mercenary group is my uncle's legacy. I only manage it on his behalf and have no right to decide for them. Liar also fell silent, thinking for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly the information system issued a prompt. Through your conversation with Connie's, you learn more specific information about her. Additionally, you received a message. Kalani's bloodline is an ancient legacy possessing extremely ireful strength. Once awakened, she could gradually ascend to become a demigod. However, her soul has been anchored by someone, making her a prey. Once her bloodline awakens, she will be hunted. His pupil shrank sharply. Ancient legacy bloodline able to ascend to demagogue. His eyes instantly became fiery. He thought she should join the city of dewdrops. What responsibilities or not isn't there still him to help her achieve it? Being a demigod or not doesn't matter. He just likes brave warriors. But in the end, his heart suddenly grew cold. She's regarded as prey. Who dares to have such boldness and attack his subordinates? Is this harvest going to be? Heavenly Liar took a deep breath to calm his rising emotions. He looked at Kalani with a subtle gaze. She was always proud, had held high, a brave and determined warrior. It didn't expect her to hide so many secrets. Superhumans have already reached the top in this world. Each one is a decision-maker in the kingdom. High-ranking nobles, leaders of large forces. Half-gods are even more advanced, almost touching the divine. In other worlds, promoted half-gods might be rejected by their main plane and unable to enter. They are treated the same as gods. What kind of extraordinary bloodline does she hide inside? Looking at her now, killing over 1,000 fallen demons of the same level alone isn't a big deal, but her soul mark has made her a target for others. This made him very annoyed. It felt like discovering a treasure only to have someone else steal and destroy it. He didn't hide anything and told her directly, Kalani's, your soul bears a special mark with very strong malice. It's anchored to your soul. Once your bloodline revives to a certain level, the mark will trigger. The one who anchors it will kill you. Kalani's pupil shrank, her face instantly burning with anger, but she quickly suppressed it, her eyes cold. I was already prepared for this from the beginning. No matter how low their morals are, they can do it. Liar's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are they as comrades in arms? If I can help you, the City of Shadows won't hesitate to lend a hand. Keeney's felt the sincerity in his tone. Her golden eyes paused for a moment. Her delicate yet spirited face showed some complexity, but she finally shook her head. Lord Liar, my enemies are very ireful. I don't want to drag you into their conflict. Her gaze deepened gradually. There are some things I must do myself. It's my fate. How influential is the Tulip family in Lawland City, a noble family standing high above others? In the city of Lurland, there exists a nearly suffocating network of relationships, even well known in the northern provinces of the Griffin Empire. These high-ranking nobles have never existed alone. Liar's strength is certainly not weak, but compared to the almost overwhelming noble heritage, the gap is still too large to bear. Liar raises his eyebrows slightly, looks into the other's eyes and speaks clearly. I never believe in fate. I have a saying from an ancient, brilliant civilization. People can change their destiny. Humans can beat heaven. If there is truly such a thing as fate, then I will tear it apart. His tone gradually becomes serious. Karanith, since you didn't back down when fighting the demon, I can't just stand by when you were threatened now. Moreover, now you are under my protection. I need to know who our enemies are. Karanith looks at his solemn, handsome face and her gaze softens. A warm feeling rises in her heart. After a moment of silence, she speaks softly. I was born into the high noble family of Lurland, the Tulip family, but I am not their descendant. I am a special creation of Count Tulip made to strengthen his bloodline, just nourishment. Their dark demon magic can extract the bloodline of descendants through evil rituals to strengthen themselves. When I was 10 years old, my mother was killed in front of me by that scoundrel. He did it just because pain could greatly activate the bloodline, making it easier for him to devour. Her tone remains calm and steady, as if recounting something insignificant. Some hidden pain of her bloodline does not need tears. She only needs blood to pay the debt. That time my bloodline indeed awakened. The enemy used evil rituals to extract all my blood, then threw my body into the mass grave. But I don't know why I didn't die. My blood revived again. Later, Uncle Clee from the Dragon Breath mercenary group saved me and I followed him, learning from him. After Uncle Clee passed away, the Dragon Breath mercenary group split up. I took about 1/10 of the members and left, and I have been on my own ever since. If there is a mark in my soul, it is the one engraved by Count Tulip during his ritual. At this point, his tone softened a little. Sir, I do not wish for you to get involved. The Tulip family in Lurland City is made up of high-ranking nobles with great influence. Count Tulip is a being of level 19. He is obsessed with devouring the bloodlines of his descendants to break through to the extraordinary level. Perhaps after all these years, he has already taken that step. Karanese took a deep breath. Now you should understand. Although he spoke calmly and simply Liar felt a deep sense of despair and pain from the other person. Father, this word which should symbolize love and protection only brought her endless hurt. He brought her into the world just for her bloodline. And even her mother, who loved him most, was killed right before her eyes. Then her bloodline was taken from her and she was thrown into a mass grave. This feeling of helplessness and despair is suffocating just to think about. He couldn't imagine how the other person endured all this. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. He spoke seriously. I've heard of the Tulip family, too. They are Urful, but we are comrades. Aren't we now you are under my command? Since someone dared to attack my subordinates, they are trampling on my city. No one has the right to bully my people without my permission. Karani sensed that his tone was sincere and paused. How did I end up becoming a subordinate of the Lord? Moreover, Karani's, the within you is much stronger than you think. As you grow, level 19 won't matter. Even the extraordinary level can be defeated. Extraordinary level can be defeated. Karen has thought Lyre was just comforting her and shook her head with a smile. Sir, let me handle this. I don't want you to face such enemies. Also, your family might have some ties with the Tulip family and they may not want you involved. She didn't like others taking responsibility for her problems. This is her hatred, and it has nothing to do with the other person. The fact that he has such a Urful army must be because he has strong support from his family. The northern province is quite large, and it's not unlikely that the noble family has connections with the Tulip family. She has encountered such situations many times before. There's no need to make the other person hated because of this. Lyre said calmly, I am a pioneer lord. As for my family, they're long gone in history. If there are any, then I am the new head, pioneer lord. Kalani looked surprised. She instinctively looked around. The tall vine wall built in just a few days blocked most of her view, but she could still see the fierce fighting above the wall and the terrifying 20 m tall TR. This army had held off endless waves of demons for days. And now it was getting easier. Such a strong army, no matter where it is not made up of unknown soldiers. Could this really be the army of a pioneer lord? Her eyes changed immediately. Respect grew naturally. Only those fighting for survival in the wilderness understand how hard it is to build a territory in this dangerous land. And raising a strong army is even more difficult. She had seen the destruction of more than 10 territories of pioneer lords firsthand. It was a real human tragedy, and the most surprising thing was the other person was so young. After taking a deep breath, Connie's wanted to say more, but Lyre waved his hand to stop her. He spoke with deep meaning. There's no need to refuse anymore. We still have time. We can decide in a few days. I have ways to activate your bloodline, and I can also hunt down the level 19 Tulip count. As for your Dragonfire mercenary group, I can provide resources to train them. I don't mind raising a strong, brave army again. Kalani's pale gold eyes looked at Lyre, unable to hide her curiosity. Sir, why are you so persistent? Lyre answered directly. Kalani's, I admire brave warriors, and you are a good example. I want you to lead the soldiers in the City of Dawn to charge into battle. Her words made Kalani's take a deep breath, her expression becoming more complex. She slowly bowed her head in respect. Adult, thank you for your trust. I am not as outstanding as you think. Lyre looked at the other person deeply and said, no more. The within your body exceeds your imagination. Investing in someone with potential to become a demigod is always a good deal. He let the other continue resting and turned to leave, going back to supervise the battle. Convincing the determined Karinis to join still needs time. For now, he would continue hunting to gather more blood and flesh energy before considering anything else. However, the matter of the demon's head that Karanis mentioned still made him somewhat curious. After confirming the surrounding defenses remained solid, he turned to the large demon trapped nearby. The 15th level demon hero, now only with a head, had completely calmed down. He gazed absent-mindedly at the weeds on the abandoned grave not far away, losing the arrogance he had when he arrived. When Lyre approached, the demon looked at him with hatred. Human, his bloodshot, sulfur-colored eyes burned with rage. Cursing is the weak's cry of despair. Lyre stared directly at him and spoke softly. In another area, there is a huge demon's head. Do you know the details about it? The demon's eyes flashed with mockery. So you want to take that head away? That is the head left by the Lord of Lava Demons, and it is already fused with the ground. If you want to take it, you first need to uncover that land. Humans are always so greedy, ignorant, and ridiculous. Lyre raised his eyebrows slightly. His tone was reckless. Just as the proud demon hero was feeling like he had vented his anger, suddenly an indescribably terrifying pressure surged forth. It was sacred and inviolable, towering and vast like a mountain or ocean. It seeped into the soul, piercing through bloodlines. It made him tremble all over, filled with fear. It felt as if a giant hand was gripping his soul, creaking and groaning, ready to crush him at any moment. God, deity. The demon's voice carried an unspeakable shock and disbelief. This insignificant human was actually the holder of supreme His inner hatred was instantly shattered, replaced by endless fear. He no longer dared to look directly at Lyre, lowering his head. Your Excellency, the voice trembled with fear. As a dark being from the abyss, it understands better than others how terrifying the gods are. They are beings capable of extracting souls and tormenting them forever. It once saw such a scene and it left a deep psychological scar. In the main realm, gods are cut off. But in the abyss, the abyssal duke who controls supreme is the absolute ruler, desecrating gods that would result in punishment far worse than death. Leo's dignity remained firm as he pressed for answers. Your life and soul are already my trophies. Demons may not fear death, but I have countless ways to make you suffer more than death. Now, do you have anything you can trade for your life? The demon hero trembled as he spoke. Great being, I have no treasures. This ruin is already desolate, and there are no magical items here. That skull is truly fused with the earth. I swear I am not lying to you. His confidence waned as he spoke. Was he about to die suddenly? He seemed to think of something and shouted loudly, "Do you need a demon's soul? The fallen demons outside are countless, and I still need your guidance for my soul." The great demon was excited. "Like my demon's soul, your excellency, there are 6 more great demons in our lair. I can lure them here." Leo was immediately unsettled upon hearing this. 6 more great demons. He looked at the level 15 demon hero, whose only visible part was a skull on the ground, and his breathing quickened. Although he had captured this demon, it was based on his control of the crimson rot flesh land and the slaughter of countless fallen demons. Otherwise, this level 15 demon hero could sweep across the area alone. Only the flesh butcher and the 2-headed ogre chieftain could stand against him. If he could also capture and enslave those 6 great demons. Thinking of that scene, he swallowed hard. What the else do I need? 7 level 15 demon heroes secured. 5,500 words. Lear's eyes burned as he stared at the head of the level 15 demon hero emerging from the ground. He spoke in a deep voice. "Can you lure the other big demons over separately?" The other party hesitated and replied, "Your Grace, that's very difficult. I went out alone this time. If I send messages to them, it will be to everyone." He then glanced around. "If you can send someone back alone to lure them, then it's a different matter." Lin nodded, understanding the situation, ignoring the other person's cautious thoughts. He looked around. The blood and flesh energy in the crimson decay land, after days of devouring, had reached an astonishing level. Most directly, the radius, originally 300 m, had now expanded to 400 m. The larger the area, the more energy needed to expand further. Every inch of land was piled high with massive amounts of blood and flesh. The energy from blood and flesh was so abundant that the original crimson land was gradually turning dark red, even causing the ground to fully solidify. At the very core, the endless blood and flesh from the abyssal duke continued to provide energy. The crimson decay land was said to be forged by countless corpses used by an abyssal lifeform. Now he understood more clearly what that meant. Of course, all gains came at a cost. Over these days, even ghostly spirits like the dead man's guard, which have no physical form and are immune to most physical damage, had been resurrected more than 10 times during battles. The bloodthirsty cavalry, under his healing magic, rotated forward without being wiped out, but each was wounded. Most importantly, the 40 ancient Triant Guardians transformed into turrets kept attacking non-stop, disrupting the attack rhythm of the sinking demon army, allowing the main force to stay strong. Tens of thousands of crimson wasps in the sky had already changed formation 7 or 8 times. Whenever a part of the army was under too much pressure, the swarm would descend, causing massive damage and easing the burden. All these factors combined allowed the city of the slightly revealed to achieve glorious results. Therefore, at this moment, the harvest was entirely earned through real combat with the army, no shortcuts. While pondering, Lear still prepared to make an additional move. 6 big demons once suppressed would be too much pressure. How do those big demons compare in strength to you? About the same. Are they all heroes? Yes. Lin interrogated them for a long time, gathering more details before turning to leave. He summoned the flesh butcher and the 2-headed ogre chieftain, instructing them to unleash their slaughter. At the same time, he ordered the army to switch from defensive to offensive stance to gather more demon flesh and blood. Everything was done with one goal, to increase the energy of the crimson rotten fleshland and hunt down 6 level 15 demon heroes. The next day, midday on September 24th, under the army's relentless slaughter, over 50,000 demons